the campus goddess, dreamt of by 4 billion people across the school, publicly broke up with her boyfriend of 3 years, who had pursued her relentlessly just because of a single glance from me. She even threatened to physically attack him. The reason? She had just awakened as an S-class spiritual weapon, the tear-blood crescent blade, and she wanted me, and only me, to wield her. In this world, everyone undergoes a transformation at the age of 18, men become spirit masters, while women awaken as spiritual weapons, transforming into spirit maidens. Together, they fight against interdimensional invasions. After transmigrating into this world, I realized it was the setting of a novel I had read countless times, and worse. I had become the villainous young master whose only notable trait was being filthy rich. Watching the campus goddess humiliate her boyfriend in public for my sake, I panicked, because that seemingly ordinary boy was none other than the protagonist, Shu Yun, the chosen one with a golden finger. Eventually, he would awaken an SSS tier talent and rise to fame, while I would become the first casualty in his path to greatness. As I hesitated, Shen Qin, the campus goddess, let out another cold snort at Shu Yun before suddenly wrapping her arm around mine. Shu Yun, wake up. Do you still think of me as your girlfriend? We're from different worlds. Please don't come looking for me again. Shu Yun's face twisted in shock. Shen Qin, what are you saying? His loud voice made my brow furrow involuntarily, and before I knew it, my hand lashed out, slapping him across the face. Can you just shut up? I blurted out instinctively, staggering back from the pain. Shu Yun's eyes burned with fury. But the most awkward thing is when the air suddenly goes silent. Everyone on the playground was stunned at that moment. Unable to comprehend the origin of that slap, even I was baffled. Why couldn't I resist striking? There might have been a chance to survive. But now it's completely over. Just as I was endlessly tangled in my thoughts, an unfamiliar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Detected that you have inflicted 1 point of physical damage and 999 points of psychological damage to the protagonist. Destiny villain points plus 100. 900 more points needed to unlock the villain roulette. Hearing this mechanical prompt, a flash of joy instantly lit up my pupils, and I straightened my back in an instant. You dare hit me? By Zhou, you've gone too far. Shu Yun's furious growl suddenly rang out. At the same time, a strong, authoritative voice came from the stage. No disturbances allowed at the awakening ceremony. Shu Yun, this is your first warning. If you persist, I will have no choice but to expel you from the ceremony. Shu Yun froze for a moment, but he was the one who struck first. The principal glanced at me, then turned back to Shu Yun and said slowly, I didn't see anything. What? How is this possible? Shu Yun's face instantly turned ashen. Detected that due to your actions, the protagonist's psyche has suffered 999 points of damage. Destiny villain points plus 100. 800 more points needed to unlock the villain roulette. This was completely unexpected. Just then, Shen Qin, standing beside me, added salt to the wound. See that, Shu Yun? This is what we call a gap. At this moment, the students attending the awakening ceremony also began pointing fingers at Shu Yun. Is Shu Yun an idiot or something? How dare he? Bai Zhou is the young master of one of the 4 major conglomerates in Dragon Country. He actually had the audacity to challenge Bai Zhou really doesn't know his place. Detected 8,888 points of psychological damage inflicted on the protagonist due to your actions. Destiny villain points plus 100. 700 more points required to unlock the villain roulette. Hearing this announcement filled me with immense joy. I then turned to glance at Shen Qin beside me. My gaze shifting subtly. This woman was Chu Yun's ex-girlfriend. If I could mold her into my ally, wouldn't that mean Shu Yun would be completely at my mercy? At this moment, Shu Yun's fists were clenched so tightly they trembled, as if he were grinding his molars to dust. He growled through gritted teeth, 30 years east of the river. Don't bully the... Yet before he could finish, another crisp sound rang out. I told you not to make noise. Are you deaf or just stupid? Detected 10 points of physical damage and 9,999 points of psychological damage inflicted on the protagonist. Destiny villain points plus 100. 600 more points required to unlock the villain roulette. Judging from the system's damage notification, my slap was much fiercer than before. Shu Yun was actually sent flying into the crowd. After barely steadying himself, Shu Yun cursed bastard, and was about to charge at me for a beating. But it seemed as if some force restrained him. He only managed one step forward before abruptly stopping, as if conversing with someone. Others might not know, but I, familiar with the original plot, understood perfectly. It must have been the voice of that old man in Shu Yun's mind stopping him from acting impulsively. At that moment, a delicate-looking girl squeezed through the crowd to Chu Yun's side. Brother Chu Yun, are you okay? Seeing his heavily swollen cheek, she looked heartbroken, on the verge of tears. She then turned to me and shouted with surprising fierceness, how dare you hit Brother Chu Yun? Before I could even speak, Shen Qin standing beside me sneered, isn't this Lin Wei, who only awakened an E-grade talent? Feeling sorry for your beloved Chu Yun? Well, Someone like him can only contract with an E grade like you, whatever. I just broke up with him, and here you are jumping out to defend him? Detected that due to your actions, the protagonist suffered 999 points of emotional damage. Destiny villain points plus 100. 500 more points needed to unlock the villain roulette. But I remained unmoved. My gaze firmly locked on Lin Wei. I knew from the original plot that this petite girl named Lin Wei, despite only awakening an E-grade spiritual artifact, would later complete her contract with Chu Yun. The Dragon's Valor Silver Spear's talent would instantly be unleashed, elevating it to a super SSS-grade divine weapon, making Lin Wei one of Chu Yun's key allies in the early stages of the story. Now that I was here, how could I possibly let the Dragon's Valor Silver Spear fall into someone else's hands? With that thought, I quickly pulled out my phone and began typing a message to send out. Lin Wei, who was being mocked by Shin-Chin, had tears welling up in her eyes. She wanted to argue back but couldn't muster a single word. Just then, Chu Yun raised his hand to stop her. Lin Wei, there's no need to waste words on people like them. At that moment, the loudspeaker boomed once more. Next awakened. Please come to the stage, Chu Yun from Class 3, Grade 12. As soon as the announcement was made, everyone immediately turned to look at Chu Yun, but their eyes held nothing but scorn and ridicule. Even Shin-Chin, standing beside me, couldn't resist adding, "So soon? Time for you to embarrass yourself on stage?" It has to be said, Shin-Chin's ability to sustain her firepower is truly impressive. However, this time, I didn't hear the sound of the protagonist's heart being wounded in my mind. Chu Yun's mindset had already changed, and a glint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Is it finally my turn? He glanced back at Lin Wei. Trust me. Then he turned and walked toward the high platform, his confident stride almost as if accompanied by an invisible soundtrack. At that moment, an aged voice echoed in his mind, "Relax. You carry a fragment of this king's remnant soul. Your talent will undoubtedly shake the heavens. By then, not only that spoiled brat who slapped you, but the entire world will bow at your feet." I remained indifferent to all of this, my gaze fixed solely on Lin Wei. Noticing my intense stare, Lin Wei immediately grew uneasy. She tried to steel herself and force herself not to look at me, but the more she resisted, the clearer she saw. Finally unable to endure my invasive gaze, she turned and fled in panic. How could I let such an opportunity slip? Naturally, I shook off Shin-Chin and sprinted after her in hot pursuit. Shin-Chin also wanted to give chase, but the sound of Chu Yun's awakening ceremony starting on the field momentarily dissuaded her. Finally, I cornered Lin Wei in a deserted alley. Her eyes instantly reddened as she lowered her head, not daring to meet my gaze, and asked in a trembling, tearful voice, "Why are you chasing me?" I nearly blurted out the truth reflexively but quickly shook my head and corrected myself. "What I want is you." Lin Wei trembled at these words, her small hands clutching tightly at the hem of her clothes. "Even if I still wouldn't," she stammered. Hearing this, the corner of my mouth twitched slightly. "Did you misunderstand? I meant forming a contract with you," I clarified. Lin Wei's body trembled slightly as she raised her reddened eyes, only to quickly lower them again. Shin-Chin clearly has an S-grade talent. Why didn't you form a contract with her instead of choosing me? Someone with only an E-grade talent. I chuckled softly and shook my head, taking a step forward. That's because they can't see the brilliance within you. Yet this single step I took caused Lin Wei to flinch in fright, shrinking back as she retreated 2 more steps. Bai Zhou skimmed his mouth and said, "You're that afraid of me? I'm not a bad person." Who knew that Lin Wei actually said directly, "You bullied brother Chu Yun, you're the big bad guy." Alas. Bai Zhou sighed, then raised his head once and said in a broken voice, "That's right, I'm the big bad guy, but I am a rich big bad guy." When he said here, the corner of Bai Zhou's mouth gently raised, "If I remember correctly. Your father, he should be in the 3rd hospital, right?" Lin Wei's gaze narrowed heavily when she heard this. "Don't hurt my father." "Who said I was going to hurt your dad?" White Boat spread his hands. "Isn't your father sick like this because your family doesn't have the money to go to his doctor? Do you still expect that Chu Yun? He's even poorer than your family." "But I have money." White Boat's eyes had an extra glint as if he was a big gray wolf. Using Lin Wei's father to threaten Lin Wei is indeed a bit immoral, but he's a villain. How much can morality be worth? White Boat took another step forward to close in on Lin Wei and whispered, "You don't want to leave your dad drug-free, do you?" Chapter 3, Unparalleled Sword Box? Uncapped Number of Deeds? Lin Wei, since childhood, her family is poor. Because of this matter she grew up with low self-esteem, do not socialize with people. On weekdays, only the poor boy from the next village would take her to play with him, that is, that protagonist Chu Yun. Now, hearing this from Big Bad Wolf White Boat, you don't want to leave your father without medicine either, do you? Lin Wei's heart instantly stuttered. Subconsciously as if by reflex, he opened his mouth. Can you really save my dad? But only after saying this did Lin Wei react to who he was talking to. This is a recognized dude, the big bad guy. Lin Wei shut up in a panic and took 2 more tight steps backward. But it was these 2 steps that completely plastered Lin Wei's body against the wall behind him, with no way back. Seeing Lin Wei in this state, Bai Zhou's eyes always hid a smirk underneath. Instead of answering Lin Wei's question directly, Bai Zhou took out his cell phone and looked at Lin Wei and said, "As long as you nod your head, I'll immediately call and arrange for your father to go to the best hospital, get him the best doctors, and use the best medicine. Your father's disease is only in the middle stage, the possibility of a cure is still very high, but if it is delayed any longer." White Boat's voice ended there. Listening to Bai Zhou's words, Lin Wei's body, who was pulled up by Bai Zhou, once again trembled, and a few points of struggle clearly appeared among her pupils. It was obvious that she had her heart set on it, after all, it was her father. But she gritted her teeth. Why me, I'm just an E. So what? Bai Zhou gently spread his hands and said, "Although I don't like that Qinshin, I have to admit that she's right. My family, even smashing money can make me an S rank. What do I care about you, an E rank?" But Lin Wei wouldn't doubt Bai Zhou's family strength, but she wasn't a cutie either. On what grounds, a high and mighty rich second generation would have nothing better to do than find herself to contract? Lin Wei couldn't think of any reason other than just for fun. And White Boat jumped ahead of him at this time. "Murphy, are you still waiting for that Chu Yun of yours?" When he heard the name Chu Yun, Lin Wei's pupils contracted heavily. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but the playground was deafeningly loud. Senior Class 3, Chu Yun. 3rd. SSS grade, SSS rank Imperial Spiritist talent? How is this possible? Wow. And the entire playground was instantly in an uproar, as if it had exploded. The bottom of Lin Wei's eyes, who was standing in front of Bai Zhou, also erupted with intense joy. I knew it. Her voice was a little choked. I knew that he could. Brother Chu Yun is definitely not a waste. In the entire room, only Bai Zhou's heart didn't have any ripples anymore because he was more than familiar with this plot. The entire school was shocked when the SSS grade Imperial Spiritist talent came out. I do not know how many beautiful girls lined up want to be Chu Yun contract, even that Chu Yun's ex-girlfriend, the school flower Qinshin, are almost directly back to the heart. Although Bai Zhou wasn't there, he could imagine Chu Yun's looking out of the corner of his eye expression. He didn't care either, and was even just waiting for this moment to come. It wasn't, and he once again spoke to Lin Wei. And you're happy about it? You also don't think about it. Chu Yun is already SSS, you're just an E rank. Do you think he'll ever look at you squarely again? Just this one sentence. It was as if Lin Wei had been poured down from the top of his head by a bucket of ice water, and his entire face instantly turned white as his body trembled and almost fell to the ground. And White Boat didn't give Lin Wei a chance to catch his breath to open his mouth. It's time to make a decision, Lin Wei-san. If you still think about that Chu Yun, then I have no way. Your father's illness, you see to it yourself. And this Chu Yun, even if he has awakened an SSS grade talent, with the strength of my Bai family, pinching him to death is as simple as pinching an ant. White Boat's words were half true. It was true that he, the Bai family, had the strength to pinch Chu Yun to death, but it would not be quite the same if Chu Yun had awakened an SSS rank talent. The first time Chu Yun would be noticed by various behemoths. Although the White family was one of these behemoths. But there has to be a balance maintained from it? Doing it in the open still requires a lot of forethought. But Lin Wei didn't know that. She subconsciously and directly said, "Don't hurt brother Chu Yun." This reaction was even more intense than her father's illness, so it was obvious that she was still really in love with Chu Yun. But White Boat didn't care. That will have to be, depending on your choice. Lin Wei's tears were really flowing this time. White Boat added another word to the fire. You don't want your brother Chu Yun to get hurt either, do you? That's a wonderful fire to add. Lin Wei no longer had any hesitation and spoke immediately. I will contract with you. Finally. After saying these words, Lin Wei's tears flowed even more fiercely. Brother Chu Yun, I'm sorry. A smile had appeared on White Boat's face. It was also at this time that a mechanical beep actually came from White Boat's mind once again. Ding! Detected that you forcibly changed the plot of the original, Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 500, the villain carousel is open, may I ask the host whether to extract the villain reward? That's okay? Originally, he thought he could only get rewards when this wiped the protagonist, but it turned out that he could also do so after changing the original plot? Moreover, this time, he even directly gained 500 points of Heavenly Fate villain value, and even opened the lottery. How could White Boat hold down his excitement? Start the raffle. A huge turntable appeared out of thin air in front of Bai Zhou's eyes, and after he gave an order, this turntable began to rotate at a rapid speed, and soon, a brilliant red light lit up from this turntable. Immediately after. Ding! Congratulations, you've successfully extracted the red level reward, the matchless sword case. Note, the unmatched sword box can store spirit weapons whose owners have signed life and death pacts, and there is no upper limit to the number. Hearing the introduction of this reward, White Boat couldn't help but subconsciously both let out a gasp. Life and death pacts with no upper limit on the number? White Boat understood the original plot, and there were 3 types of contracts. Master-servant contract, the sentinel is the master and the spirit maiden is the servant, and there is no upper limit to the number of servants that can be contracted. Partner contract, the imperial spiritist and spirit lady are partners with each other, with no upper limit on the number of contracts that can be signed, but requires that the spiritist signing the contract recognizes the other spiritist as a partner with each other. Life and Death Pact, the sentinel and the spirit lady live and die together, and can be signed once and only once. As the only life and death contract that could only be signed once, signing it meant that both parties fully recognized each other. It feels like a married for life kind of relationship now. And the reward that the system had given himself, the peerless sword box, surprisingly allowed for a life and death contract with no upper limit on the number of contracts that he could sign? Doesn't that mean you can marry? Not. Can't say that. It's just awesome anyway. Originally, he wanted to sign a master and servant contract with Lin Wei, but if it seems like it now. He looked at Lin Wei in front of him and had other plans. Then smiled and spoke. Shall we go to the deed here, then? Good. At this moment, Lin Wei's face was pale and expressionless, as if he had turned into a robot. Only knowing to follow behind White Boat, walking mechanically. The two walked out of the corner one after the other, and Lin Wei couldn't help but look up at the playground. Sure enough, at this time, Xu Yun had a face of springtime, surrounded by beautiful women, opening their arms to seek a contract, and it seemed that even Shinqin was among that group of women. Lin Wei bit her own lip and lowered her head once again. However, Xu Yun, who was in the middle of the crowd, seemed to have seen Lin Wei, who was walking silently with his head bowed in the distance, at a glance because of the aura of the protagonist in the underworld. With a flash of light under his eyes, he directly shook off the women and ran over in Lin Wei's direction. Speaking from a distance. Vivi. Did you hear that? I'm an SSS ranked talent, now no one will look down on me, no one can bully me. Xu Yun stopped in front of Lin Wei, blocking Lin Wei's way, but in the face of the surprised Xu Yun, Lin Wei always kept his head down and didn't speak. This caused Xu Yun to frown as well. Vivi, what's wrong? Aren't you happy for me? At this time, White Boat, who was walking in front, turned back and said softly. Let's go, Lin Wei-san. Good. Lin Wei, who had not responded to Xu Yun, actually nodded her head very obediently, bypassing Xu Yun and catching up with the White Boat. You? Xu Yun instantly jealous. Ding. Detected that you have inflicted 999 points of psychic damage on the protagonist, Divine Fate villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 1900. Chapter 4, What's wrong with SSS rank? You're still the mole. Hearing the system's beep, White Boat was of course happy, but his face showed sparsely. Another thing he noticed was the villainous carousel. The first carousel only required one to accumulate 1000 points of Heaven's Destiny villain value to open it, and this second one actually came to 2000? Of course, it doesn't even matter. After all, it wasn't like White Ark had only one way to obtain the Heavenly Fate villain value. And at this moment, Xu Yun, the big user who had provided White Boat with the villain value, was dumbfounded. It's not even if one's girlfriend has followed by Zhou, but one's childhood friend, this Lin Wei who doesn't communicate with other people and only knows to follow one's ass and call her brother, has actually followed by Zhou as well? No. I, the chosen one, don't believe it. With 3 steps, he once again blocked Lin Wei's body, exaggerating. Wei, what's wrong with you? How could you go with him? He's Bai Zhou, he's the 10,000 evil dude. Pow! A third crunch came out of this playground. That's right, the one who hit was still Bai Zhou, and the one who was beaten was still Xu Yun. Xu Yun covered his cheek and looked at Bai Zhou in shock and anger. Instead, White Boat said with a cynical attitude. You dare to scold me to my face, are you tired of living? Ding. Detected that you have inflicted 10 points of physical damage and 999,999 points of psychic damage to the protagonist, with a heavenly fate villain value of plus 200, and 1700 more to go for the villain carousel to open. Did you give yourself a straight 200 increase this time? What's with that extra digit of mind damage though? The entire playground was also in an uproar after Bai Zhou's slap fell. My god. Xu Yun has already awakened his SSS grade talent. This is already a genius among geniuses. Bai Zhou actually dares to beat him? Xu Yun's kind of talent is hard to come by in 100 years. I don't know how many bigwigs' ears this news has already reached, and I don't know how many bigwigs want to take him as their disciple. Bai Zhou, he really dares, really goes down. So what, have you guys forgotten who Bai Zhou is? Behind him, it's the Bai family, one of the 4 great plutocrats. That's right, don't forget that among the top 10 masters in my Dragon Kingdom, 3 of them are from the Bai family. If you put it that way. Reasonable, the hit wasn't hard enough. Want to do it again? The astonished voices around him caused Xu Yun's face to turn more and more ironic. On the contrary, White Boat looked calm in the midst of such a voice and gently flung himself at Lin Wei. Let's go, Lin Wei-san. Lin Wei lowered his head and gave a soft turning his head to follow. Wei Wei. Xu Yun still wanted to block, but Lin Wei finally reacted and turned her head, shouting at Xu Yun. Xu Yun! You stay away from me, okay? I don't want to see you now, or ever again. After saying this, Lin Wei directly turned around and took a big stride towards the front, even surpassing the White Boat. Ding! Detected that because of you, the protagonist has suffered 999,999 points of psychic damage, the Divine Destiny villain value is plus 200, and 1500 are still needed for the villain carousel to open. No one could see that at this moment, Lin Wei, who had her head lowered, was biting her lip with a deadly grip, and a single tear dripped from the middle of her eye socket onto the ground. Brother Xu Yun. I'm sorry. Forgive Wei Wei. No one heard Lin Wei's heart, and likewise no one knew that at this moment, Bai Zhou's heart was blossoming with joy. Bai Zhou. You asshole. Xu Yun's mouth suddenly let out a violent hiss. What did you do to Wei Wei? I'm going to get you killed. Xu Yun's appearance looked all a bit hysterical as he clenched both fists and charged directly towards Bai Zhou's back. The powerful aura of that SSS grade Imperial Spirit Master instantly swept out from his body. Although Xu Yun had yet to sign up with a Spirit Maiden, such a high level of talent was enough to raise Xu Yun's strength by a huge step. If he really launched an attack on the White Boat, the current White Boat wouldn't necessarily be able to carry it. But could Xu Yun have his way? Without turning back, Bai Zhou used his back to face Xu Yun and raised one of his hands splat. With a soft sound, he snapped his fingers. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A series of soft thuds came as 5 men in black instantly blocked behind Bai Zhou. These 5 black-clothed men exuded chi on the spot. Surprisingly, all of them were level 10 or higher Imperial Spirit Masters. Although Xu Yun had an SSS talent, he had just awakened and was still only level 0. It was like hitting a wall. Bang! The muffled sound. Poof! There was a sound of blood spilling from his mouth and nose, and he flew out backwards. Ding! Detected because of you, inflicted 100 points of physical damage to the protagonist, inflicted 9,999 points of psychic damage, Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 500, villain carousel opening still needs 1,000. Ha! Listening to the system's beep, Bai Zhou was overjoyed. Does the increase in flesh damage also increase the villain value? So it seems that the points of that big spinning wheel. So what if it goes up to 2,000? Just for a moment, isn't it back to the beginning? These 5 black-clothed men were of course the Bai family's young master's exclusive bodyguards. With such resources, why didn't White Boat use them? This Xu Yun could only stand dumbly behind the wall of people. Even if he combed his hair into an adult look, he could not stop Qingmei from falling into his clutches. At this moment, Bai Zhou looked at Lin Wei, who had turned his head because of worry, and said indifferently, You saw it all? Lin Wei slightly clenched his teeth, took a deep look at the fallen Xu Yun, and turned his head away. What Bai Zhou meant was to tell Lin Wei that it was really easy for him to pinch Xu Yun to death. Of course, it was true that Bai Zhou could now directly pinch Xu Yun, who was only level 0. However, after the otherworldly invasion, the countries of the world formed city-states and explicitly forbade the Imperial Spiritists from killing each other. You can duel, you can make the other person hurt, but you can't kill them. Who else would resist the other world? It wasn't that White Boat was afraid of the city-state laws, he was just too lazy to deal with unnecessary trouble. Also, why did you get Chuyun killed? Chuyun was now a big woolly user of his own Heaven's Destiny villain value. Let's milk him first. Looking at the 5 aggressive bodyguards behind Bai Zhou, even the teachers of the school, the principal, didn't even dare to fart. Moreover, Chuyun was still an SSS-grade overwhelming talent. And the students watching this side of the room, one smacked their lips and shook their heads. Sure enough. Even if Chuyun's talent explodes, Bai Zhou is still the same Bai Zhou, and Chuyun is just that Chuyun. Yes, talent is really worthless in the face of power. If it weren't for the laws of the city-state, this Chuyun would probably be dead through and through this time, right? I'm so envious of Bai Zhou. If I wanted to be born in such a family, I would definitely be even more arrogant than him. Hush, how can you describe what happened to White Boat as arrogance? You don't want to live? Have you guys noticed the direction that White Boat took Lin Wei to? It seems to be the contract room. What? It's not. Bai Zhou is going to contract with Lin Wei? How is this possible? Lin Wei is only an E-rank talent. What is it called? A spirit weapon with a Dragon Gall bright silver spear. Even though he only awakened an A-ranked talent Imperial Spiritist, he can't contract an E-rank. Such a waste of a spirit maiden, right? Could it be master-slave contract? To turn Lin Wei into his slave? Then you should also find a prettier beauty. That Lin Wei is thin and small, really. The group of people were talking as if it was none of their business, but the two men's gazes suddenly narrowed at that moment. One of them, of course, was Chuyun's ex-girlfriend, Shinqin. When Chuyun awakened the SSS, Shinqin even pretended to be high and mighty and went to Chuyun and said, "I'll reluctantly give you a chance to contract me." But people Chuyun Terrier Gas directly rejected her. That now. No, the one who contracted with White Boat can only be me. How can it be that he rank loser? At that thought, she scattered and ran wildly in the direction of the deed room. The other person, naturally, was Chuyun, who covered his chest and wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth, as that old voice in his mind had rung out. Something's not right. That skinny girl child, is she really only E-rank talented? Nope. Her talent is hidden. She could be a Jedi Divine Warrior. Go stop their contract. That girl child is your chance. Chapter 5. No, why is your goddess so backwards? The deed room. Bai Zhou had already led Lin Wei, who always kept his head down, to the door. The teacher in charge of the deed room also stood up the first time he saw White Boat come over. Respectfully, he opened his mouth to White Boat. Young Master Bai. White Boat didn't respond and just nodded faintly. He knows that because of who he is. Inside the entire school, almost all of the teachers are lickspittles of their own families. I really can't understand how the original White Boat was able to get hit on the spot by that Chuyun in this situation. But now that it was better and figured out, White Boat was absolutely not going to allow it to happen to him again. Looking at this teacher in charge of the deed room, Bai Zhou also said lightly, "Can I contract with Lin Wei's classmate now?" Of course. This teacher didn't hesitate. Turning directly around, a panel-like object appeared next to the door of the deed room. Said as he maneuvered on it, "May I ask young Master Bai if you want to sign a partner contract or a master-servant contract?" Hearing this question, the corner of Bai Zhou's mouth gently lifted. A contract of life and death. What? Lin Wei, who had always kept his head lowered, looked up at Bai Zhou with a shocked face after hearing this. The teacher who was standing there also froze, turning his head to look at Lin Wei with a strange expression on his face. Somewhat stiffly, he spoke. That? Young Master Bai, did I hear you right? Are you really going to sign a life and death contract with this spirit lady who only has E-rank talent? White Boat looked faintly at this teacher, looking up slightly. What? What's your problem? Just this flat voice, not even much of a mood swing. But this teacher was in awe. Scared, he spoke up, "No problem. I have no problem with your request, young Master Bai. I will arrange a life and death contract for you." But at that moment, Bai Zhou felt the corner of his coat being gently pulled. Turning his head, he saw Lin Wei's small face hung with shock, doubt, and incomprehension. White. Mr. Bai Zhou, you really want to sign a life and death contract with me? Right, or what? White Boat's answer was very dry. But? Lin Wei's voice became even more nervous. I'm only E-rank, classmate Bai Zhou, aren't you kidding? Looking at Lin Wei, who was eager at this moment, Bai Zhou revealed what he thought was a very gentle smile. He even reached out and gently rubbed Lin Wei's head. This time, Lin Wei actually didn't make any evasive movements, so he heard White Boat say, "Like I said, that's because people don't see the sparkle in you." Is that really true? Lin Wei's head was very messed up right now. Looking at Bai Zhou's gaze with a smile, she couldn't think straight. At the very beginning, she was coerced by White Boat to come over and sign a contract, thinking that it was definitely a master-servant contract. Because Bai Zhou was a dude, a bad guy, and threatened himself with his father and brother Chu Yun. Obviously it was to torment brother Chu Yun by tormenting himself and thus tormenting him. He himself had resolutely come over with White Boat for the sake of Chu Yun's brother. But he's actually going to sign a life and death contract with me? Did he treat me? And just when Lin Wei couldn't figure it out at all. Suddenly there were two exclamations of surprise from a man and a woman in unison in his ears. "I disagree." The sound was so loud that it gave Lin Wei such a fright that he subconsciously shrunk his neck. This man and woman were, of course, Xin as well as Chu Yun, who had quickly followed them just now. Behind them, there was also a crowd of people who had gathered to join in the fun. The moment they heard that White Boat was going to sign a life and death contract with Lin Wei. One by one, they were also stunned. After all, although Bai Zhou only had a great talent, but his family was powerful, there must be a way to change his fate against the odds. But something like a life and death contract can only be signed once in a lifetime, and if you want to forcefully dissolve it without dying, both parties to the contract are bound to suffer a backlash that affects their roots. Although Bai Zhou's family is powerful, even if he can afford it, the pain is not something that ordinary people can withstand. White Boat, young master, well, why do you want a self-mutilation? They couldn't figure it out. As for Xin and Chu Yun, that was even more difficult to figure out. The school flower Xin eagerly stepped forward and said to Bai Zhou in a voice that seemed somewhat pleading, "Young master Bai, didn't we agree? If I awakened my S-class talent, you would give me a chance to make a contract with you?" Bai Zhou looked at Xin in front of him, a faint smile hanging under his eyes. He was familiar with the original plot and knew that although this Xin was the school flower and was very pretty, but more than that, it was used to give the protagonist, Chu Yun, a chance to pretend and punch his face. Otherwise, it's basically a vase. For myself, I can't think of any use for it yet. So it was also said in a lofty manner. I'm just saying I'm going to give you a chance, right? Xin, who heard this, slightly clenched her teeth and again took a tight step forward. Surprisingly, his hands were wrapped around White Boat's arms. In public, he embedded Bai Zhou's arm deeply among his career line. Shaking it gently, he clamped his voice down. "Young Master White Boat, how could you do this? Look, this Lin Wei, not only is his talent only the most trashy E rank, but he's also dry-looking, so how can he be compared to me?" While saying that, this school flower Xin even tooted her own little mouth while coming to Bai Zhou's ear and said, "In fact, I've already booked a room at the hotel, just waiting to contract you, young Master Bai. At that time, you can have as much fun as you want, okay?" While saying that, this Xin actually blew a breath at her own earlobe. Hiss. Nice guy. This was too much of a kill for White Boat, who had been single in his mother's womb in his previous life. But then, it's okay to have fun, but the contract is... Oh. Bai Zhou took a deep breath and adjusted himself, allowing Xin to gently rub against him as he turned his head to look at Chu Yun. Said with a touch of deliberate surprise hanging amongst the contempt in his eyes. "No, dude, is this the goddess you've been licking for years? Did you know she was so backwards? Ding. Detected that you have inflicted psychic damage plus 666 to the protagonist, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 900. Listening to the system's beep, he looked at Chu Yun's face that was once again twisted up at this moment. Before Bai Zhou could be happy, the system beep in his head unexpectedly sounded once again. Ding. Detected that you have inflicted mind damage plus 333 on the protagonist White Moonlight, gained Heaven's Fate villain value plus 50, and 850 more are needed for the villain carousel to open. What's that? This system beep caused Bai Zhou to instantly turn his surprised gaze to Xin, who was still holding his arm. Xin was actually able to provide himself with the Heavenly Fate villain value? Not. So how come Lin Wei didn't? Yes, he had coerced and enticed Lin Wei before. She also has the attribute of being the protagonist's childhood friend. Could it be that Lin Wei's mental capacity was too strong? That's why he didn't get hurt? That's not possible. Lin Wei's little girl doesn't have any mental capacity. White Boat hadn't figured out what was going on yet. The touch on his arm was surprisingly soft again for a few moments, and then Shinshin's clip sound came out again. Young Master Bai Zhou, what are you talking about? Bai Zhou knew that this Shinshin was now absolutely hardened and pampering herself again. After all, there was absolutely no way that mind damage could be fake. What kind of thing is that Chu Yun? Even if he has awakened an SSS grade talent, how can that compare to you, eldest young master? Ding! Detected the protagonist has received plus 777 psychic damage, gained plus 100 value of Heavenly Destiny villain, and 750 more are needed for the villain carousel to open. It should be said not to say, so it seems that this Shinshin is really a bit useful. On the one hand, it could help himself squeeze Chu Yun, and on the other hand, he himself could provide himself with Heaven's Destiny villain values. This role, however, is by no means above that of signing a covenant. Bai Zhou looked at this Shinshin and smiled. You want to contract me, huh? Shinshin nodded urgently, yes, young Master Bai. Just ask me on a date. Ha ha. Bai Zhou let out a loud laugh, well then, let's wait until I'm done with Lin Wei's contract. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 333 psychic damage, gained plus 50 Heavenly Fate villain value, and 700 more are needed for the villain carousel to open. Young Master Bai. Shinshin's urgent voice rang out. But Chu Yun, who had long been unable to wait, took a step forward and immediately coldly snorted. Bai Zhou, I don't care what kind of ecstasy you've given Weiwei, I'm warning you to return Weiwei to me immediately. Chapter 6, Life and Death Contract? Young Master doesn't want his fiancée anymore? The smile on Bai Zhou's face slowly disappeared once Chu Yun said this. Pushed Shinshin away and looked straight into Chu Yun's eyes and said indifferently. Who are you to warn me? Accompanied by White Boat's voice, Chu Yun instantly felt a sense of oppression coming towards him. Needless to ask, these were obviously the 5 bodyguards of the Bai family's young master. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 555, gained Heavenly Fate villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening needs 600 more. Chu Yun clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He knew that there was still no way for his current self to fight against White Boat. He also forced himself to hold back the indignation in his heart and shifted his gaze to Lin Wei, who stood to the side and kept his head lowered. Trying to smooth out his emotions, he spoke. Wei, what's wrong with you? Don't you usually hate a dude like Bai Zhou who likes to bully others? What makes you want to make a life and death pact with him today? You told me I was your brother and that I could help you with anything. The deep love from the protagonist seems powerful with the protagonist's aura. Lin Wei's body trembled slightly and subconsciously looked up. By now she was in tears. White Boat, who saw the scene, knew that he had to add a fire to the fire at this time. It was also directly speaking to Chu Yun. What? Chu Yun, are you going to sign a life and death contract with Lin Wei as well? I dang. Chu Yun's word ran hadn't even left his mouth yet. The voice instantly came to a screeching halt, and even the expression on his face appeared a bit complicated. Bai Zhou understood Chu Yun too well. Inevitably that old voice was now ringing in his head again. The voice must have been saying, you can't sign a life and death contract with her because this contract can only be signed once. Although I can sense a hidden talent in her, I can't guarantee just how strong that talent is. For the sake of your strength, you can only sign a partner contract with her. Because that's what was written in the original plot. White Boat certainly sucked at it. But the original Chu Yun did not have his own current peerless swordbox uncapped number of life and death contracts. This was something that Chu Yun could only dream of. Looking at the stiff Chu Yun at this moment, Bai Zhou also deliberately asked. What? You don't want to? Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered plus 696 psychic damage, gained a Heavenly Fate villain value of plus 100, and 500 more are needed for the villain carousel to open. After Chu Yun gritted his teeth and glared at Bai Zhou, he turned his head to Lin Wei and opened his mouth with a bit of an apology. Wei, we can sign a partner contract first, and then cultivate our feelings we can then. Right in the middle of Chu Yun's speech. That teary-eyed Lin Wei who raised his head froze and slowly lowered his own head. White Boat even came right in while the iron was hot. See? Student Lin Wei, is this the Chu Yun brother you've been pining for? He can't see past your E-rank talent after all. While saying that, he even sighed with a regretful face. That's really, life is all about acting. Ding! Detected the protagonist has received plus 555 psychic damage, gained plus 100 value of heavenly destiny villain, and still needs 400 to open the villain carousel. White boat, you shut up. Shu Yun let out an urgent hiss. Wei, don't listen to him, I didn't know. Enough. Lin Wei, who had her head lowered, instantly raised her head and bellowed. It seemed like it took all the strength it could muster. Eyes still brimming with tears looked at Shu Yun, his voice icy cold. Shu Yun, I think I made my words clear just now. Please stop pestering me, is it fun for you to do so? What? Shu Yun's body trembled heavily. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 300 to open. Viva you. Not waiting for Shu Yun to continue. Lin Wei was actually taking the initiative to hold Bai Zhou's hand. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 888, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 200 to open. The voice was soft. White boat student, let's start the contract here. Of course. White boat nodded with a light smile. Without another glance at that Shu Yun and Shinshin, he led Lin Wei right into the middle of the contract room. Young Master Bai. Don't. Lin Wei. Lin Wei, what are you doing? The anxious figures of Shinshin and Shu Yun were ultimately stopped dead in their tracks by the teacher. All they could do was watch as the door, which symbolized the beginning of the contract, slowly closed. And just as soon as the doors closed, the eating crowd outside instantly exploded. No, young Master Bai really went for a life and death contract with that E-ranked talent? My goodness, is young Master Bai his head being heir? Not dare to say. Grade E talent? Could that Lin Wei be the reincarnation of a vixen and have seduced young Master Bai's soul? That can't be right, she's not good looking either, how can she compare to schoolgirl Shin? But schoolgirl Shin is also drunk, to have lost to an E-ranked talent scum. That's still much better than that lickspittle Shu Yun, so what if he's awakened an SSS rank super talent? Even an E-rank loser can't even look at him. Ha ha ha. Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 555 psychic damage, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 150 to open. Ding. Detected the protagonist has received mind damage plus 999, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 50 to open. Ding. Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 444, gained Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50, the villain carousel is open, may I ask the host whether to extract the rewards? Hearing the system's beep, Bai Zhou, who had just entered the contract room with Lin Wei, froze. Well. That's how long it's been since his first draw. Is this the second time the big wheel opens? This Chu Yun's mental capacity was too poor, right? But the eating crowds out there are really something, could this be the legendary fear of man's words? But what does that have to do with yourself? White Boat accounted for it in his head on the spot. Start the raffle. That familiar big carousel appeared in front of Bai Zhou's eyes for the second time. A purple glow slowly lit up amongst the flying selections. Ding! Congratulations on your successful extraction of the purple reward, the Mirror of Omniscience. Note, all. This line of information White Boat hadn't had a chance to read yet. A sudden wave of warmth swept through his body, drawing White Boat's attention out of the middle of the system's space in an instant. The entire person also seemed to have entered a subtle state, causing White Boat to lose some concentration for a moment. But he also knew that this was a contract between him and Lin Wei that had officially begun. Contracts take a process. And the group outside certainly can't be idle at this point. It doesn't matter to those eaters who still keep questioning it. The White family's bodyguards who were responsible for protecting the eldest young master had already come together at this time. Each of them had a tense look on their faces, and one of them couldn't help but open his mouth to the one in the lead. Big brother, this isn't right, is it? Really letting the young master sign a life and death contract with that E-rank loser, huh? Then wouldn't his lordship be furious if he knew? This leader glanced at this person who spoke and also said, then why don't you go and stop the young master from contracting now? The man scrunched his neck at once. I wouldn't dare. Young master's temper is not good. Not only him, but the remaining three did likewise. The so-so person at the head of the group then frowned and said slowly, It's not a big deal for young master to contract an E-class scum. But he shouldn't have signed a life and death contract. Young master is forgetting that he still has a marriage contract on him? Hearing this, the four neck-shrinking bodyguards also instantly raised their own heads. It was a sudden realization. Yeah. Holy. Young master's fiancé is. Shut up. A cold snort from the person in charge caused the man to swallow back the one that was on the edge of his mouth. He then said with a wave of his hand pointing to the man who had asked the question at the very beginning. Alright, discussing it here is not the way to go, so hurry home and tell the master the news and see what he plans to do. Yes. This person responded and instantly transformed into a residual shadow and disappeared into thin air. And just as this person disappeared, Shinshin, who stood in front of the door of the deed room pacing anxiously back and forth, slowly turned her gaze to the iron-faced Chu Yun. A flash of dislike clearly appeared in the bottom of her eyes, but she still walked towards Chu Yun with a clench of her teeth and opened her mouth. Why don't we both start the pact as well? Chapter 7. These two were rooting for each other. Chu Yun looked at the flickering light of the contract in the middle of the contract room. His face was blue, and he kept questioning the pale voice in his head. You were the one who told me that Lin Wei might be a Jedi Divine Soldier. Now it's fine, she's contracted with the White Boat, and the Divine Soldier that was in her hands has been given away. How do you explain that? Ugh, the voice in his head said with a long sigh. First of all, I said probably. Secondly, who knew you were so honest? Wouldn't you lie to her first and say you're going to make a life and death pact with her, and then change it when the time comes? Cheat? A few moments of contempt appeared in Chu Yun's voice. I, Chu Yun, am not that kind of villain. Ah yes. You, Chu Yun, are a great protagonist and can't see the pitfalls. White Boat is the villain, just a villain who likes to scam, okay? In terms of Chu Yun's fake fanaticism, he directly gave that voice inside his head a whole lot of speechlessness. And that's when he heard Shinshin's voice in his ear. Why don't we both start the pact as well? Chu Yun turned his head to look at Shinshin. At this time, he had long since lost any love for Shinshin and said with a cold smile. Shinshin, ah Shinshin, you're ridiculous. Didn't you want to fall back on your by family's young master? What, hot face on someone else's cold ass who didn't want you, and now you're coming back to me? Want me to indenture you? Are you worthy? Ding. Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 8,888, gained Heaven's Fate villain value plus 100, and still needs 2,900 for the villain carousel to open. Shinshin immediately jumped straight up as if her tail had been stepped on. Chu Yun, I'm warning you not to go too far. Seemingly worried that her voice was too high again, Shinshin looked around and then lowered her voice again. Do you really think that just because you've awakened an SSS rank talent that you can make me give up the White Boat to indenture you? Are you worthy of that? Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 99,999, gained Heaven's Mandate villain value plus 200, villain carousel still needs 2,700 to open. White Boat, I do not know I am contracting it. They came up and stabbed themselves twice. Without waiting for Chu Yun to explode, Shinshin quickly said. You want to contract Lin Wei, I want to contract White Boat, now we both have a common goal. The two of us can sign a partner contract first, and when White Boat and the two of them finish their contract, we'll challenge them. The challenge bet is to get them out of their contract. You're SSS rank, I'm S rank, and them, one is a rank and the other is only a measly E rank. How can they be a match for the two of us? While saying that, this Shinshin's face actually showed a gloomy expression. Chu Yun froze when he heard this in turn and looked at her and asked in return. Forcibly breaking the life and death contract will suffer a strong backlash, and their strength and talent will be greatly reduced. Can they agree to that? Then what are you afraid of? Shinshin seemed to have thought of a countermeasure long ago. What is that kind of backlash to a top family like the White family? As for that Lin Wei. Shinshin had originally said that Lin Wei didn't need to care at all. But thinking that Lin Wei was, after all, Chu Yun's young lover also said. You're an SSS grade talent, even if you suffer from even greater backlash, won't it all be solved after signing a contract with you? Listening to Shinshin's voice, Chu Yun fell silent. He was actually communicating with the voice in his head. After hearing the voice say, she's got a point. Chu Yun also looked up immediately. Yes. Just what you said. But when it's done, we must break the contract immediately. I don't need you to be my spirit lady. Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 333 psychic damage, gained plus 50 Heaven's Fate villain value, and still needs 2650 for the villain carousel to open. Shinshin bristled, speaking as if this girl could look at a licking dog like you. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 2500 to open. By show, who would have known that the two of them could have such a good time without me being there? It also seems to be because of the sound coming from this protagonist and the protagonist's white moonlight zapping each other. Let the white boat this about, deed are not so focused. It lasted a lot longer too. Of course, because of the special nature of the life and death contract, the time of the contract was supposed to be a bit longer than the other ways. But there comes a moment when the deed is good. The current white boat had felt the warmth in his body slowly fading. And the full range of one's body's abilities seemed to be enhanced. Not only are you as light as a swallow, but you are also clear-eyed. Bai Zhou knew that this was the result brought about by the mutual sharing between the spirit lady and the imperial spiritist after signing the contract. At the same time that Bai Zhou opened his eyes, Lin Wei did likewise. Only the moment White Boat opened his eyes, he realized that there seemed to be an ancient mirror floating in the middle of the void. And the direction that this mirror shone in also happened to be where Lin Wei was. A few small, clear lines also appeared on the mirror. Name, Dragon's Guts Shining Silver Gun. Rank, 1. Quality, Super SSS. Talent Skill 1, Dragon's Guts, increase damage dramatically for a short period of time. Talent Skill 2, Rage Za, let out a loud shout to shock the opponent, generating a certain amount of time of control so that the opponent can't dodge the next stab. I Lu a Black Rhino Armor. No. There's a difference. At the sight of this line, Bai Zhou almost jumped up from the ground. But the name of the skill does seem a bit. But it doesn't matter. White Boat's pupils now had joyful colors hanging amongst them. This mirror in the middle of the void was obviously the purple reward that he had just opened out of the Grand Carousel. The effect is surprisingly that you can see the opponent's spirit weapon, level, and even skills are displayed clearly. If this is in the middle of the battle, to anticipate the enemy, it is simply a bug-level existence. Let Bai Zhou had to once again sigh, the system is a fine product. Of course, what surprised White Boat was much more than that. Unexpectedly, after Lin Wei had signed a contract with himself, he had actually directly and completely stimulated his hidden attributes. Instantly, it came to the Super SSS level. But he remembered that in the original, after Lin Wei had contracted with Chu Yun, this talent was only revealed slowly through long battles. I didn't realize it was my turn to open the game with a direct King Bomb, did I? Of course, it could have something to do with the way the deed is done. After all, the original began with Chu Yun and Lin Wei signing a partner contract. Instead, himself and Lin Wei had directly signed a life and death contract. Also, Bai Zhou still remembered when he had just crossed over that S-rank Shinshin possessed a natural skill. And this Lin Wei's Dragon's Guts Bright Silver Lance directly possessed 2 natural skills. No wonder people are Super SSS rank. It even crushed the Royal Spiritist qualification of Chu Yun, the protagonist. Of course, White Boat knew that this was the setting of the original novel. Lin Wei's Super SSS grade quality was meant to be used for the main character Chu Yun's opening. But Chu Yun, you'd better reconnect with a seller of hangings now. This way, you've been deleted by me. While White Boat was immersed in joy, Lin Wei, who was standing face to face with Bai Zhou, slightly sucked in a breath of cool air. Couldn't help but be surprised. No, How do I feel my quality? It's not right. At this moment, Lin Wei, standing there with a glint in his eyes, actually looked a bit overwhelmed. White Boat, on the other hand, simply smiled and nodded his head. Student Lin Wei, your senses are correct, your talent has improved. It's true? Lin Wei's voice sounded more surprised than happy. But how? I've never heard of spirit maidens being able to improve their qualifications after signing a contract with an imperial spiritist? What's going on with this? When he said this, Lin Wei froze slightly, looked up at Bai Zhou, and slowly said, White Boat-san, is it because of you? Of course. Not. The last 2 words were naturally silently swallowed back into Bai Zhou's stomach. He even raised his hand once again to rub Lin Wei's little head in a big way and said, How else could I have seen the difference in you at first glance? Yeah. White Boat is a villain who only knows how to cheat. How could it be compared to that great, bright, and upright protagonist, Lord Chu-yoon? Chapter 8, SSS plus S versus A plus E, a proper second kill. For White Boat's palm that landed on top of his head, Lin Wei had completely failed to make any evasive movements. Those big watery eyes just looked at White Boat. A different light flickered gently among the pupils. Gradually, surprisingly, a few moments of water vapor slowly emerged. And then his lips opened and closed, and he couldn't help but speak with a trembling voice. White Boat. Thanks. Thank you. With this crisp thank you, a tear slowly slipped from the corner of Lin Wei's eye. With this statement, Lin Wei was 1,000,000% sincere. Because of what? Because the moment Lin Wei's words fell, a system beep actually sounded in White Boat's head. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked the protagonist portion, gaining the Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 500. The villain carousel still needs 2,000 to open. Listening to the system's beep, Bai Zhou's eyes went straight. Nice guy. No wonder Lin Wei, who was the protagonist's childhood friend, wouldn't be harmed in any way like Chu-yoon and Shin before giving himself points. So it's waiting here. White Boat remembered. Through Lin Wei, one has received a total of 2 villain value boosts. And both times each time, he gave himself 500 points directly. It adds up to 1,000 points already. If you don't come, you give yourself a big one. This Lin Wei had brought so many surprises to himself today. It made Bai Zhou couldn't help but open his arms and go up to try to give Lin Wei a hug. However, when he saw Bai Zhou's movements, Lin Wei immediately shrank his neck in fear and took 2 steps back. 2 skinny palms clutched his shirt tightly, then panicked. I didn't book a hotel. You don't play with me either, okay? Looking at that Lin Wei's soft and thin body and pearly look, White Boat's arms also stiffened in place. Well, what Shin just said was all over Lin Wei's ears. And that's treating yourself like a big pervert. I'm very horny myself, but I'm not so out of control. White Boat reached out and touched his nose, immediately changing the topic. Well, come on, I'll walk you to your father first. Lin Wei, who heard this, also instantly took 2 steps towards White Boat in a hurry. Are you really going to save my father? Of course. Bai Zhou spread his hands rightfully. This young master never goes back on his words. It's really not even about saving or not saving. It's just a matter of moving a patient to a little better hospital. For the identity of the White family, a text message from White Boat can take care of things. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. White Boat. While saying that, this Lin Wei's tears once again couldn't help but be on the verge of flowing out. Even her cheeks were slightly reddened. With a clench of his teeth, he said as if he had made up his mind about something. Mr. Bai Zhou, please. Please give me some time. I will definitely book a hotel. What's that? Hearing Lin Wei's words, Bai Zhou looked at Lin Wei with a confused expression. At this time, the Lin Wei cheeks reddened appearance that really is. Suddenly, Bai Zhou felt that Shin actually had another use. That invisible assist is pretty deadly. Although that's not what White Boat wants at all. For nothing. Don't want it for nothing. But it's better not to show too much now. White Boat coughed and came up with a pretense. Let's talk about such things later, let's go. Lin Wei returned to his previous state of keeping his head down and silently following behind Bai Zhou. The two walked out of the deed room one after the other. However, just as Bai Zhou and Lin Wei had only just stepped out of the door of the deed room, Shu Yun's clear voice suddenly rang out. Bai Zhou, you finally came out. I, Shu Yun, in the name of a rank 1 Imperial Spirit Master, challenge you. Level 1 Sentinel? White Boat, who heard this, was slightly stunned. Of course he knew that newly awakened Imperial Spiritists were all level 0, and only after completing the contract for the first time would they become level 1 Imperial Spiritists. But this Chu Yun, did he contract a spirit lady so quickly? And when Bai Zhou looked at Chu Yun, he naturally saw Shin as well. He was all a bit surprised, but said anyway. I didn't realize that you two were actually together again after going around in circles. Shin and Chu Yun had ugly faces. But how could White Boat let go of such an opportunity? Immediately afterward, he continued to speak. The goddess you've been chasing for years doesn't even look at you squarely, and after being kicked away by this young master, she falls into your arms again? Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999. gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 1900. Chu Yun, so it seems that you have to thank me properly. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered psychic damage plus 8888, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 200, villain carousel opening still needs 1700. Listening to this system's beep, Bai Zhou couldn't help but almost laugh out loud. The wool of these two fat sheep can be really good to grip. They are sent to the door, this to whom to reason? You. Shuyan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, but after Shinqin beside him glanced at him, he took a slight breath. With a contemptuous smile on his face, he said, "What's the matter, Bai Zhou? You're the eldest young master of the Bai family and you don't dare to accept my challenge. Could it be that it's because you have mediocre qualifications and are afraid of my SSS rank talent, is it?" Mockery full of meaning. This tone of speech, Bai Zhou heard it and knew that it must have been taught by that woman Shinqin. And it was at the same time that Chu Yun's words fell. "Chu Yun, how dare you!" A loud cry came. White Boat's 4 black-clad bodyguards instantly dodged out and blocked White Boat behind them. For this bodyguard to suddenly change from 5 to 4, Bai Zhou knew with his heels. It must have been the fact that he had contracted an E-rank gifted spirit lady, causing this henchman to hurry back to report it worriedly. However, White Boat didn't care at all. The contemptuous smile on Chu Yun's face intensified a few points as he looked at the protected White Boat. "That's it? And the youngest member of the White family? I'm afraid you'll have to hide behind these bodyguards and be a shrunken head turtle for the rest of your life. Kid, you." That head bodyguard immediately intended to make a move against Chu Yun. However, Bai Zhou slightly raised his hand to stop his men's movements and said as he looked at Chu Yun from afar, "You want to challenge me, don't you? Very well, I accept. Young master." A few bodyguards were immediately startled. However, the moment White Boat nodded his head in agreement, there was a soft thud. An invisible boundary was clearly unfolding from between White Boat and Chu Yun. Regardless of whether it was these bodyguards or the eager eaters around them, surprisingly, they were directly pushed out. A circular vacuum of roughly 10 meters in diameter formed around them. Among them, only Bai Zhou and Chu Yun remained, as well as their 2 respective spirit nymphs. The others were kept out by that invisible barrier. Those students who were eating the melons each had a gleam of amazement in their eyes. This is the original power from this world? A ring boundary that is automatically formed after a challenge is initiated between Imperial Spiritists and accepted by both parties? This is the first time I've seen it. I didn't realize it was so subtle. That's all you guys care about? I'm instead curious as to why young Master Bai is so brave. How dare he really just accept Chu Yun's challenge? Yes, Chu Yun is an SSS-ranked Imperial Spirit Master, and his spirit nymphs all have S rank. While young Master Bai only has an A rank, and his spirit nymph is even more pathetic with only an E. The result is obvious. Isn't this a one-sided crushing? Does young Master Bai have some kind of masochistic tendency? The head of the Bai family's bodyguards instantly turned his head, and that icy gaze instantly made these people directly shut up, and one by one, they sneakily burrowed into the middle of the crowd. He even mumbled, "Can't see me, can't see me." But to put it bluntly, the inner thoughts of these few bodyguards of the Bai family were actually exactly the same as theirs. The anxious henchman couldn't help but address the head honcho. "Boss, what should we do now? How come the young master agreed so quickly? With this gap in talent and strength, young master is this bound to be killed in seconds." But just then, the henchman's words hadn't even fallen. Put. A muffled sound came from this boundary. The scene was instantly silent. Chapter 9. It's true that it's seconds, but it's the other way around, isn't it? The few bodyguards who were frowning and plotting had no idea what was going on. But the instantly silent scene also made them all stare. The 4 men then realized that the onlooker students, who had been pushed to the outside of the boundary just like them, were also teachers. Surprisingly, the 4 big words dumbstruck are perfectly interpreted on their faces. That expression was as if it had been carved from the inside of a mold. What's going on here? After the 4 bodyguards turned their heads with a confused look on their faces. Hiss. All 4 of them took in a deep breath of cold air. And then, that expression was instantly identical to the rest of the eaters. Only the transparent boundary wall was visible. A figure, surprisingly, was in a large shape, lying dead on its back. He also held a long, dark red blade in his hand. And that long blade, at this time, also appeared to have a tiny crack. And then ka-la-la. Surprisingly, it directly collapsed on the spot. The points of light that turned into slowly formed into a woman's figure. Who else could this woman be if not Shinshin? Put. With a sound on the ground, Shinshin fell heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood also splashed out from the paper-colored Shinshin's mouth. That large figure also slid slowly down the wall of the boundary. This figure was, of course, Shinshin's imperial spiritist Chu Yun. At this moment, Chu Yun was actually bleeding from his 7 orifices on the spot and fell into a coma. And that was when Chu Yun slipped. It revealed the figure that stood opposite Chu Yun in the distance, that stood with one hand behind his back. White Boat, with his right hand holding up a bright silver, brightly colored lance in his hand. Standing there with a bland face, it was as if everything that happened had nothing to do with him. Gulp. It was then that the bodyguard in the lead swallowed heavily, his voice stiff and trembling. Really? Really killed in seconds? But how come the one who was killed in seconds was this SSS-ranked talented Chu Yun? That doesn't seem to be the way the script is written. And at that very moment, the frozen crowd exploded again. Holy! What did I see? Chu Yun, who possesses SSS-ranked talent, contracted the S-ranked quality Shinshin and was actually killed in seconds? This SSS plus S results in letting an A plus E go second? Fake, right? No. Am I traveling? What am I missing here? What the hell happened? Did any of you see it? It's not really clear who out there actually saw it. But the people inside, naturally, were each aware of it. Chu Yun, who was already unconscious at this point, was no longer able to have any special expression. But that Shinshin, whose face was as colorful as paper and who was covering her own chest and gasping for breath, had an expression of almost distorted kind of horror at that moment. She knew exactly what had just happened. Right at the first moment when Bai Zhou accepted Chu Yun's challenge. This boundary from the world's origin power was instantly spread out. It was also during the formation of this boundary that Chu Yun was still there snickering and talking. Bai Zhou, I really didn't expect that you'd be so bold and really dare to accept my challenge, huh? Well then, it's better this way, we don't put bets. But it was not to be. Regarding the bet on the contract between Lin Wei and Bai Zhou, Chu Yun hadn't even had time to exit yet. White Boat's somewhat impatient sounding voice then rang out. If you want to fight, fight, what's the point of grinding? Though it was also straightforward to turn around and take Lin Wei's small hand. After the Guru and Spirit Lady have made a pact, they can reach the point of mind and spirit unity through the pact. The moment when two people's hearts and minds mingle. Instantly a feeling of fusion rose from the bottom of their hearts. The skinny Lin unicorn instantly transformed into dots of white light that coalesced in the center of White Boat's right palm. The gentian bright silver gun that glistened in the sunlight, with a touch of sternness, was held steadily in Bai Zhou's hand. A powerful feeling made White Boat even want to cheer out. But he simply did not give Chu Yun much of a chance to react. Gentian bright silver lance talent skill number 2. Rage Za. Mixed with a loud shout, the long spear in his hand pointed straight at Chu Yun. And Chu Yun was shocked to see this scene. Holy! After cursing White Boat for engaging in a sneak attack without martial arts. It was also immediately intended to Shinshin, transformed into a dark red long knife appeared in the hand. But just at the moment when Shinshin had just taken shape, a deafening roar immediately came from Chu Yun's ears. This movement caused Chu Yun's body to instantly stiffen in place, his face pale. Then he saw White Boat's lance, viciously stabbing towards himself. He instinctively tried to resist, but he had no control over his limbs at all. One could only watch as Bai Zhou's long sword stabbed at him. The pain coming from his chest was like he had let a train hit him. After spraying out a strong stream of blood, he also flew out backwards. It slammed hard on top of the boundary. After spitting out a difficult impossible, he also directly passed out. And it hadn't taken a total of 15 seconds from the start. So the people out there didn't even react. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has received plus 99 physical damage, plus 9,999 psychic damage, plus 500 heavenly destiny villain value, and 1200 more is needed for the villain carousel to open. Such a system beep also instantly sounded in White Boat's mind. Of course, on top of the surprise, White Boat also discovered a problem. That was the moment just now when he was quite certain that the gentian bright silver spear transformed by Lin Roy in his hand would directly pierce through Chu Yun's chest. Chu Yun would inevitably drink the northwest on the spot. However, it felt as if the lance was wrapped up by an invisible force as it hit Chu Yun. The result was that it only knocked Chu Yun out and did not pierce through his body. Murphy. White Boat looked sideways at the boundary at the outer edge of the vacuum zone. Is this also the work of the original power of this world? White Boat hadn't really guessed wrong. In order to ensure that powerful oracles don't die in the midst of oracular infighting. Without both imperialists initiating a life and death duel, the world's honky-tonk power will create more than just a dueling ground. It will even turn on protection when it detects that one of the parties is in a life or death crisis. This was what prevented Chu Yun from dying directly under White Boat's gun. However, this was the effect that White Boat wanted. Chu Yun was his own big fat sheep, before the wool was completely gathered. That was something that could never allow Chu Yun to die so easily. Shin Qin was knocked back. Chu Yun was also unconscious with blood flowing from his 7 orifices. White Boat laughed lightly and casually waved his hand. The gentian bright silver gun in his hand turned into bits of starlight and condensed into a thin body. At this time, Lin Wei's face was still a little pale and her body gently leaned against Bai Zhou. After all, the skill had just been unleashed, which had a drain on both Bai Zhou and Lin Wei. At this time, Lin Wei was also looking at the miserable Chu Yun and Shin Qin on the opposite side, and Lin Wei's eyes couldn't stop flashing with shock. This is what we did. Listening to Lin Wei's question, Bai Zhou smiled. No, you did this. Me? Lin Wei's demeanor looked a little flustered. This. But Miss Shin Qin, she's an S-rank quality spirit lady, and brother Chu Yun is even an SSS rank royal spirit master. And I'm just a. Lin Wei hadn't finished his words. White Boat then stretched out a finger and placed it in front of Lin Wei's small mouth. Lin Wei instantly shut up, and her small face flushed red on the spot. Just look at White Boat looking at himself with a tender gaze and a gentle voice. Now you, Lin Wei, are my White Boat spirit lady. Don't you ever get so paranoid again, you hear me? I don't know why, but looking at Bai Zhou's sincere gaze, as well as listening to this gentle voice of Bai Zhou, it made Lin Wei unable to generate any thoughts of disobedience within his heart. Surprisingly, he nodded subconsciously. Looking at such a well-behaved Lin Wei, Bai Zhou was gentle on the surface. But there was a sharp, piercing laugh among the inner circle. Gigi, after all, it's still an uninitiated little girl, it's just too good to coax, huh? After CPUing Lin Wei, Bai Zhou naturally took Lin Wei's small hand and turned around. And the boundary formed because of the duel gradually dissipated after one of the parties lost the ability to fight. But Shin Qin, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, realized that the footsteps of Bai Zhou and Lin Wei were actually walking towards him. She was so shocked on the spot that she waved her hand. Don't come over, don't kill me, I know it's wrong. Chapter 10, Even dog lickers can only be grandchildren? Shin Qin was really scared now. Although she was in a better state than Chu Yun, that was entirely due to the fact that all of White Boat's attacks landed on Chu Yun's body. Because Lin Wei's Rage Za, the second of his natural skills, had a certain control effect, Chu Yun did not even have time to raise his sword in defense. Otherwise, Shin Qin was afraid that she would be directly stabbed back by a shot. It was definitely even more miserable than the current Chu Yun. But that didn't stop the fear from rising in her heart at the moment. She had just morphed into her own spirit weapon. Suddenly a kind of, as if from a higher power, pressure was felt. It made it so that she wasn't even able to release any skills in general anymore. To say that Chu Yun was controlled by the pre-effects of the Rage Za skill. Then she is being suppressed alive. But clearly, that Lin Wei was just an E-rank quality spirit lady. How can you do that? He himself was clearly S-ranked, and he wasn't sure how many notches higher than Lin Wei. So the reason is certainly not because of Lin Wei. Rather, it's because of the White Boat. There was definitely something wrong with this imperial spiritist of White Boat. Otherwise, how could it be possible to manipulate the spirit lady, who was only at a mere E rank, to kill Chu Yun, who was gifted at the SSS rank, as well as herself, who was at the S rank, in seconds? Seeing the footsteps of Bai Zhou walking towards himself at this moment, there was also the expressionlessness on that Bai Zhou's face. Shin Qin felt her bladder begin to quiver. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 888, gained Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 1150 to open. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 1100 to open. In the midst of such systematic beeps, Bai Zhou was already holding Lin Wei's hand in front of Shinqin. It was the system's beep in his head that reminded Bai Zhou of Shinqin's role. It also deliberately stopped, slightly lowered its head, and looked at Shinqin with an eye like looking at garbage, and said indifferently, "Is that what you said, to contract with me? You? So disappointing." Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 8,848, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 1,000. That's when Shinqin suddenly woke up. Yes, he himself had temporarily contracted with Chu Yun in order to have to contract with White Boat, hoping that Chu Yun would bet to defeat White Boat. However, just now, Chu Yun hadn't even said the entirety of the word bet before he was seconded by Bai Zhou. Not only did he have no way to contract himself now, but did he let White Boat completely write himself into the blacklist? No way. Absolutely not. White Boat was so powerful with only an A-rank talent, not to mention the opportunity to improve in the future. I can't spend my life being ruined by this SSS rank trash Chu Yun. Young Master Bai. Shinqin's voice was a bit hysterical with a sobbing tone. Surprisingly, it was a direct dive to grab White Boat's ankle, tilting his head and pleading with tears like rain. Young Master Bai, I know I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong, please don't give up on me. It's all him, it's all Chu Yun. Anyway, there was no way to explain it at all now that Chu Yun was unconscious. Shinqin pointed one finger at Chu Yun, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices, her voice miserable. It's all because he lied to me, he compelled me. He said that his SSS rank talent is definitely better than you, young Master Bai, and he asked me to sign a partner contract with him for the time being. Says he's going to challenge you, the bet is Lin Wei, and if he wins, he'll let you and Lin Wei risk the danger of backlash by breaking your contract with Lin Wei. I also agreed to it because I saw the hope of being able to contract with you, young Master Bai. I was possessed. Young Master Bai, I'm loyal to you, truly loyal. The sound of Shinqin crying and shouting spread throughout the entire schoolyard. Those students, one by one, looking at the snotty and tearful Shinqin, kneeling in front of Bai Zhou's miserable appearance, were all sighing for a while. You know, this Shinqin is the recognized school flower. Inside the weekdays, he enjoys the licking dog Chu Yun's unfailing care from on high. This extreme contrast caused the status of the school goddess in their hearts to instantly fall to pieces. I didn't realize that no matter how high and cold this schoolgirl was, she was still so backwards in front of the absolute powerhouse. The goddess of the licking dog Chu Yun is the licking dog of the young master Bai Zhou. TSK, poor Chu Yun even being a licking dog is in the grandchildren's generation. At this time, White Boat didn't care about this. Rather, it was when he heard Shinqin say the word bet. Clearly feeling in his hands, Lin Wei's small hands trembled gently. When he looked at Lin Wei, he found that this girl's gaze was dead set on Chu Yun, who was lying unconscious on the ground. It made Bai Zhou smile slightly. How could he let go of this kind of opportunity? So it was that White Boat also asked in a pretense of exaggeration. In that case, Chu Yun took Lin Wei as a bet to be jealous with me? Shinqin, of course, nodded frantically and said aloud. That's right, that's it, it's all because Chu Yun made me do it, it's all because he forced me to do it. Ha! White Boat let out a light laugh. Naive, Chu Yun is truly too naive. Lin Wei is now my partner in a life and death contract, even if he proposed such a wager, there's no way I'd agree to it. Ding. Detected the host blocking part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 300, villain carousel opening still needs 700. In the middle of the system's beeps, the smile at the bottom of Bai Zhou's eyes could barely be hidden. He understood that it was Lin Wei's state of mind that had changed once again at this moment. Lin Wei's small hand in the center of his own hand was actually taking the initiative to hook onto Bai Zhou's palm at this moment. After giving Chu Yun a deep look, he turned his head to Bai Zhou and said, Classmate Bai Zhou, let's go, the matter between classmate Chu Yun and classmate Shinqin has nothing to do with me. Chu Yun went from brother to classmate in a flash. Who let this Chu Yun make a fool of himself? White Boat was just going along for the ride. Good. With a smile and a nod, White Boat turned around and left. However, Shinqin was still hissing as she held onto Bai Zhou's ankle with a death grip. Young Master Bai Zhou, please. Please don't leave me behind. Even if you let me sign a partner contract with you. Or a master-servant contract would be fine, young Master White Boat. Listening to Shinqin's hiss, Bai Zhou slightly exerted his strength. A kick knocked the schoolgirl to the ground. Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has received plus 10 physical damage, plus 666 psychic damage, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 600. Looking faintly at the miserable Shinshin, he said. Can your sentinel agree to a contract with me? My imperial spiritist? Shinshin froze and turned her head openly to look at Shu Yun. Shu Yun! You pretend to be dead to me again? Get up for the old lady. Break the contract with my mother, right now. Shinshin pounced on the unconscious Shu Yun as if she had gone crazy. It directly rode on Shu Yun's body. Crackling smacked Shu Yun's head. Ding! Flesh damage plus 1 detected to protagonist. Ding! Flesh damage plus 10 detected to protagonist. Ding! Protagonist detected. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Fate villain value plus 100, the villain carousel still needs 500 to open. Shinshin is beating Chuyun like this, can Chuyun still wake up? But that would have nothing to do with White Boat. And then such a succession of system beeps rang out in the middle of it. Bai Zhou had already taken Linwei and left with his head held high. The surrounding students who were eating the melon and the teachers, each one of them didn't say a word as they watched White Boat approach and naturally parted a path. No one dared to stand in front of White Boat. Even if they didn't have the identity of the White family's youngest master, they were still the same. After all, he was a District A-ranked Imperial Spirit Master, manipulating a District E-ranked Spirit Lady. Just spiked a horrible combo like SSS plus S. That's just unthinkable. They were all like that, and these bodyguards brought by White Boat were likewise like that. Curiosity filled their entire bodies, but they didn't dare to ask. After all, they all knew that their young master's temper was not very good. Just like this, they silently followed the young master's side as the group quickly left the campus. And White Boat immediately turned his head to the head bouncer. Go get the car and take me to the 3rd hospital. Hearing this, Linwei couldn't help but still be a little excited, because this was related to her sick father Ah. However, at this moment, the head bodyguard spoke with a hardened expression of embarrassment. Young master, I advise you. It's better to go home first, the master is already angry. Chapter 11. The little girl is going schizophrenic. Oh? Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow and looked at the head bodyguard who spoke and knowingly said. Who pissed off my dad again? White Boat. A rhetorical question to this bodyguard will not be able to hold. Of course it's you, the unfilial son. Who else could it be? But is that something that this bodyguard would dare to say? But your young master asked, and you can't not answer. So he can only open his mouth by looking hard at Linwei who was standing beside Bai Zhou. Master heard that. Young master, you have contracted with a spirit maiden whose natural talent is only E-rank, or a life and death contract, so... That was enough of the talk, mainly because he was afraid to go on. Hearing this, Linwei understood it all. Subconsciously, he lowered his own head and ducked behind Bai Zhou. What Bai Zhou wanted was an answer like that from the bodyguard for Linwei to hear. Because only in this way could one more conveniently deepen the bond between himself and Linwei. As long as Linwei got closer to him, the more chances he had that he could obtain the Heavenly Fate villain value from Linwei's body. Therefore, Bai Zhou deliberately waited for this bodyguard to finish his words before tightening the palm holding Linwei's small hand and softly said to Linwei. Don't worry, I'm here, it'll be fine. Hiss. To be honest, White Boat himself was all over the place when he said this. That's so ing mean. Who can stand that? But that's exactly why. If Bai Zhou couldn't stand it, how could Linwei? Ding. Detected the host blocking part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 400. Looking at Linwei's moving eyes, he listened to the system beep in his head. White Boat knew that he had succeeded. Smiling slightly, he turned to the head bouncer. If it's because of this, don't worry about it, go get the car. This. The bodyguard obviously also didn't expect that his young master would still be so calm when he heard that his master was angry. Although the young master in the past was not afraid of anything, he was most afraid of the old man in the family. What's going on today? Could it be because the battle just now gave the young master confidence? It can't be, can it? Although I don't know why the Chu Yun was given a second by the young master, an E-rank spirit lady is still an E-rank after all. Young master! This bodyguard was still trying to struggle. His lordship is really angry, you're still. But Whiteboat didn't give him a chance to finish his sentence this time. A cold, soft eep. You're teaching me things? Hiss. This head bodyguard instantly drew in a breath of cold air. Waving his hand in a hurry, he said, No, don't dare. Don't dare. I'll get the car, I'll take you to the 3rd hospital. With that, the bodyguard disappeared in a flash. To be reasonable, the bodyguards were all at least Imperial Spirit Masters over level 10. And Whiteboat had only just completed the contract level 1 Imperial Spiritist. Strength is naturally something that can be completely crushed. But what this bodyguard was afraid of wasn't Bai Zhou's strength, it was the entire Bai family that he was afraid of. If you offend the young master, and when you get home, he'll get himself killed with a word, and you'll still be teaching others how to work? What kind of a person is he to do that? At this moment, looking at the bodyguard who had fled, Lin Wei's pupils gently flickered with a different kind of light among them. Whiteboat has just been bullying people again. But normally, when I saw Bai Zhou doing this, I clearly hated it very much. It feels like such a person only knows how to bully others and is simply a bad person. But now, Whiteboat actually did this for himself. An inexplicable peace of mind rose from amongst Lin Wei's heart. Suddenly it became clear that what I clearly hated was now making me so joyful. What the hell is going on here? Lin Wei. You're not going to turn bad too, are you? The little girl's heart was producing this feeling. If only Whiteboat could hear Lin Wei's heart. Absolutely delighted at this point. Because the more Lin Wei produced such a change in her state of mind, it was proof that she was getting farther and farther away from the protagonist Chu Yun. It was the first time Lin Wei had sat in the back seat of a flimsy limousine. How could she not have imagined that this was obviously just a very old-fashioned form of transportation, but the texture of the seat was more comfortable than her own hardboard bed at home. Especially in the middle of a fast ride, she couldn't feel any bumps, very different from the buses she had been riding for a long time. All along the way, Lin Wei kept sneaking glances at Bai Zhou, who was sitting beside him. Going through so much in such a short time now. Any change in the previous Lin Wei was simply unimaginable. One thought that one would be happy enough to be able to trek together with one's childhood playmate, brother Chu Yun, and ride the bus to school together every day. But compared to my current self, that's like a world away. I don't know why, but Lin Wei's mind at this moment had a strange thought that arose very suddenly. Even if I sit here and cry, I'm happier than if I sit on a bus and laugh. But the next second, her whole body became flustered again. Lin Wei, how could you have such thoughts? If you're like this, won't you become one of those repulsive women that brother Chu Yun talks about? No. You can't do this, you. Wait. Why do I still have to listen to brother Chu Yun? He's not my brother, he actually treated me like a piece of merchandise to bet with Whiteboat? And Whiteboat didn't even mind my E-rank quality and signed a life and death contract with me, but what about him? But Chu Yun wasn't such a person before. Lin Wei, what the hell is going on? Ding. Detected the host blocking part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 300. Does that give you points again? With a surprised face, Bai Zhou turned his head to look at Lin Wei, who seemed to be scratching his head a little. There was some joy hanging in the bottom of his eyes. He didn't care if this Lin Wei was all on the verge of some kind of schizophrenia now. As long as the girl can provide herself with points, then feel free. Not long after, Bai Zhou's vehicle slowly stopped at the entrance of the 3rd hospital. After getting out of the car, the one leading the way became Lin Wei. Because my father is in the hospital right now. Lin Wei, who was walking at the front, still had a faint surprise on his face. It seemed that he couldn't wait to tell his father that he had succeeded in contracting a sentinel. And this sentinel is still nice to himself. But just as she was leading Bai Zhou and the others in the elevator of the hospitalization department to her father's floor, Lin Wei's gaze instantly condensed, and he suddenly let out an urgent cry of alarm. Dad! And then with a sad face, he flew over. This was also the first time Bai Zhou came to the 3rd hospital inpatient department in this world. After the elevator doors opened, it was found that the corridors of this inpatient unit were filled with hospital beds. Surprisingly, there are a lot of patients who don't even have a room to stay in, just in this corridor, supporting a board bed. And the direction Lin Wei swooped out in just happened to be one of the patients who had been placed in the hallway. This patient was yellow and bony, even with an oxygen mask. But it wasn't a machine that gave him oxygen, just a pillow-sized package. There was a hangnail on his side, and he was covered with a thin sheet. Lin Wei's tears immediately flowed out and he pounced closer. "Dad, how did you get pushed inside the hallway? Didn't the cry say you were dying and needed special care? How do you?" At this time, in the ward next to the child, a white coat in a white coat looks about 30 years old, holding a tablet came out. Lin Wei pounced on him the first moment she saw him. "Dr. Lee, what's going on? Isn't my dad inside the ward? Why is he here?" This Dr. Lee, when he saw Lin Wei, a few moments of avoidance even appeared in his eyes as he took a slight step back. "Coughing," he said. "Girl, it can't be helped, hospital wards are tight as you know." Lin Wei spoke quickly with a sobbing voice, "But didn't you say that my father's situation is very dangerous and needs focused care?" And pointing to the ward behind Dr. Lee, he said, "And there are obviously beds in here, so why won't you let my dad in?" "I did say so." This Dr. Lee seemed to have seen the gazes of quite a few people in the ward go around Lin Wei to draw them over, and said with some impatience, "But with the little money you give, does it deserve a ward? There's no point in wasting resources when your father is dying anyway. This ward is better left to the Imperial Spiritist or the Spirit Lady Sama." "What?" Hearing this, Lin Wei's little face instantly turned white. This Dr. Lee was also unwilling to entangle himself with Lin Wei, and shook off Lin Wei with the intention of leaving. But right at this moment, Bai Zhou directly blocked in front of Dr. Lee and spoke in a cold voice. "You, what's your name? Chapter 12 Haven't been a bully, haven't seen a bully run? You, what's your name?" White Boat's tone sounded very flat. And this Dr. Lee, who was planning to shake off Lin Wei, frowned slightly in the face of this youth who suddenly appeared to stop him. Because both Bai Zhou and Lin Wei were wearing the same school uniform. Of course he was the first to assume that the two were together. Lin Wei, the poor guy, thought he could make waves again by finding a male classmate? So this Dr. Lee directly transferred his impatience to Bai Zhou. "Where are you from, boy? Do I have to tell you who I am?" But the moment his words fell. Put. The muffled sound. Dr. Lee, who was still standing properly in front of Bai Zhou, was gone in an instant. And there was a gasp of surprise among the hospital corridors. The head bodyguard behind White Boat was actually directly choking this Dr. Lee's neck and pushed Dr. Lee heavily against the wall behind him. The head bouncer's voice was hoarse. "What kind of a thing are you that you dare to talk to our Bai family's young master like that? What?" After hearing these words, the flustered crowd inside the corridor instantly turned their shocked gazes to Bai Zhou one by one. "This young man is one of the 4 legendary plutocrats, the eldest young master of the Bai family? How did he end up in the 3rd hospital?" At this moment, Dr. Lee, who had just been really furious because of this bodyguard leader's sudden attack, wanted to loudly reprimand him. The look stiffened instantly. Didn't even care about his own choked neck. Terrified eyes turned to White Boat. That face also turned pale in an instant as if it was visible to the naked eye. And the head bodyguard let go of this Dr. Lee at the right time. Dr. Lee's body slid off the wall and went straight to his knees. "Young Master Bai." His voice was a bit hoarse, definitely from being pinched just now. But he couldn't care less about that. Crawling on all fours just like that on the ground, he arrived in front of White Boat. "Young Master Bai, I'm sorry, young Master Bai, I'm really..." "Blind me, dog." Snap. The sound. This Dr. Lee fought a hard slap to his face. "Young Master Bai, my dog's eyes don't recognize him, Natai." Pow. "I deserve to die for rushing young Master Bai." Pow. "Young Master Bai, you're generous, please spare my life, spare my life." Pop. This Dr. Lee slapped himself hard in the face one at a time. While White Boat, who was standing there looking down at Dr. Lee on his knees, remained expressionless. In fact, he was by no means calm inside. If there hadn't been anyone around, he would have been unable to stop himself from laughing out loud. That's not true, he was just an ordinary student even before he crossed over. One leap after crossing over and you become this kind of young master. Like this, the image of the other person just hearing his name was so shocked that he fell to his knees on the spot and furiously smacked his own big mouth. Before White Boat crossed over, he couldn't even think about it. But then, at least he had to maintain his image as a young master, so he could only forcefully control himself to get used to this feeling. It's enough to just be secretly happy in your own mind. Even, White Boat glanced sideways at the bodyguard standing beside him. This bodyguard also understood, and immediately brought out a chair from somewhere. And White Boat just sat on it lightly. Looking faintly at this Dr. Lee, he said. Okay, stop fighting, there are so many patients, and then you're making noise about people. The tone of Bai Zhou's speech was flat, without any foul language, and likewise there was nothing of a playboy, bullying kind of attitude. Instead, there's a sense of courteousness? And upon hearing Bai Zhou's voice, this Dr. Lee instantly stopped his movements. It was at this time that Bai Zhou opened his mouth and asked. You just said. This ward is empty is why you won't let me, the father of a classmate, live in it? White Boat's voice was still calm, and there wasn't any aura. However, Dr. Lee, who was kneeling on the ground, had begun to tremble uncontrollably all over his body. It was a fear that seemed to come from the depths of his soul, leaving him with no way to resist. And after he heard Bai Zhou's words, his body heaved and he turned his head to look at Lin Wei who was standing there. Gritting his teeth, he spoke stiffly. Did I say that? I didn't, did I? Ms. Lin Wei's father. Asshole. Which ungrateful person dared to place Miss Lin Wei's father in the hallway? I'll never forgive you if I find out. Those two words were hissed out, and there was no telling who they were meant for. And then his voice softened once more and said. Young Master Bai, I'm sorry, I'll transfer Ms. Lin Wei's patient to the ward. Oh. No. Transferred inside our private high-class ward. While saying that, this Dr. Lee was about to get up and immediately arrange a private room for Lin Wei's father. And Lin Wei, who was standing there with a bit of tears still in her eyes, looked at this scene, and for a moment her brain went a bit blank. She didn't even know how many times she had dealt with this Dr. Lee because of her father's health. That kind of superior, lofty stance was something Lin Wei was even used to. But today, the doctor who often yelled at himself and his father. Today, kneeling in front of White Boat like this? Kneeling in front of his classmates, kneeling in front of his imperial spiritist. Even, people didn't say anything, they simply asked him a question. He's just going to give his father that private, high-class hospital room he's never even heard of? In the past, Lin Wei, naturally, had also come to the hospital with Chu Yun. After all, they were childhood sweethearts, and Chu Yun had to respectfully call out Uncle Lin when he met Lin Wei's father. Chu Yun had likewise fought for his father's rights in whatever way he could. But the effect Chu Yun got was no different from his own. At that time, when he watched Chu Yun being humiliated because of himself, his heart was not at all savory, and he even felt guilty. But now, we're all obviously the same age. Why is it that this White Boat can be better than Chu Yun in all aspects? Even more so, he was better than Chu Yun was to me. Even better. Lin Wei, who had such thoughts in her heart, couldn't help but clasp her small hands together and place them in front of her chest. Looking at White Boat, who was sitting there peacefully, his eyes had more of a different kind of light. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 200. Listening to the system's beep, Bai Zhou controlled himself to not have any expression. That Dr. Lee had only just stood up and hadn't even had time to run to Lin Wei's father yet. White Boat's voice then came out again. Did I tell you to move? Although the tone was still flat, an invisible aura instantly swept out. While wrapping this Dr. Lee up, it also made Dr. Lee's legs lose all their strength instantly. And he was on his knees once again. No, young Master Bai, I'm sorry, young Master Bai. And looking at Dr. Lee on his knees. White Boat then turned his head and extended his hand towards Lin Wei. Lin Wei didn't know what Bai Zhou was trying to do, but she actually subconsciously placed her small hand in Bai Zhou's palm like this. By the time she reacted, it was too late. Beck Boat unexpectedly pulled her into his arms with a single burst of force and sat her butt on his lap. Bai Zhou, you. The flustered Lin Wei's face instantly went Biao Hong and subconsciously tried to stand up, but Bai Zhou pulled him back with a deadly grip. Then to Dr. Lee, he continued to speak. Introducing you to. And an introduction to all the people in this hospital. Lin Wei is my White Boat's spirit lady, and we signed a life and death contract. What? Hearing this, Dr. Lee's face turned even more pale, and his body directly slumped to the side. And in the corridors, in the wards, there was even a sound of what sounded like panic. Lin. Ms. Lin. Surprisingly, there were so many patients, even the patients' families, who were slowly kneeling on the ground with their bodies trembling like this. The panic in their eyes even caught up with Dr. Lee. Baijiu of course knew that with Lin Wei's kind of family conditions and this kind of character, not to mention doctors, even patients who were also patients could not be kind to her. And because of that, Lin Wei realized why Baijiu was making such intimate gestures towards himself. Turns out, it's because of this. Just this moment of Baijiu's boyfriend power right now made Lin Wei's body tremble and he couldn't hold back any longer. Surprisingly, he subconsciously blurted out. White boat. Brother. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, and has gained a heavenly fate villain value of plus 200, the villain carousel has been opened. Chapter 13 Rare Equipment? The system is still awesome ah. Listening to the system beep in his head, Baijiu's heart was really happy ah. Yeah, this villainous carousel has only just crossed over itself, and it's already on for the third time. It's really not a waste of time to come to the hospital first and purposely pretend to be in front of a girl. That's right, this was the reason why Baijiu decided to come to the hospital with Lin Wei early before going home. But he remembered that in the original story, after the protagonist Chu Yun awakened his SSS grade talent, he signed a partner contract with Lin Wei. Taking the school's bonus for Chu Yun, he ran inside the hospital. It was a hard way to put on a big show in front of those who had bullied Lin Wei. More than that, he has gained the heart of his green plum, Lin Wei. Only now. That Chu Yun might still be lying inside the hospital himself. Let yourself, the villain, do this pretending thing for you. As for what Lin Wei really thought in his heart, what exactly had become of his expression as he looked at himself now? White Boat didn't care at all but said directly to the system in his head. Start the raffle. Yeah, the big wheel is open, why don't you draw it and save it for New Year's? The familiar large spinning wheel unfolded in front of White Boat, and the stream of light flickered rapidly once again. Soon, another demonic purple light lit up. Surprisingly, it was exactly the same as when he had drawn out the mirror that allowed him to view the other person's attributes at will. Ding! In the next second, the system's beep also sounded instantly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Spirit Lady's equipment, the Chain of Spiritual Rhinoceros. Chain of Spiritual Rhinoceros, the Spirit Maiden completes her transformation under the effect of wearing the Chain of Spiritual Rhinoceros, becoming a spiritual weapon with a 10% chance of not generating any consumption when releasing a skill and boosting the effect of the skill by 10%. Listen to the presentation in your head. Baijiu had already seen a necklace floating up and down in the system space with an egg-sized, heart-shaped sapphire pendant hanging from it. Even if it's just sitting there quietly. Baijiu felt that it was extremely beautiful, but any other girl would fall in love with it if she saw it, right? But that wasn't what White Boat cared about. A feeling of amazement had arisen in his mind. This is actually an equipment prop? Baijiu was familiar with the original plot. Of course he knew that the Imperial Spirit Masters and Spirit Nymphs in this world had a way to increase their strength besides trying to cultivate and learn skills. It's about equipping a variety of props. Some props have an increase effect. Some props have active skills, while others have passive skills. But they all have the same attribute of rarity. In particular, props and equipment specifically tailored for Spirit Lady are hard to find for thousands of dollars. Because it simply can't be made in this world. It can only be obtained by fighting monsters, making copies and such. So all these things are basically in the hands of the strong and the powerful. Because if you're a weakling and swipe something like this and don't give it to an auction or a powerful person, then you'll realize that everyone you meet on the street is a robber. It's true that you've had these things in your own home for a long time. But the Spirit Lady outfit. Even his own father, who had only managed to find one defense-type ring after so many years, was wearing it on his own mother's hand. And he actually drew out such a rare Spirit Maiden equipment straight out of the third system roulette today? Although the level was only purple, this would be worth a fortune if you took it out. That's just a stroke of luck. And after a brief moment of surprise, Baijiu also carefully studied the necklace's function. 10% chance of releasing a skill with no consumption, and it will also boost the effect by 10%. It was something that could, indeed, be taken to Lin Wei. In the battle with Chu Yun just now, White Boat had manipulated Lin Wei to cast a skill as soon as he came up. Although that skill doesn't consume magic, it does consume stamina value. And the consumption is shared equally between the Imperial Spiritist and the Spirit Lady. After casting that skill, Baijiu felt that he had the stamina value to release the same skill at least 4 more times. However, with the feedback that the Genshin Bright Silver Gun was giving him, Lin Wei was going to be disappointed at most 2 more times, and that skill was going to turn gray and unable to be released. Even if he still had power left, which Lin Wei couldn't, that skill wouldn't help at all. 10% chance to unleash an enhanced version of the skill once without consumption. White Boat felt as if this thing had become a pre-existing artifact. I can't believe it's only a purple quality. How many other surprises are hidden inside the system that one would not expect? The current White Boat had begun to somewhat look forward to the next villainous carousel. But now, White Boat's mind moved. The necklace with the heart-shaped sapphire hanging from it appeared in Bai Zhou's hand. Turning his head to look at Lin Wei, who was staring blankly at himself, he didn't say anything and slowly stretched out his arms. The frozen Lin Wei didn't react at all. When she noticed the abnormality, she suddenly realized that she actually seemed to have burrowed into White Boat's embrace. Lin Wei's face turned red once again, and his body instantly tightened. On the spot, he actually closed his eyes directly, and his heart was in a frenzy. This. I sat on Bai Zhou's lap, not to mention that he even still hugging me? But I'm not ready to go to a hotel with White Boat. How can this work, this? But how come I'm not repulsed at all when Bai Zhou hugs me? Isn't he a big bad guy? Shouldn't I hate him so much? What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Knock, 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 knock. Lin Wei's violent heartbeat clearly reached Bai Zhou's ears. White Boat was all slightly stunned at hearing this. What's this, a heart attack? Amidst his doubts, Bai Zhou raised his head after putting the necklace on Lin Wei. It was then that he realized that Lin Wei, at that moment, had his eyes dead shut. Hands clutched at his lapels. Her face was scarlet, and her shell teeth were lightly clenched. Yes. Seeing this image, White Boat's mouth was all agape. No, I'm just putting a necklace on you, it's not like I'm going to eat you, do you have to be like this? Listening to Bai Zhou's voice, Lin Wei's body trembled once again. Necklace? It was then that Lin Wei, who had his eyes closed, realized a cool touch coming from his neck. Hastily opening his eyes, he saw a sapphire the size of an egg hanging from his chest. Glittering in the light of the glow. It's too pretty. It was exactly the same as Bai Zhou's initial guess, no girl could refuse the look of this necklace. But the next second, this Lin Wei instantly became flustered, even reaching out to remove the necklace from his neck while saying, No. This just looks expensive, I can't take it, you. However, Bai Zhou snapped. With a sound, he gently caught Lin Wei's flustered little hand. Looking into Lin Wei's eyes, he said in a domineering tone, Here, just take it. Lin Wei's pupils trembled heavily. White Boat tone in the tone of that kind of undoubted tone, so that Lin Wei could not give birth to any resistance, and even for no reason in the heart also rippled with a touch of ripples. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 3,900. Only after hearing the system's beep did White Boat slowly put away his toes that were embarrassingly close to gouging the floor through. Yeah, it. The tone of his voice, is he forced to hold out, Give it to the man himself to not talk like that. But isn't that also for villain value? Who let little human girls eat that up? White Boat, it can't be helped. The next thing is simple. That Dr. Lee said something about a private high-class ward. Bai Zhou didn't even look at it and immediately arranged for his men to discharge Lin Wei's father, who was still in a coma. Turning his head, he was sent into the middle of his own white family's own private hospital. On the best doctors, the best instruments, and even letting imperial spiritists with healing abilities come down to treat Lin Wei's father. All these things were nothing more than a move of the tongue for White Boat, and none of them would be a loss at all. But in Lin Wei's eyes, Bai Zhou had become her Lin Wei's great benefactor, the kind of benefactor that could not be repaid in a lifetime. After these last night. It was only then that Bai Zhou returned to the Bai family's villa under the guidance of the bodyguards. But as soon as he entered the door holding Lin Wei's little hand, a conspiratorial voice rang out. Yo, isn't this my brother Bai Zhou? Next to you, this is your E-rank trashy spirit lady, isn't it? Oh. No, should I call my sister-in-law? Chapter 14 Harm. Who doesn't have a few poor relatives? Accompanied by such a voice, a young girl who looked to be about the same age as White Boat wobbled right in front of White Boat. And the same time he saw this young girl, Bai Zhou knew who she was. This is her aunt's daughter, her sister of sorts, named Ma Rong. Bai Zhou, who was familiar with the original plot, knew this Ma Rong too well. This woman was born just a few days after herself, and completed her transfer on the same day as herself. She also contracted a well-talented imperial spiritist the moment she transferred. And that imperial spiritist also agreed without saying a word because Ma Rong's mother is a member of my Bai family. He was brought home by Ma Rong to meet his parents on the same day. Of course, if that was all, it was not enough for White Boat to remember. Just this Ma Rong in the middle of the novel, learned that Chu Yun's talent actually had an SSS rank. And very good looking, instantly impressed. Even at that time, she was about to marry her very first imperial spiritist, but she still took the initiative to climb into Chu Yun's bed. As for Chu Yun, naturally, he had long known that Ma Rong's identity was actually Bai Zhou's sister. Chu Yun, of course, will be the plan, anyway, to send the door to the woman, do not want to do nothing. Later on, this Ma Rong fell head over heels in love with Chu Yun. It even backfired and became one of Chu Yun's traitors in the Bai clan. It became an important pawn for Chu Yun to bring down the Bai family in the future. It's just that in the end, I didn't expect that Chu Yun would actually up for Ma Rong's mom as well. The love of your life killed your mother, and you're still an accomplice. With multiple blows, Ma Young went crazy. But she was originally a pawn, how could Chu Yun care about her? It looks like this Ma Young ended up in a pretty bad situation. But what does this have to do with White Boat? This Ma Rong, in order to prevent her from becoming the nail in Chu Yun's coffin in the future, one had to dispose of her ahead of time in order to do so. It was only today that Bai Zhou had not expected at all that he would actually meet with this kind of character that only appeared in the midterm so early. It seems that because of the fact that he contracted an E-rank spirit lady, all these useless relatives couldn't help but jump out and jump up and down? And it was after this Ma Rong's conspiratorial voice fell. In the middle of the living room, a mid-air angry shout instantly exploded. And you have the nerve to come back? The huge aura instantly brought a sense of oppression to White Boat. And Ma Rong, who was standing close to him, even stifled a grunt and took 2 steps back slightly. Looks like Pops can't stand to see such a yin and yang from so Ma Young, can he? That's right, who else could the person who could emit such a huge aura be if not his own cheap old man? At a glance, Bai Zhou saw the middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, frowning and not angry, sitting in the center of the living room sofa. This was the current head of the White family, his own cheap old man. Also, the top 10 masters of the Dragon Kingdom, ranked 10th, Bai Jinnan. The one sitting next to Bai Jinnan was naturally Bai Zhou's mother. There was also a middle-aged woman on the small sofa next to her, that was Bai Zhou's aunt. And Ma Rong retreated with a muffled grunt. A strange young man also came up in a hurry, reaching out to help Ma Rong, his voice gentle and concerned. Young, how are you? I guess this is the Green Turtle Sentinel? Bai Zhou didn't care, but instead held Lin Wei and took a step. However, Bai Zhou clearly felt the resistance coming from Lin Wei's small hands. Turning his head, he realized that at this moment, Lin Wei's head was lower than at any time before. The bodies were trembling gently. This cheap old dad of his own is also, look at giving the girl a fright. Bai Zhou shook his head somewhat helplessly and lowered his head to whisper in Lin Wei's ear. Don't be afraid, I'm here. This was also the sound that Bai Zhou had deliberately imitated. But it was the effect that was remarkable, and Lin Wei's trembling body was actually smoothed out quite a bit. And Bai Zhou also managed to hold Lin Wei and walk to the middle of the Bai family's living room. Just as she came in, her own aunt couldn't help but speak. Boda, back, who is this girl? But Auntie's question White Boat hadn't had time to answer yet. Bang! The muffled sound. Bai Jinnan slapped hard on the coffee table in front of him. It gave the crowd in the room a jolt of fear. Immediately after that, Bai Jinnan roared again. You kid, how dare you bring someone back to me, see if I don't break your legs. Said surprisingly, he was about to shoot up. But next to her, Bai Zhou's mother, Xin Yun, pressed down on Bai Jinnan's arm and scolded. What are you yelling about? Scare the baby again? And my aunt, who was sitting on the sidelines, interjected smoothly. Yes, second brother, the child has grown up and has his own choices, we, as adults, should also sympathize with the child. That's pure standoffishness on your part. It's not your kid, is it? You properly your daughter's contracted an E-ranked imperial spiritist, see what kind of reaction you'll have? And this aunt doesn't even know it, she's still talking. Although, Boat's spirit nymph is only E-ranked, I heard that Boat has A-ranked qualifications, so if she's properly cultivated, surpassing S won't be a problem. It's just a spirit lady, it's not like it's going to limit the development of the imperial spiritist, right? This sounds like persuading Bai Jinnan, but how to listen to the meaning behind this is a sarcasm. Bai Jinnan was on the verge of holding back his outburst, but Bai Zhou was the first to speak. Auntie's right. I wonder how Sister Maron's awakening score is today. Upon hearing this, my aunt burst into a frown. You let her tell you herself. And at this time, Ma Rong also came to Bai Zhou's front with her chest puffed out and slightly raised her own neck and said, Brother, excuse me, myself, a ranked spiritual weapon, aqua sword. Same as you, brother. But... While saying that, the corner of this Ma Rong's mouth was slightly lifted as he turned his head and pulled that unfamiliar boy over and said, Let me introduce you, this is my imperial spiritist, Lu Bo, he, too, is a rank. While saying this, the smile on Ma Rong's face became even more contemptuous. And my aunt, who was sitting there, was even on the verge of laughing. In fact, there was no need for this Ma Young to introduce herself. Because of that mirror floating in the middle of the void, Bai Zhou could see it clearly. While shining the light on Mayon, the message on the mirror reads, Name, Aqua Sword. Level, 1. Quality, Grade A. Talent skill, Hypnotize Wave, condenses water vapor in the air to create a wave that confuses the enemy while inflicting a small amount of damage. White Boat, the mirror, could even see the skills she currently possessed. She was as transparent as a nut in front of White Boat. And as the mirror shone on Lu Bo, a few lines of information actually appeared on it as well. Occupation, Spiritualist. Level, 1. Talent, Grade A. Sentinel talent, none. To put it bluntly, this Lu Bo had nothing but a rank talent, that was simply nothing. No wonder he could be easily cuckolded by Chu Yun in the later stages. And at that moment, Ma Young's voice actually continued. Brother, since I've introduced you to my imperial spiritist, what, you're not going to introduce this spirit lady of yours? The frivolous tone made Lin Wei unable to resist burrowing behind Bai Zhou once again. However, upon hearing Ma Rong's question, Bai Zhou smiled slightly and turned his head towards Lu Bo to open his mouth. Lu Bo, right? Lu Bo was all smiles. Hello young Master Bai, it's me, I'm called Lu Bo. Ma Rong dared to talk to Bai Zhou like that, but Lu Bo didn't dare. In his eyes, even if Bai Zhou was no longer a waste, he was still the youngest master of the Bai family. But Bai Zhou didn't care about Lu Bo's gesture of goodwill and said directly. I, Bai Zhou, challenge you in the name of the Imperial Spirit Master, may I ask, do you dare to accept? What? Hearing Bai Zhou's words instantly caused the others present besides Lin Wei to cry out in shock. One by one, they looked at White Boat, and all of their gazes were full of surprises. But 2 seconds later. Ha 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 ha. Ma Rong unexpectedly let out a shrill laugh on the spot. Did I hear you right, brother? You're joking, aren't you? How dare you challenge me? No wonder you signed a life and death contract with an E-ranked loser, so it's because you're out of your mind. Chapter 15 The gun is the king of all armies. Facing Ma Rong's mockery. The expression on Bai Zhou's face didn't change in any way, he just glanced at her lightly and said, Did I talk to you? You. This Ma Rong's face instantly stiffened. Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 3850 to open. Hearing the system beep in his head, Bai Zhou was instantly a little surprised. I really didn't expect that this Ma Rong could actually provide himself with villain values as well. But soon enough, he came to his senses. After all, this Ma Young did have a big part in the original for some time in the middle and late stages. Moreover, it was also the protagonist Chu Yun's being in a good place, and was even a powerful pusher in overthrowing the Bai family. It's not much of a surprise that you can get the divine destiny villain value through her. However, if that was the case, Bai Zhou felt that he could adjust his strategy for dealing with Ma Rong. Reap a good one on young Ma. And at this time, Ma Rong also had a cold light flashing under her eyes because of Bai Zhou's attitude towards herself. Turning his head to look at Lu Bo standing at his side, he said, Promise him. Ha? Lu Bo was obviously a bit hesitant. Carefully glancing at the one sitting there, Bai Zhou's father, Bai Jinnan, while scratching the back of his head, he said, That's not very nice, is it? Don't worry. White Boat immediately picked up. This is a challenge I've taken the initiative to make to you, and no matter what happens, no one will come after you. Ma Rong gritted her teeth even more. Lu Bo, I order you to oblige him. He contracted an E-ranked loser to actively seek death, what are you afraid of? This. Of course Lu Bo was afraid of Bai Zhou, afraid of the background of the Bai family behind Bai Zhou. However, the others, Bai Zhou, had said that it was fine, plus he himself was now considered to be a royal spiritist who possessed a Bai family bloodline person. So? Well, then I'll accept your challenge. It was also when Lu Bo's words fell. Wu came a soft thud. The boundary that White Boat had seen once before stretched out openly. Moreover, Bai Zhou also discovered that this world origin power was actually so subtle. Previously, on a field that large, this ring field formed a circular vacuum more than 10 meters in diameter. And now, inside the living room of his own home, the diameter of this vacuum was actually compressed to about 7 or 8 meters. Plus, the area of the White Boat family villa's living room was really big. It didn't even affect my parents who were sitting there and my aunt. Kind of fun, huh? A glint of interest had appeared in the bottom of Bai Zhou's eyes. That's right, he wanted to know what this world origin power was really a thing. But it was by no means something that could be explored with the kind of strength he had now. And at that moment, Ma Rong's excited voice had come. Ha ha ha. Well done, Lu Bo. And then, she was actually taking a step forward, looking at Bai Zhou from afar with a contemptuous tone. My good brother, are you used to being bossy in your normal life? Do you really dare to challenge us? Although you and I are both ranked, don't forget that my sentinel, likewise, is ranked. The effect that the Imperial Spiritist and Spirit Lady play together is never as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but far more than 2. If you give in now, I will definitely show you mercy on account of the many years of brother-sister relationship. However, Bai Zhou acted as if he didn't hear what Ma Rong said at all. Self-consciously, he turned his head to look at Lin Wei, who was hiding coyly behind himself, and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid." But this time, Lin Wei was not as silent as before. Instead, he raised his head and looked at Bai Zhou and whispered, "I'm not scared, I'm just a little worried. What if you hurt them? After all, they're your family." White Boat, who heard this, was slightly stunned. The opposite side of the table, Ma Rong's face even stiffened on the spot. What the what? Ding! Detected plus 777 psychic damage to major supporting character. Gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, 3,800 more needed for villain carousel to open. Especially Lin Wei's tone of voice, coy and insincere, and his voice was incomparably sincere. But sincerity really is a must. The system beep that rang in White Boat's head already spoke for itself. Ma Rong was even more furious in place. Big talk, what a death wish. The words fell. There was a soft buzz. Ma Rong's body instantly turned into bits of starlight. In Lu Bo's hand formed a greenish, slender sword. Flicked the long sword in his hand. Lu Bo's face wore a touch of obvious confidence, but he was still the first to speak. Young Master Bai, I'm offended. But White Boat still ignored it. Reaching out, Lin Wei immediately closed his own eyes as silver light flashed. A brightly shining lance was then grasped in White Boat's hands. And seeing this scene, outside the boundary sitting beside Bai Jinnan, Bai Zhou's mother, Xin Yun, raised her eyebrows slightly, a touch of doubt appearing in the bottom of her eyes, unable to resist. It's... Hearing his wife's voice, Bai Jinnan looked sideways at her. What's wrong? Xin Yun slowly shook her head and didn't say anything, but her gaze was always locked on the lance in Bai Zhou's hand. The aunt sitting on the sidelines was feeling nothing. Thought it was his brother and sister-in-law who were worried about their son. So it was with a smile that he also spoke. Don't worry, Young doesn't talk well, but she knows the score, she won't hurt Boat. Just the proud smile on that face shows her mental activities to the fullest. But just as her words fell, the White Boat in the middle of the boundary also spoke. But no one expected the words he said. Who gave you the nerve to let you morph? Sit down. It was accompanied by a loud shout from White Boat. The lance in Bai Zhou's hand gave a heavy thump towards the ground. Dang! A muffled sound accompanied by a terrifying aura shot toward Lu Bo. In the next second, Lu Bo's right hand holding the longsword unexpectedly began to tremble violently. Ding! The sound of a crunch. That aqua sword, which had clearly completed its transformation, unexpectedly disintegrated on the spot. Reimagined as the figure of Ma Rong. Plop, he dropped to the ground. Ding! Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 3,750 to open. It is? Outside the boundary, Bai Jinnan, Xin Yun, and Bai Zhou's aunt unexpectedly stood up from the sofa at the same time. The three of them all had a shocked gleam in their eyes. It's not just them. This is especially true of Lu Bo and Ma Rong, who are the parties involved. Lu Bo looked at Ma Rong incredulously and opened his mouth. Young, what's going on with you? Aren't you going to fight? How come it disintegrated on its own? Looking at Lu Bo, who had a head full of question marks, Ma Rong wanted to hiss. How should I know? Who should I ask if you ask me? However, she still stood up from the ground at the first opportunity and hissed loudly at White Boat in anger. It's you! What have you done? Listening to the sharp hiss of the horse Banyan. With a light smile on his face, Bai Zhou gently stroked the snow-white lance in his hand and said softly. The gun is the king of all weapons. What's more, you only have a measly A grade. Immediately after, the smile on Bai Zhou's face disappeared and a stern light appeared within his pupils as he let out a cold snort. On your knees. Buzz. With a sound, the gentian bright silver spear that Lin Wei had manifested in his hand suddenly let out a soft chirp. Plop. It was as if Ma Rong's body was out of control as he directly knelt on the ground. And, the same scene actually happened on the outside of the boundary. Standing there, Bai Jinan as well as Shen Yun looked at the ant beside them who was suddenly shorter. Both couldn't help but say. No, why are you kneeling with here too? Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 888, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 3,700 to open. Ding. Detected plus 959 psychic damage to major supporting character, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 3,650 to open. Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 3,600 to open. The system beeps in his head kept ringing. Ma Rong was trembling on her knees at this point, her face white. There was nothing but disbelief and shock among the pupils. She gritted her teeth and tried to make herself raise her head, looking dead on in the direction of White Boat. Her voice even became a bit hysterical. No way, that's impossible. Chapter 16. You don't know you're wrong, you're scared. There was also one person who was frantically hissing the words this can't be in his mind. It was, of course, the ant outside the boundary, who was forcibly pressed to her knees. She stared at the picture in the middle of the boundary with big round eyes, looking dead on. There is nothing but disbelief. Even her heart seemed to say. Young, are you acting me? What are you doing? And standing there, White Boat's parents similarly had their eyes flashing with shock as they looked at White Boat standing there inside. They likewise couldn't figure it out. Shen Yun, on the other hand, lost her voice and opened her mouth. Just now, the moment that girl took form, a strange feeling arose inside my heart. Now. Boat and his spirit mother didn't even put up a fight to force Ma Rong to disintegrate? Honey, have you ever seen this before? Bai Jinan was, after all, the 10th strongest of the 10 great masters of the Dragon Kingdom, so of course he had seen a lot. Nodding slowly, he said. Forcing an opponent's Imperial Spiritist Spirit Lady to change back to her original form at the beginning of a battle is a scene I did see once or twice. But, either the rank of a party's Imperial Spirit Master is extremely powerful, or the quality of a party's Spirit Maiden is significantly different. But he's also only an A-ranked Imperial Spiritist and his Spirit Nymph is even only E-ranked, how could this happen? Bai Jinan does know quite a bit. But how could he see Lin Wei's hidden attributes? You should know that Lin Wei was a super SSS grade quality Gentian bright silver gun. Plus the title of King of 100 Soldiers. Even the S-rank Shenxin couldn't resist Lin Wei's pressure, let alone Ma Rong, who is only a mere rank. This is White Boat's strategy. Before this time, Bai Zhou could also force Shenxin to disintegrate through the pressure. However, it was clear that a second kill could cause more damage to Chu Yun, so why should one be redundant? But not anymore. Since finding out that Ma Rong can also give himself points. So why not use a little special method to squeeze some more points out of Ma Young? At this moment, White Boat, who was already carrying the lance that Lin Wei had transformed into, stepped in front of Ma Rong. Ma Rong, who was prostrate on the ground, also saw Bai Zhou's shoes. She gritted her teeth and tried to stand up, absolutely not kneeling in front of Bai Zhou. However, as soon as he looked up and saw the brightly shining lance, she would instantly lose all hostility to resist. At this time, Bai Zhou also slightly lowered his head and faintly spoke. You're saying I'm out of my mind for initiating a challenge to you guys? So now you're kneeling in front of me, could it be that you've broken your knees? Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 3550 to open. You. Marong gritted her teeth and tried to speak. But White Boat lightly said, "Shut up." Well. Marong's mouth just couldn't stay open. Ding. Detected plus 444 psychic damage to the main supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 3500 more needed for the villain carousel to open. That. Lu Bo, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but want to speak up when he saw how miserable his spirit lady was. Me so. There was a soft thud. The icy cold tip of the dragon's gut's bright silver gun instantly landed at the position of Lu Bo's throat. Lu Bo's body trembled and his face turned white. Feeling the cold touch, it felt like the other party could pick his tonsils on the spot with just a little bit of force. Immediately after that he heard White Boat's voice. "This is a family matter for our family, you understand?" Understood. Without any hesitation, Lu Bo immediately backed up and distanced himself from Bai Zhou, and also covered his mouth. "Keep your head down, eyes on your nose on your mouth on your heart, and pretend you can't see anything." Ding. Detected plus 666 psychic damage to the main supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 3450 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Seeing that this Lu Bo was so understanding, Bai Zhou did not say anything more and once again looked down at Marong. "My good sister. Now do you know you're wrong?" Ding. Major supporting character detected taking mind damage plus 888, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 3400 to open. If it wasn't for the fact that Ma Rong was able to constantly provide herself with divine fate villain values, Bai Zhou didn't bother to talk to her more. Ma Rong also gritted her teeth and looked up with difficulty with a pale face. No. But she hadn't finished her sentence. Buzz Bai Zhou instantly swung the gentian bright silver spear in his hand round. Slammed the barrel of his gun hard into Ma Rong's back. Pop. But. A scream came. Ma Rong, who was still struggling to stay on her knees, immediately slumped to the ground. Subsequently, a cold touch also appeared on Ma Rong's neck. Ding. Major supporting character detected taking plus 50 physical damage, plus 333 psychic damage, gaining plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 3350 more needed for the villain carousel to open. I was wrong. I know I'm wrong, brother, don't kill me. I really know it's wrong. That's a straight change of heart? Hearing this panicked voice of Ma Rong, Bai Zhou froze for a moment. Looking at the way the girl was just kneeling on the ground and struggling to support herself, she thought that the girl was really hardened. I didn't realize that this just got the tip of a gun to my neck and I couldn't help but myself. You're not like that, are you? In order to gather a little more wool, White Boat immediately opened his mouth with a smile. You don't know you're wrong, you know you're scared. Ding. Detected plus 856 psychic damage to major supporting character, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, 3300 more needed for villain carousel to open. In the next second, White Boat unexpectedly raised his lance high and stabbed it directly towards the back of Ma Rong's head. The fear of facing death made Ma Rong unable to stop herself from screaming out. Ding. Detected major supporting character taking psychic damage plus 9999, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 3200. Ding. Detected major supporting character taking psychic damage plus 9999, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 3100. Ding. Detected major supporting character taking psychic damage plus 9999, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 3000 to open. The frequency of this system's beep generation had sped up by an unknown amount. The value of all the Divine Destiny villains offered has doubled. Even White Boat smelled a fishy odor amongst the air. It seems that this Ma Rong is really scared to death. And it just so happened that at this very moment, Bai Jinnan, who was outside the boundary, immediately let out a loud shout. Boat, stop. Buzz. The tip of the gun vibrated. The bright tip came to rest firmly on the back of Mayon's neck. Actually, Bai Zhou didn't intend to really kill Ma Rong, and in the middle of this non-life and death duel boundary, he couldn't kill Ma Rong at all. Bai Zhou knew this, and Bai Jinnan knew this even more. The reason why he let out this loud cry was clearly for his aunt. Feeling White Boat stop the movement of his hands, Ma Young, finally, couldn't help herself. Ding! Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 2950 to open. Wah! The cry. Ma Rong, who was lying on the ground and did not dare to move, let out a cry that sounded like a baby's. And it was at this time that Lu Bo took a look at reacted and hurriedly opened his mouth. I concede. This outsider. But has become the key to manipulating this boundary. After Lu Bo's words fell, the boundary formed by the world origin power also slowly dissipated at this moment. White Boat, on the other hand, smiled faintly and let go of his right hand. Golden light dotted the air, and the skinny Lin Wei reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Immediately after landing, he ducked behind White Boat again with a flash, hiding his figure. After losing her intimidation, Ma Rong finally regained her mobility. Rising from the ground, sobbing, he lunged towards his mother, hissing at the top of his lungs. Mom! Mom, do something for me. He bullied me, my brother, he bullied me. He actually tried to kill me. But I'm his sister, I'm his sister. Mom, you have to be there for me. But the next moment. Ding! Detected plus 777 psychic damage to the main supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 2900 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Mom? Why are you on your knees too? Chapter 17, who says that a life and death contract can only contract one? Ma Rong is still here in a daze. White Boat, however, opened his mouth in a very exaggerated manner. Auntie! What's going on here? The ground is cold, get up, get up! He actually rushed up with a single stride, faster than Ma Rong's speed, and pulled his aunt up from the ground. Ding! Major supporting character detected taking mind damage plus 767, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 2850 to open. This divine fate villain value must have been provided by Ma Young. But that didn't mean that his aunt didn't hate him with a passion in her heart. The heart says, and it's not because of you? Now I need you to hold me up instead? But, Auntie, after all, is the elder. Especially after her own daughter had just been crushed by someone else, she could only die trying. Hardly. Oh, Auntie has an earring that seems to have fallen here, how come I can't find it? These words caused Bai Jinnan and Shen Yun to directly roll their eyes. Even Ma Rong couldn't help but spit in her mind. Holy, you don't even have pierced ears, where did you get earrings? Ding! Detected plus 333 psychic damage to major supporting character, gained divine fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel opens with 2800 more to go. Cough. At this moment, Bai Jinnan coughed. He grabbed the words and looked at White Boat in a deep voice. Xiaozhou, you as a brother, why don't you know to give in to your sister? The tone in which Bai Jinnan spoke had long since lost the anger he had felt before. After all, he could sort of see that this E-rank spirit lady that his son had contracted was really not simple nah. A wave of the hand followed. Why don't you apologize to your sister? Hearing this, Bai Zhou immediately asked back. Me? Apologize to her? Ha! With a soft laugh. She's the one who should apologize. Ding! Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 888, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 2750 to open. Me! This Ma Rong, who had left the battle to lose his intimidation, had just wanted to stalk his neck to gamble with Bai Zhou again. However, Bai Zhou reached out and pulled out Lin Wei, who was hiding behind himself. Looking at Ma Rong, he said. Don't you know in your heart what you said before? Apologize. Ding! Detected plus 236 psychic damage to major supporting character, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, 2700 more needed for villain carousel to open. Looking at the thin Lin Wei with his head down, Ma Yang's tear-stained eyes danced wildly. Yeah, what did he just say? He had just called someone's E-rank spirit lady a loser. However, he was actually being crushed in the middle of a battle by an E-rank spirit lady, so much so that he couldn't even raise his head while kneeling on the ground? No way. There was absolutely no way that this woman could only have a measly E-rank. White Boat lied. This is all a conspiracy on his part, it's all deliberate, concealing the spirit mother's rank and intentionally letting me strike. Bai Zhou. You. The more Ma Rong thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but hiss at Bai Zhou once again. But Bai Zhou just gave her a faint look. Ding. Detected plus 864 psychic damage to the main supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 2650 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Just let this Ma Rong tremble. It was as if he remembered the fear that had just risen within him. Instantly, he lowered his head. Trembling, he opened his mouth. Yeah. Sorry. White boat, louder, I didn't hear you. Ding. Major supporting character detected taking mind damage plus 999, gaining divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 2600 to open. I'm sorry. Ma Rong clenched her teeth slightly and spoke loudly. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said something so nasty just now, I'm the one who's a loser. That being said. But Ma Rong, who had her head lowered, had an unwilling glow all over among her pupils. But now she was completely afraid to show such emotions in front of Bai Zhou. White Boat turned his head to look at Lin Wei and said in a soft voice. What do you think of this apology of hers? Ha? Me? How could Lin Wei not have thought that at this time, she still had the right to speak? But looking at Bai Zhou's gentle gaze, Lin Wei also spoke in a small voice. It's all good. It's all good. Only when he saw Lin Wei nodding did Bai Zhou turn his head to Ma Rong and said with a smile as he extended his hand. Since Lin Wei has already forgiven you, why don't you get up? Reaching out to you isn't an apology, but you still have to practice. Ding. Detected plus 999 psychic damage to the main supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 2550 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Looking at White Boat's palm that landed in front of her, Ma Rong clenched her teeth. Without even touching Bai Zhou's palm, he braced himself on the ground and stood up. And at this time, the ant standing at the side also finally spoke again. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first, we just came to check on Ark's awakening today. I didn't realize that Boat really deserves to be your son from Big Brother, huh? Disobedience. The laughter was also awkward as hell. Ding. Detected plus 777 psychic damage to major supporting character, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, 2500 more needed for villain carousel to open. And Bai Jinnan and Shen Yun didn't stop them. Witnessed the three men leave their villa. Only after they had left did Bai Zhou reveal his own smile to his cheap old man Bai Jinnan and said, well, if you have any questions, why don't you guys just ask? Looking at Bai Zhou in such a frank manner, Shen Yun and Bai Jinnan glanced at each other. Shen Yun walked towards Lin Wei with a loving smile on her face, and in the midst of Lin Wei's panicked eyes, she took Lin Wei's small hand in one hand. Look at the scare for the kid. Here, little girl, come talk to your auntie, will you? Lin Wei instinctively cast a look of help at Bai Zhou. However, Bai Zhou smiled at her and nodded, and Lin Wei lowered her own head with a clench of her teeth. And Bai Jinnan also looked at Bai Zhou at this time and hummed. You brat, what a great surprise for your old man. Come with me. With that, he turned and headed for the stairs of the villa. White Boat didn't hesitate. Following his old man Bai Jinnan all the way to the middle of the villa's study. He didn't forget to close the door after entering the room. But just after closing the door to the room, Bai Jinnan couldn't hold back any longer and opened his mouth without even sitting down. Are you out of your mind? This Bai Jinnan's sudden sentence to the White Boat will not be whole. Reasonably speaking, shouldn't Cheap Pops ask himself what the hell was going on with this E-ranked spirit mother? How does that fit in with me being crazy? Letting White Boat couldn't help but open his mouth. No. Dad, what are you talking about? Bai Jinnan rolled his eyes and opened his mouth. You're still playing dumb with me, aren't you? Let me ask you, did you sign a life and death contract with that girl just now? Yes? White Boat nodded rightfully. You or ah? Bai Jinnan was all speechless and said, spreading his hands. Then what about your fiancée after you signed a life and death contract with her? White Boat. My fiancée? I also have. Oh yes. Pa. Of all things, Bai Zhou couldn't help but slap his own head. Good lord, this is something I really forgot about. It's really written in the original. The villain, White Boat, has a fiancée. And because of the family ties of the White family behind White Boat, this fiancé of his definitely doesn't have a low status either. It was even depicted in the original that fiancé was in existence that could be called a national fairy. At that time, he had just crossed over and saw Lin Wei. All he could think about was what kind of method he should use to deed Lin Wei's dragon's guts bright silver gun to his body. I can't believe I forgot about this? Seeing White Boat's reaction at this point, Bai Jinnan was also drunk. Shaking his head helplessly, he said, "You really forgot, didn't you? You brat, do you have any idea what your grandfather's relationship with her grandfather is? Now, the matter of you signing a life and death contract with a girl, I don't even dare to tell anyone about it. Your eldest uncle, your grandfather, don't even know about it now. But paper can't keep fire out, sooner or later they'll find out. When the two of them gang up on me, you can stand it, but your father can't. You." Watching his old man get more and more agitated and anxious, Bai Zhou also waved his hand in a hurry. "Calm down. Pops, calm down. Anan, this matter, let me handle it." Bai Jinnan squinted at Bai Zhou. "How do you deal with it?" White Boat said softly with a slight smile. "Who said you son me that the life and death contract can only contract one person? Bai Jinnan? What the did you say?" Chapter 18, Choices are for children, and I want them all. At this moment, White Boat stood in place with a confident smile on his face. And his cheap old dad Bai Jinnan looked at Bai Zhou's current expression, a caring with a bit of sympathy seemed to appear in his eyes. And then reached out and touched White Boat's forehead and said, "Silly boy, do you have a fever? Do you know the life and death pact, and why it's called a life and death pact? That." But before the old man's words were finished, Bai Zhou opened the old man's big hand and said, "Of course I know. But, Pops, certain special imperial spiritists will awaken their natural skills after completing their transmutation and awakening, right?" Listening to Bai Zhou's question, Bai Jinnan nodded rightfully and said, "I know. Your father's and my natural skill is that the fewer spirit nymphs I contract, the higher my attack power, so far your father only has one spirit nymph, your mom, and it's a life and death contract." "What are you talking about?" In the face of Bai Jinnan's questions, Bai Zhou just had a smile on his face and looked at him quietly. And Bai Jinnan also suddenly realized the crux of the matter after saying this. The first thing he did was actually run to the door of the study, pulling it open to see if anyone was outside the door. Only after making sure it was safe did he quickly lock the door of the room and came to Bai Zhou's side, grabbing Bai Zhou's shoulder and pinching his throat with an exaggerated expression as he opened his mouth. "No way. Have you awakened a special talent too? No way, it can't be the one you were talking about? Actually, as the villain in the original story, how could Bai Zhou awaken any special talent? Only, right now, one couldn't tell Pops that one's peerless sword box was opened from within the system, could one? It just so happens that this special talent acts as a blindfold." White Boat slowly nodded his head and said with a serious voice, "My special talent, the name of which is called the Unparalleled Sword Box, and the function of this unparalleled sword box is a life and death contract with no upper limit." "And no upper limit?" Bai Jinnan's voice sounded a bit shrill. Both hands gripped White Boat's shoulders, giving White Boat a raw pain from all the mess. This made White Boat unable to stop himself from opening his mouth and spitting. "No way, Pops, can you calm down? At least you are one of the top 10 masters in existence. Ahem." Bai Jinnan's old face also blushed when he heard this, but did not spread the White Boat, but instead, the expression on his face became actually seen to appear a few flattering look. And then whispered, that, "Xiao Zhou, is this talent of yours a passive skill? Or is it an active skill? If it's an active skill, can it be unleashed on other sentinels?" Ark, what are you doing?" Bai Jinnan hadn't even finished his question when he realized that his son, Bai Zhou, had turned around and left. And White Boat said at that moment without turning his head, "I'm going to sue my mom." "Shut up!" Bai Jinnan let out a loud shout. A healthy step appeared directly in front of White Boat. Immediately afterward, Bai Zhou felt as if the stars were shifting before his eyes. The next moment, he was sitting on the couch in the den. This sudden scene happened so quickly that Bai Zhou didn't even react at all. It made the bottom of his eyes shine. Pops is truly worthy of being one of the top 10 experts. And at this time, Bai Jinnan had sat across from Bai Zhou. Elbows propped on the armrests, fingers crossed and held up in front of him, and legs crossed. The expression on his face had been so serious his voice was hoarse. "Just don't tell your mom about this. My father just wants to tell you that even if you have such a skill, you must not use it on other imperial spiritists, understand? Looking at the serious look of his old man at this moment, Baijiu just wanted to laugh. This old man just looked so expectant. Can it really be like he said? I'll believe the hell out of you. You're a bad old man in a bad way. If that's true, will you keep me from telling my mom? However, White Boat still smiled and nodded in response. Don't worry, I'm a passive skill. There's no way I can do these things for other sentinels. That's good, that's good. Although the words are said this way, why is your Bai Jinnan's tone of voice so disappointed? Cough. Bai Jinnan coughed again before continuing. If that's the case, then I can contact your grandpa and uncle, but that fiancé of yours is 80% a bit difficult to get hold of. After all, their status is there. Of course, as you said earlier, you'll handle this one. Austrian. It's my turn to deal with it? Bai Jinnan turned his words around and looked at Baijiu and spoke again. I need you to answer my other question now. That's why you contracted an E-rank spirit lady, and the way this E-rank spirit lady of yours acted just now, it wasn't E at all. This one is much better explained. Baijiu spoke directly. Actually, my peerless sword box has another function, and that is to gain insight into the hidden attributes or hidden qualifications of the spirit maiden. The system rewarded unmatched sword box had already made Pops recognize it as his awakened natural skill. Wouldn't this be a good time to take the fall for the unmatched sword case? When he said this, Baijiu also paused slightly and said slowly with an intriguing smile on his face. Lin Wei, she only appears to have a qualification of only a measly E grade on the surface, but in reality her qualification. Baijiu's body leaned forward slightly, after whispering in his own father's ear. What? Bai Jinnan unexpectedly jumped straight up from his chair after a shriek. Round pupils, as if he felt that the eye sockets were not big enough to release all the shock in his eyes. Even his hands were trembling slightly. You said that she's. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Bai Jinnan stood still, surprisingly was openly laughing at the ceiling of the study. This is truly God's blessing for my Bai family, God's blessing for my Bai family. Afterward, Bai Jinnan clenched both fists and raised his hand with an excited face, solemnly patting Baijiu and said, Xiao Zhou, this girl called Lin Wei, you must treat her well. Although your imperial spiritist quality is only grade A, but if she can be your help, I believe that sooner or later, you will be able to become one of the top 10 experts in my Dragon Kingdom. Lin Wei's hidden quality was actually super SSS rank. However, White Boat had obviously anticipated such an unflattering reaction from his old man, so what he told his old man was actually SSS rank. Although the word super is missing. However, Bai Jinnan had still turned into this appearance, making Baijiu seem to regret a little bit about telling this news to his old man. But Pops was right about that. With Lin Wei in hand himself, the top 10 experts would definitely be within reach in the future. However, how could Baijiu be satisfied with just one Lin Wei? What White Boat wanted was all that was in the original. It's also all that belongs to the protagonist. His own old man was alone in the middle of his study having a seizure. Beckboat saw the right moment to escape directly from his father's clutches and burrowed out of the study. It was just that as soon as Baijiu went out the door, he found his previous head bodyguard standing at the corner at the end of the villa's corridor. The head bodyguard also took the initiative to welcome White Boat when he saw him and opened his mouth. Young master, there's news about what you asked me to look into. That's right, when getting out of the car outside the villa, Baijiu didn't forget to explain that his subordinates were going to do something. Naturally, it was related to the protagonist Chu Yun. The head bodyguard also said quickly. After we left the school leaders launched the first attempt to save Chu Yun. Later, Chu Yun was transferred to the 3rd hospital. Oh? Upon hearing this familiar place name, a playful look also appeared in the bottom of Baijiu's eyes. The head bodyguard also said curiously, it was said to be Chu Yun who woke up once during the period and took the initiative to say that he wanted to go to the 3rd hospital for treatment. It's really strange, he's obviously awakened his SSS grade talent, so how come he's still going back to that kind of small hospital? Of course the bodyguard didn't know, but Baijiu could know Chu Yun too well. Because Lin Wei's father was in the 3rd hospital. Seeing that there was no way to steal Lin Wei from himself, was he planning to start with Lin Wei's father? He. Chu Yun, I'm really sorry, you're a step late. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered psychic damage plus 99,999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 500, villain carousel still needs 2,000 to open. It was also at the same time that the system beep sounded in White Boat's head. Among the private high-class wards of the third hospital, Shu Yun's furious hissing was heard. What? You said that Uncle Lin let White Boat take him away? Chapter 19, How quickly did the top side make a move? Shu Yun, who was in the middle of the third hospital, woke up with great difficulty. Again, exasperated by the news he heard, he spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted once again. However, it was not in vain for Shu Yun to call out with such affection. The White Boat that he had been longing for really came to see him in the third hospital. White Boat, who came out from inside his own old man's study. After hearing about Shu Yun from the mouths of his men. Without any hesitation, he took Lin Wei, who was still being pulled by his mom to shush him, and left the house. Took the family vehicle to the third hospital again. Looking at the sign of the third hospital in the distance, Lin Wei asked with some curiosity. White Boat, why are we back here again? Is there something else we haven't dealt with? The tone of Lin Wei, who was now talking to Bai Zhou, had begun to normalize. And following Bai Zhou around, the expression on her face and the movements of her body were much more relaxed. Although he didn't know what his old mom had said to Lin Wei, it was okay if it turned out to be good. And listening to Lin Wei's question, White Boat said with a light smile. Shu Yun is inside this hospital right now. What? Hearing this name Shu Yun in Bai Zhou's mouth, Lin Wei's pupils visibly trembled. A pair of small hands were stirred tightly together, head bowed, eyes flickering, and every now and then a little look of what seemed to be agony appeared on her face. For all of this, of course, White Boat didn't care at all. After all, he knew that Lin Wei and Shu Yun had grown up together after all. The bond between the two of them is also very thick in the original. Although the person who ended up signing a life and death contract with Shu Yun was not her, her position in Shu Yun's heart had never changed. She also had the strongest relationship with Shu Yun. Bai Zhou also didn't believe that he could completely sever Lin Wei and Shu Yun in such a short period of time. However, what Bai Zhou also did not expect was Lin Wei, who had his head lowered in silence, actually slowly reached out and pulled his palm. To his own surprise, Lin Wei looked into his eyes and said very seriously, Brother Bai Zhou, from the moment I decided to contract with you, Shu Yun was no longer related to me. Bai Zhou felt the coldness on the back of his hand and looked at Lin Wei's determined eyes. That feeling, as if Lin Wei was really speaking from the heart? But why would she suddenly tell herself that at this time? Could it be that she thought I came to Shu Yun for her? But apparently Lin Wei had guessed wrong. The reason why he had come to the hospital at this time was purely to pull wool from the body of this fat sheep, Shu Yun. Only, there was absolutely no need to explain these things to Lin Wei. Bai Zhou just backhanded Lin Wei's small hand and didn't say anything. And just in time, the vehicle they were traveling in came to a sudden stop on the side of the road. When he didn't wait for Bai Zhou to ask, the bodyguard who was driving the car frowned and turned his head to look at Bai Zhou and said, Young master, this third hospital seems to be under martial law. Oh? Hearing the bodyguard's voice, Bai Zhou raised his eyes to the front. Sure enough, there were quite a few black vehicles parked in front of the main gate of this third hospital. And beside these vehicles stood men in black. Vehicles of someone wanting to enter the third hospital must stop early at 2 intersections away from the hospital outside. Then get out of the car and walk to the door and go through an inspection before entering the hospital. There are no restrictions on leaving from inside. White Boat, who saw this scene, also raised his eyebrows lightly before saying, You go see what's going on. Yes. The bodyguard directly got out of the car and walked towards the front after receiving the order. But White Boat had already thought of the general reason. After all, Shu Yun had awakened a rare SSS grade talent. This is something that the school's leadership is definitely going to report. And White Boat, who was familiar with the original plot, knew it. The moment this news spread out, Shu Yun instantly received the attention of quite a few big names because of his SSS grade talent. And when the major top-tier academies in the country heard this news, the first thing they did was to send people to come to this city to recruit Shu Yun. I'm sure, by now, their admissions team has boarded a plane for here? Only, unfortunately, White Boat had sanctioned a wave of Shu Yun one step faster than them, causing Shu Yun to deviate from the original plotline and get himself hospitalized. This group of people, they must have been sent by some big shot who had purposely arranged to protect Shu Yun, or wanted to get Shu Yun's favor, right? And the bodyguard, who had finished poking around, came back and confirmed it. And he added. The gatekeeper made a point of saying that if it was someone from the White family coming to the third hospital, to report it to their leader at the first opportunity. Young master, are we still going over there? It seemed that the group had also learned of what had happened inside the school. He was worried that he would retaliate against this SSS-ranked Shu Yun with the power of the Bai family. In order to avoid Shu Yun being so talented and dying so early. These guys are really laying it on the line. A cold light appeared at the bottom of Bai Zhou's eyes and said faintly. If people don't want to let this young master in, then why should this young master go up and touch them? White Boat gave up on this? Of course not. He knew that with his identity, even if he waltzed in and forced his way through the barrier, the other party would not be able to do anything with him. However, they are sure to notify the leaders upwards. Although the leaders of this place wouldn't dare to do anything directly to the White family. But the other side will surely try everything to stop themselves, and then it will all be trouble. White Boat does want to wool gather. But why go to all this trouble of socializing with these people so early in life when you can obviously do it in other ways? Thus, White Boat opened his mouth and asked. Do you know anyone inside this third hospital? Yes. The bodyguard replied without any hesitation. And then, Bai Zhou said with a light smile, then you should ask someone to contact for me, that Dr. Li that we just met today. Tell him we'll meet him at the back door. Listening to Bai Zhou's request, the bodyguard didn't know what Bai Zhou meant, and Lin Wei didn't know why Bai Zhou suddenly brought up that doctor again. But the young master has given you an order, who are you to refuse? Soon after the bodyguard contacted the person, he drove the car along the road next to the child and made a big circle. In fact, the back door had been barricaded, but the bouncer apparently knew a few more side doors, smaller ones. The bodyguard at this time also parked the car at a narrow alleyway entrance. Guiding ahead, Bai Zhou held Lin Wei's small hand and followed. Without going far, he saw a man in a white lab coat standing in place, as if he was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. And the sound of footsteps came, and the man turned his head instantly. Subsequently, put. With a sound, he fell straight to his knees. Young master, please, don't kill me, please, I really know I'm wrong. Who else could be the one who could fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness so happily, if not the Dr. Li from before? Although with previous experience. But Lin Wei at this moment saw this doctor who usually stood tall and domineering in front of him, looking down on him and contemptuous of himself and his father. So dryly, he knelt before his Gorgon. She couldn't help but be a little touched in the middle of her heart. And the feeling was distinctly soothing. Lin Wei knew that if he was, wouldn't he be just like those annoying dudes? But she just didn't know why. She wanted this doctor to kneel for all eternity and never get up again. However, Bai Zhou reached out and pulled Dr. Li up from the ground and said, when did this young master say he would kill you? Am I that scary in your eyes? Yes. This Dr. Li subconsciously all but wanted to say, yes, you are that scary. However, when he saw Bai Zhou's smile that did not have any temperature, Dr. Li instantly changed his words nervously. No. Young master, you're not scary. I'm just in awe of you, from the bottom of my heart. That's right, awe. Don't say. This kid's got a quick mind to react, doesn't he? Hearing his answer, White Boat also smiled. Since you're so in awe of me, you shouldn't refuse if I ask you to do something, right? Of course not. This Dr. Li immediately patted his chest and spoke, young master, at your command. Up the mountain of knives, down the sea of fire, I'll do whatever you want. White Boat waved his hand, it's not that serious. I just want you to take me into the hospital. However, upon hearing this, the expression of Dr. Li, who had just patted his chest and made a big promise, instantly stiffened. WH. What? Chapter 20, It's good to have money. The spirit mother lined up to give it for nothing. Watching this Dr. Li's expression change so much. White Boat also said with a slight raise of his eyebrows. What? You're willing to go to the Mountain of Swords and the Sea of Fire, but you can't fulfill such a small request from this young master? No, no, no. This Dr. Li waved his hand in a panic, and a few tiny bits of sweat appeared on his forehead. Just. Looking at such a stuttering Dr. Li, the head bodyguard instantly became furious. Snap. The sound set Dr. Li against the wall in another chokehold. Young master asked you something, you answer honestly. What are you doing being a mother-in-law? You're looking for death. Sometimes, you really have to give him something. It's not. This Dr. Li was almost scared to the point of peeing his pants, and hurriedly opened his mouth in a lost voice. No, young master. It's because just now, someone came out of the blue and gave orders, saying that the Bai family's people should never appear inside the third hospital, especially you, young Master Bai. It's not that I don't want to take you in, I don't dare. Because that man said, but whenever someone secretly does something like this, not only will they lose their jobs, but my family will be in danger too, young master. You might as well let me go to the sword, please. Hearing this, Dr. Lee sounds so hammy. White Boat's heart was still a little surprised. I really didn't expect that those people up there really value this Chuyun so much. However, it was also true that the Chuyun in the original, after signing a partner contract with Lin Wei. Although Lin Wei didn't show his full body at first. But that was basically comparable to an SSS-grade spirit weapon. Everyone thought that it was the talent of Chuyun, an SSS-ranked Imperial Spirit Master, that had caused such an exaggerated change in an E-ranked Spirit Maiden. Now even without Lin Wei, an SSS-ranked talent alone could have such an effect. He's quite the protagonist. As for this Dr. Lee, he was worried that his family would be retaliated against by those people, so he wasn't worried that he would be retaliated against by his own white family? Bai Zhou could certainly continue to threaten Dr. Lee's family with him. But White Boat felt that it was still a bit more refreshing to threaten him personally. Thus, White Boat also waved his hand. The bouncer shrugged off Dr. Lee. White Boat was also the first to come to Dr. Lee's ear. In a calm tone, he spoke lightly. Do you know why someone would stop me from going in? Dr. Lee shook his head nervously. You know that an SSS-ranked gifted Imperial Spiritist has appeared in our school, right? Dr. Lee nodded. He's lying inside our hospital right now. I'm one of the doctors in charge of him. Isn't that a coincidence? This isn't? Ding. Detected the protagonist receiving plus 777 psychic damage, gained plus 100 value of Heavenly Destiny villain carousel opening still needs 1900. At this time, Chuyun, who was still in a coma lying in the middle of the hospital room, suddenly trembled. The body instinctively felt as if it was being targeted by something dirty. But alas, there was no reaction from him at this point. And a flash of surprise appeared in the bottom of Bai Zhou's eyes when he heard the system beep. Looking at Dr. Lee in front of him. The corner of Bai Zhou's mouth tilted slightly. Do you know why he is lying here? Dr. Lee shook his head. I don't know, no. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Dr. Lee suddenly drew a mouthful of cold air. A touch of panic hung among his pupils as he looked at the White Boat in front of him. Come to think of it, he already understood what White Boat meant by that. And White Boat said immediately. You're saying that I can send an Imperial Spiritist who has awakened an SSS-ranked talent that can get the attention of so many big names into this place. And you, just a doctor. That's all White Boat has to say. Slowly, he stepped back to distance himself from Dr. Lee. And at that moment, Dr. Lee's face was already white without any blood. The body trembled violently, even as the clothes on his body were on the verge of making a hunting sound. It was evident that he was truly terrified to the core. Yeah. Other people's white young masters. Even the SSS-ranked Super Imperial Spiritist dared to be like this, then wouldn't one's own mere doctor be even worse than an ant to others? Gulp. Young Master Bai, stay close to me, don't get caught. When Dr. Lee said this, Bai Zhou laughed and smiled gently, so gently that Dr. Lee almost peed his pants. However, he did get things done. All along the way there were basically no outsiders encountered. Then he came to the special ward floor that was specially cleared for Chuyun. In other words, on this entire floor, there was only one patient, Chuyun. The group inside the corridor didn't have any bodyguards, escorts, or anything like that. It seemed like they were worried about disturbing Chuyun and causing him any kind of trouble. It was only when he got here that Dr. Lee finally let go a bit, and pointed off into the distance. Young Master Bai, the person you're looking for is inside that ward, I'll take you there now. However, White Boat raised his hand and said. Who said I wanted to see him? Huh? This rhetorical question gave Dr. Lee a whole won't on the spot. You don't see him. What did you go through the trouble of asking me to risk my family's lives to bring you up here for? I know. The person you're cleaning up isn't Chuyun. You're still going to clean me up, right? This Dr. Lee was almost about to fall to his knees in tears once again. But White Boat spoke quickly. Didn't you say that you're one of the doctors in charge of Chuyun? Your office should be here as well, right, so let's go talk. Talk? Dr. Lee's lips quivered, tempted to hiss, I have nothing to talk to you about. But the words reached his mouth but turned into, good. Okay, young master, please follow me. Yeah, he wouldn't dare. But just as they had taken a few steps away, Suddenly, a female voice, sounding distinctly disoriented, came out from the side. Bye. Young master, bye? Hearing that voice, no one else has done anything yet. Dr. Lee's face instantly went white. Then a girl with a pretty face was seen running quickly in this direction. Done. Discovered. Me, and my family, it's all over. Dr. Lee immediately felt that life was dim. But the next second. Squeak. A somewhat harsh-sounding scuffling sound came, causing Dr. Lee to pause. Finding out that the sound was, in fact, that of the girl, the head of her bare knee, rubbing against the tiled floor? Why do these two things rub together? It was actually because the girl had come to a sliding knee while running this way and just slid in front of White Boat? Oh my god. The image caused Dr. Lee to let out a whimper. How could he not expect a girl who looked so pretty to pull off a whole operation like this? The main thing is that she's still wearing a dress. Doesn't it really hurt to have a knee like that? Looking at this woman's appearance, it was clear that she had already forgotten about the pain. She knelt in front of Bai Zhou and raised her head with a longing face. Both eyes were tearful as they looked at Bai Zhou, and their voices were even a little hoarse. Young Master Bai, please. Please forgive me. And once the young girl said this, Dr. Lee finally let out a long breath. It seems that this is also a bitter person who was afraid of the Bai family's young master. But it's good, at least this thing is definitely not getting out. And this young girl, who else could it be if not Shinxin, the S-rank school beauty? Bai Zhou lowered his head and looked at Shinxin. In fact, he did not expect Shinxin to actually follow him to this hospital. But, good timing. White Boat directly took out that lofty attitude and said in a cold voice. I didn't see it, Shinxin, you're so concerned about this Chuyun that you become a chaperone at the hospital, right? Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 555 psychic damage, gained plus 50 heavenly fate villain value, and still needs 1850 for the villain carousel to open. No. No. Shinxin fell to her knees and shook her head in panic. It's not like that, young Master Bai, it's not like that. I was waiting for Chu Yun to come to his senses and then immediately break the contract with him. Young Master Bai, you are always the only one who can become my royal spirit master. Young Master Bai. Listening to the young girl's cries, Dr. Lee stood there with his gaze flickering and shock hanging in the bottom of his eyes. Looking at Shinxin who was kneeling on the ground, there was a look at Lin Wei who was standing behind Bai Zhou. Even he couldn't help but sigh. It's good to be rich, this Ling Yang rushes to give it for nothing. Chapter 21, for the sake of the contract, the schoolgirl's face is gone? Dr. Lee is right. It's nice to have money. But in fact, Shinxin's mindset had changed many times in a row. When she had just awakened, she had wanted to become White Boat's spirit lady, not for nothing, but to gain the opportunity to utilize the White family's resources. Later, Chuyun awakened his SSS rank talent. And to think that his dog licking was actually so good, so why didn't he take advantage of that gift? But then later, she realized that talent was really worthless in the face of power. Gradually she developed the mindset to give to White Boat White. And in that previous challenge, White Boat had used an E-rank spirit nymph to kill the powerful combination of her and Chu Yun. Then don't even think about it, it must be because of Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou's family is so rich, it must have given Bai Zhou unimaginable resources. She wants that too. So, she's going to give it for nothing. But for this White Boat, this Shinxin. Bai Zhou remembered that his original self was the one who signed the partner contract with Shinxin right then and there. Then, he himself was brainwashed by the descending wisdom aura to challenge Chu Yun, who had signed an E-rank spirit mother. In the end, he had lasted no more than 5 rounds under Chu Yun before losing, and was ruthlessly slapped in the face by Chu Yun. To be able to hold out for nearly 5 rounds, that proved that this Shinxin's S-rank spirit weapon was indeed not weak either. After all, people's natural skill is blood drinking, and their range is certainly nothing to sneeze at. But to make yourself contract with Shinxin now. Oh. It's not impossible, but at best, a master-servant contract. Moreover, after signing the master-servant contract, it would be easier for himself to obtain points from Shinxin. The same can be done with Shinxin, who gets points from Chu Yun's body. But, not now. Now first of all, Shinxin didn't cancel her contract with Chu Yun. And before signing the master-servant contract with Shinxin, it is still necessary to cultivate the attributes of the word servant on Shinxin. So it was that White Boat raised his right foot and put. The sound. Directly stepping on the back of Shinshin's head, he stepped on Shinshin's head, under his feet. Shinshin, of course, immediately let out a shriek of pain. Ding! Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has received +5 physical damage, +666 psychic damage, and gained a Heavenly Fate villain value of +50, with 1800 more to go for the villain carousel to open. Accompanied by the system beep in his head, Baijo just stepped on Shinshin's head and bent over slightly. Said in a cold voice, "Make a pact with me? Do you deserve it?" Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has received +777 psychic damage, gained +50 Heavenly Fate villain value, and still needs 1750 for the villain carousel to open. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage +888, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value +50, villain carousel still needs 1700 to open. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage +999, gained Heavenly Fate villain value +50, villain carousel still needs 1650 to open. You know, Shinshin is usually a joke loved by millions of people. Especially with a licking dog like Chuyun by his side. It's all high and mighty inside the school. And now, her head, which was so high and proud when facing Chuyun, was stepped on viciously by Baijo. And one can only suffer in silence on one's knees. White Boat's voice is still echoing in my ears. Do you deserve it? Do you deserve it? His own hallowed S-class schoolgirl didn't even deserve it. That one E-rated, skinny, small Linwei, how does she match? Could you even compare yourself to that Linwei? Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage +999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value +50, villain carousel still needs 1600 to open. Just the image of Baijo stepping on this little beauty's head made Dr. Lee, who was standing by the side, couldn't help but have his eyes jump wildly. Yeah, she's such a pretty girl, and you're just going to step on her like that? Nice guy, heartbreaking. Don't you have any words like pity in your dictionary, Mr. Bai? She's a girl at least. But dare he think that, dare he say that? He even felt that he was punching young Master Bai in the face for even thinking about it. I can't wait to get on my knees and apologize. But how could Shinshin let him take the lead in this kind of work? Shinshin, who had her head stepped on by Baijo, struggled and twisted her body. Turning his head, he let White Boat step on his face. Surprisingly, he also kissed the soles of White Boat's shoes with those lips that he didn't know how many people, especially Chuyun, longed for the most, and said, White young master. I know I don't deserve you, but even if it's only a master-servant contract, I can. To be honest, looking at Shinshin's reaction and actions at this moment, Baijo was shocked. Well. This Shinshin actually did this in order to be able to sign a contract with herself? He did remember that in the original. After the Bai family fell, when Shinshin and Baijo broke the contract and went to beg Chuyun for a contract, they were not even so lowly. However, a touch of playfulness appeared in the bottom of White Boat's eyes. Since she could do that now, wouldn't she be able to do more? So it was that White Boat lifted his foot. At a time when Shinshin still thought she saw some hope. Baijo, however, still lowered his head and looked at Shinshin slowly with that look in his eyes. Do you think that you are worthy of the master-servant contract? What? Shinshin's face went white once again. Ding! Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has suffered +999 psychic damage, gained a Divine Fate villain value of +50, and still needs 1550 for the villain carousel to open. White Boat's voice hadn't stopped. Don't think that just because Chuyun treats you as a goddess, you are really a goddess. In this young man's eyes, you a person who has no use for me. Even if it's a master-servant contract, I think it's garbage. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage +999, gained Heavenly Fate villain value +50, and still needs 1500 for the villain carousel to open. After saying this, Baijo directly pulled Linwei and stepped right over Shinshin, who was frozen in place. Not forgetting to turn his head to Dr. Lee. What are you standing around for? Come with me to your office. Yes. Dr. Lee, of course, was completely at a loss as to why young Master Bai had this kind of attitude towards this young girl who was clearly much higher in face value, body, and figure than the spirit lady beside him. But he was also completely afraid to ask. Just panicked and ran. Opening the door to an office, he respectfully invited Bai Zhou, Lin Wei, and the bodyguard inside. He went in last himself, not forgetting to close the door of the room. Before closing the door, he also turned back to look at Xin, who was kneeling in the middle of the corridor, with a sympathetic face. At this moment, Xin's eyes were dull and her body was constantly trembling. Her pupils were lax, and she was acutely aware that she had never in her life up to this point endured such a blow. He himself had given up that SSS rank of Chu Yun to give it up for nothing and become the spirit lady of the White family's young master. But he was degraded by the White family's youngest master as worthless. This moment made her think of how she felt at the time when she had reduced Chu Yun to nothing. So, is this it? Am I the same in young Master Bai's eyes as that trash Chu Yun is in mine? Meh. She actually gave a self-deprecating smile. But in the next second, her body trembled slightly, and a look of determination seemed to appear in her pupils. No. I'm not that trash Chu Yun, I have value to use, young Master Bai must have a use for me. I don't know what kind of stimulation, this Xin actually produced such an idea. Rolling and crawling, he got up from the ground and ran furiously towards the office where Dr. Li and the others had just gone in. The crowd entering the middle of the office did not know this. Bai Zhou and Lin Wei sat there, the bodyguard stood behind Bai Zhou, and Dr. Li stood coyly in front of Bai Zhou. Carefully, he opened his mouth. Bai. Young Master Bai, what? What do you want to talk to me about? Just nagging about family matters? White Boat had a gentle smile on his face. But it was that smile that made Dr. Li's legs begin to tremble once again. And White Boat's voice had come out. Dr. Li, where does your family live? Dr. Li? How many people are in the family? Dr. Li. Got a kid? Dr. Li, you're really just nagging me, aren't you? Is the child sterilized? Sterilization? Dr. Li instantly sounded strangely ripped. And then looking at the expression on Bai Zhou's face, Dr. Li even said with an embarrassed face bustling the back of his head. Young Master Bai, you're joking, how can a child be sterilized? But it should have been a remark that Dr. Li interpreted as a joke. However, Xin, who had just arrived at the office door and was about to push the door in, had her body tremble and froze in place. Chapter 22 No way, really sterilized him? The people inside the office were unaware of what was happening outside the door. Bai Zhou's kind brows looked as if he was really nagging this Dr. Li about his family. Glancing at the computer on the desk, Bai Zhou also casually asked. What's on it? Ah, this. Dr. Li came to the side of the computer in one quick step. Turning the display to White Boat said. I can monitor the patient's status in real time from here. If you don't want to see that patient, young master, you can see it here too. That's right. This one fits though the universal transfer bar. But certain technologies have not been left behind. On this piece of display screen, it was actually the monitoring of Chu Yun's ward. Among the monitor screen, in addition to being able to clearly see Chu Yun, the side of the screen also displayed the data of Chu Yun's current various physical indicators. That means that as a doctor, you don't even need to see the patient in person at all now to know what's going on with the patient. This also existed only at the cognitive level of the brain for White Boat, who had crossed over. He hadn't seen it with his own eyes either. And while Bai Zhou was marveling at this technology, Chu Yun on the hospital bed unexpectedly opened his eyes. White Boat subconsciously asked, Can I hear voices in the ward? Sure. Dr. Li immediately clicked on the public playback. However, at this time, Chu Yun in the middle of the ward did not speak. It was just that this kid had a frown on his face, a pained expression, and a cold light flashing in his eyes. You say you don't talk either, and then you have such an expression on your face. It made Dr. Li look like he couldn't help but come up with a comment. Is he a little mentally challenged? What's this about? Other people don't know, but White Boat knows it clearly. The kid must be talking to the pale voice inside his head. Reconsider the present situation? Thinking about the future again? Or discussing how you can get back at yourself? None of this matters, the instrument is also apparently incapable of peering into the patient's heart. White Boat was also a bit disinterested. Just about ready to push the display back in. Chu Yun unexpectedly clenched his fists and could not help but clench his teeth and make a sound. Damn White Boat, Lin Wei had clearly been delivered to my mouth, but he let him cut me off. What an asshole! Listening to the clear voice in the center of the stereo, Bai Zhou froze, and Lin Wei also froze. There was no need to explain why Lin Wei froze. And the reason White Boat froze was completely unexpected. Why does this kid say everything that's on his mind? White Boat almost laughed out loud. Taking this opportunity, he said to Lin Wei, who had just froze. It seems that this Chu Yun brother of yours wants to eat you. Lin Wei's body visibly trembled gently. However, Bai Zhou didn't hear the system's beep in his head. Being White Boat secretly sighed a sentence, it seems that I didn't mend this knife hard enough. Unexpectedly, Chu Yun's voice actually came out from inside the stereo once again. I was thinking of utilizing Uncle Lin to make Lin Wei come around, but I didn't expect. Abominable. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 1400. White Boat, I didn't expect it either, he came up and gave himself a stabbing. At this moment, Lin Wei looked at Chu Yun in the middle of the display screen, and his gaze gradually became cold. And it was not known if Chu Yun had sensed something. Surprisingly, he subconsciously glanced at where the surveillance was located before closing his eyes and laying back down. It was thought that the rest after that would all be Chu Yun's mental activities. It doesn't matter if you can't hear it. Bai Zhou's purpose had also been achieved, so it was better to continue chatting with Dr. Li. Looking up at this Dr. Li, he gently reached out and pulled Lin Wei before Bai Zhou slowly spoke. As you can see, this obnoxious fellow has made my spirit mother angry. Do you know what to do? Finally getting down to business? Dr. Li's expression became tense. Looking at Lin Wei, looking at Bai Zhou, and then looking at Chu Yun in the middle of the surveillance screen. Then with a difficult expression on his face he said, Young Master Bai, you are also aware that this person is a matter of great importance, something that has been explained by the above. If I slack off or don't take good care of him, I may. Who said anything about not letting you take care of him? Bai Zhou's rhetorical question caused Dr. Li to faintly stare. Then what do you mean, young master? White Boat beckoned and Dr. Li attached his ear. You still give it to him, and take care of it as you should, and cure it as you should. Just don't let him get better so fast, and even if he does, if he has some after effects, it's not really your problem, is it? The expression on Dr. Li's face was nothing. But it's a big shock to the heart. It's time to say no, but it's still young Master Bai who is ruthless enough. This is going to torture people for the rest of their lives. And looking at Dr. Li's silence, Bai Zhou didn't say anything, but just sat straight in his body faintly. The bodyguard next to him immediately understood. A bank card was placed right in front of Dr. Li, and deliberately said, Dr. Li, just now in the hallway, you dropped your stuff, you need to put it away. Looking at the bank card on the table, Dr. Li's eyes flickered and he immediately opened his mouth. Don't worry, young Master Bai. I will definitely take good care of Chu Yun for you. Good. White Boat's face had put on a gentle smile. Turning his head and pulling Lin Wei up from his chair, he said, In that case, we have nothing more to talk about. I'll wait for your good news. Young Master Bai, you're leaving? I'll see you off. Dr. Li offered his courtesy while tucking away the bank card on the table without moving. After sending White Boat away with his ass in the air. Once again, Dr. Li flamed back inside his office. Carefully, he placed his palm among his pockets. The touch of the bank card gave Dr. Li a long sigh of relief. Then looking at Chu Yun on the display screen, who had his eyes closed and did not know if he was asleep or what, his eyes flashed with a sinister light. Lord Chu Yun, you mustn't blame me, I'm doing this to support my family. However, just as he had finished the sentence, Dr. Li's gaze stared slightly. Isn't this the girl who was still kneeling in front of young Master Bai just now? Why did she come in? Could it be that what she said just now was all a lie to young Master Bai? She still wants to take care of Chu Yun? No, I have to record it and send it to young Master Bai when the time comes. Young Master Bai will definitely reward me again, he. As he spoke, he pulled out his own cell phone and pointed it at the computer's display to turn on the recording. But in the next second, his pupils shrunk slightly. Holy! No way, is this girl playing so hard to get? Ward Passion? You just got inside and you're starting to pick Chu Yun's pants off? This. Wait, what's that in her hand? That's a knife, lol. Dr. Li's curiosity hasn't been fully born yet. His face then instantly went pale and came to a standstill. The phone was no longer wanted, and his hands covered his pants with death. Ah! The miserable screams that sounded like killing pigs also sounded at the same time. Dr. Lee's face was pale, cold sweat hung on his forehead, and his voice trembled. She really sterilized him? Ding. Detected that the protagonist has received physical damage plus 50, mind damage plus 999,999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 200, villain carousel opening still needs 1200. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has received physical damage plus 100, mind damage plus 999,999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 300, villain carousel opening still needs 900. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has received plus 150 physical damage, plus 999,999 mental damage, gained heavenly fate villain value plus 400, and 500 more are needed for the villain carousel to open. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered physical damage plus 200, mind damage plus 999,999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 500, the villain carousel has been opened. Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 4,900 to open. At this time, Bai Zhou, sitting in the back seat of his family's luxury car, was dumbfounded. The sudden flurry of system beeps in his head made Bai Zhou not even react. How's this for a split second? The rest of the divine destiny villain value just seconds away. The big rounds are open? Even the next big spinning wheel is starting to load? What's going on here? Did Dr. Lee do this? Did Dr. Lee have to be so quick? Chapter 23: A big explosion of villain value. Experience value for nothing. At this point, in the middle of Chu Yun's hospital room, Not Halo's body was covered in bright red blood. His face was ghastly white, and Chu Yun, who had only managed to recover from his painful stupor, was once again suffering from excessive blood loss. The face fell into a coma with a ghastly color. And in front of Chu Yun's hospital bed stood a shivering, equally pale woman. Who else could it be if not Shin Qin? At this moment, she was holding something blood-stained in her left hand. In his right hand, he held a scalpel that he had pulled out of some unknown ward. Looking at Chu Yun, who was once again in a coma on the bed, his sanity body still twitching slightly, he froze in place. Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly fate villain points plus 100, villain carousel still needs 4,800 to open. Right at this moment, it was estimated that something together detected a change in Chu Yun's vital signs. Drip drip drip, the shrill beeping plus alarm exploded. Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly fate villain points plus 100, and still needs 4,700 for the villain carousel to open. Shin Qin was startled and almost fell to the ground. The lost pupils were also more than a little glowing at this point. Ah! Seeing the scene in front of her clearly, she all but shrieked. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly fate villain points plus 100, villain carousel still needs 4,600 to open. Jingle! Snap! Both left and right hand objects fell all over the floor. This. I made this? This is what I did. I'm this. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly fate villain points plus 100, villain carousel still needs 4,500 to open. Lost soul Shin Qin surprisingly is all with a crying voice, as if all a little doubt just now they are not letting someone take over the body. But the next second, the panicked Shin Qin's eyes unexpectedly appeared a touch of a different light, the pupils are becoming a few more points of determination, and the bloodied palms instantly clenched their fists. That's right. That's what I did. Sharing young Master Bai's worries. Yes, she remembered. Hadn't she just rushed to the office in a frenzy, wanting to seek Beck Boat's proper eyes again? That door wasn't even pushed open before I heard Dr. Lee's weird sterilization. That was originally just something Bai Zhou said to scare Dr. Lee. But I didn't expect to let Shin Qin hear it. The word sterilization instantly connected her to Chu Yun. So young Master Bai was looking for Dr. Lee for this matter. But that Dr. Lee, what gives him the right? What makes him eligible to be instructed to do something by young Master Bai? And I, to young Master Bai, am actually a piece of trash with no use whatsoever? No way. No way. I must show young master by my worth. Out of this. That's it. I'm going to be a useful person to young Master White. I want to be. The words had not yet fallen. Shinshin instantly locked her eyes on the thing she had thrown on the ground. With a clench of his teeth, surprisingly, he picked it up again and regained the scalpel, struggling to scratch and slice on it. Even if he is being held down on the spot by the people rushing in from outside at the same time. Her eyes were still as determined as ever, and she stabbed that scalpel viciously. Ding! Detected that the protagonist's luck has been blocked. Gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 500, villain carousel opening still needs 4,000. Ding! Detected that the protagonist's luck has been blocked. Gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 500, villain carousel opening still needs 3,500. Ding! Detected the protagonist's chi. 3,000 is needed to open it. From start to finish. White Boat's clueless expression never changed. He had only just left the hospital himself. What the hell is going on inside that hospital? I haven't even had a chance to draw my own last big spinner yet. That's 3,000 points left in the next big spin ya. Right at this moment, Bai Zhou's dumbfounded expression was all seen by Lin Wei. Making Lin Wei little girl couldn't help but open her mouth at Bai Zhou. Brother Bai Zhou. What's wrong with you? Is something on your mind? Nope. It's okay. The system is definitely something that no one else should know about. Even if he said it, this Lin Wei wouldn't necessarily believe it. The main thing was that he didn't know what was going on inside the hospital. In the midst of Lin Wei's voice, Bai Zhou also recovered his thoughts. It just so happened that the intense system beeps also quieted down at this moment. As for what happened inside the hospital, I'm sure someone will tell them soon enough. But the current White Boat was really overjoyed as well. Yeah, he also didn't expect that he could have such an effect just by going to the hospital and taking a look at Chu Yun. He was now itching to have the driver turn around and go back to see if he could pull another hard one on him. However, White Boat was also aware of what it meant to see what was good. So it was also the first time that he spoke in his own mind. System, I want a lottery. Yeah, everything else is fake, only the system carousel is real. The familiar large translucent carousel once again hovered in front of Bai Zhou's eyes and began to rotate at a rapid pace. Not for long. This time, the big spinning wheel was surprisingly lit up with a white glow. Even though Bai Zhou hadn't drawn this color before, he knew what the blue sky and white clouds represented. How is the quality of this reward getting lower and lower each time? It made even White Boat sputter. System, did you adjust the explosion rate for this young master? Obviously, the system is certainly not going to answer that question. Of course, it was also possible that it was because White Boat had extracted just too many big spins today. He himself didn't realize how people in this world could be so giving. Especially the one just now, the massive amount of Heaven's Destiny villain value almost didn't give White Boat's brain a break. And at that moment, information about this lottery had appeared in White Boat's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the white reward through the villainous carousel, 1,000 points of masterless experience value. Looking at the line of reward information, Bai Zhou was slightly stunned. Pushing down the spit on the system in his mind, he immediately asked, "What the hell is this?" The system still knows what it's doing for this more normal question. Experience can be gained by leveling up a spirit master or spirit lady. It can also be gained from reading, studying, practicing, and fighting. Rate of acquisition varies from person to person. Unclaimed experience value, the host can distribute it on their own, granting it to the spirit mother, or the host himself absorbing it. After hearing the system's explanation, Bai Zhou gradually came back to his senses. That's how the world is set up. When they had just completed their specialized awakenings, both the spirit lady and the imperial spiritist were only level 0, with no way to utilize their true power. And after completing the first contract, the spirit maiden and sentinel are automatically upgraded to level 1 and can utilize level 1 powers. Next, whether you are a guru or a spirit maiden, you will have to level up through your own training to strengthen your combat power. Originally, White Boat was thinking of going to some Imperial Spiritist Union to pick up some quests afterward, or asking his old man if there was any convenient way to increase his experience value. I didn't realize that my own villainous carousel was even pumping out stuff like this. And what the system meant was that this masterless experience value, itself, could still be absorbed by Lin Wei? Don't look at this reward as just a white reward. But this thing is equally unexpected for White Boat. Because acquiring experience value was a difficult and long process, or else senior Imperial Spirit Masters and senior Spirit Nymphs wouldn't be so rare. And now that he had actually gained 1,000 experience points by bullying Chu Yun, wasn't that worth being happy about? So, Bai Zhou also said directly, 500 for me, 500 for Lin Wei. Equal shares. The reason why it was split evenly was purely because White Boat knew that the original setting was also unable to utilize its full strength if there was too much of a difference in rank between the Imperial Spiritist and the Spirit Lady. And just the moment the words fell, White Boat felt a warmth surge into his body. The comfortable feeling also caused White Boat to close his eyes. And at this moment, Lin Wei, who was sitting beside Bai Zhou, even let out a low cry of surprise. What's going on here? White Boat naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Immediately, he opened his mouth with a slight smile. Feel that? No need to thank me. Lin Wei's pupils trembled slightly. This is actually because. Brother Bai Zhou? Chapter 24, A Code Within a Code, Scrap Metal Out of a Divine Weapon. White Boat directly gave Lin Wei 500 experience points. It was actually appropriate for Bai Zhou to ask Lin Wei to thank himself. If there was no White Boat, if Lin Wei wanted to upgrade, he would have to go through hard battles to do so. Of course, at this moment, Lin Wei didn't realize that he had already been upgraded. She just felt an extra surge of energy inside her. The consumption brought about by unleashing skills while fighting Chu Yun and Shin Qin earlier had completely recovered at this moment, not to mention. She even felt the power in her body solidify a few points. Originally, she could only unleash her second skill up to 3 times, but now she felt that she could even cast it 5 times in the middle of a single battle if she put in the effort. That's a huge boost. Why is that? Lin Wei doesn't know. It was the same as before when his talent level suddenly wasn't E-ranked after completing the contract with White Boat. Lin Wei doesn't know why. But she knew that it was definitely all because of White Boat. At this moment, she turned her head to look at White Boat, who seemed to be resting with her eyes closed. In the midst of the flow of eyes, there was actually more than a few moments of celebration. It was as if he was glad that he had stepped forward when Chu Yun was being humiliated. It was seen in the eyes of the eldest young master of White Boat. Not only did he give himself, a loser with only an E rating, a chance, but he also found the best doctor for his father. A faint vapor appeared in all of her pupils. Ding! Detected the host blocking part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 2,900. White Boat, who closed his eyes to feel that power in his body, once again heard the system's beep. Happy to spit on it. Just how much ing luck does this Chu Yun have? How many parts have I blocked, and how does he still have it? The system didn't answer. But White Boat also knew. The powerful protagonist's aura, that too, was a sun that his current self simply couldn't look at directly. The current White Boat hadn't opened his eyes yet solely because there was another layer of system beeps in his head. Congratulations to the host for successfully ascending to level 3, all attributes increased by 20%, and Spirit Maiden control increased by 2%. 500 experience points made by Zhou, a level 3 Imperial Spirit Master. This was not a surprise to Bai Zhou. After all, it was only after level 10 that he officially stepped into the ranks of a true Imperial Spiritist. It's normal for upgrades to be easier before. As for the point that the full attributes were increased by 20%, White Boat was also aware of that. In the original setting, the rank of the Imperial Spirit Master and Spirit Lady would increase by 10% in attribute points for every level up. Both himself and Lin Wei had risen from level 1 to level 3, which was exactly 2 levels up. Naturally, it will be boosted by 20%. It was just that what made White Boat more curious was, what does this Spirit Mother Control degree mean? Back to the host. This is a question that the system chose to answer. The degree of control of the Spirit Mother is related to the closeness between the Spirit Mother and the Imperial Spiritist. The higher the degree of control, the more comfortable the Imperial Spiritist will be in maneuvering the Spirit Mother into battle. The strength exerted by the Spirit Lady will also increase. If the Spirit Lady's control level reaches full, the Spirit Lady's combat power will be permanently increased by 100% in daily battles. How much? Listening to the system's voice, White Boat almost couldn't hold back and was about to hiss out. Thanks to this voice-breaking cry, Bai Zhou swallowed it back into his stomach. Yeah, just the system telling itself that. Can you not make White Boat call out what a great guy? Combat power is permanently increased by 100%. That would mean that if one were to raise Lin Wei's spirit mother's control to 100%. When maneuvering Lin Wei's Genshin Bright Silver Lance into battle, it was the equivalent of directly taking 2 Super SSS ranked artifacts, wasn't it? How terrifying must the battle power that could burst out in the middle of a battle be? Then how do I improve my spirit mother control? Yes, who wouldn't want the Genshin Shining Silver Lance that boosts 100% of battle power? Whiteboat immediately asked this crucial question. Ding! There are 2 ways to improve your spirit mother's control. The first one, when both the Imperial Spiritist and the Spirit Maiden get leveled up at the same time, for every level up, the degree of mastery is increased by 1%. This also explained why the system had prompted himself just now that the Spirit Lady's control had increased by 2%. However, if this was the only one, the Imperial Spiritist in Year 0 would have to simultaneously become gods at 100 levels in order to achieve 100% control. That would be a little too difficult. So, the system immediately gives another option. In the second, the relationship between the Imperial Spiritist and the Spirit Lady changes, and a corresponding increase in the Spirit Lady's control is granted. Note, this approach is relatively difficult and is not recommended. Well. You say the second way is relatively difficult and not yet recommended? But how does this young master feel that this second way can be much simpler than the first way? One thought to this. Whiteboat opened his eyes, and he didn't even know if an unintentional light appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Turning his head slightly, he looked at Lin Wei. And Lin Wei was also looking at Whiteboat at this time. The sudden sight of the gaze thrown by Bai Zhou made Lin Wei jump. Her cheeks flushed slightly and she quickly turned her head. But the way those 2 little hands were stirred together so tightly showed the little paths of her inner turmoil to the fullest. So it seems. This second way is really quite a bit easier for Whiteboat. But Whiteboat also knew. Something like this, surely, can't be accomplished overnight. After all, it's about cultivating relationships. That must have been a long process. And at that moment, the head bodyguard, who was driving the car, also made a timely sound. Young master, the place you mentioned, it's here. Hearing these words, Bai Zhou also turned his head toward the outside of the car window. In the distance, a crooked alley. There were low bungalows on both sides. But it was such a small alley that seemed a bit overcrowded at the moment. It was densely packed with people. There were even neatly arranged floor stalls at the base of the walls. Whiteboat also spoke. Is this the black market on the west side of town I was telling you about? Yes. The head bodyguard nodded. That's right, as soon as he came out from inside the hospital, Bai Zhou had his men drive to this black market-like place. Because he had opened a reward through the system carousel earlier, wasn't it a very rare Spirit Lady prop? And this kind of black market, which is exclusively for Oran Masters, of course, all the goods inside are props used by Oran Masters and Spirit Ladies. Of course, it must be the Imperial Spiritist as the main focus and the Spirit Nymph as the secondary focus, and not even one Spirit Nymph prop could appear in 10 stalls, and it could still be fake. As for why Whiteboat had specifically named City West Black Market, that was completely written in the original, that protagonist Chu Yun, after coming out of the hospital with Lin Wei, turned his head and came to a place called City West Black Market. And then it's here that he gets one of his extremely important sentinel props in the early stages. Of course Whiteboat had come over to grab the main character's chance. Now that Chu Yun was lying inside the hospital, Bai Zhou of course could not give Chu Yun any chance. So too, he spoke directly to his men. You go down and tell all the ground stall owners in there that I, the Bai family, want all the goods they have on them now. Ha? The henchman who heard this visibly froze. All? That's right. Whiteboat nodded firmly. That's not true. Chu Yun came to this place to pick up leaks. There's an old man inside his head, and he can tell the authenticity and quality of things at a glance. It's not like there's an old man like that inside his own head. But one has money. Riches can do whatever you want. This thing I'm all in. I can't you Chu Yun pick up that object can escape from my hand inside. Of course, the head bodyguard definitely didn't know what Whiteboat was thinking. I thought that Bai Zhou was educated by the old man at home and came out to squander money in defiance. But he didn't dare say anything, he could only ask. Young master, only ground stalls? Don't you need the stores along the street? No. Bai Zhou was very certain, but this made his men even more confused. Young master, the things in that store are obviously more genuine and better, why do we only need the stall? You know. Bai Zhou rolled his eyes, if you're told to go, you go, where's all this nonsense? Yes, yes, yes. This head bodyguard didn't dare to be slow and got out of the car in a hurry. White Boat, however, laughed. Yeah, this head bouncer, he doesn't know. It's a world of fiction. And one of the most classic settings in the world of fiction is scrap metal out of artifacts. Chapter 25, Is it really Shinshin? And you made it into a chicken fillet? The head bouncer got out of the car. Bai Zhou also got out of the car with Lin Wei. However, he wasn't going to take Lin Wei along for the acquisition. Instead, he shoved Lin Wei into the middle of the passenger side, and sat himself in the middle of the driver's side. That's for sure, with so many groundlings here, it takes a certain amount of time to acquire them. This kind of thing has been left to the subordinates. As the young master yourself, you still have to do everything yourself, don't you? But the driving thing. He can. You know that before crossing the border, the car that Bai Zhou had driven the most was the driving school's test car. The limo or whatever doesn't even get a chance to sit in it. Now, although the car was not known to be of any brand, since it was the White family's ride, it was bound to be an all-around top-notch existence. White Boat touched the steering wheel, and the glint in his eyes was as if he had gotten his beloved toy after a long time. Sit tight. Bai Zhou didn't forget to greet Lin Wei. And then buzz, came the ear-pregnant roar of the engine. The strong feeling of pushing back even made White Boat couldn't help but be on the verge of cheering out. The vehicle leaped out as if it were an arrow out of a string. But the head bodyguard, who had only just gotten out of the car a short time ago, froze. Turning his head, he realized that the car he had driven in was gone. No. I didn't get in the car. I haven't gotten in the car yet. Obviously, White Boat must have long since stopped hearing the hissing of the head bodyguard. Of course, he wouldn't stop even if he heard it. Just let the head bodyguard do the job he was assigned honestly. It didn't take long for White Boat to see the shadow of his family's mansion. Only after parking the car did Bai Zhou see Lin Wei sitting on the passenger side. At this time, the small face was white, eyes tightly closed, two small hands grasping the seatbelt with a death grip, the body trembling gently. White Boat, who saw the scene, couldn't help but scratch the back of his head in embarrassment. Focusing on his own pleasure, he had forgotten about this small, timid little girl sitting on his co-pilot. Bai Zhou also hurriedly grabbed Lin Wei's small hand and said, Sorry for scaring you, I'll be careful from now on. Listening to Bai Zhou's gentle voice, Lin Wei, who felt that the vehicle had now stopped, carefully opened his eyes. But in the next second, her gaze plummeted. Instantly, he unbuckled the seatbelt on his body and pulled the door open to get out of the car. You. Looking at Lin Wei, who was vomiting profusely, the embarrassment on Bai Zhou's face became even more obvious. He quickly got out of the car, took 3 steps and came to Lin Wei's side, and was just about to speak out to comfort him. A familiar voice suddenly came coyly to mind from the sidelines. That? Young Master Bai? Hearing this voice, Bai Zhou froze slightly and turned his head to look. Dr. Li? Why are you at my house if you're not at the hospital? That's right, the person who came was actually the same Dr. Li from the 3rd hospital before. What's he doing here looking for himself when he's not properly brought up at the hospital? Could it be that this kid regrets it? Sure enough. This Dr. Li carefully walked to Bai Zhou's front, then saw the bank card that the head bodyguard had given him earlier and pulled it out, then said to Bai Zhou. Young Master Bai, I feel that it would be better for you to take back this card. Hearing Dr. Li's words, Bai Zhou didn't result in a bank card, only the expression on his face sank slightly as he said in a cold voice. What? You think my White family's money is dirty? Hearing this emotionless voice from White Boat, Dr. Li instantly drew a cold breath. Plop. With a sound, he fell to his knees and lost his voice and spoke. No. Young Master Bai, you've misunderstood, I didn't mean it, I really didn't mean it. It was me who felt that I didn't deserve the money at all, so I sent it back to you. How dare I entertain such thoughts, young Master Bai? Looking at Dr. Li, who seemed to be a bit scared out of his wits, a flash of curiosity appeared in the bottom of Bai Zhou's eyes. What the hell is going on? This Dr. Li hurriedly said with a trembling voice. Young Master Bai, didn't you explain that I would find a way to do something about that Shu Yun? But I feel like I can't do anything about that Shu Yun now, because someone has already mentioned that you, young Master Bai, have done it. Oh? That puzzled gleam in the bottom of White Boat's eyes became even more obvious. This time, however, Dr. Li didn't wait for Bai Zhou to ask. He hurriedly took out his cell phone from among his own pockets and placed the image he had recorded in front of Baijiu. What is this? In the midst of doubt, White Boat clicked play. This is Shinxin? And Lin Wei, who had managed to slow down behind Baijiu, came over with a touch of curiosity. But the next second, Lin Wei's pupils instantly dilated. And White Boat couldn't help but let out a low cry. Holy! Awesome! You! Lin Wei, who had just slowed down, couldn't hold it in once again and slumped against the side of the car and began a second round of vomiting. White Boat, on the other hand, watched the images in the middle of the video over and over again. Looking at the inside of my own pants chilled me. Nice one! How could White Boat not expect that? Shinxin actually dared to do such things to Chu Yun inside the hospital? He couldn't even help but shudder. That makes sense now. No wonder that villain value points exploded when he was on his way just now. It even hinted at blocking Chu Yun's unknown amount of chi during that time. I see. How the hell can she go and sterilize Chun? White Boat pointed at the image on his cell phone screen and couldn't help but let out this soulful question. And Dr. Li shook his head with an embarrassed look on his face. I'm not sure. Wasn't this arranged by you, young master? Listening to Dr. Li's words, Baijiu couldn't even help but come up with a sentence in his heart. Why didn't I think of that? Yeah, one only thinks it's more troublesome to get Chu Yun killed, and also for the sake of the sustainability of the Heaven's Destiny villain value, one only thinks about getting Dr. Li to do something about it. I did not expect, this Shinxin is really skillful and bold, just like this to Chu Yun Geld. White Boat are straight up good guys. And at this time, White Boat also thought of a question and immediately asked. Then why do you have time to come to me now? With today's medical care, wouldn't it be pretty easy to put him back together again? Listening to Baijiu's question, Dr. Li said as sweat appeared on his forehead. Indeed, found in time and putting it back will not be a problem, but this girl is too ruthless. By the time we feel it, Chu Yun's already had this girl cut into chicken fillets. Cut into what the? Holy! White Boat couldn't even resist jumping up from the ground. Well. Shinxin, how the hell can you be so awesome? How come I didn't realize you had such a talent when I first read the novel? But White Boat also understood. This Shinxin is submitting a pitch for himself. It seems like this woman will really do anything to sign with herself. And it was when White Boat thought of this that his expression instantly became serious. Immediately, he opened his mouth and asked. Where is Shinxin now? This Dr. Li naturally didn't dare to slow down in the face of Baijiu's question and immediately said. She's been taken by the city guards and is presumably on her way to deliver it to the leader now. I saw the kind of state the city defense guards were in at that time. This girl's end definitely won't be too good. Hearing Dr. Li's words, Baijiu's gaze flickered. Speaking directly, he said, you're still under this money, go back and continue to take care of Chu Yun for me. He himself was once again shoving Lin Wei into the car. In the middle of Lin Wei's panicked gaze. Buzz! The car drove off with a loud bang. Lin Wei couldn't help but let out a shriek and hurriedly tightened her grip on the seatbelt, but she didn't forget to lose her voice and ask. Bye. Baijiu, we're going somewhere again. White Boat, who was driving, looked serious. Go save people. Saving lives? Who is it? Shinxin? Lin Wei didn't understand. Didn't you hate that woman, Beck Boat? And said that woman is a piece of trash. Why are you trying to save her now? White Boat certainly wasn't overflowing with saintly hearts. Shinxin is still the same garbage. But this trash, now, is no longer useless trash. Though I don't know what drove Shinxin to make a set of chicken fillets for Chu Yun. But, a woman who could do such a thing in order to make a pact with herself. Wouldn't it be easy to get her to do something else later? As a villain, someone who had value to use, Baijiu absolutely had to find a way to squeeze her residual value clean after. Plus others. Chapter 26, Rules? My rules are rules. Although White Boat, as a traveler, didn't know much about the terrain here though. But he's got navigation in his car. Find the location of the city's main defense force, then the location of the third hospital. One of the closest roads was obviously the one that Shinxin was escorted through. So this road is the destination of the White Boat. And it's about to get close. White Boat had heard the roar of a series of engines. A few official cars have even been seen lining up and speeding along at a fiery pace. Bai Zhou knew that there was obviously one of the several official vehicles escorting Shinqin. Without saying a word, White Boat took a foot off the gas and dashed out of the side road. Snort! The ear-piercing sound of brakes came, and White Boat's ride just went straight across the middle of the road. That convoy escorting Shinqin also hurriedly stopped in the face of this situation. The vehicle behind him couldn't brake in time to nearly rear-end the car, and struggled to steer to the side of the road to avoid a crash. However, this sudden scene also caused the surrounding people passing by to be shocked with their gazes one by one. Good guy. How dare someone block the city guard's convoy? Doesn't he want to die? The city defense guards are in such a hurry, obviously there is some special case. Who is this so brave? Only one car dares to jump out and look for death. But, naturally, there are knowledgeable people among the passers-by. You guys, look at the license plate number of that car. That looks like the White family's car. What? The White family? No wonder he's so bold. Since it's the Bai family's words. Are the people of this city defense guard so brave? How dare they block the Bai family's seat? Well, is the word White family that big a deal? Even the city guards have to get out of the way? At that moment, a car braked sharply. This led to a holler from the men in the city guard's car, who angrily surrounded them. At the head of the group was a young man who looked to be in his 20s and was wearing the uniform of the city's defense guards. The city defense member, who was also the only one with a spirit lady behind him, shouted at White Boat's vehicle. How dare you? You dare to stop an official car? Don't you want to die? Get out of the car right now and get yourself inspected. Yo? In the midst of such a conspiratorial voice, White Boat slowly opened his car door and stepped down from the car and said, I'm so scared, yo. Well. Why does that voice make you sound so nasty? Always wanted to go up there and give him two big bibbies. But there's no way. Who made White Boat the villain? That's what the villain's normal state should look like, right? Lin Wei also ran behind Bai Zhou with small steps. With a nervous face, he peeked behind White Boat. She was also completely surprised that Bai Zhou would even dare to stop the city guard's car. You know, the city guards are the ones who keep the peace in the city. Although not all of the city guards were royal spirit masters and possessed spirit nymphs, the ordinary people who saw them on weekdays were just as likely to go around as a rat would go around a cat. But White Boat actually really dared to even stop the convoy. This kind of situation, in the eyes of Lin Wei, who hadn't met White Boat before, even if it was a scene that couldn't be dreamt of, And now, it's actually happening. This young man in the lead became even more enraged when he heard White Boat's voice so frivolous, and immediately let out a hiss. Bold. However, his aura hadn't been fully unleashed yet. An older city defender beside him had run to his side and whispered quickly. Captain, you're new here, you may not know much about it. This seems to be the eldest young master of the Bai family. The White family's youngest master? The young man froze slightly. What's wrong with the White family's young master? Hearing his rhetorical question, the team member seemed to look at the little cutie. General look, but still said quickly. Captain, even though you're parachuted in, it's not like you don't know who the White family is, right? Among the top 10 experts now, the Bai family occupies a full 3 seats. What? This young city defense captain's eyes stared. You're talking about that Bai family? Ding. Detected plus 222 psychic damage to major supporting character. Gain Divine Destiny villain value plus 50. Villain carousel still needs 2,850 to open. As this young city defense captain was surprised, a flash of surprise also appeared in the bottom of Bai Zhou's eyes. The main supporting cast? Meaning this young city defense captain is still a character? White Boat immediately began his recollection of the original plot. Why don't I remember that Chu Yun has companions among the city defense guards? Bai Zhou didn't really think of who this person was at first. And at that moment, the young city defense captain had stepped out. The manner of speaking is changed. So it's young Master Bai. I also just took office the day before yesterday and didn't recognize young Master Bai's identity. Disrespectful. Although the words were said this way, Bai Zhou didn't hear much respect from it. However, Bai Zhou didn't find it strange. He could be the main supporting character, surely he couldn't be groveling to a villain like himself. The city defense captain's voice didn't end there, having begun to ask rhetorically. I don't know why young Master Bai is trying to stop my convoy? We have an important case and are in a hurry to go back and resume our orders with my leader." Hearing this, White Boat lightly laughed and waved his hand and said, "Surely this young master will not delay you in returning to your duties. All you have to do is give me the girl you've got locked up in your car, and this young man will move the car himself." The city defense captain who heard these words frowned slightly and subconsciously looked back. And this turned back, his body side, vehicle backseat on the lifeless pale Shinshin, suddenly hands trembled. That's young Master Bai? Young Master Bai has come to my rescue? A flash of surprise appeared under Shinshin's eyes. But soon, the surprise was replaced by an agony. I've caused young Master Bai trouble again. Will young Master Bai think I'm a useless waste even more? Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 555 psychic damage, gained plus 50 Heaven's Fate villain value, and still needs 2800 for the villain carousel to open. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 888, gained Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50, and still needs 2750 for the villain carousel to open. Listening to the system beep in his head, Bai Zhou was still wondering. I said to myself, what kind of one-act play is this Shinshin playing inside her head again? Unbeknownst to him, at this time, Shinshin had already undergone a sea change from the moment she was stepped on by Bai Zhou. Even her spirit was a bit twisted, otherwise she wouldn't have made a set of chicken fillets out for Chu Yun. And that city defense captain's brow had furrowed as he said in a cold voice to White Boat. Do you know who I'm carrying in this car? That's a felon who's guilty of aggravated assault, and it's against the rules for you to just take him away, isn't it? Rules? Listening to the city defense captain's words, Bai Zhou actually laughed and smiled happily. And then surprisingly, he spoke directly. In the city. My rules are rules. You. The city defense captain instantly clenched both fists. Ding. Detected plus 333 psychic damage to major supporting character, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, 2,700 more needed for villain carousel to open. How dare you! This airborne captain of the city defense gave another shout, you. But just when he hadn't pointed his nose at White Boat and started cursing, several city defenders came up around him at once. These team members all turned to him with a look of embarrassment and embarrassment. Captain, why don't we just let the people go? Yes, Captain, he's the young master of the Bai family. We in the city guard really can't afford to mess with him. Captain, you're parachuted in, maybe you have some powerful background behind you, but we don't, so don't do us any harm. And young Master Bai is right, here, the Bai family's rules are the rules. Ding! Detected plus 555 psychic damage to major supporting character, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, 2,650 more needed for villain carousel opening. Ding! Detected plus 456 psychic damage to major supporting character, gained Divine Fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel opens with 2,600 still needed. You guys. The palms of the city defense captain's hands began to tremble gently. With an ironic expression, he swept through the faces of each of these city defenders who had persuaded him. You assholes, can you afford to say things like that for the clothes you're wearing? He's quite righteous? But if you're so righteous, you go and be righteous yourself. Don't take us with you. This group of people immediately stopped paying attention to the city defense captain and instead turned their heads with a fawning face to Bai Zhou. That, young Master Bai, wait a moment, we'll release the man for you. Chapter 27 just transferred less than a day ago when you're level 3? Looking at the other man's men, it was amazing that they were about to get their asses handed to them. Bai Zhou couldn't help but be a little surprised. Yeah, when I read the book myself before crossing over, the substitutes were all protagonists. When he met such an arrogant and domineering person in that disgusting dog's leg, he was so angry and suffocated in his heart. Now, you've become the one who's in charge? But how can this feeling be so soothing? In that case, it seems that my own self before crossing over was still too small in terms of pattern. And watching his men really want to listen to White Boat's words to open the door and release them. This city defense captain was even more unable to suppress his fire. Who the are you guys working for? Looking for death? I'll see who dares to open this car door? It was accompanied by a low drink. This city defense captain's surroundings were actually rising with an aura of an imperial spirit master. The feeling of oppression came, and each one of those players stopped themselves in their tracks. After all, when on a mission within the city, a squad of the city defense guards, usually only the one that was the captain was a contracted imperial spiritist. The others were just ordinary people who were slightly more powerful. For just a moment, they were in the grip of the city defense captain's aura. However, in the face of such an aura, they still couldn't help but clench their teeth and say, "Oh Captain, do me a favor. You messed with the White family, you can pat yourself on the back. But we live here and our home is here, so do us a favor and give us a way out." "Yes, Captain. If anything happens to us because we offended the White family, we won't let you go even as ghosts." Ding. Detected plus 666 psychic damage to the main supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 2550 more needed for the villain carousel to open. "You guys." This city defense captain was gritting his teeth a bit and hissed loudly. "Someone harmed you, you do not go to seek revenge on the person who harmed you, but instead, what is the meaning of holding a grudge against me? If it wasn't for you, how could we have offended the White family?" Ding. Detected plus 777 psychic damage to major supporting character, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, 2500 more needed for villain carousel to open. Cackling. It was the sound of the city defense captain's back teeth rubbing together. In his eyes, these unproductive men of his own now had become even more detestable than White Boat. And at that moment, the girl behind him, his spirit mother, came up and gently took the city captain's arm, obviously trying to comfort the captain of the city's defense and smooth him over. But I didn't expect that the moment I saw my spirit mother. A cold light flashed in the city defense captain's eyes, and his heart fluttered. Snap. The took the spirit lady's right hand. Next. His spirit nymph transformed into bits of starlight, and in his hand, it slowly condensed into the silhouette of a lance. This city defense captain's spirit lady is actually a lance as well? And the city defense captain who pulled back even more spoke to White Boat with a morose voice. "You want to take the people in the car, don't you? It's simple, beat me." Hearing the city defense captain's words, Bai Zhou was a bit surprised. Is this going to happen? Also, the opponent hadn't challenged himself yet, so it wasn't a ring duel. However, the city guards were indeed permitted to fight amongst the Imperial Spiritists without conducting a duel in the ring. After all, they have to enforce the law, too. But those surrounding city defenders jumped up and down eagerly. "Captain, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? How dare you move against the White family's young master? Moreover, the White family's young master should have just completed his specialized awakening today. You actually want to make a move with the White family's young master? Do you want to have a ing face?" Ding. Detected plus 555 psychic damage to major supporting character, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, 2450 more needed for villain carousel to open. Bai Zhou didn't care much about the shouts of the city defenders and the system beeps in his head. At this moment, a mirror had appeared in the middle of the void above his head. The light of the mirror of omniscience had spilled over the city defense captain. Name, Soulbreaker. Level, 5. Quality, Grade A. Talent skill, Soulbreaking, passive skill that has an intimidating effect on spirit weapons with a quality less than or equal to a few bodies, slowing down the opposing Imperial Spiritist's movement speed. Occupation, Spiritualist. Level, 5. Talent, Grade A. Spiritualist talent, Fire Attribute Affinity. When using Fire Attribute spirit weapons, the power is increased by 10%. The information of this city defense captain and his spirit mother appeared clearly in front of Bai Zhou's eyes. White Boat was still a bit surprised. How come these two are only at a mere level 5? Even though White Boat was only at the 3rd level, it didn't affect White Boat's ability to create such an opinion at all. District 5. Yes, Bai Zhou was aware that in this world, a sentinel rank of more than 10 was considered to have officially stepped into the ranks of a sentinel. At best, it's a starter before level 10. And this city defense captain, only level 5 and he has the status of captain? Looks like this kid didn't get to be a captain by any normal means. And at that moment, the city defense captain listened to the voices of the people around him and lost some face, but he still said slowly. "Since you've only just completed your resolve today, I won't bully you. I'll use one hand. As long as you last 10 minutes under the attack of one of my hands, it'll be considered a win for you. How about it?" Young master of the Bai family. After being possessed by the spirit lady, this city defense captain's voice was speaking with a bit more calmness. But the expression on Bai Zhou's face hadn't changed since the beginning. Turning his head to look at Lin Wei, he didn't say anything, just to look. Lin Wei then nodded slightly. Gentian bright silver spear, transformed. Upon seeing the brightly shining lance in by Zhou's hand, the city defense captain also said with some surprise. I didn't realize that your spirit mother was actually the same as mine? You're also worthy? White Boat downplayed 3 words. Ding! Detected plus 444 psychic damage to major character, gained plus 50 divine fate villain value, 2,400 more to go for the villain carousel to open. Humph. The city defense captain snorted coldly. Sharp-tongued fellow, I'd like to see how much more arrogant you can be. Are you ready? Bai Zhou smiled faintly, holding his gentian bright silver lance in one hand and pointing diagonally at the ground as he slowly spoke. Level 3 Imperial Spiritist White Boat, please instruct me. What? The moment White Boat's words fell, an uproar came from the surroundings. Level 3? How can it be level 3? Didn't young Master Bai just complete his transfer today? Even if he contracted a spirit lady, that would only be level 1 at best. Oh my god, level 3 just after transferring, that's too powerful? Could it be the operation of the White family? Rich people can reach level 3 just after transferring, so what's the point of my hard work in leveling? Ding! Detected plus 666 psychic damage to the main supporting character, gained plus 50 divine fate villain value, 2,350 more needed for the villain carousel to open. That's right, upon hearing White Boat's self-reporting. The captains of the city defense were shocked. I thought we agreed on level 1, how did this become level 3? It's been 2 years since I awakened and I've only just reached level 5. How does he practice? Besides, did I just say I'd let him have one hand? Well, the level difference is only 2 levels, can I kill him in 10 minutes with one hand? This city defense captain was beginning to doubt himself. But White Boat didn't care about that. Gentian. Buzz. There was a sound on the ground, and the gentian bright silver gun in his hand seemed to emit a soft vibrating sound. Immediately after that, a faint white glow even emerged from the gun. Rage Za. That's right, White Boat used Lin Wei's 2 natural skills at the first opportunity. Although he had had his own battle with a pair of A's, the current pair of A's could be at a level that was 2 levels higher than himself and Lin Wei. That's why White Boat didn't dare to slack off. Drink! The city defense captain, who was still in self-doubt, suddenly heard a deafening shout in his ears. It made the movement of the gun in his hand freeze. However, the tip of White Boat's gun was already like an arrow that had left the string, rapidly shooting towards him. This city defense captain was instantly shocked, and in his heart, he said, how is he so fast? Not affected in the slightest by my spirit lady's passive skill? Could it be? His spirit mother's quality is even higher than mine? Could it be S rank? Ding! Detected plus 777 psychic damage to major supporting character, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, 2,300 more needed for villain carousel to open. Chapter 28. It was careless of me not to flash just now. Young man, you are so naive. If White Boat's spirit mother Lin Wei was only a mere S rank, would he dare cross 2 ranks to accept your challenge? The city defense captain was also surprised at this time to find that his mobility had been somewhat hampered instead. All that could be done was to watch as White Boat's brightly shining spear tip stabbed at him. However, he was ultimately 2 levels higher than White Boat's level. Just as the tip of White Boat's furiously zapped gun came to him, he finally regained control of his body as well. He was too busy to cross the lance he was holding over his chest. Clang! The sound. Sparks flashed. The powerful impact was surprisingly shocking the city defense captain's tiger's mouth. But that's not all. This city defense captain was actually knocked out on the spot by the powerful impact. Touch. The muffled sound. He actually hit the nose of his own city guard's car hard. Boom! The vehicle was caved in, with a flat tire on the front wheel. The city defense captain's entire body seemed to be embedded in that iron. What? These surrounding city defenders, as well as the crowd that was hiding in the distance to watch the fun, all erupted in a sudden gasp of surprise. How is this possible? Although their previous behavior indicated that they were not on the side of the city defense captain. But seeing such a phenomenon, they had to be shocked out loud. But they knew that even though the city defense captain was parachuted down and not very strong, it was still a full rank 5 royal spirit master paired with a rank 5 spirit maiden. And White Boat? As we all know, the White family's youngest master has only just turned 18 this year. Today was another day for White Boat's school to carry out the transfer awakening. Just now, although they heard White Boat announce himself that he had reached level 3. They were also a bit unconvinced. After all, where was the precedent of just completing a transformation awakening and then rising 3 levels in a row? But now, they were even more disbelieving. Because, if young Master Bai was only level 3, how could he mess up a level 5 Imperial Spiritist with a single strike? Could it be that the previous young Master Bai was still hiding his strength? So, young Master Bai has only just completed his transformation awakening, and his strength is over a level 5 Imperial Spiritist? It's really worthy of being the youngest master of the Bai family. This group of people had already begun to resist giving White Boat a thumbs up. Yes, 3 of the top 10 masters are from the Bai family. There's absolutely no way the youngest master of the Bai family is weak. It's not just impossibly weak, it's simply too strong. I only just completed my transformation awakening today, and all of the level 5 Imperial Spirit Masters let young Master Bai have seconds. In the future, young Master Bai must be one of the top 10 experts. Of course, to count the shock, naturally, there is no shortage of that sitting in the car Shinshin. The loud noise coming from the vehicle, but also under the Shinshin pale, transient body trembling. However, a pair of eyes looked straight through the already shattered windshield and looked at White Boat dead on. At this moment, Bai Zhou, the youngest master of the Bai family, stood there with a silver spear in his hand. The stance was rather like looking out of the corner of one's eye. Handsome is the word, and it doesn't even need to be said. Moreover, she likewise knew that this city defense captain who had been sent flying by White Boat's blow was a level 5 Royal Spirit Master powerhouse. Mei. Shinshin's face actually all showed a kind of smile that seemed to be self-deprecating, murmuring softly. I was simply naive. Before, I was naive enough to think that after I contracted with the SSS-ranked Xu Yun, I could easily defeat young Master Bai. Now it seems that Xu Yun being killed in seconds is not a loss. No loss. Xu Yun, you're a mere SSS grade talent, who are you to compare yourself to other young Master Bai? Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 666 psychic damage, gained plus 50 Heavenly Fate villain value, and still needs 2250 for the villain carousel to open. Ding. Detected the main supporting character receiving plus 30 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gained plus 50 Divine Destiny villain value, villain carousel opening still needs 2200. The shocked voices around him were naturally accompanied by the system beeps that sounded in Bai Zhou's head and reached his ears. But White Boat didn't care much. This was because he was pleasantly surprised to find that he had just manipulated the furious Za released by Lin Wei. Surprisingly, it was directly triggering the effect of the spiritual necklace. In other words, the strike that White Boat had just made, instead of consuming himself and Lin Wei in any way, had boosted his attack power by 10%. Plus a little damage bonus from his own control over Lin Wei. It directly sent a level 5 Imperial Spiritist flying. Moreover, he remembered that the effect of the spiritual necklace was only a 10% chance of triggering it. I didn't expect my first attack to trigger it. This is really... The battle had only just begun, and he had heavily wounded his opponent without any exertion on his part. In an instant, this battle is no longer in doubt. White Boat cannot be happy? Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 2150 to open. Asshole. At this moment, the city defense captain had an ironic face, and a smear of blood was even reflected at the corner of his mouth. Fought to pull himself out of the nose of the car. Thump. 2 footsteps, looking still a little staggered. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The city defense captain carried the lance in his hands. Almost a hoarse voice was made in general through gritted teeth as he stared at White Boat with a deadly stare. Yes, the surrounding eaters were so shocked. What other reaction could he, the person in question, have? And White Boat, who didn't have any consumption, looked at the city defense captain at that moment, and the corner of his mouth hung in a bland arc as always. Standing up straight, the tip of his spear pointed diagonally at the ground, he said faintly. What? Not admitting defeat? You still want to continue? Ding. Major supporting character detected to have received mind damage plus 999, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel opening still needs 2100. Who am I to admit defeat? This city defense captain actually let out a hiss with a strained neck. I was careless just now, I didn't flash. You kids don't talk about martial arts and engage in sneak attacks. Otherwise, with you being a level 3 Imperial Spiritist you want to hurt me? Idiot. Tai. The muffled sound. This city defense captain's words hadn't even fallen yet, but he even directly turned into a stream of light. With his spear in hand, he shot towards Whiteboat. Holy! Who the hell is this not martial arts to engage in a sneak attack? People are talking to you and you come charging up with your gun without giving them any time to react. And you have the nerve to say that someone else is engaging in sneak attacks? However, he had a good point. It was indeed a bit difficult for a level 3 Imperial Spirit Master to injure him. But a Super SSS class Spirit Maiden is not something you can erase with a small gap of 2 levels. And now Whiteboat is kinda glad. He was glad that his earlier strike of Rage Za had triggered the effect of the Spirit Necklace. Otherwise, all of his 2 skills would be in the process of turning CD right now. It's really possible that this city defense captain will succeed in his sneak attack. But right now, Whiteboat's Rage Zap didn't have any CD time. So, that is, the moment the city's defense captain activated it. Whiteboat immediately communicated with Lin Wei. Rage Za. The captain of the city defense, who was coming in a fast pace and saw that he was about to succeed in his sneak attack on the Whiteboat. Surprisingly, another bellowing was heard in his ears. The action hold brought about by this loud shout caused his figure to instantly break to a halt in place. No way! The moment his body stiffened, the city defense captain let out another hiss inside himself. This feeling of control. Shouldn't this be his spirit lady's skill? But he just released this skill, how can it be seamless? Could such a powerful skill be the passive skill of his spirit nymph? How is this possible? Could his spirit nymph really be over S rank? Ding! Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villainous carousel still needs 2050 to open. But no matter how frantically he shouted in his mind that it couldn't be. There's no way to change what's in front of you. Originally, it was himself who launched the sneak attack on Whiteboat. As a result, now, he actually became the passive defense side again? It was still the moment the tip of Whiteboat's gun was closing in on him that he finally regained his mobility. All that could be done was to raise the gun in defense once more. Clang! The exact same sparks flew as earlier. This city defense captain's body unexpectedly flew backwards once again. Doh! The sound of the car steadily wedged itself once more among the nose of the car behind it. Surprisingly, the movements were all exactly the same as before. But when Bai Zhou saw this image, a cold light suddenly surfaced under his eyes. Chapter 29, Schoolgirls Are Nothing, I Want Villainous Values. This plum scene made the group around them not even change their flashing expressions. The captain of the city's defense countered with a mouthful of old blood that nearly spewed out. Ding! Detected the main supporting character receiving plus 50 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gaining plus 100 divine destiny villain value, and still needs 1950 to open the villain carousel. It was just that at this time, Whiteboat wasn't immersed in the joy of the increase in villain value. Instead, his eyes flickered. It was found that the other spirit mother was actually disintegrating, re-emerging into a woman's form and dropping down beside the city's defense captain. Apparently it was because this A-rank spirit nymph, with her rank advantage, had fought off 2 attacks from the Super SSS rank spirit nymph Lin Wei, and finally couldn't hold out any longer. And Whiteboat didn't care about that. What Bai Zhou cared about was that the spirit lady disintegrated, which meant that this city defense captain now had no spirit weapon to defend himself. And the battle between himself and the city defense captain didn't unfold the boundary of the world's home power. That is to say, even though I don't know who he is and what drama will happen between him and Chun, but if I zap him to death with a single shot now, won't I be able to cut off most of Chu Yun's chi in one breath? At that thought, a cold light flashed in Bai Zhou's eyes and his feet stepped. Whoosh! With a sound, he raised his spear and stabbed at this city defense captain. The city defense captain was also instantly staring at his eyes. I have obviously lost, why does he still have? He's going to kill me? Ding! Major supporting character detected to have received mind damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 1900 to open. Let alone him. It was the spirit lady, who had fallen and sat on the side with a pale face, who had noticed this. No good. With a shriek he rushed to his feet to save his imperial spiritist from the fire. Then, of course, love or no love is put aside for a moment. The main thing is that it doesn't matter if it's a life and death contract, a partner contract or a master and servant contract. If one of the contracted parties dies in battle, the other party will be severely injured. There's just that distinction of degree of strength. Even if it was for her own sake, there was no way she would let her Gashi die. Not to mention the captain of the city's defense, whose intense desire to survive caused him to struggle frantically from the nose of the car. However, White Boat's speed was too fast for him to dodge. It's over. Despair appeared in the heart of the city defense captain. He was beginning to regret it now. Regretting that I didn't listen to those players around me. Why are you going against the young master of the Bai family? In the end, it turned out that he was purely and simply looking for death. And at this time, White Boat had indeed gotten up to kill. But killing was killing, and his mind was thinking. Would he or she gain more destiny villain value by killing him? Or will you get more destiny villain value by continuing to disgust him? This was indeed a problem, but right now, White Boat's purpose was indeed to kill. However, just before the tip of Baijiu's gun pierced through this city defense captain. Suddenly, Baijiu's footsteps instantly break to a halt in place. This is certainly not to say that White Boat has come around. It could also be seen from White Boat's expression that instantly became serious at that moment. A powerful pressure was actually directly locked onto the White Boat. It made Baijiu's body unable to move at all. And it was at this moment. A voice that sounded a bit cold, but majestic rang out. Young Master Bai, what's going on? Why are you so angry? As the voice came, a man wearing a city guard uniform that looked to be 27 or 28 years old held a brightly shining dagger in his hand. It slowly descended from the sky and landed between the White Boat and the city defense captain. And the moment this man appeared, each and every one of the surrounding city defenders drew in a breath of cold air. Instantly bowing and bending, he spoke in unison. Lieutenant! Hoping that the person who had just been fighting against himself was just a squad leader, was he? Now, that's hitting the little ones and the big ones coming out, isn't it? At this moment, White Boat also felt the pressure on his body dissipate. So it was also immediately backed up and distanced itself from this so-called squadron leader. The gentian bright silver spear in his hand also turned into dots of golden light, condensing into Lin Wei's silhouette. Lin Wei grabbed Baijiu's arm the moment he landed and opened his mouth with a concerned face. Brother Baijiu, are you alright? Lin Wei's concern was completely heartfelt. Just the change in Lin Wei's attitude towards Baijiu now. It was obvious that Baijiu's PUA on Lin Wei was really too successful. But now is clearly not the time to dwell on such issues. Baijiu reached out and pulled Lin Wei behind him. Himself, he said in a cold voice, looking directly at this so-called squadron leader. What? Heartbroken? Have you just been hiding somewhere to peek? However, this squadron leader actually laughed lightly in the face of White Boat's provocative voice, ignored it, and turned his head to look at the small squad leader who had collapsed there, his face white. A cold grunt. Waste thing, why don't you get your ass over here? Ding. Detected plus 555 psychic damage to major supporting character. Gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, 1850 more needed for villain carousel to open. This junior captain was busy coming to the side of the lieutenant captain under the support of Ling Yang, and spoke in a low, resigned voice. I'm sorry. Instead, this squadron leader said with a cold snort. The person you should apologize to is not me, but young Master Bai. What? The junior captain looked up incredulously at this. Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 888, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel opening still needs 1800. And White Boat was a bit surprised by what the lieutenant said. Could it be that this squadron leader is also a lickspill of our Bai family? If that's the case, wouldn't that be a good thing? This junior captain was naturally unwilling to apologize to Baijiu, but due to the intimidation of the lieutenant captain, he could only grit his teeth and turn his head, bowing slightly in Baijiu's direction. Young Master Bai, I'm sorry. Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 1750 to open. Listening to the system's beeps all know that this kid doesn't really mean it. But it's good that it's not genuine only if it's not genuine can you give yourself villain value So, White Boat also came straight to the point. I won't take it. You. Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel opening still needs 1700. This little captain's fists clenched once again. But the squadron leader glared at the junior leader. Then he turned his head to Bai Zhou and said with a smile on his face that looked like it appeared just as gentle. Young Master Bai, look, you've beaten up the people and apologized. We're here, even if you're still angry, you have to calm down. In that case, get out of the way, the city guards are still waiting for us to return to hand in our mission. Oh? White Boat, who heard this, raised his eyebrows slightly. If you say so, Lieutenant, then fine. Give me the man I want, and I'll be on my way. Ha ha ha. This squadron leader let out a light laugh and continued. Young Master Bai, you probably didn't hear me. I'm going to meet the city defense guard to hand in a mission yet, and that mission is to escort that woman inside back. So of course I can't give her to you. Bai Zhou sort of heard that this person, although he was jealous of his Bai family's background, he was not actually a licking dog of his Bai family. Nothing more than trying to get out and save his men. Since this was the case, it was naturally impossible for Bai Zhou to give him any face. Immediately, he said, I won't get out of the way until the person is given to me, you should understand that. After hearing this, the smile on this squadron leader's face didn't undergo any changes, but continued to say indifferently. Young Master Bai is right, I have indeed arrived just now, although I didn't show up, I know that you came alone, Young Master Bai, right? That proves that Mr. Bai Jinnan is not aware of your current behavior. If Mr. Bai knew that you were making such a big deal over a woman, whether he would be angry or not, that I don't know. White Boat raised an eyebrow. Threaten me? But you guessed wrong, this young master is not making a big fuss over a woman, but for the heavenly destiny villain value. If it wasn't for the fact that that squad leader could provide himself with a large amount of villainous value, Laozi would have taken his people away a long time ago. Chapter 30, I'm the villain, shouldn't I be in a position of power? This squadron leader saw that White Boat didn't say anything. Thought his earlier threat had worked. The smile on his face became a little more pronounced. Continuing to speak. Young Master Bai, of course we all know that the Bai family behind you is a behemoth we can't afford to climb. But the Bai family, after all, is the Bai family, and you only have yourself, Young Master Bai. So sometimes, you have to know how to take things as they come and not be too wild. Because when people are wild, there is a heaven to collect them. The moment the lieutenant's words fell, a powerful aura swept directly toward the White Boat. Bai Zhou and Lin Wei simultaneously stifled a grunt and took a slight step back. White Boat gritted his teeth a little. The mirror of omniscience in the middle of the void had unfolded. But the line of text displayed on it made Bai Zhou's heart go cold. The level difference is too large to be displayed. Well. No wonder he didn't have any power to fight back in front of this squadron leader. It's simply abominable. Can we really only go home in defeat today? Bold. All of a sudden. A shout. It instantly exploded in the distant air. The surrounding eaters, as well as those city defenders, immediately revealed a pained expression and covered their ears. The squad leader, who was already injured, turned even whiter, spewed out a mouthful, and collapsed to the ground. Ding! Detected the main supporting character receiving physical damage plus 100, mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 1600. That's not all. That squadron leader who just now had a bland smile on his face and had spoken out to educate White Boat. More than that, he covered his chest. Put! The ground spat out a mouthful of blood. The dagger in his hand also instantly disintegrated at this moment, transforming into a pale-faced spirit lady. Poo 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 poo. The pair actually fell to their knees on the spot. The body trembled wildly. Only, the people around them had all received heavy injuries, and only Bai Zhou and Lin Wei were still standing unharmed. While White Boat was wondering what was going on here. In the next second, an obviously angry voice suddenly exploded. What kind of a thing are you? How dare you lecture my nephew? PFFFF. The squadron leader's chest was even more like a lightning strike. Another 2 mouthfuls of blood were spat out continuously, and his face was already as white as paper. But it didn't stop him from trembling at all, looking ahead with a horrified face. And at this time, there was also an additional middle-aged couple by Bai Zhou's side. The male one, who looked a little older than his own father, bore a slight resemblance to him in appearance. The one standing next to him was naturally the man's wife, the same spirit lady who had signed the life and death contract. And when he saw these 2 people, White Boat let out a sigh of relief. But the next second, Bai Zhou immediately held his mouth shut. Wow! He actually cried? Fake crying, of course. But it didn't stop him from already rushing at the duo with open arms. Uncle, Auntie. You guys are going to have to do right by me. That's right. The visitors were none other than Bai Zhou's eldest uncle, Bai Jinbei, and the eldest uncle's spirit lady, Chen Wan. And his own eldest uncle, he was the existence of the one who ranked 5th among the top 10 masters in the country. Bai Zhou, however, knew very well that the child that cries has milk to eat. So, Uncle, ma'am. I'm being bullied, your nephews are being bullied. Look at what he's done to me, all. Turning over his left son's sleeve, there was nothing. Both. Rummaging through his right son's sleeve again, there was still nothing. And pulling up his own 2 pants legs, fine skin, which has any slightest sign of injury. But not important. All in all, it's just that I'm being bullied. Uncle, Auntie, you have to do something for me. Chen looked at Bai Zhou at this moment, that really was a face of heartache. Reached out and held Bai Zhou in her arms. Give White Boat a wash on the spot. Then he said with a heartfelt touch on White Boat's back. Don't cry, Boat, don't cry, you've been wronged. The eldest uncle and mother came late. Honey. Chen turned her head to Bai Jinbei and said in a cold voice. Boat is like this, what are you waiting for? Although Bai Jinbei is a little speechless to Bai Zhou this kind of operation whole, but get over here. A loud shout, mixed with a huge aura, directly wrapped the lieutenant. And this squadron leader's body was even completely uncontrollably, directly pulled over. Put. With a sound it smashed dead center on top of the ground next to White Boat's feet. A cold smile appeared under White Boat's eyes. Isn't the gap between your strength and mine so great that you can't even see the information in my mirror of omniscience? Didn't you say that I'm a crazy person who gets what he wants? Didn't you tell me to quit while I'm ahead? Now, why are you kneeling at my feet? To be honest, White Boat's current operation was indeed a bit shameless. At the end of the day, it's all about utilizing your family background, your family connections. But so what? I, White Boat, am the villain. I have such resources I don't know to utilize, and I'm still doing it the hard way by myself, am I? You say I'm unethical in my power. But if you want morality, you go to the main character, Chu Yun. I'm already a villain, what do I care? Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 1550 to open. This, of course, was offered to himself by the limp little captain in the back. This kid doesn't even deserve the wrath of his own great uncle. Seeing that his own squadron leader was being casually taken by others, his heart began to crumble. Bai Jinbei looked down at the squadron leader who had been forcibly dragged to his side, condescending, his eyes contemptuous. You're the kid who dared to lecture my nephew. No. No, no, no. This squadron leader no longer had that subdued look that he had earlier. At this moment, he was even more flustered and nervous than when the junior captain's men saw White Boat just now. That bipolar reversal just came so quickly. I'm not. I'm not, and I'm just performing. However, Bai Jinbei seemed to have absolutely no intention of listening to the squadron leader's explanation. Instead, he had turned his head to look at White Boat and said with some favor. Xiao Zhou, you tell me, what should I do? Do you want to do it yourself, or will your eldest uncle help you? I'll do it myself. A curve appeared at the corner of Bai Zhou's mouth. Yeah, just now you used your powerful aura to oppress me and dared to lecture me, and now? Oh. White Boat moved his wrists and was in the middle of the squadron leader's horrified gaze. I'll you up. Put. A punch whistled directly into the face of the smelly lieutenant. Blood immediately flowed from the middle of his nostrils, and his nose was crooked. Blanche. Then another flying kick. This young master has to beat your health insurance card into arrears today. Then another 9 days of thunder double stomp. What a move to get in this lieutenant's face. Bai Zhou knew that the strength of this squadron leader had now been suppressed by his own eldest uncle, that there was no resistance at all. At first, the squadron leader managed to let out a few screams. Ah. Young Master Bai, I was wrong. No. It hurts. Young Master Bai, spare me. My face. Young Master Bai, I rely on my face to eat poo. Young Master Bai, I really know I'm wrong. But such voices, after all, are getting smaller and smaller. And the surrounding crowd of those who were each covering their ears with ugly faces, even those from the city guards, could only look on. They didn't dare say a word. That's for sure, the person with the most power is now being held down on the floor and blasted and hammered. Who dares to say anything more? Phew, I don't know how long the fight lasted, but White Boat was a little tired and stood there with his back stuck out, wiping a handful of sweat from his forehead. Turning his head, he saw Linwei, who had a strange expression on his face, and then, making a pleased gesture at Linwei, he said, "You do that, I'll take a break." "Ha?" Linwei was also startled at Bai Zhou's sudden cue to his operation and nervously opened his mouth. Me? I'd rather not." But White Boat said with a big wave of his hand. "What are you afraid of? This kid bullied you just now too. Linwei, you're now this young master's spirit lady. Whoever dares to bully you, you'll have to bully them back even more cruelly, do you hear me?" Linwei looked at White Boat and a few waves appeared within his pupils. In the next second, Linwei actually really clenched his teeth and nodded his head. "Okay, I'll do it." Yikes. A chortle. That showy little foot wedged itself directly in the lieutenant's bloody face. This squadron leader let out one last scream as his hands fell limply to the ground. Chapter 31. They are dog lickers and I am young Master Bai's dog. Linwei, who had landed on one foot, bit his own lip slightly, his body trembling slightly. However, Bai Zhou saw a flash of excitement from among Linwei's pupils. That would prove that the current Linwei wasn't trembling out of fear at all, but out of excitement. Yes, for 18 years, how much humiliation had Linwei been subjected to in this kind of family environment? It had even created the kind of cowardly character Linwei had now. Who wouldn't feel hot and bothered if they suddenly got a chance to vent their anger? For this change in Linwei, Bai Zhou of course clapped his hands off. "Yeah, you're already my villain spirit lady, how can you go along with being a villain yourself?" However, White Boat still said to Linwei, "I think, in the future, you'd better stop stepping on people's faces with your feet." "Ha?" Linwei froze at Bai Zhou's words and became nervous. What's going on? Is this too cruel? She was still a little worried that Bai Zhou would not like the kick she had just given. Unexpectedly, White Boat shook his head and said, "No, I was worried that the guy you stepped on thought you were rewarding him." "Linwei? What? What reward?" Bai Zhou spread his hands. He definitely wouldn't explain this kind of problem to Linwei. He looked at the unconscious lieutenant on the ground and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm directly in his face. There was only mockery in his eyes. "Yeah, aren't you great? Aren't you so much stronger than me, strong enough to crush me? Don't you still dare to lecture me, the youngest member of the Bai family? What about now? So what if you're strong enough to crush me? Isn't it still trampled under my feet like this? Family is part of strength, lad." White Boat just casually smacked his lips and stopped paying attention. Instead, he turned his head toward the vehicle, which still had a large, human-shaped dent in its nose, reserved for the city's defense force. Along with White Boat's footsteps, the system's beep sounded naturally in White Boat's head. Ding! Major supporting character detected to have taken mind damage plus 999, gain Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 1500 to open. Hearing this system's beep, White Boat's afterglow rested on the squad leader whose mouth and nose were gushing blood and who was limp in Spirit Mother's arms. The current White Boat didn't know what the identity of this squad leader was for the time being. However, for the system to be able to provide itself with such a tone, it proved that this kid was definitely related to the protagonist. The current White Boat was completely capable of getting this person killed on the spot. It was believed that with his own eldest uncle, the person who ranked 5th in the top 10 masters present to sit on the scene, absolutely no one would dare to come out and stop himself again. But White Boat slightly looked back at the squadron leader whose face was already bloody and basically only out of breath but not in. He suddenly felt that making someone submit was far more powerful than getting them killed. That's right. Even if it works on the feedback of the Divine Destiny villain value. If he got this main supporting character killed now, he would inevitably gain a large amount of Heaven's Destiny villain value in a short period of time. But that's as far as it goes. It's a one-shot deal. But if you slowly torture this main supporting character through your own means, bit by bit, you squeeze the Divine Destiny villain value out of this person. Wouldn't that work better? It's like that Chu Yun. Damn, he also didn't expect Shin Qin to actually sterilize Chu Yun. Good lord, For this kind of operation, isn't it more enjoyable than just getting that Chuyun killed? Ding! Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 1450 to open. Look! Was saying. Doesn't this manifest destiny villain value come into play? Even White Boat didn't do or say anything to this little captain. It was mainly because of the aura that emanated from Bai Zhou's body just now when he was pondering this matter in his mind. That small captain who was paralyzed on the ground immediately felt as if he was being targeted by something dirty. Especially since it felt cool inside his pants. This feeling made him couldn't help but have his heart flutter a little. Ding! Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel opening still needs 1400. In the midst of such system beeps, White Boat had already arrived at the front of the vehicle. Touch! With a sound, it ripped off the crushed and deformed car door. Right now, although White Boat didn't have a spirit lady attached to him, the attribute boost that the level 3 Imperial Spiritists gave White Boat was enough for him to do so. This was the difference between an Imperial Spiritist and an ordinary person. This was the difference between his own great uncle, Bai Jinbei, and that lieutenant. Even the power exuded by the eldest uncle without the spirit mother's possession was by no means an existence that could be countered by that squadron leader. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has received plus 444 psychic damage, gained plus 50 heavenly fate villain value, and still needs 1350 for the villain carousel to open. In the midst of such system beeps, White Boat, who was standing outside the car, had that expression on his face that was specialized in facing Shinshin again, and said indifferently. What, do you still want this young master to personally invite you out? Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 555 psychic damage, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel opening still needs 1300. Listening to Bai Zhou's voice, Shinshin's body heaved. Somewhat disoriented, he got out of the car. Stunned, he looked at the White Boat in front of him with a panicked expression and a trembling voice. Bai. Young Master Bai, I'm sorry young Master Bai, I've caused you trouble. Yes, Shinshin also knows that Bai Zhou blocked the caravan in order to save himself. But Bai Zhou still had to advise Shinshin. You mustn't think too highly of yourself. If it wasn't for the fact that you were Chuyun's White Moonlight and were able to obtain the Heavenly Fate villain value from you. If it weren't for the fact that you could be used to discuss Chuyun and obtain the Heavenly Fate villain value from Chuyun's body. Who the hell cares if you live or die? Of course, White Boat naturally had absolutely no intention of hitting on her. Just faintly glanced at this Shinshin, did not say anything, and once again turned around to leave. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 333 psychic damage, gained plus 50 Heavenly Fate villain value, and still needs 1250 for the villain carousel to open. But however, just the moment White Boat had just turned around. Plop! With a sound, this Shinshin knelt down again without saying a word. Kneeling down one after another had caused Shinshin's two bare knee heads to have knocked out blood. However, she didn't care in the slightest and opened her mouth at White Boat's back. Bai. Young Master Bai, please. Please don't leave me behind. I want to prove that I am of use to you, young Master Bai, truly useful, young Master Bai. Please. Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has received mind damage plus 666, gained Heaven's Fate villain value plus 50, and still needs 1200 for the villain carousel to be opened. Listening to Shinshin and the system's voice, Bai Zhou slightly stopped himself. Sideways, he looked toward Shinshin. The voice was filled with a kind of contempt and derision. Shinshin, are you cheap? Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has received plus 777 psychic damage, gained plus 50 Heavenly Fate villain value, and still needs 1150 for the villain carousel to open. Have you forgotten that you're the high and mighty school beauty inside the school? What do you think they'd think if the little lickspittles inside the school who love you saw you like this now? Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 1100 to open. I care what they think. Shinshin raised her head with tears in her eyes. What are they, what qualifications do they have to talk about me? Nothing but my licking dogs, the same as that Chuyun, trash licking dogs. I. And I, for one, only want to be a dog for you, young Master Bai. One of your useful dogs. Woof woof. Ding. Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 99,999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 1000. Well. Shinshin's 2 barks, but Bai Zhou was not expecting it at all. He all but subconsciously looked around, and those onlookers probably didn't know who Shinshin was. But how dare she learn to bark in front of so many people in front of herself? Nice guy. Wouldn't this image be even more interesting if Chu Yun was present? Ha! White Boat let out a light laugh. Then what are you waiting for? After saying this, White Boat turned around and left. And after Shinshin heard this, the eyes that seemed to have despaired suddenly lit up. Thank you, young Master Bai. Thank you, young Master Bai. Woof woof. Chapter 32, You Don't Like Me, But You Can't Kill Me? With that, White Boat walked ahead towards Lin Wei and his eldest uncle. Shinshin, on the other hand, was actually just keeping kneeling on the ground, crawling all the way, crawling after Bai Zhou. The surrounding group of people's strange eyes, this Shinshin actually all seemed to have ignored the general. Lin Wei looked at Shinshin who was lying at Bai Zhou's feet, his expression was a little intolerant, and he turned his head. Not that she would sympathize with this Shinshin. Instead, she still felt that the current Shinshin completely deserved it. Previously, for the fact that she had been toying with Chu Yun as if he were a licking dog, she was angry in her own heart. After awakening his S-rank talent today, he humiliated Chu Yun so much in public. Even her so wishy-washy character couldn't look at her and jump out to contradict her. Of course, right now, because in the White Boat could make Chu Yun show all kinds of performance in front of Lin Wei. It made Lin Wei feel like it was really not worth it to be so nervous about Chu Yun before. But the exasperation with Shinshin certainly wouldn't go away. At the moment, it was mainly because this Shinshin just half a day ago was still the high-in-love school flower. Now it had actually turned into a dog that followed White Boat's feet. It made Lin Wei just a little intolerant. While halfway there, Bai Zhou suddenly stopped himself and turned his head slightly to look at the small captain from before. Ding! Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 888, gaining divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel opening still needs 950. This squad leader's body trembled slightly when he saw Bai Zhou's gaze. I thought, what's he looking at me for all of a sudden? Nope. Not only is he still looking at me, he's coming towards me. What's going on? Is he going to step on me again like he did my lieutenant? Ding. Major supporting character detected taking mind damage plus 999, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 900 to open. And when she saw White Boat coming, the spirit lady who was hugging her royal spirit master, her body trembled. Panic opened his mouth. Young Master Bai, please, let us go. We know we're wrong, young Master Bai, please. Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel opening still needs 850. Especially hearing his spirit mother, so lowly and tearfully begging for forgiveness from Bai Zhou. This little captain's heart that was even harder. The truth was that he was seriously injured without any ability to resist. All that could be done was to clench his fists and clench his back teeth to express the pain he felt inside. But the more he saw this little captain with this look, the happier Bai Zhou's heart became. Even bowing slightly, he looked the young captain in the eye and smiled softly. Where's that energy you just had? What about that gesture you just made to stop me from taking someone? You've got to branch out. Ding. Major supporting character detected taking mind damage plus 999, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 800 to open. PFF. The squad leader was so anxious that a mouthful of old blood spurted out of his chest. Not caring if White Boat's eldest uncle was present anymore, he gritted his teeth and said in a hoarse voice. Bai Zhou, you just have a good father. If you don't have the Bai family, what are you still? You think White Boat will be angry when he hears that? Well, then you've made a mistake in typing that. The White Boat standing in front of you, this thing is shameless. Right. White Boat was surprisingly nodding loudly. That's right, I'm relying on a good father. What's wrong? You can too if you have it. Ding. Detected major supporting character taking mind damage plus 999, gained Heaven's Mandate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 750 to open. Yikes. White Boat also clapped his hands in mock chagrin. Forget it, you have a good father to protect you too, but... While saying this, White Boat turned his head to look at the unconscious lieutenant in the distance. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Ding! Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel opens with 700 more to go. You! The junior captain gritted his teeth and clenched his fists so tightly that they even made a cackling sound. All of the pupils were filled with resentment, hatred, and even a thick killing intent. But White Boat didn't care at all. Instead, he opened his mouth even more teasingly. What? You don't like me, do you? Ha! I love it when you're like you can't look at me, but you can't me up. Ha ha ha. After laughing 3 times, White Boat turned around and left. Ding! Major supporting character detected taking mind damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel opening still needs 650. Ding! Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 600 to open. In the midst of such system beeps, White Boat drove away. This time, however, there was an extra Shinshin in Bai Zhou's car. Bai Jinbei, as well as Chen Wan, naturally went to the Bai family villa on their own. That is, after the White family left. It took a large number of city guardsmen to arrive on the scene. When they arrived at the scene, they didn't say anything, they were just cleaning up the crowd of onlookers around them, treating the injured, and cleaning up the mess on the road. Those around the crowd of eaters looked at the belated arrival of the city defenders. Nothing was said. Yet, they know it by heart. These people, in fact, are the support for the city's defense force. It's long overdue. However, the elder brother of the Bai family, Bai Zhenbei, was present, so they completely didn't even dare to let out a single fart. All that could be done was to watch their team members being bullied by White Boat. They still had to wait for the White family to leave before they dared to come out to rescue them. There's no way around it. Who made the White family one of the 4 major plutocrats? 3 of the top 10 masters are all from their Bai family. It was rumored that there was also news that the Bai family was planning to marry another of the 4 major plutocrats. By then, if they were really together, then if the 2 plutocrats were fused together, it would be an even bigger behemoth that no one could restrain. Therefore, even if the chief captain of this city's city defense guards had personally stepped in, he wouldn't dare to say anything to someone else, Bai Jinbei. Lest you get punched in the face. The chief captain felt like pretending he didn't know anything about it and letting the matter go. Bai Zhou had already driven his car and saw his family's villa compound from afar. Only a quick glance showed a large pile of broken brass and iron littered in the middle of the yard. It's like your own compound has become a scrapyard. But when Bai Zhou saw the scraps, the bottom of his eyes were lit up with a glow of anticipation. It seems that the head of the bodyguard arranged by himself has already acquired all the things on the ground stalls in that place and brought them back. Therefore, White Boat rushed to the middle of the yard with a kick of the gas. Pulled out of the car and got out, looking at the pair of scraps, fist pumping. A maid came running over next to her, nervous. "Young master, you're back? These things of yours are really..." Bai Zhou waved his hand without waiting for this maid to finish her sentence. "Did you see her?" The direction the hand was pointing was naturally Shinshin. Without waiting for the maid to reply, White Boat waved his hand and said, "Take her to take a shower, change her clothes, and especially wash the take well. I'm still sick of it after making chicken fingers." Yes. This maid didn't finish what she wanted to say just now after all, and hurriedly took Shinshin down. Instead, Bai Jinbei's mid-air voice rang out at that moment. "Xiao Zhou, the underlings at home said that you got all these broken brass and iron back?" Although Bai Jinbei and Shan Wan didn't ride in Bai Zhou's car, they were definitely much faster than Bai Zhou's return. And at this time, Bai Jinnan also drilled out a head from the back of the scrap, hissing with a red face and a violent rage. "White Boat! You brat, do you treat the house like a dump station?" However, Bai Zhou directly ignored his old man's furious voice and turned his head and directly took Bai Jinbei's big hand and said, "Uncle, as I recall, your secondary occupation is appraisal, right? Sub-professions." That's right, the imperial spiritists in this world can actually choose their own side professions after they have become powerful in rank. There are blacksmiths, appraisers, apothecaries, etc., etc., etc. Of course, this thing wasn't something that came out of awakening transmutation, but rather something that could be learned at one's own choice after the sentinelist's level exceeded 50. It was also because there were fewer sentinels over level 50 and more side professions. So the number of appraisers is even smaller. Who else would have a chance to pick up the slack? Now that White Boat was only a measly level 3, it was definitely impossible for him to have a sub-profession. But Bai Jinbei, the fifth of the top 10 masters, certainly could not be wasted. Bai Jinbei subconsciously nodded, yeah, why? But before he could finish his question, he suddenly reacted. You kid, you don't want me to appraise so much scrap metal for you, do you? Chapter 33 for the old. Robbing the kids. Actually, White Boat missed the mark. Though I guess it's better to cast a wide net to catch a big fish, I didn't realize there was so much scrap metal in that place. It's even piled up in little mountains. But even though Bai Jinbei expressed his reluctance, he still appraised Bai Zhou piece by piece. Who made the entire White family such an only child? White Boat's grandfather, in total, had 2 sons and 1 daughter. But there is only one grandson like Bai Zhou. It was because Bai Zhou's eldest uncle, Bai Jinbei's son, Bai Zhou's older brother, had sacrificed himself on the battlefield against the foreigners. If there was no sacrifice, now Bai Zhou's elder brother would definitely be among the top 10 experts. Because of this, Bai Jinbei also regarded his only nephew, Bai Zhou, as his own. Otherwise, this Bai Jinbei wouldn't have been able to bully the weak in public just now, in front of so many people. It was just that this weakling had bullied his nephew, so he would have to bully his way back. The White family is so protective. This also led to why Bai Zhou before crossing over was so flighty and domineering, and Lin Wei thought that Bai Zhou was an obnoxious second-generation ancestor. Yes, it's a wonder that you can't be spoiled when all the elders in your family care for you so much. Of course, Bai Zhou certainly wouldn't really let his eldest brother appraise all of this pile of scrap metal. That's too much work. He remembered that it was written among the originals. Chu Yun's first time picking up a leak, he picked up top-tier equipment called something like Dragon Armor. This thing is a sentinel defense, arm guard, arm armor. Therefore, Bai Zhou had thoughtfully picked out all the things related to armors, so that Bai Jinbei could just appraise these. In fact, since White Boat knew what that was, it would have been better to just have his men bring back only the arm armor when they swept the goods. It's not at all necessary to go through all the trouble as it is now. But, White Boat has his own ideas. It's that inside the original it was only written that Chu Yun had picked up such a thing. But it doesn't mean that this is the only thing inside this pile of scrap metal that can be picked up. So, for those other things, Bai Zhou planned to find someone to slowly appraise them. Wouldn't it be a profit if another valuable prop or something like that appeared inside? Besides, they are not bad money, all buy, who are the same as Chu Yun, that poor bastard. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 500. Yeah, there's no one else in Chu Yun. I'm so miserable now, and you're still cursing me behind my back? Lin Wei let Shen Yun and Shen Wan pull away to talk. Only the 3 men of the White family were left in the middle of the courtyard. Bai Zhou was inside looking for armors, so Bai Jinbei waited for Bai Zhou to find one and then appraise it. Bai Jinnan, on the other hand, was waiting for Bai Zhou to teach his son a good lesson after he was done. However, in the end, he let White Boat forcefully pull him, and also dug inside this pile of scrap metal, and began to look for the arm armor. I don't know how much time has passed. Bai Jinbei's astonished voice rang out. Great stuff! Whoosh! With a sound, it was as if White Boat was riding a rocket, directly drilling out from inside the pile of scraps. Did you find what I was looking for? In the midst of Bai Zhou's expectant gaze, Bai Jinbei raised the arm armor in his hand and said, I didn't realize that inside this scrap heap, there's really something good. According to my appraisal, the quality of this arm armor has surprisingly reached grade A. The attribute seems to increase the strength aspect. I'm not sure about the exact effect, Xiaozhou, try it on, it might suit you. However, listening to Bai Jinbei's words, a look of disappointment clearly appeared under Bai Zhou's eyes. Come on, I'd better look again. Saying that, White Boat re-entered inside the pile of scraps with his head hanging down a bit. You child! Bai Jinbei, who was standing there, said somewhat helplessly. Do you have any idea how much a grade A armored armor can be sold for? Your eldest uncle, I now have a whole body of equipment, all only 1S, the rest are all A, you to not see the A grade equipment? That's a good point about Bai Jinnan. A grade equipment is definitely considered a big pickup. You have to know how strong the White family's financial power is. For that matter, Bai Jinnan only had 1S ranked equipment on him. It's not because you can't afford it, it's because there's a price for it. This stuff is so rare. Even if someone got such an equipment, there was simply no way that they could just sell it easily. However, Bai Zhou completely ignored Bai Jinbei's voice. This was because he had remembered that the arm armor that Chu Yun had picked up was a solid S-rank equipment. Although the A-class is great, right, but compared to the S-class, it's still too much of a difference. During that time, Bai Jinbei also identified 2 B-grade equipment and 1 C-grade equipment from it. Equipment with a quality of more than C-grade could already be sold for a very substantial price. Add that a great arm armor, and the value of these items is almost as much as this pile of scrap metal. This led to a growing excitement about the identification of Bai Jinbei. And Bai Jinnan even picked inside. Finally, as the 5th ranked and highly respected Bai Jinbei of the 10 great masters, he was actually the one who immediately burst out a foul language? It's surprising. Surprisingly, hearing such a voice from Bai Jinbei, a bright glow finally appeared on Bai Zhou's face. Whoosh! The sound appeared in front of Bai Jinbei. The eldest hadn't finished his sentence yet. Bai Zhou then snatched the tiny thing that looked like a wrist guard from his eldest uncle's hand. Wore it on top of his wrist. It was also the moment White Boat put this thing on. A line of information clearly appeared in the middle of Bai Zhou's mind. S-class armor, dragon armor gauntlet. Wearing effect, 10% increase in defense, 50% increase in 3-piece effect, 100% increase in 5-piece effect. Equipped skill, consume all the energy to make the next attack apply the power of the dragon's soul, increasing the damage of all attributes by 100%. Energy can be recovered over time. Moving, fighting, and releasing skills can accelerate energy recovery. That's right. This is the stuff. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, and has gained the Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 500, the villain carousel has been opened. Bai Zhou clearly remembered that after Chu Yun took the SSS grade quality scholarship. After going to the hospital to pay Lin Wei's father's bill, the first thing I did was pick up such a contraption at the prompting of that old man's voice in my head. Use this skill in subsequent academy tests to deal tons of damage. Breaking everyone's doubts about his contracted E-rank spirit lady. And by the way, a hard punch in the face. Of course, none of this will happen again in the future. Because of himself, he had already preempted Chu Yun's chi in this regard. He didn't even bother to think about any of the villainous carousels now. Full of thoughts that if Chu Yun knew about this matter, he and that old man inside his head must have a wonderful expression, huh? And at that moment, Bai Jinnan also came closer because of the abnormality of his son and elder brother. Just seeing Bai Jinbei, who was already frozen on the spot, he couldn't help but open his mouth. Brother, what's wrong with you? You speak this how stupid? Gulp. Bai Jinbei immediately swallowed a mouthful of saliva, turned his head and grabbed Bai Jinnan's shoulder, and said with one finger pointing at the wrist guard on Bai Zhou's arm that was emitting a faint glow. This. This is actually S-rank equipment. What? Even Bai Jinnan, who heard this, couldn't help but let out a gasp. Can this heck of a broken copper really produce a divine weapon? Whoosh! With 2 sounds, the 2 brothers were actually directly surrounding the white boat. The 2 of them had their eyes staring straight at Bai Zhou's wrist. It was evident how rare this S-ranked equipment was, not to mention the higher levels. And it was because of these 2 people's reaction that frightened Bai Zhou hastily grabbed his wrist and took 2 steps back, opening his mouth vigilantly. What do you want? But Bai Jinbei and Bai Jinnan were the same. The 2 brothers actually revealed what seemed to be a somewhat flattering smile. Ha ha ha. Bai Jinbei, Xiaozhou, you see, this thing is the eldest identified, right? You have to let uncle wear it and see what it really is, right? Bai Jinnan, my son, my good son, look, your father is so old, and he still doesn't have an S-class armored armor. Why don't you let your father juggle? White boat. Whoa. You 2 old guys are shameless. Do you want to rob even a child's things? Chapter 34. The more spirit ladies in the canoe, the better, of course. 2 old guys, and they want to take things from their own hands? That's simply alarmist. White boat ran out of sight in a puff of smoke. Not even running inside the villa yet. Lest I get stuck inside with Pops and the eldest in a jar. Of course, the 2 of them, Bai Jinbei and Bai Jinnan, wouldn't actually rob Bai Zhou. Otherwise, with the strength of the 2 of them, how could that white boat have slipped out from under their noses? And they didn't have a chance with the S-rank equipment in White Boat's hands. There's so much scrap metal next to that. These two brothers had a heart-to-heart, looked at each other, and surprisingly, they were directly drilling inside the pile of scraps. Just the two of them are now in that unattractive state. It's even worse than the previous white boat ever was. In the villa, Shin Yun and Chen Wan, who were looking at the appearance of these two people through the window, also had a look of helplessness on their faces. And Chen Wan, the eldest mother who shook her head, also for the first time put her serious gaze on Lin Wei's body. Lin Wei was pulled by Bai Zhou's mother, Shin Yun, to sit beside the two of them. He also took the initiative to introduce Lin Wei's identity to Chen Wan. This caused Chen Wan's gaze to become serious as well and said to Shin Yun, "When we met before, I thought that this child was just a partner contract for the boat, but I didn't expect. It's actually a life and death contract? Has Ark already forgotten?" When the words came out, Chen Wan glanced at Lin Wei again and swallowed the words that followed. Then with a sad face, he said, "That uncle of ours, the temper is a bit not very good. This you all know, this boathouse still." Alas. Although Lin Wei didn't know what Chen Wan was talking about, he could hear it in his tone. Chen Wan also felt that she shouldn't have signed a life and death contract with Bai Zhou. It made Lin Wei keep his head down and carefully scrunch his neck. Fortunately, Bai Zhou's mother, Shin Yun, was by her side and pulled Lin Wei's small hand, giving Lin Wei strength. And only then did he turn his head to Chen Wan. "Sister-in-law, this child is by no means as simple as you seem." And then, Shin Yun even came up and whispered a few unknown words in Chen Wan's ear. "What?" Chen Wan immediately revealed a flash of astonishment and drew a breath of cold air. And then when he looked at Lin Wei again, his gaze changed completely. Lin Wei was touched, although he didn't know what Shin Yun had said. But Chen Wan's change also made Lin Wei understand that Bai Zhou's mother, from the bottom of her heart, sort of recognized herself. "I don't know why, but I was touched and a little shy. Come over here and show dame." Even, Chen Wan all took the initiative to reach out and pull Lin Wei, and in his mouth let Lin Wei's name for himself, all directly become the same as Bai Zhou? This made Lin Wei's little head hang even lower. But Chen Wan just looked at Lin Wei, not even speaking, but the expression on her face became more and more gentle. He even gently patted Lin Wei's small hand and said, "Well, that's good." In the end, what is good, how good, Lin Wei do not know anything, but she also dare not ask. And it seemed like Chen Wan's topic had shifted at this time as well, once again asking Shin Yun. "By the way, at that time, Xiaozhou also brought back a girl. That girl looks quite pretty, but Xiaozhou's attitude towards that girl is really a bit. Do you know what's going on here?" Shin Yun of course knew that the girl Chen Wan was talking about was the Shin Qin that Bai Zhou had just arranged for his subordinates to take to the bath. Although Shin Qin and herself are also considered to be in the same family, right, but Shin Yun is also a complete stranger to Shin Qin, shook his head and said, "That's something we'll have to ask when boat gets back." Chen Wan also said, "Xiaozhou beat up the city defense guards for that girl. It's 80% that he wants the contract, and I don't know what kind of quality that girl is." White boat beat up the city guards on this matter, in the mouth of these two sisters-in-law, chatting so easily and freely? Looks like they really didn't give a damn about the city guards. It can't be helped, who made the White family big? And at this time, Lin Wei, who had never opened his mouth, finally found a chance to interject. Crisp voice, whispered with a bit of nervousness. "Shin Qin's classmate, her quality is S rank." "Yeah, S rank?" Listening to Shin Qin's words, both Chen Wan and Shin Yun simultaneously revealed expressions of surprise. This Chen Wan also clapped her hands and said, "Yes, yes. Boat is really something. It's just one day after awakening and you've tricked two such powerful spirit nymphs. Whose genes did you inherit? You said that the two of us couldn't stand seeing Jinbei and Jinnan surrounded by other spirit nymphs, so we let them have only one spirit nymph of ours up to now, but it fell on Xiaozhou. Why do I want the more spirit nymphs that boat contracted the better?" Hearing Chen Wan's words, Shin Yun also smiled with her eyebrows, but still gently patted Chen Wan and said, "What are you babbling about? Lin Wei is still here." Shin Yun's favor made Lin Wei's little head turn even redder. Inside this house, how his own mother and his own mother-in-law are arranging themselves, Bai Zhou really doesn't know. At this moment, he was cowering inside the corner of the villa's backyard garden, looking at this dragon armor in his hand. That happy mouth can't shut up. And this dragon tattoo armor is very amazing. It's that after you wear it on your arm, it automatically changes to the material of your clothes and blends in with them. Outsiders can't see anything at all. With the dragon tattoo armor, one's strength had once again been significantly increased. Take for example his own earlier, when he was manipulating Lin Wei's Super SSS grade Genshin bright silver gun, which drastically increased his damage after releasing the Genshin. After the test just now, one's dragon's guts could provide a damage bonus of almost 20%. Then, triggering the effect of the Spirit Rhinoceros prop when unleashing Rage Zap boosts it by another 10%. That would be 130% damage to the opponent. And now, if one were to release the Dragon Tattoo Armor skill after releasing the Dragon Guts, which caused one's next attack to have its full attribute damage boosted by 100%, with a little bit of luck triggering the Spiritual Rhinoceros effect, then one will deal 260% damage to the opponent. Then, when calculated like this, one's strength was even close to catching up to a rank 7 Imperial Spirit Master. If it was now that he was allowed to clean up that city defense squad leader again, then he would be crushing him on all fronts. Even a single strike could potentially take the life of that city defense squad leader. And that's not all. After looking around inside the corner where White Boat was located and there wasn't any other person's figure, he also directly opened his mouth. System, I want a lottery. That's right, although the previous one's joy at getting the dragon armor made him not care about the system's beep. But it didn't mean that White Boat had forgotten. Because he had gotten the dragon armor before the protagonist Chu Yun, another villainous carousel of his own had opened up again. Looking at the big carousel that was spinning rapidly in front of him, White Boat rubbed his hands together, his eyes all glowing with anticipation. Along with the big carousel spinning slower and slower, a slow glint of blue light lit up on that big spinning disc. When he saw this glow, the anticipation on Bai Zhou's face instantly faded quite a bit. But it's always a little higher quality than the white rewards you got for yourself from the last big spin, right? Besides, he had already reaped so many benefits today, what did he care about that? Ding! As the grand carousel came to a stop, the system's beep sounded in White Boat's head. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the blue reward through the villain carousel, plus 5 generalized attribute points. White Boat. Hearing the system's beep, White Boat froze. Subconsciously, he asked, "What the hell is this?" The system didn't answer Bai Zhou's question. Instead, he pulled out White Boat's Mirror of Omniscience from the middle of the void. The Mirror of Omniscience shone on White Boat's body, and the information belonging to White Boat on it surfaced clearly. Occupation, Spiritualist. Level, 3. Talent, Grade A. Guru's Talent, Matchless Sword Box. This was the normal message from before, but this time, a different few lines of text appeared underneath them. Power, 13. Agility, 13. Intelligence, 13. Note, all Spirit Masters will start with 10 attribute points when they complete the transfer. Bai Zhou looked at these extra lines of attribute points, his eyes flickered gently and he couldn't help but speak in a low voice. I don't remember anything else being written about such 3-dimensional attribute points inside the original novel. Chapter 35. It's only a matter of time before you become an SSS. That's right, Bai Zhou was familiar with the plot of the original story before he crossed over to this world. He, however, had no memory of such 3-dimensional attribute points or anything like that. He knew how Chu Yun had raised his strength and what spirit maiden he had contracted. But it was never known what other 3-dimensional attribute points Chu Yun possessed. Of course, the pale voice inside Chu Yun's head was not some system that could force points to be added. But the system still chose to remain silent in response to this kind of question from White Boat. White Boat was also used to the system's silence. And his mind had already begun to speculate. In fact, these 3 peripheral attributes are always present. Only, this presence is implicit and cannot be visualized. After all, not everyone sees a panel like they can through the Mirror of Omniscience. Also, the protagonist in the original just has the old man inside his head, that's all. That old man was also nothing more than a wisp of a remnant of a once powerful man, not unlike the system he possessed. The system is something you can take out and add directly to attribute points. Chu Yun, on the other hand, would have to raise his attribute points by fighting, cultivating, learning, or even contracting different spirit nymphs. And those 3 attributes must be closely related to things like combat prowess. For example, if there was an Imperial Spiritist with extremely high strength attribute points, then every one of his attacks must be thunderous and deadly. And there are Sentinels with extremely high agility attributes, then his speed becomes an advantage in battle. Higher intelligence points are surely a significant boost to skill release and such. It was only that all of these Imperial Spiritists must have gone through the appropriate cultivation, or battles or something like that, to carry out their hidden attribute points. And now, he had actually extracted generalized attribute points directly from inside the system's villainous carousel? One didn't need any cultivation or fighting to raise this kind of attribute value, yeah. Nice guy. White Boat suddenly realized. This blue system reward, does it actually smell so good too? So, White Boat didn't say a word. System, add all 5 of these attribute points to strength for me. Ding. Generalized attribute points 5, strength attribute points plus 5. That's right, White Boat didn't consider that agility and intelligence at all. This was because the only life and death contracted spirit maiden he had right now was Lin Wei. The super SSS ranked Genshin Bright Silver Lance looks like it needs a bit of added speed, but in reality, her skill, which added damage, and this dragon tattoo armor that she had just obtained on her own body, had a skill that similarly added damage. Therefore, the only thing that brought the most obvious effect was an increase in one's strength attribute points. And after the system's beep fell, the data information on the mirror of omniscience that shone toward White Boat also changed at the first moment. Occupation, Spiritualist. Level, 3. Talent, A+. Guru's Talent, Matchless Swordbox. Power, 18. Agility, 13. Intelligence, 13. Seeing these lines of information on the mirror of omniscience, White Boat stood up directly from the ground without holding back. Eyes flickered and he couldn't even control his voice. How did my talent go from A to A+? That's right. The talent of an Imperial Spiritist can actually be enhanced? This can indeed be done. However, it requires the consumption of huge manpower, material and most importantly, financial resources. This is also why when she was inside the school before, Shinshin said that her by family could smash her talent into S even with money. But this stuff is limited to the 4 big families. It was because there was no way for anyone other than the 4 great families to afford such an exertion. And even for the Bai family, which was one of the 4 great families, at best, they could only raise Bai Zhou's talent to the S rank, and there was nothing more they could do. But the current self was merely adding 5 attribute points. The talent level just went straight to A+. Then if it goes on like this, then wouldn't it only be a matter of time before he forced himself to raise his talent to the same SSS rank as Chu Yun? This White Boat was certainly surprised. Only, at this time, another doubt rose in White Boat's mind. That is, if the Sentinel talent is related to attribute point gains, then other people can raise their attribute points by practicing in fighting, too. But White Boat had never heard of anyone changing their talent level because of it. But how did this phenomenon happen to this young master? As usual, the system chose to remain silent. You still have to go and find the answers to these things on your own. But even if it's not clear what exactly caused it now itself. But it turned out to be absolutely perfect. At this moment, White Boat even seemed to have a sinister smile on his face as he chanted in a low voice. Chu Yun, when the time comes, you suddenly realize that this young master's talent level is actually the same as yours. That expression, it must be wonderful, right? The unconscious Chu Yun's body, which was lying on the emergency operating table, jerked heavily. Ding! Detected. Chu Yun receiving mind damage plus 9,999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 5,900 to open. In the face of the system beeps coming from his mind, White Boat only wanted to laugh at this point. Full of images of Chu Yun being made into a chicken fillet by Shinshin. Shinshin, that S-rank schoolgirl, should be pretty much cleaned up by now too, right? With this thought, White Boat drilled out from the middle of the small garden. And not forgetting to sneak a glance toward the front yard land. I couldn't help but laugh at myself as I watched my dad and eldest pouting their way through the garbage inside. But in the end, he held back and tiptoed back into the middle of the villa. Inside the living room, Lin Wei, who was being dragged by Shenyun to chat with Chen Wan, also got up in a panic after seeing Bai Zhou return. Trotting along and blushing slightly, he burrowed behind White Boat. This gave White Boat an even more confused look. Especially seeing that ambiguous look on his old mom and damsel's face. It made White Boat even more curious. What did these 3 just talk about inside the living room? But didn't wait for White Boat to ask. Soft footsteps came. From the other side of the living room, the little maid that Bai Zhou had arranged earlier walked out with Shinshin, who had already freshened up. White Boat's eyes lit up. At this moment, Shinshin, the clothes on her body, was unexpectedly a black and white maid's outfit. It was probably because the little maid in his house was also unable to find any other clothes and gave Shinshin his own clothes. Moreover, Shinshin was a bit taller than this little maid. The little maid herself wore a dress with a hemline that just barely covered her knees, but on Shinshin's body, Two white thighs were so clearly exposed to the air. And that hot body. You know, Shinshin is the recognized schoolflower of their school. That's a first-class presence not only in terms of face or body. Now that she was standing there, even Baizhou, a traveler, couldn't help but give her a thumbs-up awe. And at this time, Shinshin, it seems that because she has finished dressing up, that kind of confidence belonging to a goddess schoolgirl has also reappeared in her body. When she saw Baizhou, she was actually directly throwing off her long legs and walked over and stood in front of Baizhou. Lifting her own skirt, she slowly spun around in front of White Boat. And then, with a look that he didn't know where he learned from, he also looked at White Boat softly with a silky look that he didn't know where he learned from. Young Master Bai, am I beautiful? Shen Yun and Shen Wan, who were sitting in the middle of the living room, even looked at Shinshin's figure and nodded their heads vigorously. The two were still whispering and exchanging words. This girl is indeed a beautiful looking based on looks alone, but is worthy of our family boat. Yeah, big where it needs to be, small where it needs to be, and it looks pretty well bred. These two people commented on the voice without the slightest smoke, Shinshin heard clearly. But Shinshin is shameless, and even happy, standing there straight and throwing winks at Baizhou. However, no one noticed that Lin Wei, who was standing behind Baizhou, carefully took a step back, seemingly distancing himself from Baizhou. And at this time, Baizhou also seemed to have let this Shinshin hook up and extended his right hand. Shinshin was even bolder and stepped forward, directly taking the initiative to put her cheek on Baizhou's hand. He even stretched out his tongue to gently touch White Boat's fingertips. Good lord, this is going to but any other person absolutely have to change. And at this time, White Boat was actually breathing a bit heavily. A point of triumph appeared in the bottom of Shinshin's eyes, but the next second. Snap! The crunch came. Baizhou's raised right hand unexpectedly smacked Shinshin's face without mercy. Shinshin's body stumbled and fell straight to the ground. Ding! Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has received plus 10 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gained plus 50 heavenly fate villain value, and 5850 is still needed for the villain carousel to open. Chapter 36 Shinshin and Lin Wei, developed at the same time. This sudden slap from Baizhou caused the entire living room to instantly become silent. The little maid who brought Shinshin out, as well as Lin Wei who was hiding behind Baizhou's body all shuddered, and a look of panic appeared amongst their pupils. Shen Yun and Shen Wan, who were sitting there, were both stunned. However, neither of these two people said anything, they just looked at each other and quietly watched the scene. As for Shinshin, she was blinded by the slap. Covering her small white and flawless face, tears were slowly swirling among her eyes. The gazes that looked at White Boat were all puzzled. However, Baizhou didn't pay any attention to Shinshin who had fallen to the ground. Turning around, he also took Lin Wei, who had been a bit evasive just now, and turned his head toward the small side hall next to the large living room. Not forgetting to say something coldly after taking 2 steps out. What are you standing there for? Get over here. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has received mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly fate villain value plus 50, and still needs 5800 for the villain carousel to open. Of course Shinshin knew that Baizhou was saying this to her. Hearing such a cold tone from Baizhou, Shinshin also scrambled up from the ground. Not caring about the 5 fingerprints on his face, he panicked and chased after them. And the little maid standing there was so startled and frightened that she turned and ran. But without thinking about it, Baizhou called out to her again and said, "Whoever that is, go, bring me one of the gifts my dad just bought for his little baby 2 days ago." Ah! This little maid's eyes were full of incomprehension when she heard White Boat's arrangement. However, it did not dare to disobey White Boat at all. Immediately bowing his head, "Yes, young master." Then ran quickly away carrying her little dress. Baizhou then led Lin Wei into the middle of that small hall. With one ass, he sat down on the couch inside the small hall. Lin Wei subconsciously intended to stand behind Baizhou. But he didn't expect that Baizhou reached out and was directly pulling Lin Wei into his arms. Had Lin Wei sit on his lap. Although this was the second time Lin Wei had sat in Baizhou's arms. But Lin Wei's heartbeat was once again violent, and a blush instantly rose on her face. Only at this time, the gaze she looked at Baizhou had more than a touch of disbelief amidst her shyness. But Shinshin, who had followed her at this time, saw that Baizhou and Lin Wei were unexpectedly so close. All the pain from that one slap just now seemed to be a few moments clearer. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 5750 to open. But Shinjin didn't dare to say anything and could only stand in front of Baijiu with her head honestly lowered. Because she also didn't know what kind of things this temperamental young master was planning to do. But how could Baijiu let him off so easily? He wrapped his arm around Lin Wei's small waist while gently rubbing Lin Wei's evasive little hand and said faintly, "Are you standing in front of this young master? Are you still trying to make him hold his head up and talk to you?" Ah! Hearing Baijiu's voice, Shinjin was instantly startled. Plop! With a cry, he fell straight to his knees. And then his voice trembled. "Right. I'm sorry, young master I was wrong. Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 5,700 to open." Looking at the flustered Shinjin at this moment, the corner of Baijiu's mouth appeared a touch of arc, but he still deliberately said in a cold voice, "What did you call me?" Shinjin suddenly froze and subconsciously spoke, "Bai Xiao." But then she saw Baijiu's icy eyes. Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 555 psychic damage, gained plus 50 Heaven's Destiny villain value, and still needs 5650 for the villain carousel to open. Lord. Yeah. That's what White Boat is all about. Just now, after Shinjin took a shower, was she actually treating herself as a person again? And the nerve to run up to you and charge around in circles without your permission? Who gave you that confidence? Was it the shower gel? And at this moment, hearing the master in Shinjin's mouth, a smile appeared on Baijiu's face. Faintly. "That's a good boy, come on, come closer." Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 666 psychic damage, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 50, and still needs 5600 for the villain carousel to open. Shinjin's body trembled slightly, and with that, she fell to the ground and crawled to Baijiu. "Lift your head." Shinjin's body trembled once again, but still slowly raised her head. Shinjin's beautiful and moving pretty face just tilted her head and looked at Baijiu pitifully. But naturally, she also tilted her head and saw Lin Wei sitting on White Boat's lap. Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 444 psychic damage, gained plus 50 Divine Fate villain value, and 5550 is still needed for the villain carousel to open. This was Lin Wei, the poorest, wimpiest, and not so good-looking girl in the entire school. It's not even noticeable inside a crowd on a normal day. Moreover, just before she was the trashy spirit lady she had been talking about. But now, she was sitting high in the lap of her revered white young master, looking down on herself with her head bowed like a victor. You know that in the past, you were the only one looking down on Lin Wei. Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 555 psychic damage, gained Heaven's Fate villain value plus 50, and still needs 5500 for the villain carousel to open. And the way Shinjin looked at Lin Wei naturally fell into the eyes of Baijiu and Lin Wei. It was a resentful gaze, as if Lin Wei had taken everything from her. Making the originally timid Lin Wei subconsciously blush, gritting his teeth and averting his gaze. But the next second. Slap! With a sound, Baijiu unexpectedly slapped again, backhanding Shinjin on the other side of her face. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 888, gained Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 5,450 to open. What? You have a problem with my spirit lady? No. Covering her other cheek, with tears being stirred out of her eyes, Shinjin hurriedly re-straightened herself on her knees and opened her mouth in panic. I didn't, Lord. Master. I wouldn't dare. Lin Wei is now your spirit mother, she's my. Ding. Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 999 psychic damage, gained plus 50 Heavenly Fate villain value, and still needs 5400 for the villain carousel to open. This Shinjin gritted her teeth as if she had something to say that she was ashamed to say. But Baijiu laughed softly and turned his head to look at Lin Wei and said, Our dog doesn't talk, how about you help me teach her a lesson? Ha? Me? Lin Wei was once again taken aback. I. But this time, Baijiu didn't wait for Lin Wei to refuse before he spoke. Have you forgotten what I told you before? Lin Wei's voice instantly stuttered, and the image of the squadron leader who had stomped unconscious with one foot on the road earlier appeared in his mind. Her body shuddered slightly, then. Pa! This crunch could be much lighter than White Boat's hit. But Lin Wei's slap still landed firmly on Shin Qin's face. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 5,350 to open. Ding! Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50, and still needs 5,300 for the villain carousel to open. Ding! Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 99,999, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 5,200 to open. The system beeps that kept ringing in his head caused White Boat to raise his eyebrows. Although Lin Wei hit much lighter than himself, the psychological damage caused to Shin Qin was geometrically increased. Lord! My Lord Mother, I'm sorry. Shin Qin finally said these two words under great psychological pressure. And Lin Wei, who was still a bit nervous at this moment, an inexplicable relief appeared in her heart when she heard Shin Qin address herself. So bullying really does feel so happy, huh? Ding! Detected that part of the protagonist's chi is blocked, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 200, villain carousel still needs 5,000 to open. This system beat made the smile on Bai Zhou's face even clearer. That's right, this may seem a kind of conditioning for Shin Qin. In fact, how is it not a kind of development for Lin Wei? And just then, the soft and sticky voice of the little maid came over. Young master, what you want? Shin Qin, who was already filled with tears, just raised her head and her gaze instantly shrank. Ding! Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 99,999, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, and still needs 4,900 for the villain carousel to open. That was, surprisingly, a dog leash. Chapter 37 What makes an S-rank beg to be a slave? Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 777 psychic damage, gained plus 50 Heavenly Fate villain value, and still needs 4,850 for the villain carousel to open. Ding! Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 888, gained Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50, and still needs 4,800 for the villain carousel to open. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 4,750 to open. In the midst of such system beeps, Bai Zhou just looked faintly. Shin Qin, whose hands were trembling, took the tray that the maid handed over. Then slowly, he put a collar, himself, around his neck. Then, cupping the other end of the leash with both hands, he came to White Boat propped up like this. The pale-faced Shin Qin, a tear on her face slid down her still somewhat red and swollen cheeks. Master! Woof woof! Ding! Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50, and still needs 4,700 for the villain carousel to open. Unbeknownst to me, it was a clear woof woof. It made two middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s instantly freeze on the spot. That's right, the two brothers, Bai Jinbei and Bai Jinnan, returned to the middle of the villa sweating profusely. Even though the two looked like they were working hard, there was actually a kind of contented smile on both of their faces. Just now, among the pile of rags outside, there wasn't another item Tobe found that could rival that S-rank equipment that White Boat had snatched, though. However, they later found another A-grade equipment, and several C-grade equipment. Just these goodies that were identified today. That value definitely far exceeded the price of the pile of broken copper and iron that White Boat had bought back. This thrill of picking up the pieces was also the first time they had experienced it. Even the two brothers discussed whether or not to dedicate a time to go to such a place. And then pretended to be a pig in a poke to sneak in and pick up the slack. But the two brothers were not expecting it at all. The two of them had only just entered the door moments before. A crisp bark was heard. And it's still female. Most of all, the sound of this thing doesn't sound like a real dog barking out. Both brothers subconsciously turned their heads to look at the side room next to them. And then, the image in front of them made both of them refresh their worldview. Good Lord, the youngest member of the White family was sitting on the couch with his arm around a little girl. There was a prettier little girl kneeling in front of her. And the barking was actually coming from inside this little girl's mouth. Most of all, this little girl was still wearing a chain, and the other end of the chain was personally handed over to Bai Zhou. This is an image we want too. Cough cough cough. This kind of heartfelt voice, the two brothers, Bai Jinbei and Bai Jinnan, did not dare to export at all. It was because they had seen the leering smiles of Xinyun and Chen Wan. But that doesn't stop the brothers from communicating. That Bai Jinbei turned his head to look at his brother and said with a twitching eye, "This stuff. Did you teach him that?" Bai Jinnan shook his head on the spot and said, "Oh big brother, do you think I dare? Are you sure you didn't teach this?" "Me?" This Bai Jinnan exaggeratedly pointed at himself, carefully peeking at Chen Wan before quickly saying, "If you don't dare, do I? What are you two chatting about?" Xin Yun's gentle voice rang out. Hiss! The two of them, Bai Jinbei and Bai Jinnan, simultaneously drew in a breath of cold air. And then surprisingly, there was even a stand in place, the two said, waving their hands in panic. What was the conversation about? No conversation? The sun is so round tonight. I don't know who said this coldly, and both brothers shut up instantly. And then looked at Chen Wan and Shen Yun's increasingly warm smile. These two brothers also looked at each other and decided, at once, to change the topic. Whoosh! With a sound, Bai Jinbei appeared next to his wife, Chen Wan, and then deliberately pretended to look disgusted. Honey, what happened in this house while we were gone? This little boat playing, so flowery? Why don't you and your siblings educate him properly? The way they came up with was to change the topic to Bai Zhou, which would spare both of them the need to face their own wives' tortured gazes. However, at this time, Shen Yun and Chen Wan's sisters-in-law glanced at each other, and their hearts were in sync, as if they were waiting for Bai Jinbei to ask this question. Chen Wan also directly turned her head and spoke in a mysterious manner. Do you know what quality of spirit mother the girl kneeling in front of the boat is? Bai Jinbei saw that he had escaped and still cared about this? Of course, he didn't even think about it and just shook his head and said, I don't know. And Shen Wan seemed to have known Bai Jinbei's answer and said with a smile. Class S. What? When he heard this quality, Bai Jinbei coldly and violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air. But for Bai Jinnan, although it was also the first time he knew the quality of Shinqin's spirit weapon, it appeared to be just a little bit rare. There was even a mental note. No wonder he's kneeling at my son's feet. He didn't open his mouth to say anything, though. Looking at his brother's so surprised look, Bai Jinnan's face also had a light ah. Boat made an S-rank spirit lady kneel there as a dog? Good lord, what is this? Did they sign a master-servant contract? But Chen Wan once again smiled and shook her head. Nonetheless, the reason why that spirit lady is doing this is because she is begging our boat to sign a master-servant contract with her. Ha! Bai Jinbei's eyes jumped wildly as he listened to this. Not. Ah. I recognize every word you're saying, how come I can't understand it when you connect the dots? That's an S-class spirit maiden. That high-quality spirit lady that is unattainable to other imperial spirit masters is actually kneeling at Ark's feet, begging Ark to sign a master-servant contract with her? Hiss. What level is Ark's sentinel talent? The current Bai Jinbei could only associate it towards Bai Zhou's rank. Murphy. It's SSS class? It's not that exaggerated. Shen Yun, who was sitting there, said with a light smile and waved her hand. Boat's grade is A. Bai Jinbei shut up, but the light that danced among those pupils hung in disbelief. One looked hard at the scene inside the side hall, and in the end, not knowing what he had thought of in general, he carefully opened his mouth. Did Boat drug that girl? Pa! Chen Wan slapped Bai Jinbei's head with a crisp melon. Can't you say something nice? Bai Jinbei rubbed the back of his head with an embarrassed expression, not daring to speak at all. Yeah, even if he and Bai Jinnan were both one of the top 10 experts, so what? They can be high and mighty in front of people, but in front of their daughters-in-law that's really normal, just too normal. However, Bai Jinbei felt that Bai Zhou was not normal. Yes, you are a royal spirit master who was only a mere rank. Why do you let an S-rank spirit lady kneel at your feet? And begging you to sign a master-slave contract, begging to want to be your slave ah. Can this thing be right? However, Chen Wan did not answer this question from Bai Jinbei, but instead continued to speak in a mysterious manner. The girl in Ark's arms has signed a contract with Ark, guess what level she is? Bai Jinbei suddenly froze. Right, to be able to make an S-class spirit lady like this, that proves that Xiuzhou's current spirit lady must be absolutely powerful, that. Bai Jinbei's voice seemed to be trembling a bit. Could it be a double S, or a triple? But before he could finish his words, Chen Wan spoke directly, grade E. What? Bai Jinbei's voice was instantly raised an octave. got up from the couch on the spot. And before Bai Jinbei could have a fit, Shenwan quickly said again. And she signed a life and death contract with Boat. Bai Jinnan, who heard Shenwan's words, was slightly stunned. No, didn't we already know the hidden attributes of Shoujo's spirit lady? How is this still calling people E? However, Bai Jinnan sought his big brother, whose body was already gently trembling from extreme anger. And his wife and sister-in-law were all smiles of triumph. Bai Jinnan seemed to understand something, and an intriguing arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough. Next. Tai. With a muffled sound, Bai Jinbei had disappeared into thin air. Immediately after, Bai Zhou, who had been gripped by Bai Jinbei's neck, was dragged out from the middle of the side hall with a dumbfounded look on his face. Bai Zhou hadn't reacted to anything yet. The hoarse voice of Bai Jinbei came to his ears. Bai Zhou, your father and I are usually too spoiled for you, aren't we? You don't want to die, do you? Chapter 38, Battling the Top 10 Masters? The victory has been decided. White Boat was baffled at his eldest brother's words. He's there training the dog himself. And then nothing, just dragged out? And I heard the eldest's reprimand. What's going on? Looking up at Bai Jinbei, who was filled with anger, Bai Zhou couldn't help but skim his lips to come up with a comment. No, uncle. You don't still want to rob my equipment, do you? Equipment? Hearing this, Bai Jinbei froze slightly as the S-rank equipment from earlier appeared in his mind, almost revealing a demented expression once again. But soon he shook his head and placed the White Boat on the ground. You stand still. Then with a serious gaze, he reached out and pointed in the direction of the parlor just now and said in a deep voice. Your eldest mother told me that you made a life and death pact with that spirit woman? Yeah, that's right. White Boat nodded in agreement very dryly. Giving Bai Jinbei gas, almost stormed in place, grabbing Bai Zhou's shoulders and opening his mouth in an exaggerated manner. Did you forget that you have a... When the words reached his mouth, Bai Jinbei slightly skimmed the corners of his mouth, and ultimately did not say anything. But he immediately asked anyway. She's rated E? Class E? Hearing those words, White Boat were slightly stunned. I thought to myself, haven't I already told Pops about Linwei? As a result, he turned his head to look and realized that Bai Jinnan, Shenyun, and Shenwan were not looking this way. That expression made White Boat sort of understand. A helpless smile appeared on his face as he nodded at Bai Jinbei. That's right, she's an E. And you're saying you're not looking for death? Bai Jinbei's angry voice could no longer be held back. And then a person stood right in front of White Boat, that hateful, that heart-wrenching, that fretful, that urgent variety of voices. It was all smashed on Bai Zhou's body. But the only thing that responded to Bai Jinbei was Bai Zhou's helplessness. At this point, White Boat had understood. Earlier, Pop said that his eldest uncle and grandfather would definitely be angry when they found out about this. And now it is indeed fulfilled. But there's only one way to shut the eldest up and get him to accept it, really. That is, to convince your own great uncle, mind you. After all, talk is cheap, and you have to let your eldest feel it properly firsthand. Therefore, Bai Zhou also ignored Bai Jinbei's bitter education and instead spoke directly. Uncle, let's fight. You. Bai Jinbei was still here lecturing Bai Zhou when he suddenly heard these words. What did you say? Bai Zhou slightly stepped back a few steps to distance himself from Bai Jinbei. And waved in the direction of the side room. Linwei ran out from the middle of the side hall in understanding and carefully got behind Bai Zhou. Face Bai Jinbei together with Bai Zhou. And then, White Boat once again spoke solemnly. Uncle, it's too much of a waste of time to explain or anything, so let's just fight. Looking at Bai Zhou's firm gaze, Bai Jinbei's face turned strange. No, you. And you, an E-ranked spirit lady, you're challenging me? You don't have a fever, do you? What? Bai Zhou did not answer Bai Jinbei's question but asked directly in return. Wouldn't you dare? Good boy. Bai Jinbei really ate this set of agitation. Row. You've got your wings, kid. I'll teach you a lesson today, old me. While saying that, this Bai Jinbei all but lifted up his sleeves. And afterward it also said. And don't say that I'm bullying you, big uncle, the fight between us doesn't need your eldest mother to come down. Also, I will seal myself with only 10% of my original strength. You only need to hold out for 10 minutes with your spirit lady under 10% of my power, or force me to use more than 10% of my power for you to win, okay? Bai Jinbei said this with ease. White Boat then asked, do we need to initiate a challenge? Because by initiating a challenge, the world origin power forms a boundary that is used to protect both sides of the battle and others outside of the battle. However, Bai Jinnan naturally said with a big wave of his hand. No need. It's not like I'm going to really hurt you, your great uncle. But when the words came out, Bai Jinnan realized that Bai Zhou's eyes were not quite right. You don't think you kid can hurt me, do you? Ha! Bai Jinbei said with a direct light laugh. Kid, even if your current royal spirit master rank is the same as mine, but your spirit nymph is only a mere E rank, it's a fool's errand to even think of hurting me. Hurting me counts as a win for you, alright, cut the crap and get started. Good. The corner of Bai Zhou's mouth lifted slightly. Uncle, this is what you said. Buzz. With a sound, Lin Wei behind him transformed into dots of starlight. A brightly shining lance was then held tightly in White Boat's hand. At the same time, the aura on White Boat's body climbed rapidly. And Bai Jinbei didn't care about that at all. Instead he moved his neck and muttered on his lips. Today, Big Uncle will show you what absolute strength means. Drink! However, at this moment, Bai Jinnan heard a popping sound. The White Boat on the opposite side was actually jutting directly towards himself. Bai Jinbei was still a little surprised, thinking. Kid actually dares to initiate an attack? Wait, why can't I move? Bai Jinbei discovered a very crucial issue, that is, after that loud shout, his movements seemed to have been restricted in some way. However, his own strength was strong, and in just an instant, he recovered. However, a flash of surprise appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Even I can be restricted for an instant, then if it's at the same level, Boat's skill is enough to hold back not bad, something. And at that moment, the tip of White Boat's gun had already arrived close. With Bai Jinnan's speed, he could have completely dodged it, but he was wearing a faint smile as he stood still, not retreating in the slightest. This kid, he can't really think he can. Bang! The muffled sound came. Whoosh! Bai Jinbei's body was instantly blasted away. Boom! Wow! A large, human-shaped hole instantly appeared in the wall of the small hall to one side. Holy! And it was in the middle of this large human-shaped hole that Bai Jinbei's unbelievable roar came out. Wah wah wah! The sound of a pile of gravel being rattled came. The gray-headed Bai Jinbei drilled out from the middle of the big hole. At this time, Bai Jinbei's appearance had long since lost the composure he had just had. The shirt on that chest was broken, the hair was disheveled, and it was even full of dirt and stone debris. Ba ba ba! Spitting out 2 mouthfuls of dust, Bai Jinbei also gritted his teeth and drank. Good boy, you ing hit so hard? Old me, I have to teach you a lesson today. However, he had just taken a step forward when Chen Wan's figure instantly appeared in front of him. And then with a look of disgust. Who else are you going to lecture? You've already lost. What? Bai Jinbei froze when he heard this. Where did I lose? I didn't. However, the touch coming from his chest caused Bai Jinbei's body to tremble slightly and he quickly lowered his head. Sure enough, a drop of blood from the broken shirt on his chest slowly flowed out. Although there was only 1 drop of blood, it was enough to prove that Bai Zhou and Lin Wei had injured this Bai Jinbei, who was ranked 5th in the top 10 experts. How? Bai Jinbei's tone was obviously quite sharp, and it was obvious that he was also very surprised. You have to know how powerful you are. Even though you have sealed 90% of your strength, your principal attributes will not change at all. Even if White Boat was SSS ranked and held an SSS rank spirit lady in her hands, trying to injure herself head-on the day she had just been transferred and awakened was by no means an easy task. Not to mention the fact that White Boat was only a measly A rank and his spirit lady was only a wasteful E rank. There really isn't any problem with what Bai Jinbei said. Because on the day of the transfer and awakening, after signing the contract, no matter how high the talent was, that level was only level 1. It was a fool's errand to want to injure a superstar like Bai Jinbei. But Bai Zhou and Lin Wei, they were already level 3. Moreover, White Boat triggered the Genshin skill before doing so, followed by Rage Zap. Not so lucky this time, it didn't trigger the Aurora Strike. However, White Boat used the dragon armor that he had just obtained and unleashed the power of the Dragon Soul, increasing the damage by 100%. In other words, the damage of the blow White Boat had just dealt was already more than that of a level 6, same qualification, same attribute Imperial Spiritist. Although even though it was already like this, it only caused Bai Jinbei to rub a little skin, it was enough to prove how powerful Bai Zhou and Lin Wei were. This is not the one with the dog chain Shinshin, at this time looking at the big hole in the wall, the expression is a little dumbfounded. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 4650 to open. Chapter 39, Shu Yun, Shin, I must kill you. Shin looked at the large hole in the wall. Eyes dulled. Images of today's battle between himself and the SSS ranked Shu Yun, who had a confrontation with White Boat and the others, surfaced in front of his eyes. Himself and Shu Yun, killed by White Boat in a single strike. Then she also thought of the small captain of the city defense guards who had been repulsed one after another by the combined efforts of Bai Zhou and Lin Wei earlier. What followed was the image of Bai Jinbei, who was one of the top 10 experts, being zapped by Bai Zhou with a single shot. Although Bai Jinbei had suppressed his own strength, Shin was still certain that just even if he and Shu Yun were still in a contractual state now, it would be absolutely useless if people launched attacks. Is this really something you can do with power and influence? Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 4600 to open. No! It's definitely not just about being powerful. Having the power only allows White Boat to drive and block the vehicles of the city guard. But with only power and influence, it was simply impossible for Bai Zhou to defeat a rank 5 Imperial Spirit Master in 2 sentences with his own power. This necessarily also requires being strong enough on its own. And White Boat, it must be. It was because White Boat was strong enough that he didn't care at all about Lin Wei's grade quality in the area. It was because White Boat was strong enough that he didn't care at all about me as an S-rank spirit lady. White Boat. White Young Master. Master. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 4550 to open. Unconsciously, Shin was already tightly grasping the leash around her neck. And such a system beep didn't attract White Boat's attention. Lin Wei was already lifting his transformed state. At this time, Lin Wei's small face was still a bit white, and fine sweat hung on her forehead. By Zhou Nua, this was caused by Lin Wei and himself fighting one after another. Likewise, after using the dragon armor skill himself, it would also put a certain load on his spirit nymph. But despite this, there was a flash of excitement amongst Lin Wei's pupils. That's right, she was the one who defeated Bai Jinbei, one of the top 10 experts, together with Bai Zhou. Although the battle accounted for 99.999% of the water, I guess, but even so, this was not a scene that Lin Wei's little girl could dream of before. It actually came true today, so could she not be happy? And Bai Zhou also brought Lin Wei to Bai Jinbei's side at this time. Looking at the wounds on Bai Jinbei's chest that had all healed, he also said, "I don't suppose you're thinking of lecturing me now, uncle? What else is there to teach?" Bai Jinbei exaggeratedly grabbed Bai Zhou's shoulders as a bright light flashed among his pupils. "Xiao Zhou, tell uncle, what the hell is going on? Murphy, is this your secret or is this spirit mother of yours?" Bai Jinbei also shifted his gaze to Lin Wei who was hiding behind Bai Zhou. Of course, at this moment, his gaze towards Lin Wei had changed. But White Boat said, You'd better ask my dad about the specifics. I'm exhausted from today's day and I'm starving, Mom. Do you have any rice?" Xinyun stood up from the sofa with a motherly caring smile on her face. "It's already ready, wash your hands and eat. By the way, big brother, don't forget to build a wall for our house." Ha. This was the first time Lin Wei had sat down to eat inside a restaurant that was bigger than his own home. It was also the first time she had seen so many delicious things that she had never thought of before. Sitting next to White Boat, she looked very rushed. "Don't even dare to pick up your chopsticks." It was still White Boat who had personally pinched several large pieces of meat for Lin Wei. It was only then that Lin Wei, this little girl, finally couldn't help but swallow her saliva and wolf down her food. Watching this scene, not to mention the rest of the Bai family, even Bai Zhou's face was filled with a pleased smile. He even looked Lin Wei up and down from the side and said, "Lin Wei little girl is a real beauty billet, now so skinny also because of malnutrition. I believe it won't take long, this girl will give me a big surprise, right?" The way Bai Zhou looked at Lin Wei was like a big bad wolf that had its eyes on Little Red Riding Hood. But this Little Red Riding Hood was completely unaware of this matter, and was still immersed in her food, unable to stop herself. But unbeknownst to him, Bai Zhou's gaze that was looking at Lin Wei clearly landed in the eyes of Shin who was outside the restaurant, shrinking inside the corner and chewing silently. Xin looked at Bai Zhou, and then looked at Lin Wei, and silently didn't know what she was thinking, and slowly lowered her head. And White Boat's side of the family was happy. But no one in the third hospital can afford to eat anything at this point. Even Xu Yun's attending physician, or Dr. Li, who had received money from Bai Zhou, did the same. Because all they have to do is pick up a bowl of rice and think of the horrible look of that chicken fillet. The good guys were all sick to their stomachs and even couldn't help shaking. And before that special ward of Xu Yun's. The door was no longer empty. Instead, there stood 4 stony-faced city defenders. 2 males and 2 females, they were 2 imperial spirit masters, and their respective spirit maids. It was important to realize that the main body of the city guard was still dominated by ordinary people who didn't have spirit maidens. Imperial spirit masters who possessed a spirit lady held a notable position among the city's defense guards. Now these 4 could guard the door for Xu Yun. It completely proved that the city defense guard, as well as this city's city lord, and the various executives valued Xu Yun. However, at this moment, in the middle of the ward behind these 4 people, there was a hissing like a wild beast. Ah! Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 9,999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 200, villain carousel still needs 4,350 to open. Hear the hissing. The 2 great spirit masters simultaneously uttered a dark cry of misfortune and turned their heads to push the door directly into the room. After seeing that there was no one else in the middle of the ward, there was only a Xu Yun who had already woken up. The 2 of them were also relieved. After looking at each other, one of them also turned his head and ran out of the ward, presumably to notify some leader. And at this time, Xu Yun, who was lying on the hospital bed, had a bloodless face. Even the lips were that light purple color. He didn't pay any attention to the city defenders who pushed their way in. Instead, with difficulty, he slowly lifted the corner of the quilt. But all he saw was thick gauze and nothing else. Ding! Detected the protagonist has received mind damage plus 9,999, gained heaven's destiny villain value plus 200, villain carousel still needs 4,150 to open. Shen. I'm going to kill you, ah. It seemed that it was because of Xu Yun's violent anger at this moment. The thick gauze was actually imprinted with spots of blood. And that old voice in Xu Yun's mind also spoke in a hurry at this moment. Wachan, calm down. You should never get angry now. And Xu Yun, who heard this voice, immediately seemed to have found some kind of outlet to vent, and immediately hissed in the middle of his brain. You old fart. How do you expect me to calm down? You're not the one who turned into a eunuch. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered psychic damage plus 8,888, gained heaven's destiny villain value plus 150, villain carousel still needs 4,000 to open. You! The old voice seemed to be a bit angry, but once he thought of what was happening to Xu Yun now, he still sighed and said, Ugh! I really sympathize with you. Put away your sympathetic behavior. At this moment, Xu Yun seemed to have fallen into a kind of madness due to his extreme grief. You can obviously sense everything in the outside world, so why didn't you warn me when Xin approached me? Why didn't you stop it when she did that to me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even be in this situation. The old man in his head was blinded. Me? You blame me for something like this? Don't forget that I'm just a spirit body, I don't have much energy of my own, and just now, in order to save your life, all of my energy was consumed, and you're complaining about me instead? You shut up. Xu Yun was all starting to get a little hysterical. You're not saving my life for me either, but for yourself, because if I die, you die too. You. The old voice gave a noticeable lurch, and then slowly fell silent. Shut up? You're justified, aren't you? What had happened? Xu Yun was surprisingly unaware of it. You think I'll forgive you if you don't say anything? Old undead. What are you pretending to be mute for? You put me through this, don't you care about me? However, what responded to Xu Yun was still a long silence. However, White Boat's mind was in a different light. Ding! Detected that part of the protagonist's chi has been blocked, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 500, villain carousel opening still needs 3,500. Chapter 40, the current White family is the one that can do whatever they want. White Boat didn't expect it either. The hallowed protagonist, Xu Yun, had actually gone mad to this extent now. Even the old grandpa inside his head was cursing like crazy. Sure, it's understandable. After all, for good reason, he had only just possessed that SSS rank talent that was only found in legends. It's been a long time since I've had a chance to fly high. As a result, he let the first spirit lady he contracted make a chicken fillet. Who can stand that? It would have been justifiable to make him mad. Ever since the old voice in his head stopped responding to him. Shu-yun was also completely bereft of an object to vent on. Just lay there lifelessly on the bed, looking up at the gray ceiling. Icy cold tears slipped from the corners of his miserable eyes. Knock knock. A knock came at the door. Shu-yun immediately dried his tears. Is this the legendary condescension of the protagonist? Only after that did he take a deep breath and adjusted his mind to speak. Come in. Even though he had tried his best to restrain himself, he still couldn't suppress the trembling of his voice. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s with a small flat haircut pushed his way in. And the members of the city guard who followed this man. After watching the man walk into the hospital room, he carefully closed the door behind him. It was left for him to spend time alone with Shu-yun. And this middle-aged man who walked into the hospital room, he did not know whether it was because he wanted to be able to leave a good impression on Shu-yun or because he was completely sincere. That gaze looking at Shu-yun was filled with sympathy. Ding! Detected the protagonist has received plus 333 psychic damage, gained plus 100 value of Heavenly Destiny villain, and 3,400 is still needed for the villain carousel to open. Unbeknownst to him, this sympathetic gaze was even more reminiscent of Shu-yun's own physical defects. That's really doesn't matter. This middle-aged man had arrived in front of the hospital bed and took the initiative to speak to Shu-yun. Hello, Shu-yun student. Introduce yourself, my name is Zhao Gang, I am the city defense guard of this city, the chief captain. Hearing Zhao Gang's self-introduction, Shu-yun was all frozen for a moment. The chief captain of the city's defense force. How can you be so young? You know that nowadays, because of the war with the foreigners, each country has formed a city-state system. Every city owns a city pool, and within the boundaries of the city pool, owns a person with the highest local power status, that is the city lord. They have absolute say over their city and can enact laws and regulations within the city limits and such. The city guard, on the other hand, is under the direct command of the state. The chief of the city defense guard of each city was parachuted in directly from the national level. In addition to the issue of maintaining law and order in this city, there is another important task, which is to supervise the city lord. It is said to be monitoring, but in reality it is surveillance. Lest the lord of the city become addicted to power and detached from the state. Therefore, the identity status of the chief captain of the city defense guard within the city, that was equal to the city lord, and even vaguely higher than the local city lord. And is that the big man of such stature that he only looks 30 or 40 years old? And he showed up in person in the middle of his hospital room. It was evident how much they valued this SSS ranked talent. And Shu-yun was also reaching out with difficulty to support the hospital bed at this time, as if he was about to get up. This Zhao Gang was also quick to raise his hand and said, "Student Shu-yun, quickly lie down." And Shu-yun said politely, "Lord Chief Captain, forgive Shu-yun for not being able to salute. No harm, no foul." Zhao Gang waved his hand and dragged a chair from the side by himself and sat on the side of Shu-yun's bed, then said, "Shu-yun student's body is not convenient, so there is no need to be polite." Ding! Detected the protagonist has received plus 555 psychic damage, gained plus 100 value of Heavenly Destiny villain, and 3,300 is still needed for the villain carousel to open. The corner of Shu-yun's mouth gently twitched, but still said with his emotions under control, "I wonder what the Lord Chief Captain came to see me about." Zhao Gang also didn't hide anything at all and immediately opened his mouth. Student Shu-yun has awakened a super talent like SSS rank. This is a terrifying qualification that only appears in legends. This matter is not only emphasized by the leaders of this city, even the leaders above me were greatly shocked after learning the news. That's why I was sent here, to personally keep you safe. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 555, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 3,200. Yeah, this Zhao Gang saying this looked like he was shocked at how powerful Shu-yun was. How much Shu-yun's current identity deserved attention. But you say you're here to keep me, Shu-yun, safe? Is that how you're protected? I've had chicken fingers made for me. Just thinking about this matter made Shu-yun want to cry. However, he also knew what people could be scolded and what people could not be scolded. This is the protagonist's brain. So also to Zhao Gang. Thanks, Chief Captain. Actually, fart brain. To put it bluntly, it was still Chu Yun who did not dare to scold this Chief Captain. After all, it wasn't as if this Chief Captain had only one district spirit body to rely on in order to survive. People live well on their own, and if they offend them, they will certainly be worse off in the future. Zhao Gang smiled and shook his head. Student Chu Yun, there is no need to thank me. You have a qualification like SSS rank, but you are the hope of our human outsiders. Protecting you is the duty of every human. These words made the corner of Chu Yun's eyes twitch. This human you're talking about, it's not all of humanity, is it? Only, when the words came to this point, Zhao Gang's expression sank slightly, and his tone of voice became a bit dry and said. However, there is one thing that I must remind Chu Yun-san of. What is it? Chu Yun froze. Zhao Gang took a deep breath and said slowly. We deeply sympathize with you, student Chu Yun, for what happened to you. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 666, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 3100. Chu Yun was also drunk. Since you sympathize with me, don't mention the pot calling the kettle black. But this thing that Zhao Gang is talking about now seems to be this. And so it went on as well. If student Chu Yun is thinking of revenge, I advise you not to have that thought for the time being. What? Hearing Zhao Gang's words, Chu Yun's fists instantly hardened. You mean, I'm getting all this and I just have to put up with it, don't you? Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 666, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 3000 to open. Chu Yun had managed to suppress his emotions for half a day, but at this moment, he was also showing signs of being a bit taut. And Zhao just happened to look like he expected Chu Yun to react like this. So it was also said. Student Chu Yun, listen to me first. I believe that you should be aware of who you have offended. The White Family. The White Family, one of the 4 great Zaibatsu. And 3 of the top 10 experts are all direct bloodlines of the Bai family. Their family not only has money, they also have power, and even more powerful strength. Ding. Detected the protagonist has suffered 555 psychic injuries, gained the heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, and still needs 2900 for the villain carousel to be opened. Chu Yun clenched his fists and couldn't help but grit his teeth as he interrupted Zhao Gang and said. Then they, the White Family, can do whatever they want? His voice was getting a bit of a growl, from anger of course. However, Zhao Gang looked at Chu Yun, but he was very calm and had a very serious look as he slowly nodded his head. The way things are now. You're right. The White Family, that means you can do whatever you want. SH. Chu Yun's lavender lips looked even paler. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 888, gained heavenly fate villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 2800 to open. Then. He said as if he had thought of something, his pupils glowing a few points brighter. What about Shinshin? Shinshin that, can't I take revenge too? When Zhao Gang heard these words, even his face became a little unnatural as he looked deeply at Chu Yun. Amidst Chu Yun's expectant gaze, he slowly shook his head. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 2700 to open. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered psychic damage plus 99,999, gained heaven's destiny villain value plus 200, villain carousel still needs 2500 to open. Chu Yun's eyes as he looked at the ceiling became even more desperate, and even his voice as he spoke took on a bit of a crying tone. Could it be? Do I really have no chance? But right at this moment, Zhao Gang's expression became serious and he opened his mouth very firmly. No. Of course you have a chance. Chapter 41, The 4 Great Families, they won't be able to run wild for much longer. A glint of ice even appeared under Zhao Gang's eyes. The lifeless Chu Yun was even more stunned. Weren't you the one who just told me not to try to take revenge on the White Family? Now you're the one who says I have a chance? Are you that contradictory? And looking into Chu Yun's eyes, Zhao Gang's voice was low. Chu Yun, don't forget, you're an SSS grade talent. There's no way for you to break the White Family's wrist now, and that's not just because of the White Family's financial power. Rather, it's because of those 3 among the top 10 masters. Those 3 are our country's most important immediate combatants, and we still have places where we must use them. It's not just the White family, there are also the other 3 major plutocrats. But in reality, my leader told me a long time ago that the people up there are having a huge headache with this flighty and domineering 4 great families, and they've long since grown tired of seeing these 4 great families. So, after the appearance of an existence that can completely overshadow their role, that is battle ready enough to take their place. That 4 families? Zhao Gang's words only reached this point and did not continue. However, it was also enough to reveal a few glimmers of hope among Chu Yun's lifeless pupils. Lord Chief Captain, what do you mean? Zhao Gang reached out and patted Chu Yun's shoulder and said, SSS grade talent, heaven has given you such a powerful talent, you mustn't waste it. As long as your person is still alive, then sooner or later you will become the most powerful imperial spiritist in this world. Because you have an SSS rank talent that no one has ever seen before. When you're strong enough to completely crush them. You understand? Accompanied by Zhao Gang's voice, the delighted look in Chu Yun's eyes was on the verge of overflowing. He looked deeply at Zhao Gang before nodding his head heavily and said loudly, Don't worry, Chief Captain, I will. Won't let you down. Good. A smile appeared on Zhao Gang's face as well. Only the smile didn't look much warmer. And after saying those words, Zhao Gang stood up and waved his hand. I'll leave you to rest then. If there's anything, you can get someone outside to contact me. After saying this, Zhao Gang turned around and was about to leave. But just turn around for a moment. Zhao Gang's pupils suddenly shrunk. Because right behind him just now, right above the ward door, an electronic eye was emitting a faint red glow. Not good. Zhao Gang said in his heart that it was not good. Without responding to Chu Yun's goodbye, he directly pulled open the door of the ward and quickly walked out. Walking quickly towards the office that Dr. Li had taken White Boat into earlier. There was no knocking, just pushing the door in. Just in time, I saw the startled Dr. Li panic and manipulate something on his keyboard. This Zhao Gang's brows instantly furrowed with a cold snort. What are you doing? Along with this cold snort, that powerful aura instantly swept towards Dr. Li. Plop! With a sound, the huge aura directly pressed Dr. Li to kneel straight on the ground. He also didn't bring his own spirit mother, much less a spirit mother attached to him. Yet, just like Bai Jinbei before him, he casually exuded such a terrifying aura. It proved that people's strength was definitely not to be underestimated, but they were at least a chief captain. Sir! This Dr. Li was so shocked by Zhao Gang that he cried out in pain. Kneeling down, he folded his arms and apologized in a panic. Sir, I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again, I won't dare to do it again. Sir, please, spare me, spare me. However, Zhao Gang simply ignored Dr. Li's pleas for mercy. A flash of his body brought him to the side of the computer. While quickly cutting the screen on the keyboard, very rhythmic music came out of the stereo. And you play your cards so well. The corner of Zhao Gang's eye twitched. Hey! Hurry up, I've been waiting for the flowers. Zhao Gang looked at the image of the landlord on the computer screen and turned his head with a speechless face to look at Dr. Li, who was kneeling on the ground. Dr. Li was still sniffling and crying. Sir, please, please, please don't tell our leader. If the leader knew I was doing this kind of thing during office hours and not checking on my patients, he'd have to penalize me. Sir, please, my family doesn't have much money and my family is counting on my salary. Zhao Gang faintly clicked twice on the computer with his mouse. Airplanes. That's the way the cards have to be played. Have you learned? Dr. Li's mouth twitched, but he said immediately. Learned, sir, you are amazing. All right. Zhao Gang gently waved his hand. Go ahead, there's nothing to do right now anyway, and as for your leader's side, you don't have to worry, I'm leaving. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. This Dr. Li was so excited that he even knelt down and kowtowed. Sir, your great kindness, I'll never forget it. With that, Zhao Gang left the office amidst Dr. Li's excited voice. And the moment Zhao Gang left the office, the expression on Dr. Li's face instantly changed. In a single bound, he reached the side of the computer desk and slowly lifted the keyboard that was sitting there. Underneath the keyboard was his own cell phone. The phone's screen read video file sent successfully. The White Boat at this time already finished enjoying that wonderful dinner amidst the system beeps that kept ringing in his head. For Bai Zhou, a traveler, it was a bit better than Lin Wei, but that was still considered a mountain of food. Especially since the system's beeps kept ringing out, making this meal very soothing for Bai Zhou. At this time, the family was also sitting in the middle of the living room, drinking tea and eating after dinner dessert. Only Lin Wei was really uncomfortable sitting next to Bai Zhou. She seemed like an outsider. But unbeknownst to them, only the Shinqin who shrinks inside the corner and doesn't even dare to get close is the real outsider. And at that moment, Bai Zhou was looking at the screen on his cell phone with a flickering gaze. There was still a bit of surprise in his mind. I didn't realize that my seemingly no-bull operation of giving Dr. Li money would pay off in such a critical way. In fact, the group of people above had long been displeased with the four great families this matter. White Boat was aware of it. By the later stages of the original, Chu Yun's strength was getting stronger and stronger, again because of the original White Boat's constant deaths. It led to the other three of the four great families being disappointed in the Bai family, and the leaders above them showing their fangs to the Bai family. It was just that what Bai Zhou hadn't thought of was that it turned out that at this point in time, that group of people had already looked at the four great families. At this time, Bai Jinbei's voice suddenly came. Xiaozhouwa, it's not easy for your eldest uncle and your eldest mother to come back once, you're just hugging a cell phone, and you don't chat with us? Hearing Bai Jinbei's voice, Bai Zhou lifted his head and looked at Bai Jinbei and then at his own father, Bai Jinnan, before opening his mouth. Dad, uncle, have you heard of this man Zhao Gang? Hearing Bai Zhou's question, Bai Jinbei and Bai Jinnan froze at the same time, and then surprisingly said in unison. I've heard of it, why? Then the two froze again and looked at each other and said. You recognize it too? Bai Zhou was also convinced of his old man and eldest uncle. This time, Bai Jinbei grabbed the lead and said. Over a year ago, Zhao Gang joined my trial squad. As you know, a lot of potential recruits are selected from above for us to help train. He came out a few months ago, only to suddenly disappear without a word. And Bai Jinnan picked up the conversation at that moment. Is it possible that this Zhao Gang's sudden disappearance is because he's parachuted into the city's chief city guard? Oh? Is that so? Bai Jinbei was slightly stunned. And then the brothers turned their heads to Bai Zhou at the same time. How did you know about Zhao Gang? With a grimace, White Boat pushed his cell phone out. You'd better see for yourselves. However, what surprised Bai Zhou more was. When the two brothers, Bai Jinbei and Bai Jinnan, saw the contents of the video, they didn't get angry and weren't even surprised. Instead, they frowned at each other slowly. It seems that the royalists have infiltrated us. White Boat froze. What the hell is a royalist? Chapter 42 Shinqin does not sleep at night to do what? It wasn't surprising that White Boat would open his mouth so exaggeratedly to ask. Because in the original novel, he doesn't remember any royalists or greenies or anything like that. Now I didn't expect to hear that term from my father and uncle. But Bai Jinbei and Bai Jinnan were hearing Bai Zhou's question. Both said with a very silent shake of the head. Right now you're still a little too weak, and there are some things that are not yet for you to understand. You'll know naturally when you're a bit stronger and have the conditions to be able to fight against certain people. Bai Jinbei and Bai Jinnan's evasions caused Bai Zhou's heart to stutter slightly. I'm not strong enough now? What about me plus the white family behind me, plus you guys? Is it the same? Hiss. White Boat slightly sucked in a breath of cool air. There must still be a lot of open and shut battles hidden in this world. It was only because the original plot focused on depicting the protagonist Chu Yun. So there's a lot of stuff that doesn't show up. But if he had taken care of Chu Yun himself, or if he hadn't let Chu Yun screw up early like the original, doesn't that mean one will have to face these hidden things one day in the future? Slowly, Bai Zhou turned his head to look at Lin Wei beside him. Lin Wei naturally didn't know anything, and he couldn't hear what Bai Zhou and the others were saying. Just blinking his big, ignorant eyes, he looked at White Boat, full of innocence. But White Boat's heart had already made up its mind. It seemed like he still had to find a way to quickly improve his strength before he could do so. As for how to improve your strength? Then naturally it would have to start with the protagonist Chu Yun's body. Because what kind of chance the protagonist Chu Yun had gotten and what kind of benefits he had reaped, White Boat was well aware of it. Grabbing things is certainly much easier than exploring and finding them on your own. And you can also earn system points for system rewards. That's like getting twice the work for half the effort. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 555, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opens with 2,400 more to go. Shu Yun, who was far away from the hospital, was thinking about the future. All of a sudden it felt like a little chill down my spine, but had absolutely no idea what was going on. This way. It's getting late. Even an imperial spiritist needs to rest, ah. It was a good thing that the White Boat family's mansion was very large. There are a sufficient number of vacant rooms. Although it was said that Lin Wei and Bai Zhou had signed a life and death contract, there were still some things that had to be done in a gradual manner. And, although it was said that Bai Zhou's mother had arranged a room for Lin Wei, but Lin Wei still decided that he would go to the hospital to take care of his father. In a coma, White Boat changed hospitals for his father. What if my father wakes up during the night and sees his surroundings as a complete stranger? What if he gets anxious? What if he gets scared? And as a daughter, Lin Wei, naturally, shouldered the responsibility of taking care of her father. White Boat didn't refuse either. 2 bodyguards were arranged to escort Lin Wei to the hospital. As for Shinxin, Bai Zhou couldn't think of any use for the Shinxin at the moment, so he stopped paying attention to it. But Bai Zhou doesn't care about this Shinxin. It doesn't mean that Shinxin can endure loneliness. It was only in the dead of night that Shinxin walked into a room belonging to the subordinates under the leadership of the Bai family's subordinates. The good thing is that because of her special nature, she can be assigned a single room. But Shinxin, who had just entered the room and closed the door, suddenly had an expression on her face that was both resentful and angry. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 444 psychic damage, gained plus 50 heavenly fate villain value, and still needs 2350 for the villain carousel to open. As if in a frenzy, he ripped the collar off his neck and threw it out with a look of disgust. This acts as if to say, this girl is at least a joke of a school, and the spirit lady quality is S-ranked. Now you're actually willing to be a dog so you can contract with White Boat? It's simply disgraceful, it's simply disgusting. But it wasn't long after she threw the collar. That expression changed as soon as it was visible to the naked eye. It slowly went from anger to stupefaction, and after stupefaction it surprisingly turned into panic. In the end, she was actually panicking and lunging towards the collar she had thrown out. He was busy picking up this collar, and carefully patting the dust on it. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 555 psychic damage, gained plus 50 Heaven's Fate villain value, and 2300 is still needed for the villain carousel to open. And Shinxin, who carefully held this collar, actually sat slowly on the bed with a dull expression, and even chanted stiffly. This is young Master Bai. Gave it to me. This is young Master Bai. Gave it to me. As if he were a repeater, he held the collar and slowly lay down on the bed. Ding! Detected that the protagonist, White Moonlight, has suffered plus 444 psychic damage, gained plus 50 heavenly fate villain value, and still needs 2250 for the villain carousel to open. At this time, Shinxin seemed to have entered a state where his 3 views were crumbling, rebuilding, and crumbling again. The whole mental state of the person seems to be out of whack. It may seem like the torture on Shu Yun today was cruel, but the torture she suffered wasn't small either. Just lying there on the cold bed, holding the collar, staring blankly at the ceiling. Actually started murmuring. I wonder if young Master Bai still remembers what I told him today. What did he say? Lin Wei isn't here tonight, young Master Bai is alone and needs someone to warm his bed, right? What? How did you connect the dots on this? But? Am I worthy of climbing into young Master Bai's bed? Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has received mind damage plus 666, gained Heaven's Fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 2200 to open. And it was because of this idea that it arose. Shinxin's eyes were surprisingly floating in front of him with one strange image after another. At school, White Boat kicked himself off. At the hospital, White Boat slapped himself in the face. White Boat stomped on his own head, holding his dignity down and rubbing it on the floor. Ding! Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 888 psychic damage, gained plus 50 heavenly fate villain value, and still needs 2150 for the villain carousel to open. But Shinxin's eyes kept flickering with images that humiliated her endlessly like this. But her body began to tremble softly. Moreover, along with the trembling of her body, Shinxin's cheeks were actually slightly reddened. Even closed her eyes, tears in the corners of her eyes, biting her own lip. And the White Boat in his head after another loud slap on Shinxin's face. Shinxin unexpectedly was directly rolling over, and her 2 long white legs deadlocked on the quilt that hadn't been unfolded yet. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has received mind damage plus 666, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel opening still needs 2100. At this time, Baijiu, who was lying on his bedroom bed, looked at the ceiling with his eyes open, and his pupils were filled with confusion. The heart says, "What's going on? What is this Shinshin doing up late at night?" White Boat was completely unaware. At this time, the name of Baijiu even began to echo inside Shinshin's room. Shinshin clutched her pillow in a death grip and clamped the quilt, trembling. "Young Master White. Master. Hit me. Ding." Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has received mind damage plus 666, gained Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50, and still needs 2050 for the villain carousel to open. As time passed, Shinshin's body seemed to be even more out of control. Surprisingly, he was somewhat frantic to put the collar, which he had just ripped off with his own hands, around his neck once again. And she was still pulling on the collar's snap with a death grip, tighter and tighter and tighter. Visible to the naked eye, Shinshin's cheeks were starting to turn blue from suffocation. But she had no intention of stopping. Made it seem like she was committing suicide. Ding. Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50, and still needs 2000 to open the villain carousel. I don't know how long it took, but Shinshin suddenly raised her head. And it was at this moment that Shinshin finally spilled the beans. She breathed in the fresh air greedily. The bruising on his face was also slowly fading. However, at this moment, Shinshin did not have any expression of pain or distress. Instead, the cheeks became more flushed, and it was the eyes that gradually became unspeakable, totally unspeakable. Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50, and still needs 1950 to open the villain carousel. White Boat, who was lying on his own bed, couldn't help but skim his lips. This Shinshin, not right, very wrong. Chapter 43 God-Making Program? Border Wall. But in the end, there was always a moment when this system beep would stop. White Boat also went into the middle of dreamland as expected. Should I say no, this sleep White Boat did not sleep very comfortably. After all, my pre-crossing self slept in a hardboard bed. It does take a while to get used to the fact that this is suddenly such a soft mattress. But the good thing was, no one would wake up White Boat either. This sleep, he slept until the middle of the day before he yawned his way out of the middle of the bedroom. He didn't even want to get out of bed if he could help it. Because he remembered that the plot among the original. The day after Chu Yun completed his transformation awakening, it was the enrollment conference of the various university campuses. Especially because Chu Yun had also awakened an unprecedented SSS grade super talent. So this enrollment conference can be said to be exceptionally hot and grandiose. There were even quite a few people who had come over to join in the fun specifically to catch a glimpse of the true face of the SSS grade qualification. Of course. Just as this enrollment conference is very ambitious. Chu Yun naturally put on a big show at this enrollment conference. And he, the villain, naturally became the rightful backdrop. But now, Baijiu was really curious as to how Chu Yun could still go about pretending this today. Therefore, after getting up, Baijiu casually ate something and directly set off to the hospital to find Lin Wei. Lin Wei's father was still in a coma, but the private doctor at the Bai family's private hospital told Lin Wei that her father's health had improved. I'm sure it won't take long to come to your senses. This made Lin Wei, the little girl, not close her mouth in that happy morning. On seeing the White Boat arrive, this little girl was even more excited as she directly opened her arms and jumped into Baijiu's arms, crisply speaking. Thank you, brother White Boat. Now Lin Wei little girl mouth inside this White Boat brother is more and more smooth. This was certainly good for White Boat. Lin Wei naturally knew that Baijiu had come to find himself for the enrollment conference. So also, after simply settling his father, he took Baijiu's hand and went out. However, the two of them, Baijiu and Lin Wei, hadn't even had the chance to walk out of the hospital's door yet. The head bodyguard from before then blocked White Boat's path. Tell White Boat that the enrollment conference is cancelled. White Boat, who heard this news, were slightly stunned. After all, the setting in the original. For so many years, the enrollment conference has started the day after Awakening Day, so how come it was cancelled this year? However, after listening to the reasons explained to him by his men, White Boat was also dazed. It says it's because Chu Yun's body and bones are inconvenient, so Chu Yun's body is certainly not convenient. That's all chicken fingers, that's not convenient. Still, White Boat's gaze narrowed slightly. It seems that this Chu Yun has such an important position in their hearts. Yeah. In previous years, there were also no SSS-ranked super talented Imperial Spiritists. Is the enrollment conference off the table? There was absolutely no way that this year, just because of one Chu Yun, other Imperial Spirit Masters and Spirit Maids would lose their enrollment opportunities. So that leaves only one possibility. Build momentum. Yes, after that video Dr. Lee sent himself yesterday. White Boat analyzed such a conclusion in the first place. Since that group of people wanted to deal with the four great families through this SSS-ranked talented Chu Yun, then the most crucial first step was to create momentum for Chu Yun. Let more people see how powerful an SSS-ranked gifted Imperial Spiritist really is. On the other hand, by allowing Chu Yun to walk into the middle of everyone's field of vision, the four great families would need to go and consider the public opinion of the masses if they reacted and wanted to make a move against Chu Yun. Although the four great families don't care about that. However, in the face of pressure from many sides, the four great families could only hold back. This would serve as a form of protection for Chu Yun. In addition, Chu Yun could be improved by leaps and bounds under their protection with his SSS-ranked talent qualification. In time it will move to the next stage. Make a god. After the SSS grade talent, Chu Yun was powerful to an incomparable level. The 10 great masters, in an instant, became a false name. This is to weaken the influence of the four great families by all means. In that case, Chu Yun's appearance all seemed to be a part of that group's plan. But for these were not yet things that White Boat was thinking about. What he's going to do now? Aren't you trying to build up Chu Yun's momentum? Aren't you trying to make Chu Yun a god? Then, young master, I'll take all of Chu Yun's chances. This young master would like to see how this Chu Yun he'll become a god. So, White Boat directly said to this head bodyguard, "Send me to the border wall." The head bodyguard who heard these words froze and subconsciously opened his mouth. "Young master, you've only just transferred and you're going on a quest?" White Boat just turned his head and lightly glanced at the head bodyguard. This head bouncer shut up instantly. It was as if White Boat's words from yesterday, "You're teaching me how to do things," appeared in his mind. He didn't dare to say anything on the spot, but could only keep his head down and keep. Yes. Young master, please follow me, the car is ready. The border wall that White Boat is talking about protects the territory on which human beings now depend. On the other side of the border wall is the bloody and horrific battlefield with the foreigners. But it didn't mean that this city-state where White Boat was located had bordered the battlefield. Rather, each city-state inside a human settlement has its own city wall. Works like a border wall, but is quite a bit smaller than a real border wall in every way, volume and so on. That doesn't mean the outside of the city-state's border wall is safe enough, though. Between city-states, within the border walls of the battlefields, where no humans live has a name, the alien forest. As the name suggests, there is also a large number of alien races present here. Of course, they were a far cry from the Fae outside the border walls of the battlefield. More than that, they were all low-level Fae, and the means humans had now were enough to wipe them out completely. But, it's totally unnecessary. Leaving them behind would just as well provide an opportunity for the newly minted Imperial Spirit Masters and Spirit Maidens to increase their real-world experience. Because of this, there is a quest hall at the base of every city-state border wall. And that was the purpose of White Boat's trip. The Imperial Spirit Masters and Spirit Nymphs like White Boat and the others who hadn't grown up yet did nothing but go to school to learn and cultivate. It is to participate in various aspects of battles through the quests arranged inside the quest hall, thus raising your level and strength. By the way, you can also earn quest points. In turn, quest points can be exchanged from the quest hall for identity tags, or equipment props for Imperial Spirit Masters and Spirit Ladies. However, the reason why White Boat was taking Lin Wei to the mission hall right now, that's not for any mission points at all either. Because of this stuff, the strength of the White family really didn't care. He went to this place, of course it was for Chu Yun. He was familiar with the original plot and remembered that after Chu Yun put on a big show at the enrollment conference, there was no first choice for early enrollment. Instead, at the suggestion of the old man in his head, he came to the border wall to practice. The only quests that Chu Yun, who was a level 1 Imperial Spiritist, could complete solo were level 1 exploration quests. However, it was this simple level 1 exploration mission that had forced Chu Yun into a desperate situation because of a work error in the mission hall. Of course, Chu Yun was the main character after all. Every desperate situation was an opportunity for him. And White Boat had come this time to seize this opportunity from Chu Yun. Right now, Chu Yun couldn't even leave the hospital's door, let alone come to the border wall to practice. At this time, Bai Zhou had already brought Lin Wei into the middle of this mission hall. The middle of the hall was pandemonium, with all sorts of big and bold imperial spirit masters and flamboyant spirit maidens gabbing away inside. It made Lin Wei even more scared to always cower behind Bai Zhou. And White Boat didn't care about any of that. After completing the registration in the quest hall at the speed of fire, the first thing he did was to start searching for that level 1 quest in his memory. However, White Boat searched around but didn't find his target at all. This caused Bai Zhou to also ponder slightly, could it be because I came early? That mission hasn't been released yet? But right at this moment, on the electronic screen in the mission hall, a sudden change appeared. And White Boat's eyes instantly lit up as he looked at a brand new level 1 exploration quest on it. Bai Zhou couldn't help but slap his own head, older sooner than later, isn't this right? However, unbeknownst to him, there was a woman wearing a cloak and a hood among the crowd, and when she saw this mission, a look of surprise actually appeared among her pupils as well. Chapter 44, an important midterm character makes an early debut? Since he had already found his target, White Boat was of course the first to come to the window of the office hall. Submitting the identity materials that he had just registered, he successfully took on this task. But at the same time that Bai Zhou took this task, a system beep actually sounded in his head. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, and has gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 200, and 1750 is still needed for the villain carousel to open. The appearance of this system beep caused Bai Zhou's gaze to slightly freeze. The mind boggles. This isn't right. I've only just taken on this quest and haven't even encountered Chu Yun's chance yet, and they're adding villain values to me? In case I don't find it. Or is it that the system has already judged in advance that I'm bound to be able to find Chu Yun's chance, so it has provided me with the villain value in advance? White Boat's conjecture like this didn't get a response from the system. But it doesn't matter, points White Boat wants, chance, White Boat has to want. But just as White Boat was about to take Lin Wei and set off for the mission site, a figure clad in a cloak, however, blocked in front of Bai Zhou. Before Bai Zhou could even ask a question, Bai Zhou heard a somewhat agitated female voice. Excuse me, were you two the ones who took on that level 1 quest just now? Hearing this, Bai Zhou gave a slight start, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked up at the woman in front of him who was wearing a hood and a turban. In the middle of the void, his own mirror of omniscience had unfolded. The information about the woman was also clear. Name, 7 stars Dragon Abyss. Level, 0. Quality, Grady Real Quality not yet activated. Gifted skills, not yet activated. What the are you? Looking at the information displayed above this mirror of omniscience, White Boat did not control a strange hiss head mouth. This caused this young girl who was in front of Bai Zhou to take a step back in fear. How do you curse? White Boat shut up in a hurry, then scratched the back of his head and said, Sorry, I wasn't talking to you. White Boat was talking to her. 7-star Dragon Abyss. The real quality has not yet been activated. Good man, if I'm not mistaken, your name should be Longing, right? And just in time, the girl in front of her shook her head and bristled. Let me introduce myself, my name is Longing, and this quest you guys took was just released by me. Sure enough, it was Longing. Why did White Boat remember so clearly? Because among the original novel, this Longing was a very important female character just like Lin Wei who was behind him now. And of course one of the harem group of the protagonist Chu Yun. One of the super quality spirit nymphs in the protagonist's hands. But how did he meet Longing so early in the morning? Wasn't this Longing's appearance in the original closer to the middle? That plot White Boat still remembered. It was Chu Yun, whose strength had gradually grown, who had brought a few of his spirit nymphs to overthrow the headquarters of a minor villain. And then rescued quite a few girls from it. One of them is Longing, and Longing is a piece of equipment seen carried on the original Chu Yun. Oh. Right. That equipment on Chu Yun's body was one of the chances that he was going to grab for himself today. Just now, this Longing said that this quest was just released by her. So, right now at this time Longing hadn't let that so-called little villain capture her. And then it also just happened to catch itself. Good yaya. No wonder the system popped a beep just now, so it was because of this. White Boat, who figured this out, had a calm smile on his face as he nodded at Long Ying and said, "My name is Bai Zhou, and this is my spirit lady, Lin Wei. You wanted to see me. Is it something?" Although it was said that taking down Long Ying would definitely hit the protagonist Chu Yun's chi hard again. But takedown also need to pay attention to the way and method. Now White Boat is still very curious at this Long Ying why will suddenly come to find himself. That's why he asked that on purpose, too. Long Ying, on the other hand, clearly looked like he had never heard of Bai Zhou's great name. Also nodding his head at once, he spoke. "Something." Long Ying, who was wearing a hood that covered most of his face, said quickly. "I thought this level 1 quest wouldn't be picked up that quickly, and I was just about to leave, but I didn't realize." This also seemed to explain to Bai Zhou why Chu Yun did not encounter the sight before him later when he took on this mission. It seems that this Long Ying was also captured by that so-called little villain because she left early, right? Dragonbane's voice hadn't stopped yet as he continued. "I was hoping that you would be able to take me along to the mission site." Hearing Long Ying's words, Bai Zhou gave a slight start. "Then why don't you take on this task yourself?" "Because," Long Ying said with a slight clench of her teeth, "I don't have an imperial spiritist." "What, you want a contract with me?" While saying that, Bai Zhou put on a playful gaze and looked Long Ying up and down. That look scared little Miss Long Ying instantly tightened her cloak, took a step back and hastily opened her mouth. "I didn't." Ding. Detected plus 111 psychic damage to the main character, gained plus 50 divine fate villain value, 1700 more to go for the villain carousel to open. Listening to the system beep in his head, the smile under Bai Zhou's eyes became more and more obvious. "That's right. As such an important female lead, how can you not give me some villain value?" And then, Long Yin's next voice, which seemed a bit low, said. "And you wouldn't want to contract me because of my qualifications, which are only E." When he said this, Long Yin didn't know what kind of sadness he had thought of, and his throat even choked a little. But unexpectedly, White Boat said with a big wave of his hand. "So what, my spirit lady is an E?" "What?" Long Ying, after hearing these words, obviously raised her head subconsciously out of shock. And Bai Zhou also saw most of Long Ying's face. Although it was just a glimpse. Bai Zhou couldn't help but come to a conclusion in his heart. What a heroine, this is beautiful. Of course, this is something that Bai Zhou will definitely not say out, if it gives people a little girl scared away what to do. Ding. Detected plus 222 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine fate villain value plus 50, 1650 more needed for the villain carousel to open. It seemed that he had heard Bai Zhou say that his spirit nymph was only at a measly E rank, which was what caused Long Ying to speak with a lot less enthusiasm. If that's the case, I advise you to give up on this mission. What? White Boat's eyebrows raised slightly, looking down on my E rank spirit lady? Don't forget, you're only an E rank too. Ding. Detected plus 555 psychic damage to major character, gained divine fate villain value plus 50, 1600 more needed for villain carousel to open. No, no, no. Long Ying quickly waved her hand and said, I didn't mean that, don't get me wrong. While saying that, he also flashed another apologetic expression in Lin Wei's direction. Before continuing, it's because I feel that this mission is very dangerous, so if you are not strong enough, please don't joke with your lives. Ha! Bai Zhou laughed softly and did not respond to Long Ying, instead he turned his head and pulled up Lin Wei, walking past Long Ying. Said faintly as he walked towards the exit of the border wall. If it had been an imperial spiritist who was a little more powerful, would he have agreed to have you, a drag queen, follow him on his mission? Ding. Detected plus 333 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine fate villain value plus 50, 1550 more needed for the villain carousel to open. In the moment Long Ying froze, White Boat's voice once again came from the distance. If you want to follow, follow, if you don't want to come along, don't disturb us on our mission. After saying this, White Boat had already walked into the teleportation hall. Long Ying, who was standing in place, coldly looked at Bai Zhou's disappearing back and didn't know what came to mind. With a slight grit of his teeth, he flung his own long legs after him. A teleportation hall with an ancient teleportation array inscribed inside. It is rumored to have been created many years ago by the combined efforts of several powerful imperial spiritists. Every city-state has one. The teleportation array can teleport imperial spirit masters and spirit maidens directly to the vicinity of the quest location, and after the quest is completed, they can also return to the quest hall through the teleportation seal at the quest location. It was also when Bai Zhou had just stepped onto the teleportation array while holding Lin Wei. Long Ying's anxious figure ran in from outside. And a beep sounded in White Boat's head in response. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi. Gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100. Villain carousel opening still needs 1450. Chapter 45. No wonder the boldness was so great that she was bent on death. Only the credentials of taking the quest could trigger the teleportation array and teleport to the vicinity of the quest location. This was why Long Ying hoped that Bai Zhou could bring her along. Because there was no way for her to register her identity in the quest hall without a contracted Imperial Spiritist, which made it all the more impossible to take on quests. After a series of celestial transmissions, when the feeling of feet on the ground came back, the scene in front of Bai Zhou's trio had changed drastically. The place where they stood was surrounded by sky-high trees that were the thickness of several people's arms. The canopy shades the sky. It's clearly daytime now. But the sun's rays could only be spilled through the gaps in the leaves, as if they were dotted with stars. But even so, the visibility in this part of the world is still very low. Moreover, there seemed to be a faint stench in the air. It was like rotting flesh and blood. It was also the first time for Bai Zhou to come to this kind of place. He couldn't help but frown. Not to mention Lin Wei. The little face was a little white, if it wasn't for the large hands of the White Boat and the two small hands that could still convey a few moments of warmth to her. Probably would have been scared out of his wits by now. But that Long Ying, who had not contracted an Imperial Spiritist, looked a little agitated even after landing. Moreover, surprisingly, it was without saying hello to Bai Zhou and Lin Wei, and directly ran out in one direction of the dense forest. White Boat, who saw the scene, didn't stop it. There was even a faint smile under his eyes. Without any hesitation, he followed Long Ying from afar. He knew that Long Ying had seen a certain piece of equipment on Chu Yun's body before recognizing that Chu Yun must have completed that mission he had arranged. And that piece of equipment was in the same place where Chu Yun had triggered the chance. And at this moment, this Long Ying rushed out in a direction without even thinking about it. Then there's no need to ask. People must know something. And save yourself the trouble of exploring. Why not? However, it should be said that White Boat, this Long Ying's guts are really big. A little girl, without an Imperial Spiritist, took the initiative to find herself, a stranger, and had to follow herself, a stranger, alone to such a place. After arriving at the place, I don't care if I'm unarmed or not, I'm just running around in the dark forest. Over time, the trees around them were obviously a lot thinner. There was even a large open space ahead. And the faint smell of decay that hung in the air was getting stronger and stronger. And from afar, White Boat seemed to have seen something emanating light in the center of that clearing. No. It was also at this time that the running Long Ying suddenly let out a mournful cry. Stumbling towards the point of light. It's not even close yet. Her pace then began to slow, and it got slower and slower and slower. In the end, there was a pft. With a sound, he straightened up and knelt on the ground. And White Boat and Lin Wei, who followed and came closer, also stopped themselves. Lin Wei's face even turned white as she drew a breath of cold air and covered her mouth, burying her small head into Bai Zhou's back. And White Boat was frowning even more and even had a bit of a revolting feeling. He knew the original plot and naturally knew what kind of images he was about to see. But the text description is not as ferocious as seeing this visual impact with your own eyes. Large swaths of dirt that had turned a dull reddish-brown color. And amongst the reddish-brown dirt, stars of broken flesh could be seen. A severed human calf was strewn alongside the shredded flesh, but a finger that had been clearly torn off. Beyond that, and a necklace red with blood. The dot of light in the distance is reflected from this necklace. Long Ying just knelt and crawled, coming closer. The canopy on her body was black with rotting blood. Hands trembling, he slowly cupped the necklace. No, wailed the voice of sorrowful Chelsea again. Brother! Sister-in-law! Don't leave me, don't leave me! Whoa! Long Ying buried her head deeply into her hands, pressing her head against the necklace in her hands. Listening to Long Ying's cries of pain, Lin Wei, whose small face was white, also slowly poked his head out from behind Bai Zhou. Looking at Long Ying, who was kneeling on the ground and continuously sobbing, Lin Wei's face was filled with an expression of heartfelt impatience. Brother Bai Zhou, this sister is so pitiful. What's that got to do with it? Regarding Long Ying's brother and sister-in-law, Bai Zhou had also seen it in the original story. Only, Long Ying's appearance was a long time ago from today. At that time, the grief amongst Long Yin's heart was also washed away quite a bit, unlike now when it was shown so intensely. But even so, White Boat didn't care. Instead, the atmosphere around here seemed eerie. The reason can't be, this place is a foreign forest. It was said that there were a large number of low-level Fae inside the Fae forest. But from the time they teleported over until now, they were the ones who hadn't encountered a single foreigner. Also, the surroundings seemed eerily quiet. Thus, White Boat also slowly pulled up Lin Wei's small hand and said, "Don't be afraid, transform first, I'm here, it'll be fine." Lin Wei nodded at White Boat. It then instantly turned into a bit of starlight and transformed into the gentian bright silver gun, which was held in by Zhou's hand. And it was also the moment the spirit lady possessed her body that White Boat upgraded her senses. A huge aura was spotted rapidly approaching this way. Next. A deafening wolf howl exploded right out of the middle of the secret order. Advanced setup. Woo came the cracking sound. A huge black shadow just leapt right out. It instantly enveloped Long Ying, who was kneeling there. The huge black shadow had landed, but it didn't make any noise. The reason, inevitably, seems to be those 8 legs as slender and sharp as a spider's. That's right, spider legs. And in the center of these 8 spider legs converging, there was actually a huge pure black wolf head. The existence of this thing is clearly unscientific. It's like a wolf died and had its head cut off. And then this head hosts a massive spider inside. The spider also blends in perfectly with the wolf's head. Is this the Fae? When he saw this kind of contraption with his own eyes, fine sweat appeared on Bai Zhou's forehead. This damn thing, obviously, was the protagonist Chu Yun who had forced the protagonist Chu Yun into a desperate and powerful alien race. Just the size of that wolf's head alone, it's as big as a small car. Not to mention those 8 spider legs. Each leg was at least over 5 meters long. Bending and standing there, the massive black shadow completely enveloped Long Ying's body. The 5 eyes on the wolf's head all exuded a bloodthirsty glow as they stared deathly at Long Ying, who was sitting there on her knees. For the size of this thing, it definitely wasn't a low-level alien either. The reason no other foreigners were seen in this place was, I'm afraid, because of the scent of this thing. But at this moment, Long Ying was enveloped by this terrible thing though. She looked up but there was no shock or any other emotion in it. Miserable white little face, all despair among the pupils. Just looking at the bloody mouth on that wolf's head, this girl actually slowly closed her own eyes. Well. No wonder she was so bold before, this chick came here with a determination to die. Ow. This foreigner saw that Long Ying wasn't even afraid when he faced himself, instead, he even closed his eyes. I don't know if I felt slighted and lashed out or not. Surprisingly, he immediately looked up to the sky. The next second, 6 legs landed, the 2 long, sharp legs in front of them raised high in the air. Whoosh! The sound of a voice with a cracking sound zapped down fiercely. Seeing that this Long Ying's body was about to be pierced through, this Long Ying's face actually all hung out a miserable smile, and said dully, "Brother, sister-in-law, I've come to keep you company. Stay with your grandmother's grandchildren." White Boat's burst of laughter suddenly came out. Clang! The muffled sound. That huge body was actually directly flipped over. Long Ying instantly opened his eyes and saw White Boat with a silver spear in his hand blocking his body. But instead of being grateful, this Long Ying even hissed at Bai Zhou. "I don't want you to save me." "Shut up." White Boat didn't have any good looks for Long Ying. Ding! Detected plus 444 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel open 1400. Is this master saving you? This young master is saving my destiny villain value. Chapter 46, Beauty, can you let me use it? The word save. It's not really a standard thing to say. The death or life of this Long Ying had an impact on Bai Zhou, but not a great one. Because if this woman died, she herself definitely counted as hindering most of the protagonist Chu Yun's chi. You can gain a large amount of destiny villain value at once. And with Long Ying not dying, the growth of one's villain value became a thin stream. But in the final analysis it will still provide a lot of divine destiny villain value. And what White Boat cared more about was still this oddly shaped thing. Spider Wolf. It was a sloppy name, and there was nothing White Boat could do about it because that's how the original was written. This thing was the real chance for Chu Yun to take on this mission. This necklace in Long Ying's hand was an ambush at best. And this spider wolf was truly pushing Chu Yun to the brink. Then the desperate Chu Yun inspired some more of the potential of the super SSS grade spirit weapon Lin Wei, plus the help of that old grandpa in his mind, and only then was he able to survive. And the most important thing was what happened after Chu Yun got this spider wolf killed. At this time, the more important point for White Boat to strike was to test the strength of this spider wolf. Himself is currently only an A+ level sentinel talent though. But because of their own system to their own peerless sword box as well as life and death contract, they are directly unlocked full body form Lin Wei A. Moreover, both himself and Lin Wei were now at level 3, which was many times stronger than when Chu Yun encountered the spider wolf in the original story. So, he had just suddenly launched an attack from the side. It even knocked the spider wolf back. At this time, the bottom of Bai Zhou's eyes were already flashing with anticipation. It seems that I am not as blessed as Chu Yun to enjoy what it means to be in a desperate situation. Ow. At this moment, Spider Wolf looked at White Boat, who suddenly appeared and launched an attack on him. A scarlet glow instantly hung among those overwhelming pupils. With a piercing wolf howl, this spider wolf's body was beginning to take on a red light, and the aura on its body was even better than just now. But at this moment, Long Ying, who was kneeling on the ground, spoke up loudly. "What are you doing? You go. My brother and my sister-in-law, they're a level 4 sentinel combination, they're no match for the spider wolves, how can you do it? Come on, let me go by myself with my brother and sister-in-law, will you? In this world I have no more ba 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 ba." Cough cough cough. This Long Ying coughed violently before she could finish her sentence. A lump of rotten mud was actually flying directly into Long Ying's mouth. And White Boat came with a disgusted look as he shook off the dirt on his shoes. "Where's all the ing bull, is it annoying?" Ding. Detected plus 666 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine fate villain value plus 50, 1350 more needed for the villain carousel to open. You. Long Ying, who had managed to clean up almost all of the muck inside his mouth, was just about to break out into curses at Bai Zhou but realized White Boat was actually carrying his gun and charging towards that spider wolf of his own accord. Ding. Detected plus 555 psychic damage to major character, gained divine fate villain value plus 50, 1300 more to go for the villain carousel to open. Long Ying, who was looking at White Boat's back, gradually became somewhat puzzled. Why? Why? She even repeated those 3 words over and over like a repeater. Why is it that he's so young, his level is so low, and even the Spirit Maiden is only a measly E rank, and he dares to charge straight at a foreign race like the Spider Wolves? Isn't this a death wish? Has he been kicked in the head by a donkey? Ding. Detected that the host has suffered plus 6 psychic damage and has no villain value. White Boat, 6. He was also drunk. How can this woman be so upset? If you really can't let this foreigner get Long Ying killed first, then you can continue killing it yourself? Alas. Forget it. We're here. White Boat's gaze became firm. And when the spider wolf on the opposite side sensed White Boat's charge, a few moments of faint mockery seemed to appear amongst those scarlet eyes. It can see it too. The aura emanating from the young man in front of him was even lower than the pair of young men it had just eaten. For that to dare to launch a charge towards himself was simply looking for death. Next. Woo. The sound. The first 4 of the spider wolf's 8 long, sharp legs instantly lifted up, pointing straight at the sky. White Boat's gaze flickered. The memories from the original book appeared in his mind. It was written, as the original Chu Yun discovered, that the spider wolf only had 2 ways of attacking. One type of attack is launched quickly with the forelegs raised high, like a lance, piercing downward. The other is the wolf's head in the torso area emitting frantic bites. And of course there is a combo technique. That's after threading a skewer with a long leg first, then tearing like crazy. The natural thing to do in this state now is to start wearing strings. And White Boat waited for this opportunity. Because the spider wolf held its 4 front limbs high, its body was bound to portal wide open. White Boat could directly see the wolf's head, a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. Again, in the original, the old grandfather in Chu Yun's mind told Chu Yun that the weakness of this spider wolf was in its mouth. And so, the moment the spider wolf's 4 forelimbs were raised high in the air, the gentian bright silver lance in his hand flashed with silver light. Gentian. Immediately after. Rage Za. Drink. The slowing effect of this Rage Za was such that even Bai Zhenbei, who had suppressed his cultivation, was able to control it for a moment. Not to mention this spider wolf. Its forelegs froze in mid-air on the spot. White Boat, with his bright silver spear in hand, had already shot out like lightning. As the spider wolf managed to break free of the slowing effect, pfft, there was a muffled sound. Thick blood instantly gushed out from the middle of its throat. Woo! Ow! Ho 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 ho! The intense pain caused Spider Wolf's body to back away quickly. It was also because of this Spider Wolf's fiery retreat. White Boat didn't have time to react. Holy! A shriek! The gentian bright silver lance that Lin Wei had manifested came off just like that. Because the tip of the gun had already been stuck hard inside Spider Wolf's throat, and he hadn't had a chance to pull it out himself yet. Lin Wei! In his eagerness, the White Boat even let out a hiss. Hurriedly, he rushed up and was about to grab the handle of the gun. But with two cracking sounds, the Spider Wolf's two front legs swung like lightning. White Boat hastily stepped back. If it had been a second later, his body would have been pierced through by that lance-like front leg. Lin Wei! White Boat frowned, his eyes flickering. Boom boom boom! Ow 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 ow! That place really was the Spider Wolf's weak spot, just like Gramps said. At this time, Spider Wolf was suffering immensely. The huge body kept jumping up and down, and even the ground trembled as if it had been shaken by an earthquake. The 8 long legs also flailed wildly and struggled because of the intense pain. It made it impossible for White Boat to get close at all. But Lin Wei was still rooted inside the Spider Wolf's mouth. What a way to go! The current White Boat even regretted it a little. Why hadn't he triggered the dragon armor's skill just now to double the damage? Bai Zhou was indeed a little bit of a trustworthy person. He felt that he was ranked higher than Xu Yun, and Lin Wei's potential was fully stimulated. Facing the Spider Wolf's weakness, it was inevitable that it could be killed in one hit. But I didn't expect reality to teach White Boat a profound lesson. Never take the enemy lightly. No matter what kind of enemy you encounter, the first mandatory attack must be made with all your strength. Otherwise it would have been like this: the enemy wasn't dead and Lin Wei was still stuck in someone's mouth. This ing. Bai Zhou still had this telepathic communication with Lin Wei right now, and he immediately explained to Lin Wei that Lin Wei Chihuahua should not take shape. Yes, if I were to take human form at this time, wouldn't I just fall into someone's mouth? But it wasn't like he could just let Lin Dongji stick it straight in people's mouths. What a way to go, what a way to go. Standing in place anxiously looking at the Spider Wolf that was frantically struggling and hissing, his afterglow suddenly saw Longing, who was sitting on her knees with a dull expression. Eyelids fluttering, no way out. Bai Zhou came directly to Long Ying's side and said loudly. You can die later if you want to, you let me use it first. Long Ying? Use what? Bai Zhou, let me use you. Long Ying. In an instant, Long Ying's hands protected her forehead and her cheeks slightly reddened as she shouted a delicate cry at Bai Zhou. Asshole. Rascal. You're still thinking of such things at this time. Ding. Detected. Longing taking mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 1250 to open. White Boat. You right? Chapter 47, Temporary Contract, Inspire the Strongest Form? Which use are you talking about? Bai Zhou was now preoccupied with Lin Wei, so how could he have the time to play this kind of word game with her? Step right up. Pa! With a crunching sound, Bai Zhou slapped Longing directly on his handsome little face. Ding! Detected plus 20 bodily damage, plus 999 psychic damage, plus 50 divine fate villain value to the main character, 1200 more to go for the villain carousel to open. White Boat, this slap hit is really hard. From the damage she received can be seen. After all, Shuyan Tukathan pocket only dropped 10 drops of blood. Longing was directly slapped to the ground by Bai Zhou's slap. The hood on his head was also slapped down. A head of thick, dark, shiny hair was just messy and blowing in the wind. Coupled with the fact that Longing still had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he covered his cheek and turned back to look angrily at Bai Zhou with this expression. That's really a sight for sore eyes. You hit me? Long Ying's voice even trembled a little. But White Boat hissed instantly. I really want you up. Ding! Detected plus 555 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, 1150 more needed for villain carousel to open. In the midst of such system beeps, White Boat's voice hadn't stopped. You posted this quest. You know that your brother and sister-in-law are a level 4 Imperial Spiritist Spirit Lady combination, and you're actually only posting a beginner's quest that can be taken at level 1? You just don't care if another sentinel dies after encountering a spider wolf just to get another sentinel to bring you in? It doesn't matter if you want to die yourself, but the Imperial Spiritist brought you in with good intentions and you let them die? Shouldn't you fight? Ding! Detected plus 777 psychic damage to major character. Gain divine fate villain value plus 50, 1100 more needed for villain carousel to open. Now, my spirit mother, while fighting your brother killer, stuck in your brother killer's mouth. If I don't do something, she's going to die in the mouth of that spider wolf too, and I'm telling you, if anything happens to her, I'll make sure you live a life that's worse than death. Ding! Detected plus 888 psychic damage to primary character. Gain divine fate villain value plus 50, 1050 more needed for villain carousel to open. Bai Zhou condescendingly pointed at Long Ying's nose and said, "You now have just one option, and that is to sign a temporary contract with me, so that I can use you to free my spirit mother first." A temporary contract is a contract that an Imperial Spiritist who already has a spirit mother can make temporarily with an unowned spirit mother when the spirit mother is not with him in battle. The pact is automatically dissolved when the battle is over. An important prerequisite for use is that the Imperial Spiritist must have a contracted spirit mother. After all, the first spirit maiden that a guru contracts is critical, and concerns the change in the guru's rank from 0 to 1. This is something that cannot be done with temporary contracts. So at first, Xu Yun and Shin Qin could only choose to sign a partner contract. But it was different now. White Boat possessed the life and death contract of Lin Wei, who was rooted inside the wolf's mouth. So, give me your hand. Ding! Detected plus 555 psychic damage to major character. Gain divine fate villain value plus 50. Villain carousel opens with 1000 still needed. Long Ying's body trembled slightly as she looked at Bai Zhou's outstretched palm. Just now she was a bit disoriented by Bai Zhou's scolding. Suddenly Bai Zhou wanted to make a contract with herself. She didn't even react and subconsciously came up with a sentence. But the only quality I have is only E. Cut the ing crap. White Boat's impatient voice came out. Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to the main character. Gained plus 50 divine fate villain value. 950 more to go for the villain carousel to open. Do you think I'm an ordinary Imperial Spiritist? Don't forget that my spirit nymph is also E rank, but now, you've seen what's going on with the spider wolves. Is this the kind of power an E rank spirit nymph can muster? Long Ying's gaze trembled a little as she turned her head to look at the distant spider wolf that was jumping up and down in agony. Yeah, if it's just an E. But Long Ying hadn't reacted yet. Snap! With a sound, Bai Zhou directly grabbed Long Ying's small hand tightly. And the description from the original story appeared in Bai Zhou's mind. A temporary contract can be made by writing the word contract in the palm of your hand with the blood of one of the spirit masters or spirit maidens. White Boat put his finger in the middle of his mouth. On second thought, forget it, it hurts. It just so happened that the corner of Long Ying's mouth had blood that had been exhaled from his own slap. So, directly with his hand, he wiped it on Long Ying's face. You! A flash of shame appeared at the bottom of Long Ying's eyes. What are you doing? Shut up! Ding! Detected plus 555 psychic damage to major character. Gain divine fate villain value plus 50, 900 more needed for villain carousel to open. Bai Zhou directly used the sporadic blood to write the word deed on Long Ying's palm. In the next second, he and Long Ying clasped their fingers together. Does the deed need to be like this? It was unclear, but Bai Zhou and Long Ying simultaneously felt the sizzling heat coming from the center of their palms. But nothing happened after this scorching heat. Even if it's a temporary contract, both parties need to be willing. White Boat understood what was going on the spot. Pa! Backhanding another biker slapped on Long Ying's face. Ding! Detected the main character taking plus 10 physical damage, plus 666 mental damage, gained plus 50 divine fate villain value, 850 more to go for the villain carousel to open. What the are you still thinking? I'll make you pay for what happened to Lin Wei. Finally. Buzz. A soft sound. Long Ying didn't know what kind of mental activity he was going through in a short period of time. Yet she still turned into a bit of starlight at this moment. Next. A sword that was more than a meter long, with a blackened hilt and silver poking out of the blade, was gripped tightly in Bai Zhou's hand. Looking down on the sword is like climbing a high mountain and looking down into an abyss, misty and deep as if there is a huge dragon lying on the ground. The body of the sword, 7 bright points of light were like stars in the sky, dotting it. An aura of solemnity was born. And the mirror of omniscience in the middle of the void had condensed, and brand new information appeared on it. Name, 7 stars Dragon Abyss. Level, 1. Quality, Super SSS. Talent Skill 1, Submerged Dragon in the Abyss, holding the sword with both hands, enter a ready stance and accumulate power. Power can be accumulated in up to 7 stages, each stage boosts the damage of the next attack by 10%, up to a maximum of 70%. Talent Skill 2, Excessive Dragon, sword out horizontally, sword chi spreads across the sky, dealing sizable wide-range damage. Looking at the information displayed above the Mirror of Omniscience, Baijiu froze. No. That's unlocking the full body form? I remember that Chu Yun only activated 30% of his partner contract after signing it with Long Ying, and he couldn't even use a single natural skill. But I'm only in a temporary contract? Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 150, villain carousel opening still needs 700. And just in time, the Dragon Abyss sword in White Boat's hand was also emitting a buzzing sound. It could be seen that Long Ying, who had transformed in the hands of White Boat at this time, was also feeling that his quality had undergone a skyrocketing change. It also seemed like she suddenly understood how the Spirit Nymph in White Ark's hands, which was also an E-rank Spirit Nymph, was able to make that spider wolf jump up and down even now. As for why White Boat could just unlock Long Ying's full form, it was solely because of, well, the Peerless Sword Box. But that's not important. What's important is that Talent Skill 2, why is it called Hyper Dragon? This is not that long-lost palm technique. Forget it. It's still important to save Lin Wei. At this moment, Lin Wei was also telling White Boat through telepathy that she felt like she couldn't hold on much longer, and the power in her body seemed to be constantly inflicting damage on the spider wolves, which caused Lin Wei's power to drain away. It wouldn't do to fall out of my mouth if I couldn't hold on to my human form. So then, Baijiu said to Lin Wei in his mind, hold on a little longer, I'll be right there to save you. Afterwards, he directly raised the long yuan sword in his hand horizontally. The submerged dragon is in the abyss. Next. Buzz buzz buzz. The long sword in both hands began to tremble gently. Along with the trembling of the sword, Baijiu clearly felt that a powerful force was condensing on Long Yuan's sword. Ding! With a soft sound, Baijiu saw with his own eyes the first of the 7 stars on the sword's body light up with a bright glow. Followed by the second, the third. Knowing the moment the 7th one lit up, Baijiu even felt that his tethered hand could barely grip the long sword. It's gotten to that state where the arrow is in the air and has to be fired. And White Boat's pupils flickered instantly. Hyperion. Chapter 48 Super SSS Great Artifact, Sparrow Food Awesome. Along with White Boat's horizontal sword, the dragon armor on his arm flashed with light. That's right, White Boat inspired the skill of the dragon armor at this time. Yeah, now it's about saving Lin Wei, so you can't hide it anymore. It just swung right out. Buzz. Anon. The vibrating longsword was actually as if it was emitting a hiss like a dragon's roar. The naked eye could see an overpowering sword chi that turned into a long rainbow directly stirring out towards the spider wolf that was rolling all over the ground. That's a 70% damage boost. Combined with the dragon armor, that's 240% hyperactive. Almost instantly, the sword chi instantly landed on the spider wolf's body. Miso miso miso. Ow. More mournful screams came. Only to see that the 8 legs of the spider wolf waving haphazardly were unexpectedly chopped off in unison, flying out in all directions. The sword chi, too, flew out more than 100 meters before fading and disappearing. Still, the terrible wind blew through the jungle in the distance. Ow. With the loss of 8 legs, the spider wolf was also losing all its capital to jump up and down. The screams coming out of his mouth also sounded much weaker. White Boat couldn't be shocked in time that the power of this sword was so powerful. As soon as he did, he tossed the dragon abyss in his hand aside. The figure dashed to the spider wolf's mouth in a flash. Having lost his 8 legs to stop him, White Boat also regained his grip on Lin Wei's illusory gentian bright silver gun unharmed. It was only then that Baijiu realized that the spider wolf was constantly spewing blood out of its throat. However, the body of the gentian bright silver gun remained silver white and bright. There was no way for that filthy blood to contaminate the gentian bright silver gun in the slightest. It's truly worthy of being a Super SSS Great Artifact. Bai Zhou didn't know if this exclamation was praising Lin Wei, or Long Ying, or both women. But White Boat couldn't care less. Holding the lance with both hands, he fought his way downward. Pooh! The gentian bright silver gun went a few points deeper. Ow! This spider wolf also let out a final cry of sorrow. Two huge eyes were open and dead. Put! With a sound, White Boat drew his gentian bright silver lance. And the gun body regained its freedom. It also turned into a bit of white light and reappeared as Lin Wei. The moment Lin Wei hit the ground, his body went limp. Bai Zhou hurriedly received Lin Wei into his arms. At this moment, Lin Wei's little face was a little white. Because just now, after he himself broke away from the control of the Imperial Spiritist, the gentian bright silver lance that morphed into its form was always dealing continuous damage to the enemy, constantly releasing energy. It caused Lin Wei to even be a bit deflated. But luckily, those bibble pockets of Bai Zhou gave Long Ying a wake-up call. Otherwise, Lin Wei would really have exhausted himself and fallen into the spider wolf's mouth. "Brother Bai Zhou, you came to my rescue," said this last sentence. Lin Wei fainted in Bai Zhou's arms. And the system's beep sounded in White Boat's head at the right time. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, obtaining a Heavenly Destiny villain value of plus 100, the villain carousel still needs 600 to open. Ding! Detected plus 555 psychic damage to major character, gained Divine Fate villain value plus 50, 550 more needed for the villain carousel to open. These two system beeps that sounded one after the other caused White Boat to turn his head and look in the direction he was heading before. That was where he had dropped the Dragon Abyss sword. At this moment, Long Ying, who had already changed into human form, was looking over here, slightly raising her hands in a daze. Seeing this scene, the corners of Bai Zhou's mouth were still slightly raised. "Little girl, savor the memory for yourself. Of course it's going to be a flashback." Though this time just now was the first time Long Ying fought under the control of an Imperial Spiritist, I guess. However, this was also completely beyond Long Ying's knowledge of an E-grade quality spirit weapon. I can do? An unbelievable light constantly flickered amongst Long Ying's pupils. He was aware of his brother and sister-in-law. Although they were all C-ranked in talent and quality, they were also 4-ranked, and even more so, they could be far too powerful than her, a mere E-ranked quality spirit lady. However, neither my brother nor sister-in-law had harmed that spider wolf in the slightest. How can I one sword? And I don't know how many times the power I feel in my body right now is elevated from before, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times? What the hell is going on with this? And it just so happened that at this time, the word contract, which represented the temporary contract, was in the center of her hand. Because of the end of the battle, the Imperial Spirit Master White Boat retrieved his spirit mother and began a slow fade and finally disappeared. She was once again an equality 0 spirit lady. In this instant, the feeling of weakness came straight to her, and she was even a little unsteady on her feet. What's going on? Couldn't help but all gasp. Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to the main character, gained plus 50 Divine Fate villain value, 500 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Yeah, how did one go back to being such a loser? The feeling that was so powerful just now, just disappeared? Out of the blue. Long Ying's gaze flickered. What Bai Zhou had just said rang in her ears. Do you think I'm an ordinary Imperial Spiritist? Could it be because of him? Long Ying instantly raised her head and looked dead center at the White Boat in the distance. Eyes flickered, and inside his mind, he didn't know what kind of thoughts appeared. But at this moment, White Boat had no intention of paying any attention to her. Instead, he briefly checked Lin Wei's body. Through the sensing of the life and death contract, Bai Zhou knew that Lin Wei was not injured, he was just a little exhausted and would be fine after resting. And so, it also carried Lin Wei on his back. And Lin Wei seemed to have sensed something in his stupor and just wrapped his arms around Bai Zhou's neck. Plus Lin Wei's body was really light. That would allow White Boat to move on to what he was going to do next. Eyes cast towards the corpse of the spider wolf that had lost its 8 legs. Quickly, he walked over and pulled out a dagger. Put! The sound directly cut open the spider wolf from the position of its throat. In the midst of a foul-smelling bloodstain. Groping around, he found a very hard object. Pft! Came out of it. That's the... One looks about the size of an egg. But it was an irregular diamond-shaped, dark red object, and even shimmered with a faint ebony light. White Boat's eyes hung with a glimmer of excitement. Chu Yun is the one who gave this thing a meal, right? That's right, it's eaten. Bai Zhou remembered the plot of the original clearly. It said that Chu Yun had encountered a great life and death crisis. Seriously injured at the hands of Spider-Wolf. In the end, it was the old man's guidance and Lin Wei's sudden outburst, and then the use of terrain kills, that backfired on the Spider-Wolf. But the exhausted and seriously injured Chu Yun almost fainted on the spot. But before he passed out, the old grandfather in his mind told Chu Yun to hold on a little longer. Because he realized that there seemed to be something wrong with this Spider-Wolf. A normal Spider-Wolf couldn't possibly be this large and have such a strong desire to attack. Just let Chu Yun break open the Spider-Wolf's throat and found this thing. That old grandpa didn't know what it was, but he knew that the Spider-Wolf must have mutated because of it. He even told Chu Yun to try eating this. Chu Yun made a great determination and directly tilted his head and swallowed. Almost didn't choke on it. However, after eating it, Chu Yun suddenly realized that his strength began to skyrocket. The level also increased by leaps and bounds, and even the injuries on his body were healed in the end. So, this thing must be a good one. And this was the single most important purpose of White Boat's trip. Looking at this thing, White Boat opened his mouth. Ah! It was about to follow Chu Yun's example and swallow this thing in one gulp. But the next second, he pinched his nose and quickly held the thing away from him. Damn, what's this flavor? How can this Chu Yun go down on it? The corner of the eye of Bai Zhou twitched, and again rang the original Chu Yun almost choked to death. Chu Yun is in a life and death crisis, on the verge of death, that can't be helped, so what about this young master? Go back and wash it, then dip it in some cumin chili noodles before you eat it or not. With that thought, Bai Zhou loaded the strange piece into the system space and turned around in the direction of the teleportation array. And since the beginning, Bai Zhou did not even look at that Long Ying again. Just carrying Lin Wei on his back and walking past her without even saying a word. However, White Boat had only just walked out a few steps away. This Long Ying, however, her eyes flickered as she slightly gritted her teeth and turned around to follow. Hearing the footsteps behind him, a unnoticeable smile appeared at the corner of Bai Zhou's mouth. Chapter 49. If you're in a hurry, I'll do it for you. Because all those foreigners around this mission site all of them fled and dispersed under the intimidation of that Spider-Wolf from before. So this area is very safe for now. With that, Bai Zhou carried Lin Wei on his back and walked back to the location of that previous teleportation array. Amidst the flickering of streams of light, White Boat carried Lin Wei back to the mission hall. And in the next second, Long Ying's figure followed Bai Zhou's footsteps and slowly stepped out of the teleportation array. However, he had only just taken a step out of the teleportation array when he saw a crowd of people in the middle of the hall in the distance. Long Ying immediately also remembered the hood that had just been slapped down by Bai Zhou. Hastily, he also pulled this hood over his head. Not forgetting the relics belonging to his brother and sister-in-law that he had brought out from the middle of the mission site just now, he clutched them tightly with both hands. Looking at the glittering pendant, Long Ying's face could not help but still show some sadness, her eyes a little red. But when she looked up and realized that Bai Zhou's figure was gone, she also became anxious. Panicked, he ran into the middle of the mission hall to look for it. Luckily, White Boat was still carrying Lin Wei on his back. This is still a very recognizable combination. The current White Boat was also just now at the counter's location, handing in the sketches he had casually drawn before leaving. Isn't this quest a questing quest, and this kind of stuff is just a matter of casually fooling around? At that time, after the people in the task center to review of the big difference, belonging to the White Boat to complete the task of the points will hit the White Boat registered account above. This point, which can be used to buy some props, consumables, and even unlock some special missions. Although it was said that White Boat's main purpose for coming here wasn't this pitiful amount of points at all. But it's better to have it than not to have it. It's a waste not to have it. And just as White Boat was preparing to leave the mission hall with Lin Wei on his back, the belated Long Ying ran all the way behind Bai Zhou with small broken steps. Once again, he began to follow White Boat without saying a word. Bai Zhou was all a bit speechless and couldn't help but turn his head to this Long Ying. No, the mission is over, and I've taken you to that place, so why are you still following me? Hearing Bai Zhou's words, Long Ying's body visibly trembled. But did not look up, covering most of his face with his hood at all times. Still, he gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, whispering, "I want to get stronger." Although her voice was small, Long Ying's tone sounded firm. Hearing Long Ying's words, an excited light flashed under Bai Zhou's eyes. However, White Boat said in a deliberately unintelligent manner. You want to get stronger, you go cultivate yourself, you study, go on a mission. Follow me for what? Nerves. After saying this, White Boat directly turned around and left. Ding. Detected plus 555 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine fate villain value plus 50, 450 more to go for the villain carousel to open. The reason why Bai Zhou turned around quickly was not because he resented Long Ying. He was worried that he couldn't hold the smile on his face for a bit yet. Yes, this is a complete surprise. Originally, when Chu Yun in the original story came over to accept this mission, he should have come after the enrollment conference ended this afternoon. But today's enrollment conference was also cancelled because of Chu Yun. He had come to this quest hall early and ran into Long Ying, who hadn't had time to leave yet. Having met this 7-star dragon Abyss a small half-book ahead of Chu Yun. Of course, White Boat would never let go of such a divine artifact and let such a divine artifact slip through his hands. But the timeline has changed. Bai Zhou definitely couldn't do it through the original Chu Yun's way of taking in Long Ying. So, he'll just have to go through the motions on his own. And White Boat had just found out by mistake in the middle of the mission place because of his own peerless swordbox. Long Ying had only signed a temporary contract with himself, and all of them could be energized to their full-bodied combat power. White Boat had felt it, so Long Ying, who was the person in question, must be so. The time for temporary contracts is now over. Long Ying is back to her previous state of being an E-class loser, isn't she? Imagine that. You've experienced what it's like to be at the top, and you're willing to go back to living in the middle of a ravine? Someone might be able to. But Long Ying was definitely not like that. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said, I want to get stronger, to Bai Zhou. Such dislike from Bai Zhou caused Long Ying to be slightly stunned. Looking at Bai Zhou's back without the slightest intention of turning back, Long Ying was suddenly a bit incomprehensible. Don't I look pretty? No, it's not about being pretty either. Is it because I'm not strong enough? But didn't he feel it when he used me just now? That spider wolf that even my brother, a rank 4 imperial spiritist, was powerless to fight back with a defense that I can easily break, he must have felt it too. But no way. If I can't get stronger, I might as well just let me die just now. Ding. Detected plus 444 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine fate villain value plus 50, 400 more to go for the villain carousel to open. Listening to the system beeps in his head, Bai Zhou felt that he had hoped that he could directly open another big spin out on Long Ying's body today. As for Long Ying, at this time, she also strengthened her footsteps and chased after him from the middle of the mission hall. White Boat's side had only just walked out from the door of the mission hall with Lin Wei on his back. Then Long Ying dodged and blocked Bai Zhou with open arms. Righteously and very firmly, he exclaimed to White Boat. Please, use me. Long Ying said this. The entrance to the hall, which was still relatively noisy, instantly became quiet. The crowd that was still coming in and out of the doorway, the Imperial Spirit Masters, the Spirit Maidens, each and every one of them seemed as if they couldn't believe their ears. Staring with two large eyes exaggeratedly, he looked at Long Ying who had spoken. Everyone's face seems to say, is that something I can hear? Let's not talk about them. It was White Boat who froze. He carried Lin Wei on his back, how could he not expect, this girl actually also so spirited? Good guy, you seem to be on par with that Shinshina. But think about it carefully. It seemed like that was what he had told Long Ying when he was at the mission site before. But still, who had time to think about any wording when it wasn't an emergency situation? But now. Ahem. White Boat coughed and asked with a strange expression. Are you in such a hurry? It's urgent. Long Ying didn't realize at all what had happened to her wording just now. That attitude, very determined, sure. Ahem. Bai Zhou's such a thick skin got a little hot and even said with some embarrassment. This kind of thing. Don't we have to develop a relationship first and then take our time? It's too late. White Boat hadn't even finished his sentence yet. Long Ying then stepped forward and said firmly. You can use me first, then we'll talk about the rest. I'm so glad you're here. This girl is really. That. This voice, it wasn't Bai Zhou, nor was it Long Ying. An eating passerby, who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, approached. Eyes flickering as he continuously looked Long Ying up and down, he even couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water and said. Girl, if you're in a hurry, I can help. But Long Ying's gaze instantly became wary. Even took a step back, wary. What do you want? What do I want? This melon-eating passerby even exaggeratedly licked the corner of his mouth and said. Of course you are. What? Ding. Detected plus 555 psychic damage to primary character, gain divine fate villain value plus 50, 350 more needed for villain carousel to open. Asshole. Pa. With a sound, Long Ying instantly fired a Jedi-in ruffling leg. Ah. This melon-eating passerby let out a shrill, girlish-like scream on the spot, covering his belly and rolling down to the ground, still hissing continuously. Aren't you in a hurry? Why should he be able to use you and I can't? Don't I pay for it? Ah, it hurts old me. Hearing this person's hiss, Long Ying, who was in the midst of his rage, instantly froze. Her cheeks quickly turned red as if it was visible to the naked eye. Especially when he saw the ambiguous look that Bai Zhou was giving himself. Ding. Detected plus 666 psychic damage to major character, gain divine fate villain value plus 50, 300 more needed for villain carousel to open. I didn't mean that. Chapter 50 Selfish Long Ying? Let's tune in first. Bai Zhou had already carried Lin Wei out a long way. Long Ying, who was standing in place covering her reddened cheeks, then reacted, but still gritted her teeth and chased after her. Once again, he opened his arms to block Bai Zhou's face. But now the talking is a lot quieter. I don't mean that. Please contract me and let me be your spirit mother. Sorry, I already have a spirit lady. After saying this, White Boat rubbed his body and continued forward around Lin Wei. Long Ying was of course undeterred and once again chased after him and said. I know, I didn't say I want to sign a life and death contract with you, I can sign a partner contract with you. Isn't one more spirit maiden an additional fighting force for you as well? Even though I'm only rank E, you must have felt our temporary contract just now, and there might be a great deal of potential in me that hasn't yet been stimulated. And you also said that you are a very special sentinel, and the change in me just now must be because of you. So? This time, Bai Zhou opened his mouth to interrupt without waiting for Long Ying to finish. Are you trying to contract me so that you can gain great power for yourself? Yeah, that's right. This Long Ying was really truthful, saying what was in her heart without even considering it. And White Boat said with a sneer. Then, if, in the future, you meet a more powerful Imperial Spiritist, will you choose to continue your contract with me, or will you go after a greater power after breaking your contract with me? Ding. Detected plus 777 psychic damage to major character, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, 250 more needed for villain carousel to open. Long Ying froze in place. White Boat didn't look back and continued to turn around. He didn't wait for Long Ying's reply. Her hesitation speaks volumes. If Bai Zhou was simply contracting Long Ying for a bit, Bai Zhou would have agreed long ago. However, there was no system beep like blocking the protagonist's chi like this coming from his mind. That proved that the bond between Long Ying and the protagonist Chu Yun, which had yet to be revealed, had always existed. Bai Zhou, however, knew that he was only able to activate the full strength of the Super SSS grade spirit weapon because of the Peerless Sword Box. However, Chu Yun was inspired through the protagonist's aura. That meant that in this world, besides himself, there was at least Chu Yun who could make Long Ying feel this kind of powerful force. As long as there were no problems with the bond between Long Ying and Chu Yun. This proved that one day in the future, this Long Ying definitely had a high chance of leaving herself under the attraction of Chu Yun's protagonist aura and turning into Chu Yun's embrace. Then wouldn't you be a dowry for Chu Yun? It's impossible to get White Boat to do such a thing. It was important to know that Lin Wei, but only after being cajoled and tricked by Bai Zhou and being disappointed in Chu Yun. This Long Ying didn't know who Chu Yun was now. One certainly couldn't start cutting the bonds between them from Chu Yun's direction. So it would have to be through Long Ying himself. As for Long Ying, at this time, she froze in place for more than 10 seconds, she didn't even think of how she should answer this question from Bai Zhou. Indeed, what had allowed her to walk out of the mission site alive was because she had felt stronger than she had ever felt before. It was the power she pursued that took the initiative to say that kind of request to White Boat. That's right, Long Ying, she was a selfish person by nature. If that wasn't the case, why would she even post a false mission in hopes that someone would take her to that mission site? She hadn't cared about the lives of those low-level Imperial Spirit Masters and Spirit Nymphs when she had issued the quests. The only person she cares about is herself. It remains the same now, she wants nothing more than her own great power, that's all. And now, this problem with White Boat. In the future, if you meet a more powerful Gorgon. No way. We'll talk about the future later. Right now, if I can't grab the opportunity to make myself strong, there simply won't even be a future. For the sake of her future, Longing clenched her teeth and chased after her again. I promise you, I won't. But her words had only just reached this point when a pair of pupils instantly shrunk. As if seeing something, even a few glimmers of fear appeared. The next second was actually intended to turn and run. However, before she left, she looked at White Boat. I don't know what came to mind, but I clenched my teeth slightly. With a single healthy step, he came to Bai Zhou's side and reached out. Not caring what Bai Zhou thought, he directly pulled Bai Zhou's arm. The entire person was also hidden sideways, as if hiding behind Bai Zhou. And Bai Zhou didn't react at all, standing still and looking at Longing suspiciously. But White Boat hadn't opened his mouth to ask a question yet. Hula! With a sound, he was actually surrounded by 4 or 5 black-clothed men. These 4 or 5 black-clothed men had even long since entered the state of spirit mother possession. His body exuded an extremely oppressive aura, and he held a variety of spirit weapons in his hands. And the black-clothed man at the head of the group even immediately said in a deep voice to White Boat, "Kid, hand over the woman next to you and we can spare your life." Hearing those words, Bai Zhou understood. Longing, this selfish woman, she even used herself as a shield? And these black-clothed men, they were 80% of those little villains who had captured Longing in the original story, right? White Boat looked at Longing with a sneer in the middle of his gaze. And Longing seemed to be aware of this, deliberately avoiding Bai Zhou's gaze. However, the palm of his hand was still tightly gripping the sleeve of Bai Zhou's coat. But unexpectedly, Bai Zhou directly spread a smile. "You guys want her, don't you? Then by all means take it." Saying that, he actually held Lin Wei's little ass with one hand, and with one hand he exerted force to directly push Longing out. Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to the main character, gained plus 50 divine fate villain value, 200 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Bai Zhou's operation caused these few black-clothed men who surrounded him to freeze. The black-robed man in the lead even laughed out loud and said to Longing, "Girl, this man you found can't be trusted." And of course not forgetting to turn his head to White Boat. "Kid, counting on you to be sensible, this great master is happy and spares your life today." White Boat, who was listening to this, only had a sneer in his heart. "You're the one who spared my life? But this young master doesn't intend to spare your life." Of course, the current White Boat didn't say anything. He was still counting on this group of black-clothed men to properly suppress this Longing. Longing was also confused at this time and turned her head to look at Bai Zhou in disbelief. She didn't understand that in the face of such a powerful spider wolf, the other party didn't even have any intention to retreat. This facing a few humans and just handing themselves over so easily? "What are you doing?" She stood there incredulously questioning. "You can't give me to them. They're going to get me. They're bad people." The way you said that made White Boat even want to laugh a little. "What's it to me if they're bad guys or not?" And White Boat was even more direct and glib. "Who told you I was a nice guy again?" "You." Ding. Detected Longing taking mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 150 to open. After saying this, White Boat even made a pleased gesture to a few black-clothed men and slowly exited the black-clothed men's circle. However, White Boat didn't leave. After all, it was impossible for him to really let this arrived Heaven's Destiny villain value just disappear, right? And the group of men in black fisted their way closer to Longing. "You guys? What are you guys doing? Off! Don't touch me! Little girl, after catching you for so long, we finally got you, didn't we? GG. Just come back with us honestly and act as a feeder." The group of black-clothed men approached Longing like hungry wolves. Longing's small face turned white, and tears even flowed out of her eyes in panic. "I'm not going with you guys. You assholes." As soon as he was fired up, he was going to crash through the block and escape. However, how could she, an E-rank spirit lady, get past these other spirit lady-possessed imperial spiritists without an imperial spiritist? Put. With a sound, I don't know who kicked Longing in the stomach. Ah! Longing screamed miserably on the spot and fell to the ground, and the hood on his head fell off on the spot. And the moment it came off, there was a gasp among the black-clad men. "Good lord, is this little girl so pretty?" GGG. Big brother, why don't we brothers have a good time first, and then bring her back to the boss before it's too late? Ding. Detected plus 999 psychic damage to the main character, gained plus 50 divine fate villain value, 100 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Chapter 51 offers a new idea for a villain? Ha ha ha. The black-clothed man in the lead also let out an open-hearted laugh. However, he shook his head and said, "With such a good color, of course I have to bring it back for the boss to enjoy first. But don't be in a hurry, the boss has been so kind to us, he'll definitely give us a chance to get in line when the time comes." Ha 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 ha. These black men burst into laughter. White Boat, who was standing outside, was still sighing in his heart as he watched this scene. They look more like villains than I look. No, it looks like I still have to learn from them before I can do that. Stay away. Get away. Long Ying, who had dropped to the ground covering her stomach, struggled on the ground in shock and dodged towards the back. But the sinister smiles on the faces of these black-robed men became even more obscene. She couldn't help but cross the crowd and hiss in White Boat's direction. "Please. Help me. Make a temporary contract with me, they are no match for us. Please help me." At this moment, Long Ying's eyes were tearful. This pearly appearance, but if it was a change in the kind of person Chu Yun on the spot, the heart moved. Definitely would have immediately stepped in and dry spread the group to the ground. Then very pretentiously, he held out his palm to Long Ying for the last line. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." But White Boat couldn't do such a thing. Moreover, the current state of Long Ying was not enough for White Boat to come to his aid. And it was because of Long Ying's hissing. These black-clothed men also noticed White Boat's presence. One of them said to White Boat with some impatience, "Why haven't you left yet? Do you want a piece of the action too? Don't dream, our brothers still have to line up, and what are you?" But the black-clothed man's words fell a moment later. Their bodies instantly stiffened in place. A terrifying aura directly locked onto them, and cold sweat ran down their brains. However, White Boat shook his head gently as he rushed to a corner in the shadows. The aura that was oppressing the man in black was also gone on the spot. The men in black regained their ability to breathe. Each one of them had a palpitating expression on their faces. Someone said, "What's going on here? How did I just feel?" The other shook his head. "Can it be that there was some kind of expert that just passed by here?" The black-robed man in the lead frowned and said in a deep voice, "So as not to cause trouble, move quickly, take this woman with you and leave quickly." "Yes." Several men in black rushed up in unison. The first person directly grabbed Long Ying's collar. "Get off me!" Long Ying screamed. "Whimper!" A bite was taken on the arm of this black-clad man. The man in black screamed in pain. "Pa!" A big BB pocket slapped Long Ying's face. This was the third big BB pocket Long Ying had received today. The first two times were White Boat's. This slap was even harder than what Bai Zhou had just hit. The blood that had disappeared long ago, once again spilled out from the corners of Long Ying's mouth. But at this moment, Long Ying couldn't care less about this. With the force of being slapped out of the room, she turned and climbed to her feet and ran. But how could she catch up with those men in black? Dang! The sound! It was like hitting a black-clad man on top of a wall. The intense pain once again caused Long Ying to fall to the ground. And just at this time, White Boat's voice, ghostly, sounded from the outside of the crowd. "You? Hungry for power?" These words made Long Ying instantly swallow back the pain of baring his teeth. And White Boat, who was carrying Lin Wei on his back, was approaching this way step by step. That's right, White Boat felt that it was about time. Thinking that she saw hope, Long Ying hurriedly got down on the ground and stretched out her palms in the direction of White Boat, hissing firmly, "I crave power." This black-clothed man turned his head to look at White Boat and the corners of his mouth twitched. "You two acting in a TV show?" As for Bai Zhou, he simply ignored these few black-clothed men, and surprisingly, he passed through their encirclement and walked in front of Long Ying. When those few black-clothed men saw this scene, they each glanced at each other, and the black-clothed man in the lead skimmed his lips and opened his mouth. "Kid, you behaved quite well just now you're determined to seek death, aren't you?" Of course White Boat wouldn't pay any attention to him. Standing like this in front of Long Ying, he looked down on Long Ying's eyes that were hung with eager tear stains and said slowly, "But how can I trust you?" Long Ying's eyes flickered, and she knew that Bai Zhou was talking about the issue that he had just brought up. He's worried about his loyalty to him. But one's desire for power will never go away. But if I don't show my loyalty to White Boat now. Ding! Detected plus 666 psychic damage to major character. Gain Divine Destiny villain value plus 50. 50 more needed for villain carousel to open. Ding! Main character detected taking psychic damage plus 999. Gain Divine Fate villain value plus 50. Villain carousel has been opened. Will the host please open the villainous carousel? Baijiu did not respond to the system's question and his gaze remained on Long Ying's body. And the system beeps that kept ringing in his head let Baijiu know that it was time for Long Ying to make up her mind. Sure enough. She glanced at Lin Wei on the back of the White Boat and said aloud. If it's possible, I'm willing to sign a life and death contract with you. White Boat was waiting for those words. Faintly. You know what to do. Upon hearing Baijiu's voice, Long Ying's face instantly revealed intense surprise. He quickly dipped his finger into the blood on the corner of his mouth and wrote a big deed in his palm. It's still a temporary contract. It couldn't be helped, after all three of those formal contracts required the assistance of the contracts room to make them work. And Baijiu was writing on his hand while Long Ying was panicking. Instead, a faint cold light hung under his eyes. Because he saw the look Long Ying drifted to Lin Wei behind himself before he made the decision to say those words. That meant clearly proving that Long Ying was gambling. She was betting that what Lin Wei had signed with herself was a life and death contract. And the life and death pact would only have one slot. So, she can totally use this incident to show her loyalty to herself. After all, there was no way one could risk a serious injury by giving up Lin Wei and contracting with her. At the end of the day, the contract between the two of them could only fall on the partner contract. By then Long Ying would have room to maneuver. Should I say no, this Long Ying had really gambled right, Lin Wei had really signed a life and death contract with himself. However, she had also gambled wrongly. After all, even such powerful existences as her own father and eldest uncle were unable to comprehend the peerless swordbox saw. Snap. The sound. It was as if Long Ying was afraid that Baijiu would back out. He quickly grabbed Baekboat's big hand tightly with the palm that had the word deed written on it. Just for some reason, the moment she grabbed Baijiu's big hand, she seemed to see a different light from the bottom of Baijiu's eyes. That blow made her feel very nervous. But it was too late for her to think about exactly what it was. The first time the temporary contract took effect, that powerful force was once again infused into Long Ying's entire body. This comfortable feeling was actually causing the injury she had just received to be healed at this moment. The entire person instantly turned into dots of white light and condensed into that 7-star dragon abyss in the middle of Baijiu's hand. Looking at the 7-star dragon abyss in his hand, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Baijiu's mouth. It seems that this Long Ying hasn't fully tuned in yet. However, these men in black have given me some villainous ideas, so why not, when the time comes, try using them on this Long Ying. White Boat's thoughts were completely inaudible to Long Ying, but the 7-star dragon abyss she had manifested trembled gently. It also seemed to be feeling an unkind chill. But now she was too addicted to this great power to consider anything else. And at that moment, those villains around them were actually watching them sign a temporary contract. It doesn't help if you don't call them mindless villains. White Boat wouldn't have dared to do this if they weren't paperweights. But the script, it's all been written. The black-clothed man in the lead even snorted out a laugh right away. Good boy, you actually want to save her? And sign a temporary contract with her? She's a ing waste of an E-rank spirit lady, and you kid dares to contract with her? What a death wish! Are you out of your mind? You're right. Baijiu said as he took the dragon abyss and slowly got up. The man in black froze slightly. I'm right? You also admit that your brain is kicked by a donkey? Instead, White Boat laughed softly and said, no. You're the one who's really looking for death. Chapter 52. If you have the guts, don't run, let me run first. Once this man in black heard this from White Boat. Instant frown upside down. Kid, you-ing. But this black-clothed man hadn't quite completed his change of heart yet. Hyperactive. White Boat's calm voice rang out. Woo-oh-oh. These few black-clothed men only saw the long sword in Baijiu's hand suddenly light up with a silver-white glow. In the next second, an overpowering aura blew these black-clothed men only to feel a raw pain on their faces. No good. Just for a moment, they realized what the problem was. Hurriedly, he brought up his spirit weapon to block it. But back when White Boat was watching the play outside a while ago, Just through the mirror of omniscience in the middle of the void, he saw clearly what this group of people were made of. It's basically a level 2 sentinel with a level 2 spirit nymph, and even some spirit nymphs are still level 1. Only the black-robed man in the lead was a level 3 imperial spirit master as well as a level 3 spirit lady. Although the temporarily contracted Long Ying was still level 1, Bai Zhou had already become a level 3 imperial spiritist. Moreover, the experience value of destroying the spider wolves just now had increased quite a bit. Although there were many people on the other side, Dragonbane's Heaven's Mistress skill number 2 was a ranged skill. Plus, after Long Ying contracted with White Boat, it suddenly soared to become a super SSS grade artifact. The power emitted was absolutely extraordinary. Especially since White Boat's actions were very sudden. Even the spirit weapon that could only be lifted up just now directly disintegrated in this instant. One by one, they fell to the ground with white faces and blood at the corners of their mouths. Seeing this scene, the bottom of Bai Zhou's eyes all revealed a flash of surprise. It's truly worthy of being a super SSS grade artifact. Yeah, although White Boat knew the power of Long Ying's skills. Just now, in the middle of the mission, he could even cut off all 8 legs of the spider wolf in one strike. That spider wolf's defense was far too much stronger than these individual low-level imperial spirit masters in front of him. But, one had not used the 7-star Dragon Abyss's preparatory stance just now, and had not built up their strength. Likewise, his own dragon armor skill charge hadn't finished yet, unable to be released. White Boat was certainly pleasantly surprised that a mere hasty strike had brought about such an effect. Of course, it was naturally impossible for Bai Zhou to let the current Long Ying hear such words in his heart. The Dragon Abyss sword in his hand was now trembling gently. Predictably, Long Ying, who had transformed into Dragon Abyss, was once again deeply convinced by the sudden outburst of his own formidable power. If this were to let Long Ying hear the shock in her heart again, wouldn't this girl float up even more? Long Ying, she's not Lin Wei after all. Cough cough cough. Those black-clothed men who had fallen to the ground, one by one, covered their chests and were assisted by their own spirit mates to stand up from the ground. Each of their eyes were filled with deep horror, and the black-robed man at the head couldn't help but cry out in shock. This can't be right. Boy, what have you done? As far as we know, that girl just now is just a punky rank spirit lady. What makes her capable of possessing such power? Yes, they can naturally think of that. It could make such a transformative change to an E-rank spirit lady. It must have something to do with the Sentinel. Moreover, Bai Zhou was still only Long Ying's temporary contracted imperial spiritist. The temporary ones were already like this, and how powerful would they be in the future if they really signed a contract? Only, in the face of the black-clothed man's shock, White Boat's face only wore a faint smile. The long yuan sword in his hand pointed diagonally at the ground. Of course, with the other hand White Boat was still holding Lin Wei's little butt and carrying Lin Wei on his back. Just like that, he looked at these few black-clothed men and their spirit maids lightly, his eyes devoid of sadness and joy. There was also no intention of answering the black-clothed man's question at all. However, these few black-clothed men just looked at this White Boat's bland gaze. Surprisingly, one by one, their faces turned white, and they all retreated silently toward the back. One of them couldn't help but grit his teeth and came over to this black-robed man in the lead and whispered, "Big brother, I think this kid. It's a bit evil. That pussy is definitely an E-rated loser, but in his hands. And he's got a girl on his back, which means he's not even at full strength. I feel like we've kicked a steel plate today." This black-clothed man said this while also shrinking his neck. Among the gazes that looked at White Boat, they all seemed to have a few more colors of fear. And this black-robed man at the head of the group gritted his teeth and sank. The main reason was that he couldn't see through this young man opposite him. This young man stood there, his expression as usual, and there was no ruthless aura emanating from his body. It also didn't feel like the other party's sentinel rank was that high. But, people just lightly beat themselves, and a few of their brother's spirit nymphs back. That must be an absolute crushing of power. But he looks so young, what's going on? The man in black naturally couldn't figure it out. But at that moment, this black-robed man looked like he had thought of something, and a bright light flashed under his eyes. After that, he coldly said to White Boat, "Kid, are you sure you want to save this woman today?" Hearing this question, White Boat said with a light laugh, "You heard me. This girl says she wants to sign a life and death contract with me. If that's the case, how can I let you take her away?" Hearing Bai Zhou's words, this man in black didn't feel surprised. Instead, he sneered and said with a nod of his head, "Very well, it seems you're determined to go against us today. We're no match for you, but do you dare to wait here? While saying that, he actually quietly backed up slowly while leading his little brother. Moreover, it looked like there was no intention to wait for Baek Boat's answer at all. Just you wait. Just wait here, you don't run. We won't let you go. The words fell. Whoosh. With a sound, this black-robed man took his spirit lady and turned around to scatter. Several of his black-clad minions froze. No, big brother, you put up a tough word with here so that people don't run away, but you turn around and run away yourself instead. Is this appropriate? But in the next second, a few of them froze, and then without even turning their heads back, they followed their big brothers back and fled frantically. Bai Zhou looked at their fleeing backs and only felt amused. With a thought, the dragon abyss sword in his hand transformed into points of white light. Condensing into the delicately built Long Ying, she landed beside Bai Zhou, while the first time Long Ying took form, she opened her mouth to Bai Zhou. Why did you let them go? They're all bad people, you should have used me to kill them. Listening to this, White Boat still said in his heart, this little is quite hostile? However, he said faintly. Kill them? So let me ask you, do you have any strength left to unleash any of your skills? Long Ying was instantly speechless. Ding! Detected plus 111 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, 6,950 more needed for villain carousel to open. Hearing this system beep, Bai Zhou remembered that he had just opened another grand spin from Long Ying's body. Don't forget the raffle later. But for now, he continued at Long Ying. My spirit mother and I just finished a tough battle because of that false mission of yours, and my spirit mother hasn't woken up yet. Ding! Detected plus 222 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 6,900 to open. Your eyes are only for yourself, right? Do you have any idea how much I've spent to save you? What do you want them? You can, go by yourself, I won't stop you. Ding! Detected plus 333 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine fate villain value plus 50, 6,850 more needed for villain carousel to open. Long Ying's gaze flickered as she slightly gritted her teeth. And at this moment, the temporary contract between her and White Boat was automatically lifted. That feeling of weakness came instantly, and the powerful force that had just blipped through was once again gone. This caused Long Ying to slightly bite her own silver teeth, lowering her head and speaking in a laughing voice. I'm sorry. Bai Zhou took a look, this girl still knows to say sorry? Then there's still the tune. But the way this is tuned. A different light appeared in the bottom of Bai Zhou's eyes. The new ideas that those black-clothed men had just given White Boat surfaced in the middle of White Boat's mind. The gazes that looked at Long Ying all changed slightly. And Long Ying didn't see anything, but it felt as if she was being targeted by something dirty. What's going on here? Did the men in black go and come back again? Ding! Detected plus 444 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine fate villain value plus 50, 6,800 more needed for villain carousel to open. Happy New Year, everyone! I'll give you a kowtow. Chapter 53. This little girl is jealous? White Boat didn't pay attention to the system beeps in his head. He had now turned away with Lin Wei on his back. And without any more hesitation, Long Ying hurriedly followed with quick steps. At this time, Bai Zhou had already spoken to the system in his head. That big spinning wheel from earlier, open it up for me. Ding! The villain carousel is open, and system rewards are being drawn. The familiar shadow of the great carousel surfaced in front of White Boat and began to rotate at a rapid speed. Time is fast. A white light slowly lit up. Seeing this glow, Bai Zhou couldn't help but skim his own mouth again. How's this for another white bonus? And the system's next beep released White Boat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the white reward, masterless experience value plus 1,000. It's 2 for the price of 1. The last time White Boat opened a white reward, it was this so-called masterless experience value. It was the same unowned experience value that allowed White Boat and Lin Wei to raise to level 3 at the same time. That's what led to the situation where he completely crushed that level 5 city defense squad leader at the time. Add to that the issue of difficulty in gaining experience value. White Boat had actually been suspicious that there was something wrong with the system's reward ratings. If this thing was given to White Boat to count, White Boat would at least recognize it as a blue quality reward. This time, just like before, White Boat didn't have any hesitation in directly explaining to the system. I'll split this 1,000 experience points equally with Lin Wei. That's right. Although it was said that he had now found a second spirit nymph with super SSS grade quality, Long Ying. But right now, the only spirit mother who had actually signed a contract with herself was Lin Wei. It was naturally impossible for Bai Zhou to be merciful and share this hard-won experience value with Long Ying. Ding! The system beep also followed without any delay. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to become a level 5 Imperial Spiritist, gaining a plus 20% increase in all attributes and a plus 2% control of the Spirit Lady. Listening to the system's beep, White Boat was all slightly stunned. That's level 5? Isn't it true that the higher the rank of the Imperial Spiritist, the more experience value is needed to level up? Could it be that because of the elimination of that spider wolf just now, himself and Lin Wei had also gained a large amount of experience value? If that's the way to look at it, it makes perfect sense. A faint smile hung on White Boat's face. He's really happy. He himself had just completed his transmutation awakening yesterday and signed a contract with a spirit lady. It's only been a day, and he's become a rank 5 Imperial Spiritist himself. Who's going to argue with that? If it was today that he was allowed to face that city guard squad leader from yesterday again, he might be able to directly kill him on the spot with a single strike. Moreover, Bai Zhou remembered that the Chu Yun in the original story possessed an SSS grade super talent. After killing the spider wolf through special means, it had only been raised to the level of a rank 2 Imperial Spiritist. Even so, when Chu Yun met the directors of the admissions offices of the major schools again that night, both caused a big stir. The group of people each frantically sighed. Chu Yun is truly worthy of being an SSS ranked super talent. One level up in a day, that's unprecedented. But now what? Although the enrollment conference is not open. If this group of people suddenly found out that a White Boat that was only rank A had elevated to the level of a rank 5 Imperial Spiritist in one day. And what is Chu Yun? He's still a what? Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opens with 6,700 still needed. That Chu Yun, who was still in the middle of the hospital in the midst of a solo tragedy, didn't know if he had sensed something in the void. The system is all ringing out with such beeps. The current White Boat had felt that powerful force that came with leveling up. Because of the upgrades, it even restored the consumption caused by the battles he had just fought one after another. And at that moment, Bai Zhou also felt something soft on his back gently rubbing against him. Lin Wei's soft voice was also heard in his ears. Well. After a soft grunt, Lin Wei, who had fallen into a deep sleep due to dehydration, slowly opened his eyes at this moment. What am I? Lin Wei, who had woken up from his slumber, realized that the feeling of weakness from before had all disappeared. And, just like the feeling that had suddenly arisen that time before, he was strong again. This must still be the work of Brother White Boat. And the excited Lin Wei was also realizing at this time that he was actually being carried on White Boat's back? And he was still wrapping his arms around White Boat's neck? All of a sudden, those arms were lightly trembling. Subconsciously, he tried to retract it. But the feeling of disenchantment stopped her movements in their tracks. Looking at White Boat's broad back, that inexplicable peace of mind was born. Seeing that Bai Zhou didn't turn around, a few small moments of anticipation appeared in Lin Wei's eyes. And then surprisingly, he reclosed his own eyes, pretending that he was still in a coma. If White Boat finds out that I've woken up, isn't it true that there won't be a chance like this? Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heaven's Fate villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 6,600. Unbeknownst to him, whether it was the system beep in Bai Zhou's head or the arms gently trembling on his own neck, he had already betrayed Lin Wei's small mind. Only, White Boat just laughed lightly but didn't break it down. As for Long Ying, who was following behind Bai Zhou and Lin Wei, at this moment, a flash of obvious surprise appeared among his pupils. The one just now would have been walking silently behind Bai Zhou, and in her mind she was still calculating how she should utilize Bai Zhou. Use this sentinel to boost your strength to get yourself out of the way of the bad guys. But then she suddenly felt it. There was a wave of energy coming from the Imperial Spiritist who was walking in front of him, as well as his spirit mother. Though this fluctuation of energy disappeared just for a moment. However, she clearly felt that this Imperial Spirit Master and his spirit mother were surprisingly powerful again. Long Ying looked at Bai Zhou's back with big unbelieving eyes. No. What's going on here? Just 2 steps and their aura is powerful again? Can this also level up? What kind of magical operation is this? Did a different light suddenly flashed among Long Ying's pupils? Is there any other secret hidden in this imperial spiritist's body? Generating such a conjecture, Long Ying's gaze as he looked at White Boat all changed once again. But whatever changes are taking place at this point, hidden behind that gaze is absolute utilitarianism. 80% of the time, he was calculating how to probe the secret on Bai Zhou and then use that secret for himself. Before she could do much thinking, however. Buzz! The very sudden roar of an engine sounded just off in the distance. A black vehicle, visible to the naked eye, was approaching in the direction of this side of the walled city. And when she saw this car, a flash of bad feelings suddenly rose in Long Ying's heart. Sure enough! As the vehicle drew closer, Long Ying actually saw the men in black from earlier. These few men in black actually really went and returned and the men in black all surrounded the car, running quickly, as if they were acting as bodyguards for the car. Whoosh! With a sound, Long Ying did not have any hesitation and directly ducked behind Bai Zhou, and also reached out and gently pulled Bai Zhou's sleeve. Bai Zhou didn't even need to feel Long Ying's movements. Naturally, he had also noticed the group of black-clothed men who had gone and returned. In his heart, he was still thinking, these few boys actually really went to carry help? And the one who reacted the most was not Bai Zhou, not Long Ying. Rather, Lin Wei, who was faking sleep on the back of the white boat, opened his eyes instantly as if he was sensing his heart. I just saw Long Ying's small hand holding Bai Zhou's sleeve. Long Ying's small face went slightly white. That intuition from a woman instantly made Lin Wei turn his head to look at Long Ying. Although Long Ying was wearing a hood to see her face clearly, Lin Wei's heart suddenly had something called a sense of crisis. It wasn't known whether it was instinct or subconsciously, but she was actually directly jumped off of White Boat's back. The direction of this jump down also happened to be the side where Long Ying was pulling Bai Zhou. Directly, he squeezed Long Ying's small hand away from Bai Zhou's sleeve. Ding! Detected plus 555 psychic damage to primary character, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, 6,550 more needed for villain carousel to open. Lin Wei, on the other hand, was just like nothing, directly hugging Bai Zhou's arm, tilting her head and blinking her big eyes at Bai Zhou. Crunchy said. Brother White Boat, did something happen? Chapter 54 What the hell are the 4 great families of Jiangcheng again? At this time, Bai Zhou didn't know what Lin Wei was thinking in his mind. Nor did he realize what Lin Wei had done in passing by jumping off his back. He thought it was because Lin Wei had sensed the approaching danger and wasn't going to continue pretending to be unconscious. So naturally, he gestured in the direction of the men in black and said, "It's nothing, just a couple of annoying flies." Snort. The sound of brakes came. The vehicle that was flanked by the black-clothed men really stopped right in front of Bai Zhou's trio, just blocking their way. The black-clothed man who was in the lead before even said directly to Bai Zhou, condescendingly, "Kid, good guts, you really haven't left yet." Actually, White Boat wanted to say something back to him. "I'm already leaving, it's really you guys back too soon too." However, White Boat was too lazy to tell them so much. After all, not only had he now regained all his strength and energy, and the levels have all been raised to 5. These little clickers, that's easy to fix with the move of a finger. And this man in black after provoking White Boat. He also turned around in a hurry and ran his ass over to the door of the car and pulled it open. And respectfully, nodding his head. "Young master, that ungrateful fellow, is just ahead." Hearing this, Bai Zhou was still slightly stunned. "Young master? In this city, does anyone other than yourself dare to call themselves a young master?" And the next second, White Boat then saw a big-headed leather shoe sticking out from among the car door. Immediately afterward, a young man in a suit stepped out from among the vehicles. The young man looked 25 or 26 years old. It's even reflective with the thick hairspray on my head. It made White Boat wonder if that thing flies up and sticks. He was wearing a very expensive high-fashion suit. He actually wore a gold-rimmed eyeglass on his face. This dress. Is it pretending to be some kind of Spangali scum? But you're also too ugly. That's not like it. Is that him? This so-called young master, looking faintly at the White Boat in front of him, spoke as if nothing had happened to the head of the black-clothed man. The black-robed man at the head nodded on the spot. "That's right, young master, it's him. We were just about to capture that E-rank loser, but we didn't expect him to suddenly jump out and sign a temporary contract with that loser, then injure us all. Young master, I'm afraid this kid isn't simple nah. Ha! This young master actually laughed lightly after hearing this, then said without surprise. You losers just can't get things done. However, you guys didn't lose unjustly. After all, this kid, he's a level 5 Imperial Spirit Master. What? The few black-clothed men in the surroundings immediately frowned and their pupils contracted after hearing these words. Level 5 Imperial Spiritist? But he looks so young, as if he's just after completing his transmutation and awakening. He actually became a rank 5 Imperial Spirit Master already? How did he do it? Yes. Not to mention them, anyone who knew that Baijiu's level had now reached level 5 would have asked that question. But besides them, the people who were surprised were White Boat. Of course, White Boat wasn't surprised at his rank, he was surprised. This young master, is his eyesight so powerful? He's actually able to see through my rank? Could it be that he is also a strong person? White Boat subconsciously unfolded his mirror of omniscience in the middle of the void. A line of information surfaced while shining on this young master. Occupation, spiritualist. Level, 0. Talent, S. Spiritualist talent, not yet activated. Hiss. Looking at this line of information, a look of surprise appeared in the bottom of Baijiu's eyes. He was not surprised that the young master possessed an S-grade talent. Rather, it was because this young master looked to be 25 or 26 years old, and he actually hadn't contracted any spirit maiden yet? So it remains a level 0 sentinel to this day. This kid. A little something ha. Just, he was only level 0, so what made him able to see through his own sentinel rank? Not only that then. This young master's gaze also shifted to the two girls beside Baijiu. He said with a touch of joy in both his eyes. What a surprise, there's a windfall today. Your contracted spirit maiden is actually an E rank as well? These words made White Boat even more surprised. Well, he can even tell the quality of my spirit woman? Is it hard to believe that he also has something like the mirror of omniscience? However, his mirror of omniscience seemed like a cottage industry compared to his own. After all, one's mirror of omniscience could see hidden attributes, hidden talents. His, apparently, has no such features at all. However, it was enough to arouse White Boat's curiosity. And at that moment, that young master, after confirming that Baijiu's spirit lady was also an E rank, was actually walking towards Baijiu with a kind of smile on his face. The voice also said with a little more kindness. Little brother, your spirit nymph is an E rank, and the one you're protecting is also an E rank. And you, my friend, you become a rank 5 Imperial Spiritist, aren't you ashamed to carry only an E rank spirit lady? Here's the deal, I'll make a deal with you. How about giving me the 2 E rank spirit nymphs you have with you, and I'll give you back an S rank spirit nymph. When these words came out, the gazes of Baijiu, Linwei, and Longing all shrank slightly. Linwei and Longing were both nervous. It was as if he was afraid that Baijiu would agree to this deal than sounded like a sure thing. And White Boats, which was surprised that this kid had S-rank spirit maidens and didn't go and contract them, instead pursuing to capture these E-rank spirit maidens for what? White Boat was familiar with the original plot though and knew that there was a minor villain who was constantly looking for people to capture the E-rank spirit maiden. But this person, Baijiu was pretty sure it wasn't this so-called young master. Moreover, after the original Chuyun annihilated that small group of villains, it seems that the E-class spirit ladies inside were not treated in any special way, and all of them were let loose by Chuyun. There was no explanation at the end of the day as to why exactly the group was trying to capture the E-rank spirit lady. So White Boat had no way of knowing. Now it seems that this young master might be the real mastermind behind that group of people. Baijiu certainly wasn't going to treat his super SSS ranked spirit lady as an E rank to trade for a small S ranked party girl like Shinshin to come back. However, there were some things that Baijiu was still very curious about, so he deliberately said, "Come on, you can't even catch an E rank spirit lady, where are you going to get an S rank spirit lady for me?" Ding! Detected plus 555 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine fate villain value plus 50, 6,500 more needed for the villain carousel to open. It must have originated from Longing. The meaning of White Boat's words was as if he was saying again, as long as you have it, I'll trade it with you. Can she not be anxious? But Linwei had no such idea. Because she knew that the Bai family's young master was not lacking at all, that wasn't the S-rank Shinshin who was still willing to be a dog inside the house, right? However, this young master was slightly stunned, and then said with a smile. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I come from the next door, Jiangcheng. My name is Wang Hai. Wang Hai? Hearing this name, Bai Zhou gave a slight start. A flash of surprise appeared at the bottom of his eyes, and he said in his heart, so it's him. That's right, another important character in the original, not a villain for Chu Yun, but rather a great help. And White Boat understood why this Wang Hai had not contracted a spirit lady even at this age. It's written in the original that the kid doesn't aim to be an oracle, but more of a scientist instead. As for him researching something, that's all an afterthought, and it won't be needed now. And Wang Hai looked at Bai Zhou's appearance and said with a light smile. Looks like my name is pretty well known locally, huh? But who knew that the next second, White Boat came in faintly with a glance of his mouth. Never heard of it. These words caused the confident smile on Wang Hai's face to instantly freeze. Ding! Detected plus 233 psychic damage to major supporting character, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, 6,450 more needed for the villain carousel to open. The system's beeps further confirmed that Wang Hai was the person that Bai Zhou perceived. The man in black behind Wang Hai had jumped out and said to Bai Zhou as if he was growling. Bold! Good boy, the young master is the young master of our 4 great families in Jiangcheng, the Wang family. You've actually never heard of it? It's almost as if you're a loner. There are still 4 big families in Jiangcheng? Bai Zhou asked with a slight lurch, then how do they compare to that 4 great families as I understand it? Hearing these words, that Wang Hai's face actually had a good look of yearning on it and said. Those 4 great families you're talking about, they're the ones that are high up in the sky, aren't they? The goal of my Wang family is to one day become one of them. Oh, White Boat showed a dawning realization, and in the next second. That I haven't heard. Ding! Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 666, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, 6,400 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Chapter 55, before you start pretending, the person is gone? Obviously, the muscles on this Wang Hai's face twitched. The flash of gloom under his eyes made it feel as if the persona he'd concocted half a dozen times was about to fall off his face. However, he still held back and continued to smile at White Boat and said, You're a real young man, too. At a young age, you have the strength of a rank 5, your future is naturally unlimited, but you're carrying 2 E-ranked spirit nymphs, isn't this a great limitation for you? It's clear that it can be utilized more powerfully. Doesn't one S-rank spirit lady smell good? If you really can't, I'll get you 2. Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to major character, gained Divine Fate villain value plus 50, 6,350 more needed for the villain carousel to open. This system beep was from Longing. Longing doesn't look like he suffered any psychic damage. Rather, a great shock arose within. Yes, the spirit nymphs of myself and White Boat, both of which were E-ranked, were called trashy spirit nymphs. In the mouth of this Wang Hai on the opposite side, it actually all became the kind of existence that could single-handedly replace an S-rank spirit lady? Even at this instant, Longing had the thought of leaving with this Wang Hai. Let's see if she, an E-rank spirit lady, really held such an important position in Wang Hai's heart. Of course, she was only thinking about it, and had no real intention of doing so. She can still tell who was good and who was bad. It's not that clear either. Because if we're going by the original setting, this Wang Hai is the one who should be considered the good guy, while Bai Zhou is a complete bad guy. Of course this is the case now. The offense and defense are easy to type. Longing had produced such a shock, and White Boat's heart had produced a strong sense of curiosity. How could this kid look at an E-ranked spirit mother so seriously? Could it be that this kid's false mirror of omniscience could also see the spirit lady's hidden attributes? That's impossible. If that's the case, why would he be so friendly with himself? And White Boat even asked this question directly. This king. Forget it, it's not important. Ding. Major supporting character detected to have taken mind damage plus 999, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 6,300 to open. Why do I get the feeling that an E-rank spirit lady is more important than an S-rank spirit lady in your eyes? That's not right. Is it right that E-rank spirit nymphs are the recognized losers? Wang Hai, who had been made to feel uncomfortable by Bai Zhou's completely inattentive performance, couldn't help but explode. still forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, then said. Individually ranked spirit ladies are equally trash to me. But if all these E-ranked spirit ladies can be gathered together by me. When the words came to this point, this Wang Hai suddenly stopped. Then he turned his head to White Boat. It's my business, not yours, so I'll just ask you if you'll change it. Change. Bai Zhou didn't have any hesitation, it's a white deal for nothing if you don't exchange it. You. Ding. Detected plus 999 psychic damage to major character, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, 6,250 more needed for villain carousel to open. After Longing heard this, a flash of anger appeared on her small face. What do you mean? How could you? Couldn't help but all want to angrily rebuke White Boat. But unexpectedly, Bai Zhou didn't pay any attention to her at all. Even Lin Wei, who was standing beside Bai Zhou, turned his head and glanced slyly at Longing. The look was as if to say, please shut up. Ding. Detected plus 999 psychic damage to the main character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 6,200 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Long Ying was dumbfounded. No, your Oiran is about to trade you to someone for an S-rank spirit lady, and you're telling me to shut up instead? You're a brain that spin. However, Long Ying hadn't yet had the chance to curse Lin Wei more in her heart. Wang Hai on the opposite side had spoken eagerly. It's nice of you to think so. Just wait, I'll contact someone to transfer you the S-class spirit lady. Well. This Jiang Chang's 4 great families are really quite powerful too. This S-class spirit woman can be transferred at will, can't she? However, White Boat reached out a finger at this moment and shook it, saying, None. Even though I agreed to trade with you, who said I was going to trade for your S-rank spirit lady? What I want is, an SSS rank spirit lady. Ding. Detected plus 777 psychic damage to major supporting character, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel opens with 6,150 to go. What did you say? The corner of Wang Hai's eyes instantly jerked, and a pair of fists instantly clenched together. And Longing in the back, who was still furious just a moment ago, also understood at this time. Well. Forgive you. Does she need your forgiveness? You're nothing. Longing also knew that qualities, or talents, such as the SSS grade only existed in legends. So White Boat was clearly just joking with the other side. You tricked me? Wang Hai's calm voice, the smile on his face, was considered to have completely disappeared at this moment. But White Boat still had that same old demeanor and said, Sorry. In my eyes, there are no qualities of a spirit lady, only what I like or don't like. While saying this, Bai Zhou turned his head and took Lin Wei's small hand before continuing to say lightly. I love this spirit lady I have now, so I will only consider it if you trade me the most precious thing, do you understand? Lin Wei, who was listening to this, looked at Bai Zhou's side face and actually could barely suppress the corners of his mouth. In the midst of that I flow, Lin Wei seemed to be saying. So, I'm the most precious in brother Bai Zhou's heart? Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, and has gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 200, and 5950 is still needed for the villain carousel to open. Listening to this system's beep, the corners of Bai Zhou's mouth could hardly be suppressed. And the most precious thing? Come on, Bai Zhou was just taking this opportunity to fool Lin Wei. And, the results are remarkable. After all, this girl Lin Wei was just a little too good at fooling people. Ha! Looking at the White Boat at this point, Wang Hai suddenly laughed. With a sneer, he actually took off his glasses. That gentle air from before was instantly gone. The expression on that face twisted on the spot. You're just ing looking for death. Was Wang Hai's disguise finally falling off his face at this moment? This young master had thought that this place is not my Jiangqing after all, so it would be fine to tighten up a bit and quietly take away this young master's things. Why the did you kid make me? Wang Hai's vocabulary is going overboard with these 3 sentences, so don't get blocked. Boy! Wang Hai had even raised a finger and pointed it at Bai Zhou. Said in a condescending, contemptuous tone. This young master, I am the young master of one of the 4 great families in Jiangcheng, the Wang family. Although my Jiangcheng's 4 great families are not as good as that legendary 4 great families, they are by no means something that a mole like you can provoke at will. Since you boys are sincerely looking for death? Ha! This Wang Hai sneered again. Then he turned his head to the car parked next to him and said, Uncle Li, I'll leave this kid to you. I want him to personally kneel in front of me and lick the soles of my shoes." After the words fell. Buzz. With a sound, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from amongst this vehicle. Bang! With a sound, that car door was actually all crumbled away by this powerful aura. And then, an old man with a white beard just floated out of the car horizontally. Should I say no, this outing does have that hint of awesome? This old man, in particular, squinted his eyes as if he didn't even intend to open them to look at Bai Zhou. Is this the condescension of the strong? The voice was husky and contemptuous. Kid, you heard me, the young master told you to kneel down, so kneel for me. But his words had not yet fallen. Bold. A shout. This situation, which seemed to have occurred once before, was actually happening again. With a sound, this old man that Wang Hai called out was actually bleeding from all 7 orifices on the spot. And then the whole thing went straight to the ground on all fours. A series of bloody holes appeared on the body, limbs, and back all at once. That body was actually as if it had been crushed and died violently on the spot. Before the words were out of my mouth, karma was gone. The pussy died before he had a chance to pretend. Ding! Detected major supporting character taking psychic damage plus 999,999, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 5,850 to open. Wang Hai was dumbfounded. Who? Chapter 56 All the young masters must call you young master. Ding! Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 99,999, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 5,750 to open. Ding! Detected plus 666 psychic damage to major character, gained Divine Fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 5,700 to open. It's not just Wang Hai. It was Longing who stood behind Bai Zhou who was dumbfounded. When has she ever seen such a scene? The old man that Wang Hai called Uncle Li just now. That vocal outburst, that forced status. At first glance, it's the best of the best. The strength must be extremely powerful. Longing was all weak, all feeling that Bai Zhou was bound to be unable to carry on. But this old man who looks like a great guy. The words aren't even finished yet. People die? No way, what's the deal? And it was at this moment that a man in black wrapped in a powerful aura, as if he had appeared out of thin air, landed in front of Bai Zhou. Not only that. Hello. Led by that head bodyguard from White Boat earlier. The 5 bodyguards who had taught Shu Yun a lesson inside the school at the beginning had also leapt out from the unknown corners around them at this time. Immediately, he gave Wang Hai's group a counter-encirclement. This man in black must be the bodyguard who was hiding beside White Boat, the one who was even more powerful. It hasn't come out before. At that time, when White Boat was facing that city defense squadron leader, he actually wanted to make a move. Didn't this turn out to be too late? People's White Boat's eldest arrived. Compared to other people's eldest, he was a little party vegetable, and there was absolutely no need for him to make an appearance. But now, there's still a smudge of surprise hanging in the bottom of this black-robed man's eyes. As if to say, finally, it's my turn to pretend. And at this moment, following Wang Hai, those individual black-clothed men who had been forced back by White Boat's strike earlier. The pupils of the black-clothed men looking at White Boat's side continued to contract. The one in the lead's eyes were even more furiously jumping, and he couldn't help but open his mouth. This is that powerful aura we sensed earlier? How is this? He then instantly turned his head to look at White Boat. You let us go on purpose? Trying to trick me into moving help? White Boat looked at this man in black and said with 2 soft laughs. Actually, I didn't intend to do that. But since you've said so, let's do it as you understand it. Indeed. White Boat didn't recognize this man in black on his side at all. Nor did he realize that he was surrounded by such a powerful being who was secretly protecting him. After all, the original content couldn't have made everything clear. Ding! Detected plus 555 psychic damage to major supporting character. Gain Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, 5,650 more needed for villain carousel to open. You. At this moment, Wang Hai was no longer as high and mighty as before. The bottom of his eyes were all appalled and shocked. But it actually stretched out a finger to point at White Boat. What the hell are you? Ka-ching! Ah! A mournful scream came. Ding! Detected the main supporting character receiving plus 30 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 5,550 to open. Wang Hai's fingers had bent in a weird way in the opposite direction. Clutching his wrists tightly, he screamed in agony as he slowly hunched himself up. And the hoarse voice of the man in black followed. What is your status that you dare to point your finger at our young master? Ding! Major supporting character detected taking mind damage plus 999, gaining Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 5,500 to open. Young master? Wang Hai's face was grim and sweaty. But still, with difficulty, he raised his head to look at White Boat. You? Who the hell are you? White Boat took 2 steps forward. Just wanted to introduce myself. The man in black actually took the lead and said. Standing in front of you is the youngest master of the Bai family, Bai Zhou. That's an introduction that lets someone steal the show. White Boat also skimmed his lips and turned his head to look at the black-clothed man beside him. The man in black was gloating over the fact that he had importantly found a chance to play the fool. Suddenly he saw the look in White Boat's eyes. He was in a state of awe, and then he hurriedly bowed his head. I'm sorry, young master. You come. White Boat a roll of the eyes, you have finished I still come a farta come. But. White Boat's mind was no longer calm. Ding! Detected plus 777 psychic damage to major supporting character, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, 5,450 more needed for villain carousel to open. Ding! Detected plus 888 psychic damage to primary character, gained Divine Fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 5,400 to open. That's right, Long Ying's body trembled slightly upon hearing this news. She knew Bai Zhou's name after he had introduced himself before. However, one of the reasons is because Bai Zhou did not bring the words the eldest son of the Bai family in front of his introduction. On the other hand, it was because she was so anxious and concerned about her brother and sister-in-law at the time that she didn't think twice about it. But now, the White family's youngest master, and the White Boat, if these 2 pieces of information are combined. He was actually the youngest master of one of the 4 legendary families, the Bai family? That White family that has 3 absolute greats on the top 10 masters list? How did I meet such a character in this mission hall? And he actually took the fake quest I posted? The White family's youngest master actually needed to do a quest by himself? Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to the main character, gained plus 50 Divine Fate villain value, 5350 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Ding! Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 5,300 to open. Wang Hai was also dumbfounded. Already hunched over, those legs seemed to lose all their strength instantly. Put! Just dropped to the floor. And behind Wang Hai, the black-clothed men who had just run after the car, and their spirit lady. The body trembles and the face turns white. One after the other. But. Plop. All of them were straight on their knees. The black-clothed man in the lead even couldn't help but hiss in a hasty manner. Young Master Bai. Young Master Bai ah. We know we're wrong, we really didn't know you were the Bai family's young master. It's all him. It's all because this Wang Hai forced us to do this, spare our lives. Ding! Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 5250 to be opened. Not to mention Wang Hai. It was White Boat who didn't expect it. It's amazing how quickly these individuals sell out and react. The voices of those black-robed men and spirit lady begging for mercy rose and fell, making the scene very noisy. And White Boat just came in faintly, shut them up. The black-robed man beside him let out a shout on the spot, all shut up for young Master Bai. The group of people immediately spat blood from their mouths, their faces turned pale, their eyes rolled over, and they fell to the ground, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. And White Boat had already walked up to Wang Hai. At this moment, Wang Hai's face was pale and sweaty. Even forgetting about the pain in his fingers, he trembled and tilted his head to look at Bai Zhou. Trying hard to squeeze out an ugly smile, he said. Bye. Young master Bai, I. Don't. Without waiting for Wang Hai to speak, Bai Zhou waved his hand and said. Don't call me young master, you're the young master, aren't you that what? Young master of the Wang family, the four great families of Jiangcheng? How great are you? What am I? Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 5200 to open. Ding. Major supporting character detected to have taken mind damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 5150 to open. Young master Bai Ah. This Wang Hai immediately let out a wail. Immediately after. Knock. That ringing had kowtowed as if it didn't cost anything. Ding. Body damage detected to major supporting characters plus 1. Plus. Gain divine destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 5050 to open. What are the four great families of Jiangcheng? You are the eldest young master of the Bai family, any young master would have to call you a young master in front of you. Young master Bai, I know I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. But White Boat actually waved his hand anyway. Patted his shoe under Wang Hai's head. Come on, what are you kowtowing to me for? Didn't you tell me to get down on my knees and lick the soles of your shoes? Ding. Major supporting character detected to have taken mind damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50. 5000 more are needed for the villain carousel to open. What kind of words are you saying? Wang Hai, who had broken a finger, suddenly had a few more miserable smiles on his miserable face. You misheard me, I said me. I'll kneel down and lick the soles of your shoes, young master Bai. This is the kind of obedience I've earned over several lifetimes. Chapter 57, What You're So Proud of is Garbage. Ding. Main supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 4950 to be opened. That Wang Hai, his face stiffened and the corners of his eyes twitched. I can tell he's in a lot of pain right now. The pain wasn't even from his puckered fingers. Rather, it was because of his own next behavior. It was not, having trembled and lifted the foot of the White Boat, and pop. A crunch. Ah. Ding. Detected plus 1 physical damage and plus 999 psychic damage to the main supporting character, gaining plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 4900 more needed for the villain carousel to open. With the sole of his own shoe, Bai Zhou smacked Wang Hai in the face. What kind of status do you have that you deserve to sweeten the soles of this young master's shoes? Ding. Major supporting character detected taking mind damage plus 999, gaining divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 4850 to open. That's for sure. Are you as good looking as Shinqin? What can you do with Shinqin? Do you have the kind of realization that Shinqin wanted to be a dog? Are you kidding me? You deserve it? Ding. Major supporting character detected taking mind damage plus 999, gaining divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 4800 to open. Wang Hai's heart is suffering great torment. He himself was just now the high and mighty young master of the Wang family. He even just said that his own Wang family has the opportunity to be among the ranks of the legendary four great families inside it. Now what? One can only kneel at the feet of someone else's true one of the four great families, the White family's young master. Moreover, in the eyes of others, one is not even worthy of licking the soles of shoes. How can you think you're one of the four families? It's a fool's errand. Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 4750 to open. I asked you. It didn't matter how much pain Wang Hai was suffering in his heart at this time. Hearing White Boat's voice, he could only hastily kneel down again. As you command, young master. Bai Zhou said as he looked down at Wang Hai. How did you know that my sentinel rank is already level 5? Yeah, White Boat was curious about that just now. Did the old man who had just gotten killed before he could act like a man tell him that? Nor should I. I didn't see the two of them interact. And at this time, Bai Zhou also saw Wang Hai's body gently tremble. This. Wang Hai seemed to be in some difficulty, but looking at Bai Zhou's expressionless face, he didn't dare to slack off at all, and quickly pulled out the gold-rimmed glasses that he had just taken off. Young Master Bai, it's because of this is something I've researched myself. Oh? White Boat's eyes flicked up. And then he reached out and took the gold-rimmed glasses and placed them in front of his eyes. Two small words instantly appeared on top of Wang Hai's head in front of him, level 0. Bai Zhou quickly turned his head to look at the black-clothed man who was on the ground beside him, alive or dead, level 3. Turning his head again to this powerful black-clad bodyguard beside himself, level 25. Ha! This time even Bai Zhou was a bit surprised. Actually, a royal spiritist who was so high above his own rank could tell the rank to say nothing of the boy's a scientist. In the original, it was the mid to late stage when Chu Yun met this Wang Hai shortly after signing the contract with Long Ying. Wang Hai was just like today, wanting to exchange with Chu Yun for an E-class spirit nymph. Chu Yun disagreed, an old man struck. Chu Yun quickly met the enemy and crushed the old man. That old man was afraid he'd never get another chance to crush it. In short, it was Wang Hai who realized that the E-class spirit nymphets were bursting with power in Chu Yun's hands. Then he took the initiative to throw out an olive branch to Chu Yun. The spirit lady stopped grabbing it and just wanted to study it closely. To show his sincerity, Wang Hai also gave Chu Yun a watch. That watch can display the rank of the opponent's imperial spiritist, as well as the rank of the spirit lady. It's the equivalent of the beggar's version of the mirror of omniscience. Now this Wang Hai has already researched this kind of glasses? Certainly more beggarly than the beggarly version of the mirror of omniscience in the original. After all, these glasses couldn't see through the spirit lady's rank and couldn't tell the difference between an imperial spiritist and a spirit lady. But that was enough to surprise White Boat. How about saying that he could be a great help to the protagonist Chu Yun? Looking at the White Boat as feeling the product of his research, so that Wang Hai is still a little excited, said, "Young Master Bai, if you need it, I can give this to you, What a piece of pop. Ding. Major supporting character detected taking mind damage plus 999, gaining divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 4,700 to open." I didn't wait for Wang Hai to finish his sentence. White Boat then threw the glasses on the ground and stomped on them. "Young Master Bai. Wang Hai also looked very anxious, because this was something that he had researched day and night, something that would allow a low-level imperial spiritist to see through his opponent's level. I don't know how many people praised themselves as a supreme genius after this thing was researched by themselves. But the White family's youngest master actually disliked it so much that he even stomped on it for himself? He was just about to secure a future for the product of his research. White Boat's flat voice was heard. "Wang Hai, Imperial Spiritist rank 0. Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 4,650 to open. Sentinel talent level, S rank. Ding. Major supporting character detected taking mind damage plus 999, gaining divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 4,600 to open. Imperial Spiritist talent, not activated yet. Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 99,999, gaining divine destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 4,500 to open. Wang Hai's pupils contracted with every word Bai Zhou said. When the last sentence was finished, Wang Hai's face turned white, the corners of his eyes twitched madly, and his expression was a little twisted. "SH. What? You? How do you know? Young Master Bai you. What kind of equipment is this, how do you?" Yeah. His own glasses could only see the level of the other party's imperial spiritist, but nothing else. But White Boat, obviously, didn't have any glasses and didn't see any special equipment. Surprisingly, he could see his talent level and even knew that he didn't have a contracted spirit mother? If he could even see his natural skills after he contracted the spirit maiden? How is that possible? How is this possible? Isn't this like a bug? It's no wonder the other guy disliked what he had so carefully developed. Because this thing of theirs is really worthless in the eyes of others. What's going on? Could it be that, in terms of technology, I'm also a loser, and also completely incapable of matching the legendary 4 great families? Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 99,999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 4,400 to open. White boat. A few words to this kid are almost whole depression. How could Wang Hai know that Bai Zhou was able to know all of this solely because of the system carousel, the mirror of omniscience that he had drawn from the lottery? The legendary four great families also didn't master this kind of technology in Wang Hai. But then, there would be no need to let the boy know about such things. White boat's next question had followed. Why are you searching for an E-rank spirit woman? Yeah, because that's something that wasn't even accounted for in the original. After Wang Hai had seen how powerful Chu Yun's E-class spirit nymph was, he seemed to just give up on the matter and began to focus on Chu Yun. The original doesn't mention much more about the E-class spirit maiden. And now Wang Hai was continuously shattered by White Boat because of what he was once proud of. It was as if the whole man had fallen into a state of brokenness. Listening to White Boat's words was also a mechanical response. Because I once saw an ancient book. This ancient book contains only a few words that seem to say that again, an E-class spirit nymph is not actually a waste spirit nymph, but rather, it requires the use of a special method in order to activate it completely. Bai Zhou, who heard Wang Hai's words, had his pupils suddenly shrink. Good lord, what ancient book is so awesome? Surprisingly, you can know such things? You know, yourself because you were a traveler and knew what the names of the spirit weapons that Lin Wei and Longing had awakened stood for. It is likewise because in the original, that old grandfather in Chu Yun's mind can also sense something, so that. Hiss. How did that old grandfather of Chu Yun's know about this? Could it also be because of that whatever ancient book Wang Hai said? Chapter 58 about Longing. I'm still a little excited. When he had read the original before, Bai Zhou had never really considered this. It only felt that the old grandfather inside Chu Yun's head was one of Chu Yun's golden fingers, on the line of being awesome. But now, the original novel naturally doesn't use much explanation. But after he crossed over himself, the world of this piece of paper was made into a world that was just like the real world. This leads to the fact that in all things, there must be cause and effect. That old grandfather was a figure from an unknown number of years ago, died and turned into a wisp of residual soul into Chu Yun's brain. Then perhaps in old grandpa's time, there really was someone like Chu Yun, who had explored the secrets of the E-class waste spirit maiden just like himself. This is the ancient book that this Wang Hai is talking about? Thinking of this, White Boat spoke in a deep voice. Where's that what's-his-name antiquarian book you were talking about? Wang Hai's body trembled lightly. In Jiangcheng, I didn't bring it. Go back and get it. Bai Zhou didn't have any hesitation. When you return to Jiangcheng, bring this back to me. Wang Hai after hearing this originally wanted to refuse. But seeing White Boat, that unmoving expression. Gulp. Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 4,350 to open. The young man standing in front of himself. Not only did it shatter all his pride, all his self-esteem. Now make yourself as good as an underling. There's no way to fight back on your own yet. Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 4,300 to open. Could it be that my Jiangqing four great families can never be compared to the real four great families? Isn't that bull? Even you said yourself that people are the real four families. Wang Hai nodded slowly. Yes, young Master Bai, as you wish. Seeing that Wang Hai was so knowledgeable, Bai Zhou also directly nodded and said. All right, get lost. Hurry home and get me my stuff. Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 4,250 to open. Okay, young Master Bai. Wang Hai stood up and turned around to see that the old man he had brought with him, the one who had protected him, was dead beyond death. The corners of his eyes were also twitching. And those of his own men, who are now living or dead. These images all highlight the insurmountable gap between himself and the other White Boat. Wait. Bai Zhou's voice caused Wang Hai's body to tremble once again and he turned around in a hurry. Young Master Bai, as you command. White Boat raised a hand. Snapped twice and gently slapped Wang Hai's cheek twice. Ding. Major supporting character detected to have taken mind damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 4,200 to open. When you go back, tell that laborious Jiangqing 4 families of yours. You, and them, wherever they meet this young master. Keep your head down and be human. Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 99,999, gaining divine destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 4,100 to open. Yes. Yes, yes. Wang Hai's face was pale, and he hurriedly lowered his head, bent over, and shivered. And without looking at this again, Whiteboat turned his head. That icy expression on his face disappeared. In its place was a gentle smile. He also raised one of his hands to punch Lin Wei. Come on, it's okay, let's go home. Yes. Lin Wei smiled sweetly and stepped forward to take Bai Zhou's big hand. The movement was so natural. You know that when we first met yesterday, this girl was scared to death of seeing herself. This was of course because of the various manipulations Whiteboat had done against Lin Wei's character, tuning Lin Wei into this. With Lin Wei as a successful example. Wouldn't that selfish, quick-witted, devil-may-care Long Ying also be in the bag? However, for a woman like Long Ying, Whiteboat's methods were necessarily simpler, more direct, and more violent. Ding. Detected plus 333 psychic damage to primary character, gain divine fate villain value plus 50, 4,050 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Long Ying, who was following behind by Zhou and Lin Wei, had another unexplained tremor in her body. Couldn't help but grit his teeth and say in his mind, "What's wrong with me? Why do I have a bad feeling?" While Long Ying was torn, the white boat in the distance had already waved at her. "Are you coming or not? Come on, come on." Either way, it didn't stop Long Ying. She wanted to pursue great strength, and she wanted to use the white boat as a springboard. Especially because Bai Zhou was still the eldest young master of the Bai family. One could completely pass through the white boat and utilize the white family's resources to completely solidify that previously fleeting and powerful force. For that matter, Ryujin was still complacent. "I don't know, but there was a guy who thought the same way as you once upon a time. It's now woof woof woofing inside White Boat's villa." Riding in a white family vehicle. Long Ying's performance was naturally very different from Lin Wei's initial performance. This obviously has to do with the life experiences between the two. But Bai Zhou didn't care because there was already a calculation in Bai Zhou's mind on how to tune this Long Ying. And it's a little exciting to think about. As for that Wang Hai, though the boy was cavalier in his presence and even had his pride crushed. However, the system did not produce a system tone similar to blocking the protagonist's chi because of this Wang Hai. In other words, this brat would still currently have a close connection with Chu Yun because of his powerful protagonist aura. Of course, White Boat didn't care about that. After all, this Wang Hai wasn't a spirit mother. The one thing he could make White Boat care about besides being able to pull wool over his eyes was that so-called ancient book. When the time comes, if he's still of use, then use him well. If there was nothing left to use and he still resolutely joined Chu Yun's camp, the Wang family, then, has little need to exist. Of course, this is all an afterthought. The Bai family's vehicles returned to the middle of the Bai family's villa at a rapid pace. As before, Bai Zhou arranged for the maid to take Long Ying to take a bath and clean herself up. Let Lin Wei rest first. After all, Lin Wei had taken care of her father in the hospital all night last night. Went through tougher battles again today. Although all the energy consumption was restored because of the leveling up. But there's no drain on the spiritual level. So, for the first time, Lin Wei also went into a beautiful dream in the middle of a bedroom that was bigger than his own home. White Boat, on the other hand, returned to his room alone. Getting the underlings of the house to get a bunch of tools, he sat down at the table. There was a flash of light. Dark red, egg-sized, irregular prisms appeared in White Boat's hands. White Boat's eyes were still somewhat glowing. He knew that this stuff was made to be eaten by Chu Yun in his near-death state after he ate it. The level was directly raised from level 1 to level 3, and all aspects of the basic attributes also underwent a surge. Although he didn't know what the principle was, Bai Zhou also knew that it was definitely a good thing. So, ding, ding, ding. Bang, bang, bang. White Boat took out various hammers, chisels, and runts and frantically attacked the object. After all, the original Chu Yun almost choked to death eating this stuff, and he himself was spared this torture. But White Boat had worked so hard for half a day, and the good guy hadn't even thwarted a single hair from above. Hey! My violent temper. This young master won't believe it. Dad! Mom! Where's my dad? It's almost like reversing the Big Dipper. Are you right about that? However, White Boat still found his father in the middle of the study. Bai Jinnan was dumbfounded at Bai Zhou's request. Bang! The palm of the hand directly slapped on this egg-sized object. Ka la la! The thing shattered in place on the spot. Sure enough, everything is a floating cloud in front of absolute power. Bai Jinnan was curious as to what his son was up to, but Bai Zhou had already packed up all the debris, even the powder, and re-entered the middle of his room. Then prepared a bunch of milk, powdered milk tea, oatmeal and stuff like that, washed it down with hot water and drank it all. And smacked his lips after drinking it. Tastes good. Original Chu Yun. Then what about the pain I was in when my throat spilled blood and I almost choked to death? It was just that as time passed, White Boat didn't sense anything special. This caused Bai Zhou's brows to slowly furrow. It can't be because I'm eating wrong and giving this thing a whole useless? But just then, growling. White Boat. Not good. To scurry. Whoosh. With a sound, White Boat directly drilled into his bedroom room amongst the independent bath. And just at the same time. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, and has gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 300, and 3750 is still needed for the opening of the villain carousel. Chapter 59 Talent Level Leap Again? Just this odd movement. It gushed out of the White Boat's bathroom on the spot. Bai Zhou, who was sitting on the toilet at this time, his face still a little white, couldn't help but ask himself. Is this right? That's not right. I remember that Chu Yun in the original story wasn't so undignified when he ate this, right? Is it because I'm just so decent at eating that I can't get it back for me in that regard, is it? White Boat was about to collapse. This thing, it's not scientific, is it? This was the case for more than 10 minutes. White Boat. The toilet has been flushed 7 or 8 times. Otherwise, maybe the White Boat would have been submerged by now. He was even in a deep state of self-doubt. How much did he or she eat, and how much residue inside his or her stomach could make him or her so built up? But in the end, there is a moment of closure. Otherwise, White Boat was going to shove himself inside the toilet and flush it away. It was hard to cover his stomach and walk out from inside the restroom trembling. But then he suddenly realized why his clothes were sticky. Look down. Holy. Everyone else scurries from behind. How the do I get my pores to scurry too? White Boat, who had no choice, once again locked himself in the middle of the bathroom. Of course, this time he wouldn't need to liaise with the toilet. The clothes on his body were pitch black, slimy, and smelly. Directly letting White Boat throw it inside the toilet's trash can, he himself directly got into the bathtub. Look at the black grease slowly floating up from the bathtub. White Boat also nodded. That's right. The original novel, in fact, follows the same formula as the average novel. Encountering such a scene similar to a cleansing. That would certainly remove a lot of impurities from the body, sort of flushed out by a magical force. The original Chun is no exception. He ate that in a near-death state. And then passed out. After waking up, he realized that he was not only healed, but his strength had also increased a lot, but the clothes on his body could no longer be worn. But he hadn't seen any Chu Yun who would appear to be in such a state of diarrhea as himself. Does he pocket that tight? White Boat all had such thoughts. But that didn't matter, the system beep had just come anyway. Sort of proves that Chu Yun has been completely unattached to this thing. And at that moment, White Boat who was constantly changing the soaking water in the middle of the bathtub and rinsing his body. It was also a feeling that the feeling of emptiness brought on by the diarrhea just now was slowly disappearing. An unprecedented power filled his entire body. The current him was surprisingly more energetic than when he had previously utilized the experience value rewarded by the system to raise to level 5. Even his own eyes see things more clearly and his ears hear sounds more clearly. This change is all small. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror next to him, Bai Zhou even saw that his skin looked a little translucent and glowing. And that extremely powerful and beautiful muscle just appeared out of nowhere. Nice one. White boat couldn't even help but bounce inside the bathtub. I don't know how many nights in a previous life I fantasized about such a miracle. I didn't think I'd realize it just the second day after crossing over. Nice one. But such a surprise didn't last White boat too long. Because this body image thing might be more useful in an ordinary world, with an ordinary person. But this world of universal transfer, White boat was still a super rich second generation. It really doesn't look like it's going to be of much use. He remembered that this thing had given Shu-yun a lot of strength boost in the original story. But now, one must have absorbed the energy of that thing completely. But there was no beep from the system saying that he had leveled up. What's going on here? White boat raised his head slightly, and in the middle of the void, the mirror of omniscience slowly emerged and shone on top of his perfect body. In the next second, a line of small print just surfaced. Occupation, spiritualist. Level, 5. Talent level, S+. Sentinel talent. You don't have to read anything after that. Bai Zhou's gaze instantly settled on his talent level. Nice one. The water that came out of the shower head almost made Bai Zhou gulp it down. It was evident that White boat was surprised at this moment. S+? Bai Zhou also remembered that he had previously raised his talent level by a plus sign through the system and various other means to become an A+. And now he's upgraded a whole big grade to S+? Wouldn't the next step be SS? This talent level is related to the rate at which the Imperial Spiritist gains experience value, and the increase in all-around power that comes with leveling up. The higher the talent level, the faster the upgrades will be, and the more improvement the upgrades will bring. This was also why Shu-yun, a super Imperial Spiritist with SSS grade talent, was able to make that group of people look at him. Think of him as a sharp knife against the four families. It was entirely because he was growing fast and growing very strong. This thing not only determines the lower limit of the Imperial Spiritist, but likewise determines the upper limit. Though I didn't get any experience value from it myself. However, the effect brought about by an increase in talent level could not be compared to experience value at all. Excitement flickered amongst White boat's pupils. Could this have something to do with the way I ate that thing? The original Chu-yun didn't have any gains in this area. Possibly, it was because White boat had crushed that thing, causing its true energy to be able to radiate out. It was also possible that it was because Chu-yun's talent level was already SSS ranked and there was little room for improvement, so it was converted into experience value. But whatever the reason, it's the best gain for yourself. A few points of ruthlessness also appeared amongst White boat's excited glow. Chu-yun, you didn't think that I, Bai Zhou, would have such a day, did you? I'm kind of looking forward to what kind of face you're going to make when you find out my latest talent level, Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered plus 22 psychic damage, gained plus 50 Heaven's Destiny villain value, and 3,700 is still needed for the villain carousel to open. Shu-yun was also drunk. He himself had been so miserable, lying in a hospital bed all the time unable to move. But how is it that it always feels like someone's thinking about them and their back is still cold? At this time, the White boat, after changing the water several times, also finally washed himself fragrant. Thanks to a family like White boat's, or else that hot water wouldn't be able to keep up. However, he had let himself lose his clothes, and it was impractical to take them out and wear them now. So, just pull a random bath towel and wrap it around your waist. Just strutting out of the middle of his room's bathroom. But to his surprise, just the moment White boat stepped out of the bathroom, A teenage girl's shriek came instantly. Ding. Detected plus 666 psychic damage to primary character, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 3,650 to open. White boat. He froze too. It's your own room, after all. It doesn't matter if you don't even want a bath towel inside the room yourself. But now how? This Longing would be lying on the big bed in his bedroom, At this moment, Longing was actually changed into a maid's outfit just like yesterday's Shin. Apparently the little maid just didn't have much else to wear. And after taking Longing to take a bath, the little maid in order to take her to meet Bai Zhou for the first time. Then he sent Longing inside Bai Zhou's bedroom. When this Longing saw such a large room, she thought it was the house that the Bai family had arranged for themselves. After all, the White family is so large that it's not surprising to find a bedroom that's several times larger than your own living room. Especially seeing the wide, soft king-sized bed. Longing directly laid down on it, feeling the faint lavender fragrance. Longing was still looking at the ceiling with a face of contentment and enjoyment. As a result, the bathroom door was heard to be opened. When I looked up, I saw 8 bright abs. And the face on top of these abs is actually White Boat? Ah! Longing couldn't help but scream and directly picked up the pillow on the bed and ruthlessly smashed it towards Baijiu, not forgetting to yell. "Rascal, what are you doing in my room? Chapter 60. Since you're here, don't want to leave. Ah." Ding. Detected plus 666 psychic damage to major character, gained plus 50 divine fate villain value, 3,600 more needed for villain carousel to open. Listening to the system beep in his head, Baijiu reached out and directly grabbed the pillow that Longing threw at him. Then casually threw it back on the bed just like that and looked at Longing faintly. "Are you kidding me? This is my room." "What?" Ding. Detected plus 555 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, 3,550 more needed for villain carousel to open. Longing quickly sat up straight and looked around. Sure enough, the layout of the room didn't look like it was for any girl either. There were still men's clothes neatly placed on the couch next to her. There was even a picture of White Boat himself on the nightstand. Ding. Detected plus 444 psychic damage to major character, gained plus 50 divine fate villain value, 3,500 more to go for the villain carousel to open. Longing panicked and covered her eyes, still clenching her teeth. "What's the matter with your underlings? Why did you send me here instead of sending me to my room? It's so annoying." At this point, she's actually blaming someone else? They didn't say they had a room for you, did they? Who are you? Who are the servants of the White House to give you a room? And, even then, you're going to go up and lie down when you see a bed, and you don't even know to ask? Why did this Longing still have a spoiled young lady kind of feeling? But White Boat thought for a second. This Longing setting in the original story, it seems like she is indeed a big lady of some sort. Her last name, Dragon, is quite something. It's just that the family is being hunted down by a coalition because of something. Otherwise, she and her brother and sister-in-law wouldn't have been scurrying around in the middle of the Fey forests from city-state to city-state without any means of transportation. Longing's brother and sister-in-law would not have sacrificed their lives to keep Longing safe. Most of all, this girl was actually clinging to her quilt even though she had covered her face. This caused the corners of Baijiu's mouth to lift slightly. Although he didn't know why his own maid had sent Longing inside his room. But now, wasn't it just a chance for Baijiu to properly adjust this Longing? It just so happens that he was thrilled with the decision he made earlier, and it came just in time, didn't it? Thus, White Boat also said faintly. "Since you want to stay so badly, stay here." While saying that, White Boat also walked towards his bed. Ding. Detected plus 666 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, 3,450 more needed for villain carousel to open. Longing. Who says I want to stay? After letting out such a hiss, Longing instantly lifted the covers and jumped down to White Boat's bunk. Scattered to run. But, passing by the White Boat, Baijiu snapped. With a sound, he took Longing's arm and laughed lightly. "Now that you're here, it won't be so easy if you want to leave." After saying that, with a burst of force, he directly threw it back to Longing again. Ding. Detected plus 777 psychic damage to major character, gained plus 50 faithful villain value, 3,400 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Longing now has no temporary contract with White Boat. She is a level 0, E-quality spirit lady. How could that possibly be able to fight against the imperial spiritist White Boat who now had S+ talent and was already level 5? So there wasn't any resistance at all, and he directly flew backwards. In his panic, he didn't know what he had grabbed to try to maintain his form. But as she landed heavily on the covers, she realized that in her hand, she actually had a bath towel. Longying's pupils suddenly shrunk. Stiffly, trembling, he looked up at White Boat. Mention the baldness. Longing. Ding. Detected plus 888 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine fate villain value plus 50, 3,350 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Ding. Detected plus 999 psychic damage to major character, gained divine fate villain value plus 50, 3,300 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Good death, White Boat also said deliberately at this time. Yo, Can't wait already? Don't worry, isn't this young master coming? Long Ying's high-pitched hissing sound was like a silver bottle bursting out of the brain at first. Ding! Detected major character taking psychic damage plus 99,999, gained Heaven's Fate villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening needs 3,200 more. Asshole! Don't you come any closer. Off! Help! Help! Bai Zhou wanted to say something like, no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. After all, it's the truth. Because this is the White family villa. As long as the voice coming from inside the room of the Bai family's youngest master didn't belong to Bai Zhou, then everyone would choose to ignore it. Even White Boat's father and mother didn't bother. Because it's not necessary. However, Bai Zhou said to Long Ying at this moment. What do you mean, you're telling this young master to get lost? Long Ying, don't forget, you promised to sign a life and death contract with me. You wouldn't be unaware of what a life and death contract represents, would you? Could it be that you were lying to me before? Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to major character, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, 3,150 more needed for villain carousel to open. The current Long Ying was so nervous that she had begun to stutter. She did say that she would sign a life and death contract with White Boat. However, that was nothing more than a delaying tactic, just a way to get the White Boat to lend itself great power and use it as a springboard. It's not like he really wanted to plan on contracting with White Boat. And doesn't White Boat have a spirit lady with a life and death contract? Hiss. Could it be that the E-rank spirit lady called Linwei isn't White Boat's? Ding! Detected major character taking psychic damage plus 999, gained Divine Fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel opening still needs 3,100. Don't! I guessed wrong? It's over. What do I do? He's coming at me. I'm not the kind of woman who trades her most precious things for favors. I'm just trying to use him. He. Suddenly, the disoriented Long Ying felt the mattress beneath her sink slightly. Holy! Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to the main character, gained plus 50 Divine Fate villain value, 30-50 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Long Ying frantically backed away. But she still hit the head of the bed. Looking at the terrifying scene, Long Ying spoke in panic. I did promise to make a life and death pact with you, yes. But this kind of thing. But you have to prepare me mentally, right? We are, after all. After all, we've only met for the first time today, you can't. White Boat came in coldly. This isn't going to be a reprieve for you, is it? In fact, you just want to take advantage of my talent as a spiritualist and use my White Boat strength to make yourself truly powerful. And then, use this young man as a jumping-off point and just discard it when you're done with it? Ding! Main character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gained Heaven's Fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 3,000 to open. I'm not. Long Ying said this with so little confidence. Because her true thoughts were really letting Bai Zhou guess correctly. And Bai Zhou was deliberately saying it to Long Ying. Seeing this at this time, Long Ying changed his chaotic appearance, the corner of Bai Zhou's mouth gently raised. In the next second, a cold light appeared under his eyes. A raised hand. Splat. With a crunching sound, a big slap directly slapped Long Ying's face. Are you kidding me? Just a E-ranked loser like you is worthy of fooling this young master? Ding! Detected plus 10 physical damage and plus 444 psychic damage to the main character, gained plus 50 Divine Fate villain value, 2950 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Long Ying, on the other hand, was also frozen by Bai Zhou's slap. Turning his head to glare at Bai Zhou, he wanted to hiss at him, "What the gives you the right to hit me?" However, the words E-class waste were like a heavy hammer that hit Long Ying's heart. And at this time, Bai Zhou had stood condescendingly looking at Long Ying, his voice hoarse and low. Your brother and sister-in-law died in the mouth of a heretic to save you. Long Ying's body instantly trembled. Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to the main character, gained plus 50 Divine Fate villain value, 2,900 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Long Ying's eyes changed, a kind of sadness and disorientation had appeared inside his pupils. Bai Zhou knew that his conditioning of longing had begun to work. Chapter 61 Longing, Seizing the Future. In terms of the system beep in his head, there was also Long Ying's pupils that were trembling madly at this moment. All of them represented the fragility of Long Ying's inner defenses at this time. Therefore, White Boat also continued to speak. It's not just your brother and sister-in-law, I'm sure there are many of your relatives, your friends, who have lost their lives to protect you, an E-rank loser, right? Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to major character, gain divine fate villain value plus 50, 2,850 more needed for villain carousel to open. White Boat was really right. In Long Ying's eyes, White Boat was guessing. But it was actually White Boat who understood the original plot. So one could so easily guess what this Longing had actually gone through. If it wasn't for that, Longing wouldn't have been so desperate to wish for death in a heartbeat in front of that laborious spider-wolf earlier. And her own temporary contract with her allowed her to experience a truly powerful force. That's what shook her resolve to seek death. Let her know that she could be strong, that she could one day protect others. Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to major character, gain divine fate villain value plus 50, 2,800 more needed for villain carousel to open. The successive system beeps told Bai Zhou that Long Ying's inner defenses were gradually disintegrating. White Boat certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity. It must be the first time, in one fell swoop, to destroy it completely. So it was also said. Just you, such a complete waste of space, what makes you worth them dedicating their lives to keep you safe, huh? Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to major character, gain divine fate villain value plus 50, 2,750 more needed for the villain carousel to open. I'm ashamed that a loser like you is still living in this world. Why don't you go and trade this cheap life of yours for those valuable lives of theirs? Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to the main character, gained plus 50 divine fate villain value, 2,700 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Then I'll die alright, I'll die now Longing suddenly let out a growl. Turning his head was actually going to slam it hard against the wall. However, Bai Zhou still pushed Longing back with one shot. Longing wasn't dead yet and kept struggling to get up to die. But Bai Zhou just kept lightly throwing it back to Longing with one hand. Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to major character, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, 2,650 more needed for villain carousel to open. Get off me! Woohoo! Why don't you let me die, let go of me and let me die? Whoa! Longing had begun to cry loudly by now. While White Boat's voice remained cold. You piece of trash, it's hard to even die, I really don't know why they gave up their lives to save you. Whoa! Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to the main character, gained plus 50 divine fate villain value, 2,600 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Looking at Bai Zhou who was lying on the quilt and letting out a loud cry, looking miserable. White Boat's eyes only had an excited glow. He felt that there was really something going on. Hey. Different roles required different ways to tune in. And this way, it just happened to work for Longing. Bai Zhou took a slight deep breath, and his tone changed, with an indescribable softness in it. What's funny is that if you die, they all gave their lives for nothing, you're really a selfish woman. Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to major character, gained plus 50 divine fate villain value, 2,550 more needed for villain carousel to open. That's right. Wasn't it you, Mr. White, who told people not to go to hell just now? Of course, this is all White Boat's KTV skills, and at this time, Longing, whose mental defenses have long since collapsed, can't even consider these things. Just know how to cry all the time. So be it. White Boat's voice calmed down quite a bit. If you still want to die, this young master will no longer stop you. Yet, this young master can still give you another option. Bai Zhou's words caused Long Ying's body to tremble slightly, and her tearful eyes slowly looked up at Bai Zhou. White Boat's voice hadn't stopped. The power you gained when you signed a contract with this young master, I believe you have long since experienced it. And that's exactly why you moved to trick this young master, isn't it? Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to the main character, gained plus 50 divine fate villain value, 2,500 more needed for the villain carousel to open. However, this young master is able to give you a chance regardless of previous suspicions. When the words were said, the corner of Bai Zhou's mouth lifted slightly. By following this young master, you can gain great power, and you can have the strength to avenge your loved ones and guard those you want to guard. This is your future. Beyond that, you'll just have to go and die for your sins. Now, this young master asks you, Long Ying, are you going to grab the future yourself? Or are you going to give up everything you could have? Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to major character, gain divine fate villain value plus 50, 2,450 more needed for the villain carousel to open. At this moment, Long Ying had completely frozen. She just stared blankly at White Boat standing there. The light among the pupils appeared to be full of confusion. But such confusion did not last too long. Beneath the traces of tears, there was a surprisingly more than a little glow of vigor. I'm a loser. They all died trying to protect me. I can't let them lose their lives for nothing. I'm going to avenge them. I want great power. Long Ying wants to be powerful. Long Ying is going to grab the future with her own hands. While saying that, Long Ying's eyes were becoming determined, then, slowly rushed towards Bai Zhou and stretched out her small white hand. Ding! Detected plus 555 psychic damage to major character, gained divine fate villain value plus 50, 2,400 more needed for villain carousel to open. In the midst of such system beeps, a smile of satisfaction appeared on White Boat's face. Slowly, he closed his eyes and said, Looks like Long Ying made the best choice after all. Ding! Detected plus 666 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine fate villain value plus 50, 2,350 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Ding! Detected plus 666 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, 2,300 more needed for villain carousel to open. Ding! Detected major character receiving plus 20 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gained heavenly fate villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 2,200. Ding! Detected the main character receiving plus 10 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gained the heaven's destiny villain value of plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 2,100. Ding! Detected major character taking psychic damage plus 99,999, gained heaven's fate villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 2,000 to open. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained heaven's destiny villain value plus 2,000, the villain carousel has been opened. Will the host please open the villain carousel? Bai Zhou, wait a while, I'm busy. Indeed. But it's time to say no. This time, blocking Chuyun's chi fortune, the break was indeed thorough. Good lord, it gave a full 2,000 villain points straight away, and the big spinner went straight to the second. This was also something that Bai Zhou had not expected at all before he started tuning Long Ying. However, at this time, White Boat didn't realize it at all. The door to his own bedroom was, surprisingly, open a tiny crack at that moment. The little maid had left after throwing Long Ying in earlier. Long Ying didn't get away. White Boat had mainly forgotten about the matter of locking the door as well. And just now, Long Ying's miserable cry. Though it's a safe bet that the White family won't come over and pay any attention to it. But there are still people inside the White House villa who have just entered the White House. Lin Wei must have fallen asleep. After all, the fighting thing was still hard work. That leaves only one person. Shen Qin. At this moment, Shen Qin was trembling, her fists were clenched, and she was gritting her teeth. Carrying a leash in her hand, and the collar at the other end of the leash, around her own neck. At this moment, she rushed among the cracks to look inside White Boat's room. There was actually a touch of resentment hanging in the middle of those pupils. The lips opened and closed as if in silent rage. On what grounds? On what grounds? That woman, what gives her the right? Obviously. Obviously the person who appears inside the room right now should be me, it should be me. I want to capture the future too, and I want to. While murmuring, Shen Qin also slowly extended her hand. Chapter 62 The Joy of Villainy. I imagined it. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 666, gained heavenly fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 7,950 to open. Such a system beep caused White Boat to instantly look up. This angle was just enough for White Boat to see the position of his bedroom door. While at first glance there's nothing wrong with that room door, that small change of light outside. It also caused the corner of Baijiu's mouth to gently raise in an arc. Indeed, White Boat didn't expect it either. He had figured out how to adjust Long Ying's state by himself, and was actually able to do both. This is a complete surprise. But White Boat has a thick skin. So what if someone peeked? He even grabbed Long Ying and adjusted the angle. It would allow the thieving eyes peeking through the door to see a little more clearly. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 777 psychic damage, gained plus 50 Heavenly Fate villain value, and still needs 7,900 to open the villain carousel. Ding! Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 888, gained Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 7,850 to open. Ding! Ding! Detected the main character taking plus 20 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gaining plus 100 divine fate villain value, 7,500 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Ding! Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 99,999, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, and still needs 7,400 for the villain carousel to open. At this time, White Boat was already sitting in the middle of his huge bathtub once again. Lean in there, nice and cozy. There was also a faint hint of playfulness under his eyes. What a surprise, being a villain can be so enjoyable. Yeah. Before crossing over White Boat was the protagonist no matter what the substitution was. When that villain did something hurtful, White Boat would only feel angry and hard. Unexpectedly. This crosses 2 days. It's a pain in the ass to feel the power. Then Long Ying, that's even more painful. This White Boat also had to thank those men in black who wanted to capture Long Ying today. If it wasn't for those men in black saying something, Baijiu really couldn't think of another way to adjust Long Ying's mind in this way. Just this kind of way, it was all from somewhere before White Boat crossed over. I never really thought that I would actually experience it myself one day. Of course, as White Boat had said before, different people had to be used in different ways. Just for example, at the moment, such a way could never be used on Lin Wei's body. Lin Wei, this little girl's character, life experience is there, so Baijiu can only start from Lin Wei's father, and the so-called Chu Yun brother. The same could not be said for Shinxin. Regarding the system beeps that rang out one after another just now, one could hear that Shinxin couldn't wait for herself to do this to her. Then would White Boat let her be satisfied so easily? How is that possible? For a moment, White Boat also wiped his face with the bathwater and blew out a breath and said, "Don't tell me, being a villain is pretty exhausting." Yeah, so much to think about. Not at all like a protagonist who is invincible by a protagonist aura. But tired is tired. The experience is always good. At this time, White Boat was already very cozy and said to the system in his head, "Didn't I unlock a big spin 2 hours ago? Open it for me now." Ding! Even though so much time has passed. Still, the system responds without any delay. The villainous carousel is open. A familiar silhouette appeared in front of White Boat's eyes. White Boat had already turned out white rewards twice, and it was 1,000 experience points. Now he was actually looking forward to the experience value he would be able to transfer. The ability to level up by leaps and bounds. But this time, a demonic red glow instantly lit up from the shadow of this great carousel. Hula! With a sound, Baijiu sat up straight from the middle of the bathtub on the spot. This is actually a red quality reward? White Boat but remembered that the first grand carousel he opened was a red quality reward. That reward is a peerless sword case. Not only could this thing directly unlock all the hidden attributes of the Spirit Lady, but it could even make one's life and death contracts without a limit on the number of them. Taking down Lin Wei by himself, taking down Long Ying, and even Shinxin were all basically influenced by this peerless sword box. Now it actually turns out a red bonus for itself? Yes. White Boat had even begun to rub his hands together with some excitement now. After all, the peerless sword box is so powerful. How bad could that same level of reward be? The large spinning carousel slowly came to a halt in response to the red glow. The large spinning disc disappeared, turning into a dot of red light. It was these rays of light that slowly condensed into a palm-sized card in front of Baijiu. It levitated silently. White Boat's eyebrows lifted lightly. What is this? Driven by curiosity, Baijiu reached out and squeezed the card. In the next second, the information of this card immediately appeared in the middle of Baijiu's mind that year. Red Equipment Advancement Card. Any equipment of any quality can be evolved to S-Class. The moment this short line surfaced. Put. The sound. As if it was like a rocket ascending into the air, White Boat plucked himself straight out from inside the bathtub. Holy. Even White Boat couldn't help but let out a low cry. So awesome? White Boat's excitement was overflowing at this time. Though, that said, the card's introduction is only such a short line. But too arbitrary, contains too much information. In other words, White Boat could just pick up a piece of trash equipment inside the trash pile. Even if the quality of this equipment is only the most wastefully grade. Any use of this card will turn that piece of equipment into the rarest, most precious S rank. When the quality of the equipment is raised, the effects brought by the corresponding equipment will likewise be raised. And it's S grade. One must know that right now, even his own eldest uncle, Bai Jinbei, who was ranked 5th in the top 10 experts, only had one S-Class equipment on him. Earlier, he had tried to grab the dragon armor from himself. This is the equivalent of the villainous Carousel drawing an S-rank equipment out for himself. Moreover, the attributes of this equipment, the parts of the equipment, can be picked at one's discretion. It was indeed a match for his own peerless sword box. The matchless sword box can stimulate the hidden attributes of the Spirit Maiden. Advancement cards can improve the quality of equipment. It's only S-rated though. But Imperial Spiritist gear is scarce now, let alone Spirit Lady gear. The words any equipment definitely include the Spirit Lady's equipment as well. White Boat's first reaction was all about trying to upgrade the quality of Lin Wei's chain of spiritual rhinoceros. However, that chain of rhinoceros doesn't seem to indicate the quality of the equipment. The reason for this was still known to White Boat. Because Spirit Lady equipment is so rare in this world. It would be nice to have, who cares about that quality anymore? Thus, White Boat cherished and received this card into the system space. The card is truly awesome, but now is not the time to use it. White Boat had to carefully pick out the skills, or attributes of the equipment. It has to be the one that is most useful to you. There's no need to worry about the quality of the equipment, because no matter what, when it reaches your hands, it will be that priced S rank. The glow of excitement on Bai Zhou's face was really a bit uncontrollable. He was even beginning to look forward to it. These 2 red rewards I drew out are so powerful, then wouldn't the gold rewards be awesome? Take a look at your vocabulary. But it's time to say no. The Golden Legend must have been able to bring about a sea change in White Boat. Ding! Detected +1 physical damage and +999 psychic damage to the main character, gained +50 divine fate villain value, 7350 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Such a system beat yanked Bai Zhou out of the joy of the lottery. He washed his face and dried himself. This time there wasn't even a washcloth left in the bathroom. Ding! Detected +555 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine fate villain value +50, villain carousel opens with 7,300 still needed. In the middle of the room, Longing had already covered her stomach and walked down from the bed. When she saw Bai Zhou at this moment, she still couldn't help but grit her teeth and avoided her gaze. But now Longing's emotions were much more stable than before. Surprisingly taking the initiative, he limped over to Bai Zhou's face, opened his arms, and gently allowed himself to be pressed against Bai Zhou's body. Even took the initiative to speak up. "Young master, when can we go sign the life and death contract?" Chapter 63, for Chuyun's sake, he really gave up his money. Bai Zhou looked down at Long Ying's big watery eyes. Although it was said that the current Long Ying's needs hadn't changed much from the previous ones. All are trying to get stronger through the White Boat. Saying pretty much the same thing. However, Bai Zhou knew that Long Ying's state of mind had completely changed. The previous life and death contract was just a delaying tactic to fool Bai Zhou. But now the life and death contract, Long Ying is completely sincere. Naturally, this is all due to the legendary PUA behavior of White Boat. After completely breaking down Long Ying's psychological defenses. In front of Long Ying, who was plunged into the darkness of extreme despair, he lit a torch for her. This led to the fact that right now, Long Ying only had herself in her eyes. Re-established mental defenses wrapped themselves around it as well. As a result, Bai Zhou's attitude towards Long Ying changed. Gently placing his hands on Long Ying's white and flawless back, he said, "There's no rush, you go ahead and take a bath, rest and condition yourself." Listening to Bai Zhou's words, Long Ying didn't know what was involved and frowned slightly. Ding! Detected +1 physical damage and +111 psychic damage to the main character, gained +50 divine fate villain value, and 7250 is still needed for the villain carousel to open. However, she looked up at White Boat and said with a very cute nod. Don't worry, young master, longing will definitely not hold young master back. That crunchy voice, that determined, adorable look. This little girl's expression at this moment was almost similar to Lin Wei's. But Bai Zhou also knew that longing was longing, and she was not destined to become Lin Wei. Her current 3 views were only just finishing being recast. Still very fragile. So it is inevitable that there will still be some unavoidable changes in it. In order to deal with these things, Bai Zhou could only go up in intensity on longing in other areas before he could do so. Of course, up the intensity that would be afterward, never now. After watching longing walk into the bathroom, Bai Zhou also opened the closet in his room and casually found a set of clothes to wear. And it was at this time that Bai Zhou's cell phone rang. Dr. Li was written in big letters on the caller ID. It made White Boat's eyebrows raise slightly. Could it be that this Chu Yun had pulled some other stunt? Bai Zhou didn't think much about it and picked up the phone. Dr. Li's voice with a heavy sense of stealing came out in the middle of the phone at once. It was as if he was hiding inside some corner and secretly calling White Boat. Young master, there's a situation. Speak. With this one word from Bai Zhou, Dr. Li on the other side of the phone said quickly. Chu Yun might be getting out of the hospital soon. White Boat, who heard these words, raised his eyebrows once again. Well, it's only been 2 days and you're out of the hospital? Wasn't he just made into a chicken fillet yesterday? This thing really deserves to be the protagonist, recovering so quickly? Without waiting for Bai Zhou to ask the reason, Dr. Li quickly explained. It's the city guard. They are now guarding Chu Yun's hospital room every hour of every day, and not even our own doctors can get close. It seems that the people from the city guards have called in a healer through some means, specializing in conditioning Chu Yun's body. Healer? Hearing this term, Bai Zhou's brows slightly furrowed. This stuff, like his own great uncle's appraiser, is a side job. It is a sub-profession that a sentinel can choose to learn after reaching level 50 or higher. A sub-profession like healer is the equivalent of a nursemaid in combat. The general situation has to do with the spiritual mother they choose. Some spirit nymphs are straight-up staffs for releasing healing spells and such. Such people will also usually only choose healer as their secondary profession after level 50. But, just like the appraiser. Because of the heavenly threshold of level 50, healers in this world were also very rare. And the city defense guard could actually transfer such a person over for Chu Yun. A faint glow appeared darkly in the bottom of White Boat's eyes. Zhao Gang and his group, they're really willing to put down money. Yeah, Zhao Gang was the city defense captain from the video Dr. Li had sent earlier. This kind of person said they were from the city guards, but 80% of them had an exclusive organization behind them that belonged to them. This kind of organization was created specifically to deal with the 4 great families. Right now, Chu Yun had become a powerful sharp knife for them to use against the 4 great families in the future. Coming down a little bigger is also totally expected. White Boat said lightly. Alright, I get it, you did a good job, someone will bring you your reward afterward. Thank you, young Master Bai, thank you young Master Bai, but, young Master Bai, I think that a reward is not necessary. Dr. Li spoke in a voice that still sounded a bit embarrassed, saying. I also didn't complete the work that you arranged for me, young Master Bai, and since Chu Yun is going to be discharged from the hospital, there's no way for me to monitor Chu Yun anymore. So, no merit, no reward, moreover, young master, you have given enough before, the little one I am contented. Bai Zhou was still satisfied with Dr. Li's attitude. But the corner of Bai Zhou's mouth raised a faint arc and said into the phone. It's okay, you can have it if you're given it. What if in a couple of days, Chu Yun just goes back and gets discharged again? Dr. Li? The healers are here, and he's coming back to the hospital? Ding! Detected the protagonist has received plus 666 psychic damage, gained plus 100 of Heavenly Fate's villain value, and still needs 7150 for the villain carousel to open. Chu Yun, who was lying on the hospital bed, was also mad. Why do you always feel like you have a cold chill? White Boat was hanging up the phone. Also pulled open the door to his bedroom and walked out. But just took a step. Baird. White Boat stumbled, and surprisingly, he almost slipped. If it wasn't for the fact that he was now a level 5 Imperial Spiritist, he might have actually plopped down on the railing of the villa's floor. The frowning White Boat directly let out a cold snort. Come on, man. A small maid ran to White Boat in a panic. White Boat said as he pointed to the ground. How do you all usually work, spilling water here and not wiping it up? Are you setting a trap for this young master? The little maid who heard this was nervous and hastily apologized. Young master, I'm sorry. Young master, it's all my fault. Young master, I'll wipe it right away, right away, right away. Saying that, this little maid also panicked and knelt down directly on the ground, using her own skirt, her clothes, to clean up the water stains in front of the door of White Boat's room. White Boat ignored it and had turned away. But the little maid was scrubbing the floor while the corners of her mouth twitched and she spat in her mind. Who did this? It's obvious that the floor has been scrubbed before and... The maid blushed. Young master is doing that kind of thing in his room, no one dares to come near at all, okay? Who spills a glass of water here? Why can't this be wiped clean? It's not even clear water. What the hell is this stuff? Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999,999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 250, villain carousel still needs 6,900 to open. What the hell is this stuff? Then no one knows. Anyway, Baijiu, who had already come downstairs to the middle of the living room at this time, didn't have the time to think about this kind of thing. Brother Baijiu. Who else but Lin Wei could make such a crisp sound inside the villa? Turning his head, he saw Lin Wei, cell phone in hand, running towards Baijiu with open arms. The expression on his face was very excited. Surprisingly, he directly jumped down on White Boat's body and said with a leap of joy. My dad called me. He's waking up, he's waking up. And on the phone the doctor told me that my dad is showing improvement. Thank you, brother White Boat, thank you. The excited Lin Wei just hugged Baijiu and gently rubbed her head against his chest. And if his own spirit mother was happy, White Boat was naturally happy as well. Reaching out, he stroked Lin Wei's hair and said softly. You're the spirit lady who signed a life and death contract with me, what's the point of thanking me for something like this? Hearing these words, Lin Wei in his arms suddenly had his body tremble slightly. His cheeks actually went red at the first moment. That's when I realized, what am I doing? Whoosh! With a sound, he jumped out of White Boat's arms in a hurry. Good Death saw Xinyun standing at the entrance of the restaurant, looking at herself with a warm smile on her face. This made Lin Wei even more shy to the extreme. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, and has gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 200, and 6,700 is still needed for the villain carousel to open. Baijiu couldn't help but be surprised in his heart as he listened to the system's beep in his head and looked at the squirming Lin Wei in front of him. That's okay? Chapter 64, Shameless? What face do I want for a villain? It wasn't just the 200 points of Divine Destiny villain value that surprised Baijiu. Rather, it was the kind of chi that belonged to the protagonist, Chuyun, that was in Lin Wei. But he remembered that he had already blocked Chuyun's chi many times through Lin Wei. It definitely adds up to more than 2,000 points. Why this 2,000 alone? Because when he broke the defense against longing before, directly by blocking the protagonist's chakra got 2,000 points of Heavenly Destiny villain value. At that time, White Boat thought that this had reached the upper limit. But I didn't expect to get more than 2,000 points of villainous value on Lin Wei's body, even before he had broken his defense. This proves that there are two other possibilities. One was that the blockage of chi that had been generated against Chuyun through longing had not yet reached its upper limit, and there was still a high chance that one would once again obtain a large amount of Heaven's Mandate villain value in the future. The other was that when the time came to break the defense against Lin Wei himself, he would also gain a large amount of Heavenly Fate villain value again. So much for counting here and there. The value of the Heaven's Destiny villains that Lin Wei had brought was much more than what longing had brought. Sure enough, Lin Wei and longing were still fundamentally different. Looking at Lin Wei, Baijiu felt that he still had to put more effort into Lin Wei's body before he could do so. So he also said directly to Lin Wei, "Since Uncle has woken up, I'll go to the hospital with you to take a look, and it just so happens that it's dinner time, so let's take some food to Uncle." Listening to White Boat's words, with reddened cheeks, Lin Wei looked up and said, "Brother Baijiu, I slept all afternoon and I'm already fine. You're not resting now, are you? It's been a hard day of fighting, it's better if I go by myself." But Baijiu took Lin Wei's small hand and said, "How can that be? After all, I'm your Oiran, or a life and death contract kind of thing." White Boat also deliberately changed his tone to say this in a slightly flirty tone. It made Lin Wei's small hands tremble lightly. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, obtaining Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 6,600. Sure enough, there is more. White Boat was all surprised and snapped his fingers amongst himself. And Lin Wei little girl was already saying shyly with her head down. Well then. Thank you, brother White Boat. This time, White Boat didn't bring a driver, bodyguard, or anything like that. Driving himself, he took Lin Wei to the Bai family's private hospital. The hospital side received the news when White Boat had just left the house. Early in the morning, the hospital's various leaders, doctors, and even some people in order to see the Bai family's youngest master even do not get off work. Just waiting at the entrance of the hospital, expecting White Boat's arrival. Watching White Boat's exclusive vehicle slowly stop. The director of the hospital personally ran to the side of the vehicle and opened the door for Bai Zhou. Of course he did not forget Lin Wei on the passenger side. After Bai Zhou and Lin Wei got out of the car, Bai Zhou also saw those hospital medical staff standing one by one in a row at the entrance. Both frowned. You're not a big star, what's the point of making such a big deal out of it? Besides, don't you need to take care of the patients inside the hospital? Good evening, young Master Bai. While Bai Zhou was frowning, the dean had already bowed and opened his mouth to Bai Zhou with many medical staff. This made Bai Zhou even a little bit more unhappy in his heart. Yeah, originally White Boat was the kind of person who didn't like trouble. The group lined up and bowed to themselves. I'm just here to meet Lin Wei's dad today, okay? You guys made this is really. Good evening, young granny. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 6,500. White Boat's frowning face instantly revealed a bright smile. Turning his head, he patted Dean on the shoulder and nodded with great satisfaction. You're doing great, keep it up. Thank you, young master, thank you, young master. This Dean got a compliment, and the pug-like look on his face became even clearer. Led by the Dean himself. Bai Zhou and Lin Wei also came to the ward dedicated to Lin Wei's father. At this moment, old Lin, lying in the middle of this luxurious hospital room, was still in a daze. It's like a dream. Totally unaware of how I could ever have such a day. Dad! Hearing his daughter's clear call, a long-lost smile appeared on this old forest's face. The smile on old Lin's face became more pronounced as he looked at his daughter who pounced on him. Because at this moment, Lin Wei looked so happy. Even old Lin couldn't help but say, "Good daughter, you'd better smile more, look, it's a nice smile. Daddy remembers that you haven't laughed this happily in a long time." And, growing taller and having meat on her face, the girl is beautiful again. As he spoke, a few muddy tears hung on old Lin's face. It seemed to be thinking of his family's domestic conditions, which left Lin Wei malnourished and working day and night for his condition. Lin Wei said with a joyful smile still hanging under her eyes even though she was also wearing a bit of tears. It's all because brother White Boat raised it well. Lin Wei. What the hell am I talking about? Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, obtaining a Heavenly Fate villain value of plus 100, and 6,400 is still needed to open the villain carousel. Hearing such a system beep, the corner of Bai Zhou's mouth gently lifted and he also came to the side of the hospital bed. Looking at the old forest who had absolutely no idea what was going on, he said softly. Hello Uncle Lin, I'm Bai Zhou. It's your daughter's sentinel. Imperial Spirit Master? Hearing this, old Lin was visibly startled, turning his head to look at Lin Wei in surprise as he opened his mouth. You've completed your transfer awakening? Well. My daughter finally won't have to live in misery anymore. Only the old forest's voice suddenly stopped when it reached here. And then he turned his head to look at Bai Zhou, those eyes slowly widened and became more and more exaggerated, even his voice was a little trembling as he said. White. Bai. Your last name is Bai, you. Bai Zhou smiled and nodded, it's the same Bai that you understand, Uncle Lin. Ha? Old Lin was instantly startled, and hastily struggled to sit up from the hospital bed with his mouth full. Greetings, young Master Bai, greetings, Bai. But Bai Zhou reached out and pressed his hand on old Lin's shoulder and said, Uncle Lin, I have this relationship with your daughter, what are you doing? This relationship? Which relationship? Why do I seem to be bringing my boyfriend to meet the parents? Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 6,300. Old Lin looked disbelieving. Turning his head to look at Lin Wei of the two martial artist families, he also looked at the handsome and impressive Bai Zhou. This. The voice trembled. What's going on here? What can we do? Dad. Finally, this time Lin Wei jumped out in a hurry. This matter is still. It's better if I explain it to you. She always felt that if she let Bai Zhou say such words, she would be so shy that she would want to find a crack in the ground. So, it's better to do this kind of thing yourself. And Whiteboat didn't say anything more and said with a smile and a nod. Then you have a good talk with Uncle Lin, I'll go out and take a look. With that, Whiteboat turned around and left. He wanted to leave the hospital room because a sudden feeling of guilt had arisen within him in the moment just now. After all, he himself had just broken the defense of longing in the afternoon. Turning around and pretending to be a great guy here to hook up with Lin Wei, it's really shameless. But this thought was thrown to the back of his mind the moment Whiteboat turned around. Yeah. What a villain yourself. What do you need a face for? How much for a pound? Is it good? Cut. The moment he drew out the peerless sword box, his future path was basically set. Why should the protagonist be crowned with everything? As the villain, I must be far more happy as that villain than as the protagonist. This is a matter of principle that can never be changed. The moment he left to close the ward door, the light in Bai Zhou's eyes was so translucent. However, the dean from earlier greeted him at this time and said to Bai Zhou, "Young master, regarding the matter of young Granny's father, I feel the need to report to you." Hearing this, Bai Zhou's gaze slightly condensed. What? There's a problem with his illness? The dean immediately shook his head and said that to know, it can be cured, but it's just a matter of time. Bai Zhou let out a slight sigh of relief. He was still counting on using old Lin to trap Lin Wei. He couldn't afford to have anything happen to him. However, the dean's next words caused Bai Zhou's eyebrows to raise. I only heard the dean say, I've heard that there is a healer that has come to our city-state, and if we have the help of this healer, the young granny's father will soon be cured. And I, as it happens, was a classmate of this healer. Chapter 65 $8 wasted. Listening to the dean's words, a flash of unknown meaning suddenly erupted amongst Bai Zhou's pupils. The one this dean was talking about, the healer who just came to the area. That's clearly the same person Dr. Li was talking about when he called himself today. That person was the healer that Zhao Gang and the others had specially invited over to prepare to treat the Chu Yun kid. Didn't see that coming. This is the private hospital of his own white family. The director of that hospital was also considered a subordinate of his own white family. And that healer who was waiting to cure Chu Yun was actually a classmate of his own white family subordinate. Hey. Bai Zhou didn't know what he had thought of, and the smile on his face was a bit more lewd. So, immediately, he said to this dean. Are you close to him? This dean nodded directly without saying a word. Of course it's good, he and I had bunk beds in college. Great. The smile on Whiteboat's face became even more pronounced. Continued. Well, could you ask him out to meet you? Sure. This dean is eager to be a good-licking dog for the White family. Listening to the words of the Whiteboat is still very excited said. I've actually made an appointment with him, he's at the 3rd hospital right now, saying he's checking on a patient. A treatment plan is to be made tonight, so it's urgent. But he said he'd come and catch up with me as soon as he's done over there. Young master, do you want to see him? If you want to see me, I'll have him come to the hospital to find me. Listening to the dean's words, Bai Zhou nodded with great satisfaction before saying. Of course we have to see him, it's for Lin Wei's father. Chu Yun, is that for Lin Wei's father? You're doing it for me. Just admit it. Deadbeat. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 6,200 to open. The system beep that came at this time was not because Chu Yun had sensed the dead ghost Whiteboat. Rather, it's because he saw his chicken tenders with his own eyes. 3rd hospital. On the top floor, in the middle of the independent ward that belonged exclusively to Chu Yun. Except for Chu Yun, who was still lying on the hospital bed with his lips a little white. There were 3 other men standing around the bed. One of them was Zhou Kong from before. At this moment, he was slightly bent over, holding a transparent box in both hands, with a very respectful attitude towards a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s. The man wore an eye. The body was dressed in a white coat. This was obviously the healer that Zhao Gang had found from who knows where. And behind him stood a middle-aged woman who looked a little younger than him. Apparently it was this healer's spirit mother. However, at this moment, the spirit lady had a strange face and her eyes twitched at the corners of her eyes. Even coughed and said, "I'll wait outside." After saying this, he turned around and left straight away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to look back at the contents of the transparent box held in Zhao Gang's hands. Skimming, he turned his head quickly. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 6100 to open. This spirit lady sure can't take it anymore. Not to mention her, this healer looked at the object in the middle of the box, which was still emitting a cold aura. Both felt a little cold and shivered lightly. What else could this box contain if not Chuyun's chicken fillet? The thing, which had been frozen, was by now covered in a layer of frost. This would be better with a little batter. I should have known not to write this. I just bought fried chicken tenders for $8. Air. The tone of this healer's voice was also a bit awkward. Don't tell me that one line in here is. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered psychic damage plus 9999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 200, villain carousel still needs 5900 to open. Lying on the hospital bed, Chuyun had miserably closed his eyes. Zhao Gang, who was carrying this box, also turned his head to look at Chuyun with a sympathetic expression before nodding to the healer. Then said, "With the current level of medical care in the hospital, even with all the highly sophisticated modern instruments, there's no way to even put these. It's just. You know. Ding. Detected the protagonist has received mind damage plus 9999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 200, villain carousel still needs 5700 to open. I get it. This healer took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from his own forehead. So you guys came to me like you want me to put this together for him and then. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered psychic damage plus 9999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 200, villain carousel still needs 5500 to open. Chuyun, who had his eyes closed, was now on the verge of crying. Good lord, can't you guys talk about these things behind my back? You guys can't do this to me over and over again by flogging me. Ding. Detected the protagonist has received mind damage plus 9999, gained heaven's destiny villain value plus 200, villain carousel still needs 5300 to open. After receiving Zhao Gang's affirmation, this healer also coughed and then said, I'm sorry. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 5200. The healer said as he looked inside the box and then at Chuyun, who was lying on the hospital bed. If the thing is still relatively intact, I do have that confidence that I can restore it to its original state. But now, this thing has become like this, even I am completely helpless. What? Hearing those words, Chuyun opened his eyes in despair. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained heaven's destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 5100 to open. Doctor. Chuyun's voice had taken on a touch of crying. Please help me. Captain Zhao Gang said that you're the most powerful healer out there, with your imperial spiritist rank being so high, and you've also awakened the rare healer sub-profession. If my body can't even be cured by you, won't that prove that I'm going to be a forever? Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 5000 to open. I don't want to become a eunuch. Doctor, please help me. I haven't held a girl's little hand yet, I really can't. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 4900 to open. At this moment, Chuyun was lying on the ground wailing in pain. That was really touching. The two people inside the hospital room, Zhao Gang and the healer, looked at Chuyun with expressions filled with sympathy. It's the kind of thing they can't empathize with, I guess, but they can imagine it. Alas. Still, this healer sighed and shook his head. Just about ready to say there's nothing I can do about it. Zhao Gang, however, stepped forward and grabbed the healer's hand. The healer was instantly alarmed. Don't you grab me with the hand that touched that thing. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered plus 9,999 psychic damage, gained plus 200 of the heavenly fate villains, and still needs 4,700 for the villain carousel to open. Cough cough. Zhao Gang coughed violently twice, and hurriedly threw the chicken fillet that was placed inside the box aside. And then looked gravely at the healer and said in a deep voice. My lord. That's right, a rare profession like healer, especially since the other party's sentinel rank was still high. Even the city defense captain Zhao Gang had to address him as a lord when he saw him. There's something I haven't told you about. I believe that before you came here, you should have heard that the local area has awakened an imperial spiritist with SSS class qualifications this year, right? The healer after hearing this immediately nodded her head, and a few moments of longing appeared in the bottom of her eyes. Yeah, that's SSS rank, no one before or since. I also wanted to see with my own eyes who exactly has such a heavenly talent this time around. His voice suddenly built and stopped as the words came out of his mouth. Then whoosh. The ground turned his head to look at the hospital bed. You can't be talking about. Ding. Detected the protagonist has received mind damage plus 9,999, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 200, villain carousel still needs 4,500 to open. Zhao Gang's face looked strange, but he still nodded solemnly and said. Therefore, my lord, I hope that you must think of something for Chuyun's sake. Chapter 66 I still prefer girls. Please do help Chuyun. Zhao Gang was very sincere when he said this. There was even a deep bow to the healer. But in reality, the presence or absence of this thing did not affect Chuyun's SSS grade talent qualification. After all, that talent qualification has nothing to do with this aspect either. But, although it wouldn't affect Chuyun, it would affect Chuyun's spirit lady Ah. You said that Chuyun, as a spirit master, if he wanted to become powerful, then he definitely had to sign a contract with the spirit lady, right? It doesn't matter if it's a partner contract or a master-servant contract. But the biggest boost in strength is definitely the life and death contract Ah. You said you had a spirit mother who signed a life and death pact. People are adults too. People have what they want too. But you can't give it to people. Even if they love you, they will always resent you for something else, right? When that happens, it affects the intimacy and the degree of control of the spirit lady. If Chuyun couldn't exert his proper strength, wouldn't all of that SSS grade talent qualification still be wasted? We can't let Chuyun find someone else to do it for him, can we? The spirit mother of Chuyun's life and death contract still let others do the work for her, so could Chuyun stand it? So, if there's a chance, Zhao Gang would still help Chuyun heal and recover his body with all his might. Facing Zhao Gang who had such a sincere attitude, Chuyun's heart was also completely filled with emotion. This healer was also looking at Zhao Gang's attitude that was so sincere, and inwardly, he was also certain that Chuyun must be that SSS qualified imperial spiritist. However, he still had his eyes constantly going back and forth between Zhao Gang and Chuyun. In a bit of disbelief, he said, this is an SSS qualified imperial spirit master. Who has the guts to dare to him? Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 4,400 to open. However, Zhao Gang shook his head and said, my lord, I can't say anything about this matter, is also a protection for you. Please also think of a way to save Chuyun. Saving Chuyun is saving the future of our imperial spirit masters. Good lord, seeing that this Zhao Gang had risen to such heights, this healer could only nod and say, I try my best. But the treatment program, I still need to prepare. It just so happens, I still have a classmate in the local area. I'll discuss with him piece by piece. We can definitely discuss a perfect solution. Chuyun, who heard this, cried on the spot. Thank you. Thank you, my lord. Thank that classmate of yours for me as well. Great kindness. I, Chuyun, will never forget it in my life. In the middle of the White family's private hospital. At this time, Bai Zhou was sitting very quietly next to Lin Wei's father's hospital bed, looking at Lin Wei who was taking care of his father. In fact, his attention wasn't even on this side. The system beeps that kept ringing in his own head allowed White Boat to imagine it. The current Chu Yun was definitely in a state of being repeatedly flogged. This made White Boat also have to slightly praise it in his heart. Shinqin, really powerful. Yeah, if it wasn't for Shinqin's brain-dead magical maneuver. There was no way he himself could have harvested so much divine destiny villain value in such a short period of time. Of course, this did not mean that Bai Zhou's attitude toward Shinqin would change in any way. Because that's the kind of woman who, given a little sunshine, will shine. She'd be better off just following her lead as a puppy dog. In that case, there would be more nausea and disgust for Chu Yun in the future. Didn't it smell good? Previously, Lin Wei in the middle of the ward had also told his father about the matter of signing a life and death contract between himself and Bai Zhou. Of course, it must have skipped over the matter of White Boat threatening himself in the beginning. That kind of thing, if he didn't mention it now, Lin Wei would have already forgotten about it. Upon learning that his daughter was only an E-rank spirit lady, the White family's young master actually had to sign a life and death contract with his daughter. He's all stunned. The first reaction must have been that the young master of the Bai family had his head kicked by a donkey. Of course, he certainly didn't dare to say such words. Though, Lin Wei sidestepped by revealing that he might have some hidden talent, and that his true strength was definitely not comparable to that of an E-rank spirit mother. But Lin Wei's father surely won't believe it. It might as well be said that the Bai family's young master had unique tastes and liked women like his daughter who looked like a bully and wanted to marry as a wife. Especially at this time, those eyes of Bai Zhou always stayed on his own daughter's body. The smile that loomed at the corners of his mouth made the old forest even more certain of what was in his mind. His face was all gradually showing that anti-smile, and then he also said to Lin Wei, "Daughter, in the future, when you follow young Master Bai's side, you must be understanding and obedient, understand?" Lin Wei hadn't reacted to what his father meant at first, and nodded very seriously and said, "Don't worry, Dad, Brother Bai Zhou is so good to me, of course I won't cause trouble for Brother Bai Zhou." That's good, that's good. The smile on old Lin's face grew stronger, and he continued to speak. "There's something going on in the house, and you, as hostess, have to help out a bit." Lin Wei nodded, "Aha. When the time comes, you have to take good care of young Master Bai's living and living on whatnot. It's best to have a big fat boy early, to renew the White family's lineage, don't you think so?" Lin Wei. "Dad!" There was a sudden shriek. Lin Wei instantly covered her small face. "What are you talking about?" Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 4,300. But old Lin didn't take Lin Wei's shyness seriously at all. After all, her own daughter knew herself, and if Lin Wei wasn't shy about such things, something was wrong. Now he had turned his head to White Boat. "What do you think, young Master Bai?" White Boat's body suddenly trembled slightly. The godless gaze regained its vigor. Just now, although his eyes were always looking at Lin Wei, his pupils weren't actually focused at all. It was because he was still pondering about Chu Yun inside his head. Apparently all of a sudden, he heard the old forest call out to himself, and also subconsciously opened his mouth. Times are different, having boys and girls is the same. Yikes! Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 4,200. Lin Wei suddenly let out a shriek. And then he turned his head and scattered. In a flash, he disappeared into the middle of the ward. Bai Zhou looked at Lin Wei's back and was confused. What was wrong with this girl? White Boat basically didn't hear the conversation between Lin's father and Lin Wei just now. He only vaguely heard something about a big fat kid or something like that. White Boat was just following the information he had heard sporadically, subsequently coping with it. So what's wrong with this Lin Wei girl? Looking at Lin Wei's back, Bai Zhou hadn't returned to his senses yet. Old Forest's voice then sounded again. "Young Master Bai, I still. Thank you." Old Lin's voice sounded very sincere. Bai Zhou turned his head and waved his hand. "It's just a show of hands, it's not worth mentioning." "I'm sure Oldwood is talking about the hospital." "That is indeed the case. Placing a patient inside your own home hospital who is treated for free is painless and consumes nothing for you. Instead, it could be used as a way to bring Lin Wei back into the fold, so why not?" But the sound of the old forest continues. "But young Master Bai, our family's condition is really can't take out much in the way of dowries." "Bai Zhou, ah? A dowry?" But don't worry, we won't ask you for a penny for the dowry either, as long as you and my daughter can live a good life. I, as a father, will die in peace. White boat. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, and has gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, and 4,100 are still needed for the opening of the villain carousel. Got it. Now I knew why Lin Wei's little girl was so shy and ran away. What the heck did he just say himself? What's a boy or a girl? Nice guy. This is Simply. But not before White Boat Simply. The door of the ward was pushed open from outside, and Lin Wei, who had a small red face and a lowered head, went and returned. However, he still didn't dare to look at Bai Zhou's eyes and said in a glutinous manner. Brother Bai Zhou, the dean asked me to ask you, do you have time now? He said it looked like someone had arrived. Hearing these words, Bai Zhou directly stood up from his chair. What person? That's Chu Yun's honorable man. Chapter 67, what an imposing level 61 Imperial Spiritist. Chu Yun? Hearing this name of a person from White Boat's mouth, Lin Wei's expression instantly stiffened, and a faint cold light appeared even among his eyes. Clearly, Lin Wei was truly disappointed in Chu Yun. But lying in the hospital bed, Lin's father did not know what had happened. Still there, puzzled, he asked. What happened to Chu Yun? Yeah, that little guy Chu Yun should have awakened together with you guys, right? How is his situation? The boy is a bitter man too. Hearing this, White Boat didn't have much of a reaction yet before Lin Wei quickly said. Dad, don't even mention this man's name again. Huh? Lin Wei's reaction made Lin's father look confused. But Bai Zhou had already smiled and walked out of Lin's father's hospital room. He is very confident in the results of his work. I believe Lin only will give her father a reasonable explanation. After closing the door to the room, the dean who had been standing inside the corridor waiting for Bai Zhou had already greeted him. Young master, the person has arrived and is now in my office. Lead the way. With White Boat's two simple words, the dean directly turned his head on his ass. Okay, young master, you come with me. This dean was still talking while showing White Boat the way. Young master, this classmate of mine, his name is Tang Tao, and he's now a rank 61 Imperial Spiritist. Yes? Hearing this Tang Tao's Royal Spiritist rank, a flash of surprise still appeared in the bottom of Bai Zhou's eyes. He knew that a sub-profession required a sentinel level of over 50 before he could choose it. I had thought that the one Zhao Gang and the others had invited was just someone who hadn't been a healer for long. I didn't realize that Tang Tao was already level 61. It was important to realize that the further back the sentinel rank went, the harder it was to raise it. A rank of 61 proved that this Tang Tao had at least 5 years of experience as a healer. It would really take a lot of effort to invite someone like that. Dean's somewhat embarrassed voice came out. At that time, I was in the bunk bed with him, but it couldn't be helped, my talent was too poor, and I was destined to become nothing more than an Imperial Spiritist. But Tao Zi is different. When he graduated from the university, his Imperial Spiritist rank exceeded level 20, at that time, he was considered the genius of our class. It's just that I didn't expect that the side occupation he chose in the end was actually still a healer. It seems that he really likes the doctor's profession. As this dean spoke, a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. I can see that he really misses the college life of his youth. But for Bai Zhou, his college life, it hadn't even started yet. Soon, under the dean's leadership, Bai Zhou arrived at the door of the dean's office. The dean certainly doesn't need to knock when he goes into his office. The first moment he pushed open the door to his room, Bai Zhou felt two stern gazes. The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa was the same Tang Tao that the dean was talking about. And the middle-aged woman beside Tang Tao must be Tang Tao's spirit mother. While White Boat was observing the two of them were also observing White Boat. In their eyes, Bai Zhou was a young man under the age of 20. That's why the two didn't do anything when they saw White Boat still landing on top of the couch in the same old way. That Tang Tao was even leaning against the back of the sofa, one hand constantly coiling something. For that matter, White Boat didn't care much. After all, it's normal to like to dish things out when you're that age. However, just as Bai Zhou's eyes skimmed over the object Tang Tao was playing with in his hands, suddenly, he felt a slight tremor in his arm. White Boat's gaze froze slightly as he looked toward the trembling arm. He knew that he was wearing dragon armor on this arm himself. The trembling seemed to be caused by the dragon armor, but it was just a momentary sensation that immediately disappeared. White Boat also skimmed his mouth and thought, could it be an illusion? When White Boat cast his gaze again, that feeling didn't happen again either. It really seems to be an illusion. White Boat pushed the thought out of his head. Just as the dean led White Boat into the office and closed the door to the room, Tang Tao opened his mouth. No, old Wang. Didn't we agree that it would be just the two of us tonight? Why did you bring another brat here? A brat? The dean, who heard these words, was instantly startled and hastily opened his mouth. No, he's... However, this Tang Tao didn't want to listen to the dean's introduction. Instead, he jumped the gun and opened his mouth. His family is rich? Very rich indeed. But how much did that give you to bring him to me? It's to get you introduced to me so that I can take on an apprentice, is it? Old Wang, you didn't tell me about this when you called me here. When did you become such a person? See the money? If you're going to be like this, don't blame me for not remembering old times, huh? Go, 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 go. Should I say no? You Tang is so powerful, do you know it yourself? Good to know, or else it wouldn't have been possible to say such a thing. Of course, people do have awesome capital. A level 61 sentinel, and it's a rare profession like healer. It doesn't matter if the rack is bigger. But White Boat could kind of see it. This Tang Tao, it was 80% that he had never met any real bigwigs after becoming a healer. Never hit a wall on anything either. It's time to float a little. So Bai Zhou wasn't annoyed and just laughed at Tang Tao, who was sitting on the sofa. But White Boat wasn't angry at him. Dean can't take it anymore. There was an immediate shriek. Taozi, you're sick. Are you looking for death? The dean's sudden cursing caused Tang Tao to be slightly stunned. Before he could react, he heard the dean blurt out. Where the did you get the confidence and I introduced him to you? I'm introducing you to people. Ahem. Dean Sama also coughed and cleared his throat before continuing with the solemn introduction. This is the Bai family's youngest master, Bai Zhou. It was the same moment that the Lord Dean's voice fell. With a clatter, the object Tang Tao was holding on a plate fell onto the coffee table. Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 4050 more needed for villain carousel to open. This sudden system beat made White Boat still slightly stunned. He didn't remember such a supporting character named Tang Tao in the original story at all. Could it be that it's because of my arrival that this Tang Tao and Chu Yun have created a connection and turned into supporting characters? Makes sense. A smile of joy surfaced on White Boat's face. Yeah, divine destiny villain value, don't want it for nothing. Me so. With a sound, it was Tang Tao's spirit Niang who reacted quickly and directly stood up. Hurriedly, he bowed and opened his mouth to Bai Zhou. Bai. Young Master Bai, forgive me. We have never seen your true face, young Master Bai, this is really... Splat. With a sound, this spirit Niang also shone a crunchy melon on the back of Tang Tao's head. What are you waiting for? Ding. Detected secondary supporting character receiving plus 1 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gaining plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 4000 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Tang Tao finally came to his senses under this slap as well. Flustered, he also made a 90-degree bow at once to Bai Zhou. The voice was even more stiff and trembling. White. White. Nervously, he couldn't get a word out half the time. Instead, White Boat laughed lightly. Bye. I'll go then. After saying this, Bai Zhou really turned around and left. Ding. Detected plus 999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 3950 more needed for villain carousel to open. But now, the three middle-aged men inside the office were instantly anxious. No. That Tang Tao was even a big jump in place. With the powerful strength of a level 61 Imperial Spiritist. It landed directly in front of White Boat. Then he bowed 90 degrees again, and this time, he didn't dare to stutter. Young Master Bai, yes. I'm sorry. Still couldn't hold back the stuttering for so long. Ding. Detected plus 999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 3900 more needed for villain carousel to open. The main reason is that at this time, his heart is really too scared. As Dean Wang said. Where the does he get his confidence from? Good lord, you see the dean bringing a young man over and you think you're going to introduce yourself to some rich kid? But people are indeed rich kids, but rich this family, it is a little too powerful That's the White family, one of the 4 great families. The kind of existence that shakes the whole country 3 times when you sneeze. He himself was just sitting on the couch so smelly and letting old wine take people away? Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 3,850 more needed for villain carousel to open. Chapter 68. How come there's a windfall again? Old Wang is going to really give it away. People's White family will come over right away to take my little level 61 Royal Soul Master away Old Wang was right, he was clearly looking for death. Young Master Bai, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I really haven't seen you before, young Master Bai. If I knew that you, young Master Bai, were in Old Wang's hospital, how could I still be sitting inside his office waiting? I would have gone to greet you in person. Young Master Bai, I. Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 3,800 more needed for villain carousel to open. Tang Tao began to stutter again. White Boat started laughing again. White Boat laughed, of course. Originally, the stance he was going to take was pretending to show Tang Tao. In order to molest this Tang Tao. By the way, kill this Tang Tao again. Of course, that's just one of the reasons. Another thing that made White Boat laugh. He could imagine how much effort Zhao Gang and his group had spent on finding Tang Tao. One could also imagine what kind of state Zhao Gang and his group were in before Tang Tao. But now, the healer they had worked so hard to bring in was groveling in front of his own face. That's a picture if they ever saw it. That must have been a great look, huh? Looking at Tang Tao, who was nervous and white-faced in front of him, and whose level was sufficiently more than 50 levels higher than his own. White Boat smiled and said lightly. What, you won't let me go now? Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 3,750 more needed for villain carousel to open. Young Master Bai, how dare I? Tang Tao's voice continued to tremble. Don't you go, I'm the one who should go, I'll go. I'll go at once and not be in your way. After saying this Tang Tao was really ready to leave. However, he did not turn around, but continued to face White Boat, bowing and slowly backing away. It's the same as when a lackey said goodbye to the emperor in ancient times. But White Boat raised his hand and said, Okay, who am I going to talk to when you're gone? Yes, young Master Bai, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. This Tang Tao stopped himself instantly. And White Boat was already turning his head in the direction of the sofa. That Tang Tao's spirit Nyang was also very observant as she instantly jumped out from amongst the intervals of the sofa, making way for Bai Zhou. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Tao also came in front of the old Wang Din, biting his back teeth and whispering. Why didn't you inform me in advance when you brought young Master Bai here? Aren't you trying to get me killed? Old Wang directly rolled his eyes and said, Who knows what your kid stinks about? You're here, young Master Bai wants to see you, I must be the first to inform young Master Bai how would I have time to explain to you? Doesn't that make me a dead man? Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 3,700 more needed for villain carousel to open. You! Tang Tao listened to old Wang's dead Taoist talk. I can't wait to go up and give old king a big mouthful. But eyeing White Boat had sat down. He also turned his head in a hurry and ran to Bai Zhou's body, continuing to stand there with his head lowered. But White Boat raised his hand and said, Sit down. Tang Tao's body trembled lightly after hearing this. And then carefully opened his mouth. I wouldn't dare. For his part, Bai Zhou spoke again, What, do you mean you want this young master to tilt his head to talk to you? Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 3,650 more needed for villain carousel to open. No. Nervous, Tang Tao's words are getting more and more incoherent. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth. Unexpectedly, he directly knelt down. Then also excitedly said to White Boat. Young Master Bai, this is great, now you don't have to tilt your head. You. Bai Zhou stretched out one finger to point at Tang Tao, who suddenly knelt down. Just about to say something. With a wave of his hand, forget it, just kneel. There was nothing White Boat could do. In fact, he wanted to have a friendly exchange with this Tang Tao. But this Tang Tao started out a little unfriendly. Now, being scared by the name of the Bai family's youngest son is really. Just stay on your knees. This Tang Tao's kneeling down really made Bai Zhou helpless. But he also didn't think about it if this image fell into Zhao Gang's eyes. TSK. You know that when you were in the 3rd hospital, Zhao Gang, the first captain of the city defense guards of a city-state. In front of Tang Tao, he was respectful, nodding his head and not daring to utter a single breath. Turning his head, this Tang Tao just knelt straight in front of Bai Zhou. That's it? You, Zhao Gang, still want to find someone to shake up the 4 great families? How dare you? You, Zhao Gang, are like a runaway bully. At this time, seeing Bai Zhou sitting down, the old Wang Din's side had long prepared a cup of fine fragrant tea. It was still hot, so it ran to Bai Zhou's face and placed it on the coffee table in front of Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou also symbolically reached out to get ready to pick up the teacup and drink tea. However, the moment White Boat's arm landed on the coffee table, that gentle trembling sensation was once again clear. This time, White Boat was very sure that it was definitely not his own illusion. Because right next to his arm was the object that Tang Tao had just dropped because he had lost his concentration. Now White Boat saw it clearly. It appeared to be an inverted triangle brooch, and on top of the brooch was a piece of dark green, as if it were jade. And it was this thing that was somehow sensing with one's dragon armor, was it? Originally, Bai Zhou came to Tang Tao as definitely for the main character Chu Yun, but now. White Boat said as he reached out and pointed at the brooch. This thing of yours? Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 3,600 more needed for villain carousel to open. Tang Tao's body trembled slightly, and he hurriedly said in a flustered manner. Young Master Bai, I'm sorry, I'll take it away, said the man, busy about to pounce. But White Boat raised his hand. No, that's not what I meant. Bai Zhou thought to himself that this Tang Tao was scared to death, and his reaction could be so big. Is it even possible to be psychologically damaged like that? But Bai Zhou didn't care, he was still more concerned about what it was. So also direct questions. And after hearing White Boat's question, Tang Tao didn't dare to slack off at all and said, Young Master Bai, this is one of my sort of toy. I had someone appraise it, and it's just an E-rank sentinelist's equipment, it's not worth mentioning. Although Tang Tao didn't know why Bai Zhou asked this, he still explained it to Bai Zhou in great detail. And after hearing Tang Tao's words, White Boat also asked immediately. You had it appraised? And what is the effect of this equipment? This. Tang Tao didn't know why the White family's youngest master was interested in this E-ranked equipment of his. Could it be that the youngest member of the White family had nothing to say and wanted to lighten the mood? 80%. So, he also nodded and said, This thing is just a brooch that boosts your defense by 1%, it's not worth mentioning. Instead, there is an active skill that consumes all energy and increases the damage of the next attack by 10%. It really isn't much use. Tang Tao said in disbelief. However, when these words reached Bai Zhou's ears, it made Bai Zhou's heartbeat a few points faster. Because the introduction, effects, and skills of this E-rank equipment, how does it sound so similar to the dragon tattoo armor that he picked up? No wonder the dragon armor was emitting that strange sensation, huh? This can't be the other piece of the 5-piece dragon armor set, can it? The first moment such a thought arose, Bai Zhou raised his head and looked at Tang Tao and said, Do you even want this thing anymore? Give it to me if you don't. Ha! Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 3,550 more needed for villain carousel to open. Tang Tao did not understand at all why the young master of the Bai family would like this toy of his so much, and E-class equipment, was it worth it? Is it possible that the young master of the White House is also used to this thing? He also asked a bit cautiously, Young master, if you like it, I will prepare a better one for you then. No! A few more childishness suddenly came out of White Boat's body. I'll take that. Then. The corner of Tang Tao's eye twitched, then it's yours, young master Bai. Thanks. The moment Bai Zhou reached out and grabbed this brooch, the system's beep in his head sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 500, villain carousel opening still needs 3050. Chapter 69. The protagonist's aura is a protagonist's aura after all. The system beep in his head made Whiteboat sure. This stuff really is something really related to the dragon armor. He remembered that among the original plot, Chu-yun had indeed put together the 5-piece set of dragon mark armor. But basically, they were exchanged for copies in the wild, or through mission points by performing missions. I didn't think that I could actually see myself in this Tang Tao today. He knew that this Tang Tao was because he had changed the plot of the original. And then a secondary supporting character who unexpectedly appears and develops a relationship with the main character. Could it be that the suit has also changed in some way with the plot? The first moment Bai Zhou got this brooch, he wore it on his chest. In the next second, it was the same as when Whiteboat first put on the dragon armor. A few lines of clear information then appeared in the middle of Whiteboat's mind. Grade E jewelry, jade brooch. Wearing effect, increase defense by 1%. Equipment skill, consume all energy to increase the damage of the next attack by 10%. This equipment introduction is a lot simpler than the introduction of the dragon armor. Especially looking at the name of this equipment, this was actually an accessory. This made even the bottom of Whiteboat's eyes appear a glimmer of doubt. Heart said, "Isn't this thing one of the dragon armor sets?" But just as this thought arose, a look of helplessness appeared on Bai Zhou's face. Done, how could I have forgotten something so important? Inside the original, it was written that the protagonist Chu-yun collected a 5-piece set of dragon armor, that was a helmet, 2 arm armor, and 2 leg guards. And when people wear it, it's straight up S-rank equipment, dragon armor. This thing surely can't be E-rank. I'm thinking fart eating? However, there wasn't any disappointment in Whiteboat's eyes. Although this thing isn't dragon armor. But the moment one takes the thing into one's hands, the system's beep to itself was something that would never go wrong. He had clearly blocked part of Chu-yun's chi, so that proved that this E-class brooch was definitely not simple. Just don't have the means to do it myself at the moment. Wait. How did I forget about this thing? Whiteboat didn't know what came to mind and immediately spoke. System, I'm going to use the equipment advancement card to upgrade this brooch to S rank. Ding. There was no delay in the system's beep. Red equipment advancement card 1. The card that Whiteboat sensed in the middle of the system space shattered on the spot and turned into dots of red light before converging in one direction. And Whiteboat was the first to feel that the location on his chest where he wore the brooch was slightly warm. Bai Zhou subconsciously looked down, only to see that the dark green gem in the center of this brooch was actually showing fine cracks. And the crack doesn't mean the gem is going to shatter. It was as if a large, invisible hand was carving into this tiny gem. Gradually, a pattern of a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared above this pediatric gemstone. In the next second, the dull, dark green gem burst into a dazzling light. Holy! This sudden change made the other 3 people in the middle of the office startled at the same time. What's going on here? The brilliant light was such that the 3 of them couldn't open their eyes. Even Tang Tao, who possessed level 61, as well as his spirit mother, couldn't help but raise their hands to block their eyes. As for Dean Wang, at the first sign of this thing glowing, thought it was some bomb about to explode in Whiteboat's chest. Couldn't help but all go up to protect Whiteboat, but, as the light became stronger, instead, he felt a powerful force that wrapped around Whiteboat's entire body. And this powerful energy came from the brooch on Whiteboat's chest. And as the light became stronger, this energy became more and more massive, and it actually created a kind of pressure that made Dean Wang's heart palpitate. Gulp. Dean Wang swallowed a mouthful of water, covering his eyes to block the light and turning his head to Tang Tao. Taozi, what kind of contraption did you give young Master Bai? Why do I feel that it's a bit uncomplicated? Ding. Detected plus 666 psychic damage to secondary supporting character. Gain Divine Destiny villain value plus 50. Villain carousel still needs 3000 to open. How do I know? Tang Tao is still a bit broken right now. Who am I going to ask if you ask me? Yeah, this thing was just a toy in his hands before. That E-rated video, that's nothing but a little bit of good looks, that's nothing at all. So Whiteboat wants it and gives it away lightly without any heartache of his own. But how could this thing produce such a change when it was worn on someone else's young Master Bai's chest? And Tang Tao's spirit mother came to Tang Tao's side at this time and asked, "What's going on here? I remember you've been playing with this thing for years, right? Has this change never happened before?" Ding. Detected plus 777 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 2950 more needed for villain carousel to open. Tang Tao's expression seemed like he was on the verge of tears. Of course it didn't. If I knew this thing would still be like this, how could I have just thrown it away? Is this really an E-grade jewelry? That Tang Tao's spirit and Yang were all twitching at the corners of their eyes and couldn't help but say, "Who did you get this thing appraised by in the first place? Have you blacked him out yet?" Ding! Detected plus 888 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 2,900 more needed for villain carousel to open. For the system beeps that kept ringing one after another in his head, Baijiu didn't care. Because just as the brooch glowed brightly, brand new information appeared in the middle of Baijiu's mind. S-class jewelry, dragon brooch. Wearing effect, 10% increase in defense. Tandem dragon tattoo set doubles the additional effect of the dragon tattoo 5-piece set. Equipment skill, passive skill, after the release of the dragon tattoo set skill, doubles the enhancement effect of the dragon soul power additionally. Feeling the latest information that appeared in his mind, Baijiu's pupils couldn't help but begin to contract violently. Nice guy. What is this? What is this thing? This isn't one of the Dragonlance 5-piece sets, but this thing seems to be an auxiliary type trinket specifically built for the Dragonlance 5-piece set. White Boat remembered the introduction of his dragon armor. Wearing effect, 3-piece set boosts defense by 50%, 5-piece set boosts it by 100%. That means with this dragon brooch in tandem, if one collects the set, the 3-piece defense is increased by 100% and the 5-piece will be increased by 200%. And there's this passive skill for it. The dragon tattoo set, even just one of them, can cause the damage of the next attack to be increased by 100%. Together with this passive skill, then one's next attack was able to directly deal 200% damage. That's not all. Set effect bonus. If one has assembled a 5-piece set, and all 5 pieces release their skills at the same time, the damage of one's next attack can be increased by 500%. Doubling it in such a case would be 1000%. What a guy! This could be equivalent to 10 of oneself in the middle of a battle, unleashing the strongest strike against the same target at the same time. This is simply awesome bomb. In this situation, if White Boat wasn't alarmed, it would be a ghost. This TM. His eyes kept flickering with surprise and a kind of doubt. How come I don't remember that in the original story, Chu Yun even got such a powerful trinket? Yeah. White Boat still had a clearer idea of the original plot. The original Chu Yun was already an awesome and sparkling existence with the Dragon Tattoo 5-piece set, and did not receive any additional enhancements. But now how is he here in Tang Tao? When he thought of this, Baijiu's gaze flickered slightly. This Tang Tao. But he came to this city-state for Chu Yun. That's right, if he didn't follow Lin Wei to come to the hospital to see old Lin today, then he definitely wouldn't be able to see Tang Tao. And naturally, Tang Tao would bid Chu Yun to see the doctor at Zhao Gang's request. After Chu Yun's body recovered. With regards to Tang Tao's problem of idly dishing things out, the old grandpa in Chu Yun's mind would inevitably discover the existence of this thing. So, in the end, this thing was still prepared for Chu Yun. Murphy. A cold light appeared under Baijiu's eyes. It was Chu Yun's powerful protagonist aura that realized that Chu Yun's opportunities as a protagonist had been robbed repeatedly, so it forcefully placed new opportunities for Chu Yun, right? If so, this mother ing protagonist aura, you don't speak martial arts. Chapter 70. Your healing thoughts could open up a bit. Luckily, my own family is awesome. Luckily, he came to the hospital in order to get the divine fate villain value from Lin Wei. If it wasn't for this, one wouldn't have known that the director of the Bai family's private hospital knew this Tang Tao, much less gotten this kind of thing from Tang Tao's body. But anyway, it turned out well. Chu Yun's chance was still cut off by himself. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chances, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 2,800. I don't know if it was the system that had given White Boat a consolation prize by passing out such a system beep. Although, White Boat still preempted the chance of the protagonist Chu Yun. But, White Boat also almost missed it. Didn't he still feel like it was his fault at first? It would be a huge loss to actually miss it. It was because of the randomness of this protagonist's aura that Bai Zhou decided that he still had to pay more attention to this Chu Yun before he could definitely not let his guard down. The piercing light of the brooch also gradually dimmed after it completed its advancement. Dean Wang and the three of them were also finally able to see the picture in front of them clearly. This brooch worn on White Boat's chest, if I were to say that before it was just good-looking and otherwise mediocre. Now then, a clear dragon pattern on it, even if it didn't emit a powerful energy, it felt imposing. How dare you call this thing E-rated crap gear at this point? That's absolutely impossible even from the face. Good death. At this time Bai Zhou also came at Tang Tao. Thanks. Ding. Detected plus 99,999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character. Gain Divine Destiny villain value plus 100. Villain carousel still needs 2,700 to open. That's right. Tang Tao's heart was dripping blood. However, he could still only grit his teeth and squeeze out an ugly smile and said, "Young Master, buy as long as you like it." But he seemed a little undeterred and said again, "Young Master, buy, I suddenly feel that this E-grade trinket is just too trashy, or else." Stop. Bai Zhou directly raised his hand. E-grade is quite good, I like E-grade, my spirit nymphets are all E-grade, I can't afford to enjoy it if the grade is high. Ding. Detected plus 99,999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character. Gain Divine Destiny villain value plus 100. Villain carousel still needs 2,600 to open. Tang Tao hadn't finished his words yet. Just let White Boat choke on one sentence. The corners of Tang Tao's stiff eyes continued to twitch. Of course it was heartbreaking. If I had known that this thing would evolve, how could I have just thrown it out? I know that this thing is not simple, but other people's young master Bai Zhou must also know that this thing is not simple. Then surely you won't give it back to yourself. As for your young master Bai Spirit Maiden, she's also an E-rank? Ghosts believe it. How could your Bai family tolerate an E-ranked spirit lady stepping into their home? But Tang Tao, he also only dared to silently spit in his own heart, silently heartache. Otherwise, he would really be taken away by the White family. Ahem. At this time, White Boat coughed twice. Yeah, well, your surprise is taken care of. It's time to get down to business, isn't it? Naturally, Bai Zhou hadn't forgotten his main purpose for coming to see Tang Tao. So it also opened the door and said straight to the point. You were invited by the city defense guards to treat someone named Chu Yun, right? Hearing Bai Zhou's words, Tang Tao was still slightly stunned in his heart. Didn't Zhao Gang say that this matter is absolutely confidential? Then how? Although his heart speculated like this, on his face Tang Tao still nodded with a dry smile and said, Young Master Bai, you are truly divine and well informed. It's true that the city defense guard asked me to come over to see Chu Yun, but... Young Master, you came to see me about this? Instead of answering Tang Tao's question, Bai Zhou continued to ask rhetorically. Are you ready with your treatment plan for Chun? This. Ding. Detected plus 999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 2,550 more needed for villain carousel to open. Hearing Bai Zhou's question, the expression on this Tang Tao's face immediately became difficult. Because Zhao Gang of the city defense guard had told him that the fewer people who knew about this kind of thing, the better. It was because Chu Yun, an SSS grade gifted imperial spiritist, was still in a kind of danger right now. Especially the treatment plan, and even when he himself was leaving the third hospital, Zhao Gang made it a point to explain. Let yourself pretend that nothing happened, that you're here on a trip. But I never thought that young Master Bai would ask for this kind of secret. Concerning the SSS ranked gifted imperial spiritist, Tang Tao really didn't dare to slack off. And seeing Tang Tao stammering and not answering, a faint smile surfaced in the bottom of Bai Zhou's eyes as he spoke again. Do you know why that Chu Yun is now staying inside the hospital? Hearing this question, Tang Tao subconsciously shook his head. I don't know. He had asked Zhao Gang about this, but Zhao Gang had said it was inconvenient to inform him for his safety. And without giving Tang Tao a chance to react more, Bai Zhou said lightly. Chu Yun is my classmate. And this classmate, I disliked it so much that I sent him inside the hospital. Ding. Detected secondary supporting character taking psychic damage plus 999, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 2,500 to open. Hiss. Tang Tao faintly drew in a breath of cold air. What a guy. No wonder young Master Bai was so concerned about this. So that's it? No wonder Zhao Gang didn't tell himself before that it was for his own safety. It turns out that this matter has something to do with the White family's youngest master? At this moment, Zhao Gang's eyes were wildly jumping up. Although it was said that Bai Zhou's tone was calm and even had a smile on his face when he said these two words. But the meaning behind that statement is just too obvious. What do you mean? I don't like this student very much. That proves that Chu Yun is young Master Bai's enemy. Then, if he had saved Chu Yun, or if he were to conceal the treatment plan for Chu Yun from young Master Bai now, wouldn't that be on the opposite side of young Master Bai? Young Master Bai's back is the Bai family. These two bland words of his were clearly a way to get himself on side. Gulp. Tang Tao swallowed heavily. On one side was White Boat, who had just robbed his own treasure and made himself kneel on the ground in humiliation to apologize. On the other side was Chu Yun, who possessed SSS grade talent, a super imperial spirit master with an absolutely unlimited future, and who would be grateful to himself in the future after being cured. That's not even remotely comparable. Therefore, Tang Tao instantly made his battle group choice. Young Master Bai, I know. Don't worry, I'll reject the city defense guard's request and let that Chu Yun fend for himself. You're really standing in this line. Dry. Dean Wang, who was on the side, nodded in satisfaction, looking at Tang Tao as if he was saying, Taozi, it seems your brain is still intact. However, without thinking about it, Bai Zhou exaggerated after hearing this. Don't leave him to his own devices, you've got to treat him properly. Ha! Ding! Detected plus 666 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 2450 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Bai Zhou's words caused both Dean Wang and Tang Tao to freeze. He said, don't you dislike Chu Yun very much? Why are you still asking me to find a way to treat Chu Yun? White Boat's voice didn't pause, but spoke again. You start by telling me your treatment plan. Tang Tao was completely unaware of how White Boat's brain circuits really were, and at this moment, he could only be stiff and simply say something. Presumably that means that the chicken tenders have been completely unrecoverable. But, he could look for a flat replacement, such as someone who meets Chu Yun's match and donates one to Chu Yun after he passes away. Or just use modern technology to build a human object for Chun and put it on him through the means of his own healer. Now, although Chu Yun wasn't original anymore, he wasn't hung up as a eunuch. It would also be a good thing for Chu Yun's spirit mother in the future. Of course, after introducing Bai Zhou, Tang Tao immediately added a sentence. Young Master Bai, if you don't think it's suitable anymore, I can change the treatment plan, it's all fine, after all, we haven't even started yet. No. But Bai Zhou once again raised his hand and said, I think this program of yours is fine, install one for Chu Yun, thanks for thinking of it, not bad, not bad. Looking at Bai Zhou's satisfied expression, Tang Tao's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes, always feeling that something was a little off. Sure enough, White Boat's next words were, but I have a feeling that you could open up a little bit more with this thought. Why, does it have to be human? Tang Tao. Ding. Detected secondary supporting character taking psychic damage plus 999, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel opening still needs 2400. Chapter 71 The City Defense Guard is also sneaky? Ding. Detected plus 9999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained divine destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 2300 to open. Ding. Mind damage detected to secondary supporting character plus. Ding. Detected. 2000 more needed for the villainous carousel to open. The system beeps that exploded in White Boat's head were so loud that White Boat had a bit of a headache. But it can't be helped. After all, the blow that this Tang Tao had received within his heart now was just too much of a shock. What a guy, the youngest of the White family. Is that what you mean by opening up your mind? You're a little too open-minded in your thinking, aren't you? Does this thing fit? Let alone Tang Tao. It was Dean Wang, who was next to him, who was confused. The brain circuit of his own young master was so perfect? That Tang Tao's spirit Nyang even directly closed her own eyes, as if she simply couldn't imagine that picture. White young master. Tang Tao's voice was obviously a bit dry. That line of thinking. Isn't it a little bad? But White Boat exaggerated. Who said this is a bad idea? That's a fantastic thought. Think about it, you're looking for a human mating type, first of all, this kind of thing, is there really anyone willing to donate? Even if someone is willing to donate, will the match be suitable? If you built it, what a lot of work it would take, and it would tend to rust over time, and you'd have to overhaul it, what a hassle. If you follow my line of thinking, the materials will come easily, and you won't have to do any maintenance or anything at a later stage, so how nice, once and for all. This. Tang Tao felt his hands trembling a bit. Ding. Detected secondary supporting character taking mind damage plus 9,999, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opens with 1900 more to go. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 500, villain carousel opening still needs 1400. The second system beep caused Bai Zhou's eyes to instantly light up. Sure enough. Although this Tang Tao's face was very difficult, he still nodded heavily and said, "Young Master Bai, since you've said so, I'll give it a try." Yes. Bai Zhou didn't know if it was because of the growth of the Heavenly Fate villain value or because he anticipated what kind of expression the protagonist Chu Yun would have afterward. The smile on his face was a little too much to hold back. Even happily patted his belly. "In that case, please." After saying this, Bai Zhou directly stood up from the sofa. "There's nothing else going on, so I'll leave you to catch up." After saying this, White Boat was ready to leave. However, this Tang Tao said somewhat helplessly, "Catching up I feel. Let's talk about it in a couple of days, I'd better go back and have a good. Open your mind a bit." After saying this, Tang Tao also assisted the coffee table and stood up from the ground. Hearing this, White Boat naturally smiled. "Good, then I'll see you off." No. Tang Tao instinctively waved his hand in rejection. After all, what kind of status did he have? How dare he let the Bai family's youngest master personally send himself away? But Bai Zhou took the initiative to go forward and pulled Tang Tao's arm and said with a smile, "You're about to do me such a big favor, so what's wrong with this young master giving you a ride? Help! Help! Ding! Detected secondary supporting character taking mind damage plus 9,999, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opens with 1300 more to go." In the end, Tang Tao was still escorted by Bai Zhou and Dean Wang together, taking his spirit lady with him and leaving the hospital. It's just that when they left, the motion of getting into the car was as if they were running away, and they didn't know what it was. Looking at Tang Tao's departing vehicle, Bai Zhou's eyes carried a smirk in his heart. Chu Yun, you have to thank me this time. If it weren't for me, the other healer Tang wouldn't have agreed to treat you. Chu Yun, thank you. A light laugh followed. White Boat turned toward the hospital. Dean Wang hurriedly led the way in front and opened the door. But the light in the bottom of his eyes, far away only existed respect. Now, for the White Boat he had a few more points of fear. Even in his heart, he silently and secretly resolved, in the future, no matter what happens, you must not do anything to apologize to young Master Bai. Or else. Even the right to be a human being will be taken away. Hiss. Thinking about that smile of Bai Zhou in the middle of the office just now. This Dean Wang's body couldn't help but tremble so twice. However, the two had only just walked through the doors of the hospital. A dark shadow appeared right next to White Boat. Seeing this figure, Dean Wang immediately spoke, "Young master, you go ahead and get busy, I'll go check on young grandma's father's condition." Dean Wang was very perceptive and knew that the black-clothed man was a bodyguard planted beside Bai Zhou and hidden in the shadows. If you suddenly appear at this time, something is definitely wrong. And Bai Zhou also knew him. Wasn't he the one who had killed the strong man brought by that young Master Wang Hai in seconds as soon as he appeared before? But even if he was strong, he was still just an underling of the Bai family. At this moment, after this man in black saw Dean Wang leave, he also immediately whispered in Bai Zhou's ear. Not knowing what the man in black had said, White Boat's gaze moved slightly and he even asked a rhetorical question. "Can you be sure?" The man in black nodded and said. He had been hiding near the hospital before, and when young Master Yu went out just now, he appeared again, obviously coming for young Master. "Young Master, do you need me to make a move?" Bai Zhou slowly shook his head and said with a more playful smile on his face. "No harm done, if it's him. This young master will try it himself." After the words fell, Bai Zhou directly turned around and left the hospital once again. The figure of the man in black also disappeared in an instant. Coming out from inside the hospital, it was now basically late at night. Everything around us looked so quiet. Baijo took a deep breath of fresh air and turned his head as if he was walking, skirting the intricate roads of the hospital. It didn't take long before White Boat had basically arrived at the deepest part of the parking lot. It was very dimly lit away from the lights of the hospital building. However, White Boat nodded as if he was satisfied when he came here. Sure enough, the next second. Miso. There was a sudden cracking sound in the middle of the air. A dagger just cut through the air and came directly towards Baijo's back. The corners of White Boat's mouth, who had his back turned to the dagger, lifted slightly. The body shook just slightly afterward. Miso. With a sound, the dagger slid past White Boat's body without causing any damage. But White Boat had clearly seen a man wearing a black cloak and also a black mask. The dagger held in this man's hand. The man's stabbing blow fell short, and instead of rushing, he immediately turned his head towards Baijo and made a ready stance to attack again. But White Boat's voice had come out faintly. I thought you were going to hide until when, and this is sinking in? Ding. Detected plus 555 psychic damage to major supporting character, gain Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, 1250 more needed for villain carousel to open. Hearing this system tone, Baijo didn't even need to think about it to know who this person was. Continuing with a smile. You city guards like to do this kind of sneaky stuff too, huh? What? Are you healed already? Ding. Detected plus 555 psychic damage to major supporting character, gain Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel opens with 1200 more to go. This man in black obviously did not expect Baijo to directly dismantle his identity. Inwardly, he visibly panicked for a moment, but he gripped his dagger instantly. With his other hand, he slowly pulled off his mask. Isn't this the same city defense squad leader who was level 5 today? The bodyguard that White Boat had hidden in the shadows just now was talking about him. The man in black told Baijo that this kid had followed him from the time he took Lin Wei out and was only one person. I thought that I was thinking of following or inspecting myself, but I didn't expect that when I sent Tang Tao out just now, this kid appeared again and exuded a strong killing intent. The man in black sensed it, which was reported to White Boat. White Boat came out, isn't this also a deliberate attempt to draw this kid out? At this moment, White Boat looked at the dagger in the hands of the junior captain and asked with some curiosity. Don't I remember you being a gunman? What, did you change your spirit, lady? Who knew that this little captain even gave a light snort and said, there's no need for a spirit lady to kill you. White Boat, who heard this, almost laughed out loud. Good fellow, you were no match for me even with the spirit lady, now you come alone, who gave you the courage? Chapter 72, what's the point of living only one more day? Hard to say who gave this kid the courage. That was 80% White Boat's spirit mother, Lin Wei. This could actually all be related to Lin Wei. It can't be helped. After letting White Boat completely crush level 3 against level 5 earlier, he was puzzled in his mind. When the injuries are almost recovered. He was also the first to review with his spirit mother what had happened. Her spirit mother's words instantly cleared the little captain's mind. When sparring, I felt a bloodline suppression, the kind that comes from spirit weapons. Yes, it was this statement that made the junior captain completely understand. It turned out that it was because White Boat's spirit nymph was just too powerful and even had this level of restraint against his own spirit nymph. No wonder I'm no match for White Boat even though I'm 2 levels ahead of him. It's my spirit lady who's too wasted. If that's the case, then if in the absence of the spirit mother, White Boat is still nothing more than a level 3 loser, how can he be a match for me, a level 5 Imperial Spirit Master? So, there is this current scene. I don't know whether to call him naive or overthinking. It is true that a guru possesses a certain amount of strength even without relying on a spirit lady. After all, in the middle of a battle, the roles of an Imperial Spiritist and a spirit lady were basically 50-50. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to manipulate the powerful spirit nymphs. This was also the reason why Bai Jinbei could completely crush the City Defense Squadron commander without the Spirit Mother's possession before. It was indeed still reasonable for him to come alone to assassinate White Boat. However, at this time, White Boat had been having a question he wanted to ask. Now there just happens to be this opportunity to also say. I'm surprised, even your men were the first to concede when they learned of this young master's identity. You're just a junior captain, what makes you dare to block this young master's way? Humph. This squad leader directly snorted coldly, his icy voice seemed to still carry a sense of gnashing of teeth as he said. The 4 great families are all enemies. White Boat, who heard these words, stared slightly. All four families are enemies? Oh. White Boat understood. I heard from your men earlier that you were parachuted in? You weren't brought here piece by piece by that old boy Zhaogang when he was parachuted in, were you? Ding. Detected plus 666 psychic damage to the main supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 1150 more needed for the villain carousel to open. How dare you disrespect Lord Zhao? This junior captain's emotions suddenly became agitated. Go to hell. Me so. With a sound, this squad leader brandished the dagger in his hand and his body was like lightning as he rushed towards White Boat. It was also this person's performance that further made White Boat certain of the conjecture in his heart. This kid is really one of Zhao Gang's men. And Zhao Gang had an organization behind them specifically that he didn't know about yet. Aspire to overthrow the oppression of the four great families. This made sense, no wonder this kid dared to disrespect himself in public. It's a shame. The kid's still too young. Not at all like Zhao Gang, the old greaseball. Realized that it takes a turtle to be able to stretch and shrink. With a miso sound, White Boat once again dodged the squad leader's attack. But this time the little captain didn't stop, and attack after attack came. White Boat swims and avoids it. His own attacks were never able to hit the White Boat, causing the junior captain to break his defense a bit, and said in a cold voice while attacking. All you know how to do is hide? What kind of man are you? Humph, even if you can hide, how long can you hide? I'm a level 5 Imperial Spiritist, while you're only a mere level 3, your energy, it's almost depleted, isn't it? Listening to the little captain's silly voice, Bai Zhou suddenly wanted to laugh a little. But he said with great compassion. Sorry. Letting you down. Yesterday this young master was indeed rank 3, but today's young master is already a rank 5 Imperial Spirit Master. What? Ding. Major supporting character detected taking psychic damage plus 999, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 1100 to open. No way. This squad leader's expression suddenly became hideous. This is absolutely impossible, it's only been a day, how could you possibly raise 2 levels in a row? It took me almost a year to get to level 5, what gives you the right? On what basis? Bai Zhou bristled, I don't know, maybe. Is it based on the fact that I'm better looking than you? The small captain who heard this instantly had veins popping up on his forehead, and his voice took on a bit of a hiss. So what if you're level 5? Without a high-level spirit mother you're just a piece of trash, I can still kill you. Go to hell. Bai Zhou felt as if this squad leader was a brainless cynic, or it was possible that he was brainwashed by the organization behind Zhao Gang and the others. But he also realized that the attack he unleashed this time was indeed firing hard. White Boat could feel that hidden aura emanating from the other party, as if they were all creating a sense of oppression for themselves. But pity. Bai Zhou let out a faint smile and said, then this young master will mercifully show you the gap between us. The moment the words fell, one of White Boat's arms as well as the brooch on his chest simultaneously flashed with a faint glow. After a flash of light. With a woo sound, White Boat's fist was like a bullet coming out of a gun and quickly smashed out. Just because the dragon armor is an Imperial Spiritist outfit doesn't mean it can only be used when holding a spirit lady in battle. Bai Zhou himself can certainly release it, coupled with the teeth of the dragon brooch. Bai Zhou, this punch, 200% of the power, can you block it? The answer is clearly no. Touch. With a muffled sound, White Boat's fist was faster than his short sword. Thick blood immediately gushed out from the junior captain's mouth and nose, and he flew out backwards. Ding. Detected the main supporting character receiving physical damage plus 999, mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 1000 to open. Touch, came another muffled thud as the young captain's torso slammed heavily into the wall behind him. Cough cough cough, cough cough poof, the young captain coughed violently, blood gushing out from among his mouth and nose. It was visible to the naked eye that the little captain's chest had collapsed deeply. Seeing this situation, White Boat was all slightly shocked. Good lord, is my punch that powerful? I should have known not to activate the skill. He had thought that the squad leader, who was a level 5 sentinel, would have a higher defense against an unarmed version of himself. Who knew that, after he triggered the dragon tattoo armor skill, and that dragon tattoo brooch passive skill triggered along with it, a single punch would do this to the little captain? You. The junior captain's face was as paper-colored as a sheet of paper, lying on the ground unable to move a muscle, his bloodshot eyes filled with a kind of despair and unbelief. No. No way, you don't have. How could you without a spirit mother? But. Another mouthful of blood was spat out. White Boat had already put away his fists and looked at the small captain in a condescending manner and said indifferently. Now it seems that losing the spirit mother makes you even more of a loser, yo. But. A mouthful of thick blood sprayed out from among the young captain's mouth and nose again. The junior captain used all his strength to raise his arm to point at White Boat, but the arm only trembled lightly and lost all its strength. And after that, the neck was tilted. Crunch and die? Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gaining the Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 1000, and the villain carousel has been opened. Please ask the host whether to start the lottery. Listening to the system beep in his head, Baijiu's eyelids jumped wildly. Couldn't even help but take a slight step back looking at his fist. I killed someone? White Boat's voice trembled softly for that moment. It can't be helped, it's just human nature. After all, Baijiu was a traveler, how could he have done this kind of thing before he traveled? And, still, he let himself be directly wedged to death with a punch. But White Boat was much stronger than expected, and with just a slight deep breath, the emotions floating inside were suppressed. It was just that for some reason, it seemed as if there was a frenzy of hot blood in his body that was pounding away at his brain. And at that moment the black-clad bodyguard who was hiding in the shadows also instantly dodged out and came to the side of the young captain, reaching out to inspect the body of the young captain. Even his gaze suddenly shrank, a flash of horror filling the bottom of his eyes, a look that seemed to say, "Oh my God. The young master just completed his transmutation and awakening yesterday." Surprisingly, today, with only his own physical strength, he killed the thought of a rank 5 imperial spiritist with a single punch? How is this possible? Chapter 73 Longing, a little bit back? That's a question he's asking, and it's not just pure size cuteness. Is it? How else is it possible? This man is dead in front of you, what could possibly be impossible? 80% of the time, it was still because the situation was just a little too shocking to his eyes. That's why I couldn't help but let out such an exclamation. And it was only because of this person's exclamation of surprise that White Boat's thoughts were pulled back. Although his eyes refocused, that manic warmth in the middle of his brain was always hitting White Boat. Is this what's known as the aftermath of a first kill? Baijiu didn't know what the reason was, and he didn't know what to do with this manic fervor in his head. Thinking of trying a diversion. So without saying a word, White Boat turned around and left, and while turning around and leaving he also said to the system in his head, "System, start the lottery." He didn't bother with the body of the squad leader. Because he knew that the White family's people, his own bodyguards, would handle this matter cleanly and would not cause any trouble for him at all. The light of the great carousel spinning rapidly had appeared before his eyes. When the grand carousel was opened before, this flickering light would only make White Boat feel excited and expectant. But now, it seemed that it was because of that aftermath that caused the irritation within Baijiu's heart to seem to have risen a notch higher. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the Grand Carousel reward, experience value plus 2000. Or is it experience value? But the good thing is, this time, the experience value reward was doubled from before. However, White Boat found that the quality of this reward did not undergo any color changes. It seemed that the reward for the experience value was related to the increase in one's sentinel rank. But whatever the reason, it's a good thing. The same can be done to accelerate your leveling. Walking towards the hospital, White Boat subconsciously accounted for the system. I'm with Lin alone. Same as before, half each? However, when the words reached his mouth, Baijiu stopped alive. It was because a system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Detected plus 555 psychic damage to major character, gain divine fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 8950 to be opened. This sudden system beep caused White Boat to faintly freeze. Main characters. Characters below the main character. Only one person has appeared beside himself so far, in the middle of the system beeps is playing this role. Longing. White Boat's gaze flickered slightly. A flash of doubt arose in his mind. This woman. Isn't it already packed? But this sudden injury to the heart. Was it someone she saw? Saw something? Or is it? A cold light flashed under White Boat's eyes. Or did she kind of come around? Ding. Detected plus 666 psychic damage to major character, gained plus 50 divine fate villain value, 8,900 more needed for villain carousel to open. It was also the sound of yet another system beep. It made White Boat directly change his words. First, give Lin Unicorn and I 500 of the experience value each, and the remaining 1,000. We'll distribute it later. After accounting for this statement, a faint glow appeared in the bottom of Baijiu's eyes, and the corner of his mouth lifted up in an arc of unknown meaning. But just as this arc appeared at the corner of Baijiu's mouth, he felt that the restless hot blood in his mind was quieted down quite a bit. Originally, Baijiu was thinking of going back to the ward, finding Lin Wei, and in front of this cute little girl Lin Wei, seeing if he could suppress the mania that had risen up because of his first kill. But at this very moment, White Boat suddenly asked himself rhetorically, why should I press? So, before taking a step into the hospital, he turned around directly and walked towards the car that had been waiting for him in the middle of the parking lot. After getting into the car, Baijiu only explained 2 words. Go home. The White family villa, in the middle of a bedroom that had just been packed up. Long Ying was wrapped in a bath towel, sitting on the bed in a somewhat stagnant manner. Just as Baijiu had guessed, Long Ying, who had taken a bath and was brought back to her room by the maid to calm down. It really kind of came back to haunt me. Her pupils flickered softly. It was no longer the same clarity and translucence that had been revealed when the future had just been seized before. Instead, there was an added complexity. She looked down at her delicate hands. The pupils trembled gently, and surprisingly, his mouth was still chanting. Longing, oh longing, you just... What did you just do? How? How can you be so submissive? How could I be so defenseless as to give him my future? Ding. Detected plus 777 psychic damage to primary character, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, 8,850 more needed for villain carousel to open. That's right. Previously, Long Ying's psychological defense was indeed completely shattered by Baijiu. And finished recasting. But the recast inner world is, after all, a whole new world. Still more fragile. After all, how can a few hours of recasting compare to 18 years of long molded roots? Without being able to see White Boat and hear White Boat CPU. Long Ying also thinks for himself. Naturally, she remembered what she had done earlier. And she herself is still a level 0, wasteful spirit lady with a quality of only E grade. The deal was that by allowing yourself to capture the future you would give yourself great, unimaginable strength. But he had clearly caught him himself. How is it that your current self still hasn't changed at all? Could he be lying to me? Long Ying's gaze flickered rapidly, and a few moments of coldness appeared under her eyes. But the coldness had only just appeared when it was replaced by a kind of panic. No, it won't, he won't lie to me, I've already given myself to him. Young Master Bai will definitely not lie to me. Long Ying grabbed her towel and kept shaking her head. But the next second, she looked up with a frown once more. We've only met for the first time, what gives him the right to? Ding. Detected major character taking psychic damage plus 888, gained divine fate villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 8,800 to open. At this time, Long Ying, the old and new worldviews within his heart were strongly fighting. One of them had to get the upper hand before Long Ying could be quiet. If the old and new worldviews are constantly hedging against each other, this girl will be a complete lunatic by 80%. But just then, splat! The door to her bedroom was opened roughly. And then bang! The door slammed shut again. The only thing in the room was a dim table lamplit above the bed. Although Long Ying could only make out the figure of the visitor, she was also very sure that it was Baijiu. At this moment, she actually reflexively jumped straight off the bed and quickly backed up towards the back wall, her mouth still tense. You! Why don't you knock? Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to the main character, gained plus 50 divine fate villain value, 8750 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Listening to what Long Ying said, along with the system's beep, Baijiu was certain. It's that you didn't consolidate the fruits of your labor before. It caused a rift in the 3 views he had recreated for Long Ying. One must know that earlier on, Long Ying had come to embrace herself when she saw herself greatly. Inside his mouth, he was still calling out young master with a mouthful of words. But now, although Long Ying didn't directly let out a scream, but the resistance shown is real and present. Ugh. White Boat also sighed darkly in his mind. It seems that in the future, these things still need to be patched up just as much as the killings. But it's true that he didn't make up for it after getting that squad leader killed just now. But the system's beeps were certainly not wrong, and even if he forgot to make up for it, he believed that his family's bodyguard would do it for him. Therefore, Bai Zhou also took his own steps in Long Ying's direction. As the white boat approached, the light naturally shone on it. Long Ying's expression instantly stiffened and her face turned white. Blood. Blood. You. Young Master Bai, don't. Don't hurt me, I. Ding. Detected plus 999 psychic damage to the main character, gained plus 50 divine fate villain value, 8,700 more needed for the villain carousel to open. It was at this time that Bai Zhou realized that a large amount of blood had dried on his sleeves, the shirt in front of his body. I think it must have been the blood that spewed out from that squad leader's chest collapsing just now. And the moment he saw the blood, Bai Zhou's manic hot blood that had faded quite a bit unexpectedly boiled up again. A terrifying-looking smile appeared on his face as he slowly raised his head and chuckled softly at Long Ying, who was cowering inside the corner. What, are you scared? Are you going to let go of your future? Chapter 74. So, what good partner to choose for Chu Yun? Ding. Detected main character receiving plus 10 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gained heavenly fate villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 8,600 to open. Young Master, you promised me. Ding. Detected main character receiving plus 10 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gained heavenly fate villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 8,500 to open. Young Master. Can I really have great strength this way? Ding. Detected main character taking plus 5 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gained heavenly fate villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 8,400 to open. Young Master, you really aren't lying to me? At this moment, Long Ying's voice was stiff, she was clutching her bath towel with a death grip, and the expression on her face looked flustered. Bai Zhou stood on the ground, although he was not able to see Long Ying's expression right, but he could feel it. The current Long Ying didn't fully trust herself yet. The old and new worldviews were still fiercely battling amongst her. In the previous time, Bai Zhou could use language to irritate Long Ying through his knowledge of the original plot. It made Long Ying's psychological defenses completely collapse. But the same operation can certainly not be used consecutively. Then after resistance develops, not only will it not work, it may even backfire. Ding. Detected the main character taking plus 5 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gained plus 100 heaven's fate villain value, and still need 8,300 for the villain carousel to open. But then again, White Boat didn't need to worry at all right now. The rewards drawn from the last grand carousel naturally provided White Boat with the latest maneuverable space. Only, he was waiting for a moment. Ding. Detected plus 9,999 psychic damage to main character, gained plus 100 value of heavenly fate villain, 8,200 more needed for villain carousel to open. Hearing this system tone, Bai Zhou's eyes instantly lit up. Yes, this was the moment White Boat was waiting for. The subtle changes that occurred in this system tone could mean a lot of things. So, White Boat also directly explained to the system. Divide the remaining 1,000 experience points into 10 portions and bestow 100 points on Long Ying every 10 minutes. Ding. Warning. The system's beep caused Bai Zhou to give a slight start. This was the first time Bai Zhou had heard such a prompt. Could it be that the experience value can only be bestowed at once? Ding. Detected plus 9,999 psychic damage to main character, gained plus 100 value of divine fate villain, 8,100 more needed for villain carousel to open. This is clearly not what the system warns about. It's this next sentence that does it. It is detected that the object to be bestowed has not signed a contract with the host. May I ask if the host will continue with the operation? So it is. White Boat let out a slight sigh of relief. Ding. Detected major character taking psychic damage plus 9,999, gained heaven's fate villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 8,000 to open. I didn't realize how rigorous the system was. Now it was true that Long Ying hadn't signed a contract with himself yet. However, as long as he consolidated the new world within Long Ying's heart through his own means, there was no worry at all that this little Long Ying would escape from the center of his palm. Therefore, White Boat immediately chose yes. Ding. 100 experience points have been given to the recipient. Ding. Detected major character taking psychic damage plus 9,999, gained divine fate villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 7,900 to open. Long Ying's arms that were braced there instantly trembled. The pupils were also dilated at the first moment. This is... Long Ying, though, had never contracted a royal spirit master, and even less so, had never gained experience value and leveled up. But the value of that experience acting on itself. Just like Bai Zhou and Lin Wei before. That kind of energy change that belonged to an imperial spiritist or a spirit weapon, that was something that everyone could clearly feel. Long Ying was naturally no exception. And just in time, Bai Zhou's voice sounded in Long Ying's ears. Do you feel the future? Long Ying didn't answer. Ding. Detected major character taking psychic damage plus 9,999, gained divine fate villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 7,800 to open. 10 minutes later. Long Ying's pupils even began to dilate a bit. A few moments of unbelievable light appeared in all of them. And White Boat's voice came again. Now what? This time, Long Ying did not choose to remain silent. A crystal tear, surprisingly, landed on the top of the bath towel. Of course, the tears were entirely of joy. Aha! She nodded heavily. Ding. Detected major character taking psychic damage plus 9,999, gained divine fate villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 7,700 to open. Although, Bai Zhou couldn't see Long Ying's expression and was completely unaware of what was going on in Long Ying's mind. Yet he could realize that at this time, Long Ying, surely the new world had completely gained the upper hand. But why would it even produce such a system beep? White Boat couldn't help but ask in his head. System, how exactly do you calculate this mind damage? Why do I feel that the current Long Ying? Quite happy. Ding. The system's beep was still as cold and impersonal as ever. The testing of the system is very thorough and rigorous. The system has just detected that the original mind of this major character has been shocked or altered in a way that naturally creates mind damage. Oh. White Boat suddenly came to a realization. So it is. Hey. Ding. Detected plus 1 physical damage and plus 999 psychic damage to the main character, gained plus 100 value of Heaven's Fate villain, and 7,600 is still needed for the villain carousel to open. That is to say, these individual characters in here, the kind of ups and downs and changes of heart and mind, were actually set up by the original novel. As long as he or she, through his or her own means, changes the inner world of these individual characters, because of him or her, in a way that is very different from the original, it is considered that he or she has caused psychic damage to that character. One then gains the Divine Destiny villain value for this, opening the villain carousel. Got it. One had never asked the system that question. At first, White Boat thought that this mind damage was just literal. Now it seems, or their own pattern is small ah. No wonder he had only just crossed over so many days ago, and that system carousel had opened 7 or 8 of them. Ding. Detected plus 999 psychic damage to major character, gained divine fate villain value plus 50, 7,550 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Ding. Detected at. Ding. Ding. Detected secondary supporting character taking psychic damage plus 999, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 7,300 to open. In the middle of such a system tone, there was actually such a sentence interspersed. Such a subtle change in major and minor supporting roles was something that Bai Zhou really didn't care about. Because there were more important things waiting for White Boat to do now. But that doesn't mean that this such change in numbers will be ignored by the system. This secondary supporting character is said to be Tang Tao. After leaving from the Bai family's private hospital, Tang Tao was in a state of stagnation the entire way. Inside his head were all the words that Bai Zhou had said. After returning to the guest house that Zhao Gang had arranged for him, the first thing he did was open his laptop. Then a bunch of them opened up inside. Pictures of creatures completely unhuman. Tang Tao's spirit Niang stood right behind Tang Tao, looking at the picture on the computer screen. Her expression was also stiff and said, "So, is it really possible? Don't humans and them have that so-called genetic isolation? Hearing the spirit lady's words, Tang Tao turned his head with a strange expression on his face and said, There is indeed. But that's for medical science, for healers. That kind of problem isn't really a problem. Hearing Tang Tao's words, Ling Yang couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth as well. So who are you going to pick? Ding. Detected plus 555 psychic damage to the secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 7,200 more needed for the villain carousel to open. The value went up more than it should have, after all, and there were about others interspersed in the meantime. Tang Tao frowned and shook his head. I don't know. How can that be? Tang Tao's spirit lady looked anxious. If you don't think of a way quickly, young master Bai sighed. Ugh. Tang Tao felt his legs tremble when he thought of the two big words, by family, and clenched his teeth. Whatever. Just listen to God. This Tang Tao actually drew out a piece of white paper and wrote many names in a circle on it, then placed the pen horizontally in the center. Whoever the nib turns to is chosen, and that's final. Swish. Has this Tang Tao started playing that white boat carousel thing too? The spinning nib slowed to a halt as the image was framed. The corners of Tang Tao's and his spirit mother's eyes twitched. This ing. Ding. Detected secondary supporting character taking mind damage plus 9,999, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opens with 7,000 more to go. Chapter 75 Tang Tao Sama is simply a great person. The next morning, it was still light. Tang Tao then took his spirit lady to the third hospital at fire speed. They were also holding a box shrouded in black cloth in their arms. The size of this box was also similar to the size of the one Zhao Gang had lifted yesterday. The first thing he did was enter Chu Yun's hospital room. Seeing Tang Tao arrive, Zhao Gang was all a bit surprised. Lord Tang, why are you here so early? Tang Tao seemed like he had no intention of saying anything more to Zhao Gang and immediately said, I've already thought of a treatment plan, so let's get this over with before it's too late. Hearing Tang Tao's words, Chu Yun, who was lying on the hospital bed and had just woken up from a nap, was infinitely surprised. Who would have thought that opening your eyes would be good news? He's excited. Lord Tang, really? Can I get back to my old self? This. Ding. Detected plus 999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 4950 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Apparently it was yesterday's night that White Boat's value of this heavenly destiny villain had grown quite a bit more. But it didn't matter, what mattered was that both Tang Tao and his spirit mother couldn't help but smack their lips. Still, Tang Tao said. To be exactly the same as before, that's certainly impossible. But, at least, you can stand and shush like you used to. Really? Although hearing Tang Tao's first sentence, Chu Yun was still a bit disappointed. But Tang Tao's latter words were at least giving himself hope. Thank you, Lord Tang, thank you, Lord Tang. Tang Tao turned his head to look at his spirit mother, and a flash of pity appeared amongst the pupils of both of them. But Tang Tao still took a deep breath and said, Are you ready? Of course I'm ready. Chu Yun did not have any hesitation. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Good. Tang Tao waved his hand and turned his head to Zhao Gang. Then let's start preparing for the surgery. Before entering the operating room, Tang Tao also pulled Zhao Gang and said in a serious tone. You go, tell the hospital to turn off all the monitors in the operating room, and don't let any of this leak out. No one else be allowed to step foot in the operating room except me and my spirit lady, and the patient. That Zhao Gang reverted to the ground and came to a standstill, patting his own chest to give Tang Tao assurance. Don't worry, my lord, I promise to finish the job. Okay, go for it. After watching Zhao Gang walk away, the expressions on Tang Tao's and his spirit mother's faces changed on the spot. The word thief was written all over their faces. Then the visitor, as if he were a thief, burrowed into the middle of the operating room and unlocked its doors. Tang Tao level 61 Imperial Spiritist, Vice Profession Healer. The healing aspect was simply fast and furious with the boost of her own spirit maiden. It didn't take long to finish his work. Then, after coming out of the operating room, they were very fast, and without letting any of the other people intervene, they sent Chu Yun, who was still under anesthesia, back to the middle of the previous ward. Zhao Gang was still eager to greet him and ask about the situation. Lord Tang, how was the surgery? Tang Tao nodded with a serious face and said, The surgery was a great success. That's really great. Zhao Gang couldn't help but be excited and still want to speak. But Tang Tao called a halt in a hurry and said, "Okay, our work is done, we'll go ahead here." Zhao Gang still looked puzzled. "Lord Tang, what's the hurry to leave? Shu Yun will definitely thank you too properly when he wakes up." Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 4,900 more needed for villain carousel to open. Hopefully. Tang Tao's voice was so small that Zhao Gang didn't hear it. "What did you say?" "I said." Tang Tao immediately looked squarely at Zhao Gang and said, "As you said before, confidentiality. Don't tell anyone about Chun, about me fitting Chun with accessories." Zhao Gang looked serious. "Don't worry, Lord Tang, we'll be very careful about this. In the future, when Shu Yun soars to great heights, he definitely won't forget your kindness." Ding! Detected plus 999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 4,850 more needed for villain carousel to open. "I think it's better if he doesn't remember us, just pretend this never happened, farewell." After saying this, Tang Tao brought his spirit Niang with him, turned around and disappeared in a few flashes. A level 61 Imperial Spirit Master, Zhao Gang he couldn't even catch up even if he wanted to. He was still standing in the doorway of the hospital room, looking in the direction the duo had disappeared in and sighing. "Lord Tang, what a great man. Having done such a good deed, he still expects us not to remember his kindness. One must know that Chu Yun is an SSS grade Imperial Spiritist, his future is unlimited, he doesn't even care about such resources. Truly worthy of being Lord Tang, this pattern is still too big Shu Yun, who was anesthetized, felt as if he was having a dream. It was a very comfortable dream. Warmth wrapped around his entire body, and he felt like he hadn't had such a cozy, beautiful dream in a long time. It's just that this beautiful dream is always interrupted by a strange voice. The sound, like an old man hissing? "Shu Yun, wake up, something's wrong. Shu Yun, can you stop sleeping, you've been put on the spot, you know? Old me also really convinced, how to put the soul to such a body as you?" Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 4,750. Finally. Shu Yun also woke up ghostly in the middle of that old grandpa's hurried shouts in his mind. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Zhao Gang, who was guarding his side, looking at him with a delighted expression. "You're awake, how do you feel?" Shu Yun's head was confused, but he did not forget to ask. "Lord Cho, how was my surgery?" Zhao Gang nodded heavily at Shu Yun with a happy face. "Lord Tang said that your surgery was very successful." "Really?" Shu Yun was instantly sobered up by the joy. Hastily, he brought up all his strength. "Hello," lifting his covers. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 4,650 to open. Snap! With a sound, Shu Yun quickly covered himself with the quilt again. The image made even Zhao Gang faintly stare and ask, "What's wrong?" Shu Yun's face stiffened and turned slightly white. "No. It's nothing, it should be that I opened it the wrong way." And then he lifted his own trembling hands once more and lifted the corner of the quilt. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered psychic damage plus 9,999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 200, villain carousel still needs 4,450 to open. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 99,999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 500, villain carousel still needs 3,950 to open. Ding! Protagonist detected. 3050 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Ding! Detected. It takes 2050 to open. Ding! It takes 950 more to open. How could this be? How did this happen? Who did this? Who did this? Zhao Gang was also completely unaware of what had happened. Subconsciously, he lifted Chu Yun's quilt with one hand. What the is this? Ding! Major supporting character detected to have taken mind damage plus 999, gained divine destiny villain value plus 250, villain carousel still needs 700 to open. Chu Yun went crazy. Zhao Gang was dumbfounded. The whole third hospital was in a state of panic. But compare it to the cacophony of the third hospital. The two sitting in the middle of the smoothly moving vehicle, Tang Tao and his spirit lady, were in a much more relaxed state. He even took a long breath and said, "Fortunately, it's considered a successful completion of the task that young Master Bai explained." Yeah. Tang Tao's spirit Nyang was also silently relieved. But with a look of sympathy in his eyes, he lowered his head and silently said, "Too pitiful." It was not clear whether this sentence was being said about Chu Yun or the kitten that was being held in her arms at this time. After all, the kitty had a thick ring of gauze wrapped around the underside of her tail. Chapter 76. Longing seems to have over-adjusted a bit. White Boat frowned and opened his eyes with a bit of wakefulness. Damn, what's with all the noise in the morning? Inside the bedroom, it was naturally very quiet. What was really noisy was White Boat's mind. But White Boat's get up and go was gone in an instant. Because he realized that he was about to open another round of the big spinya. Nice one. Even White Boat couldn't help but marvel. He remembered when he fell asleep in the middle of Long Ying's package last night. There's still 4,000 or 5,000 to go before the next big round opens, right? 700 left this morning? Could it be Chu Yun? White Boat thought of the crux of the problem in a flash. Because he did experience a big explosion of Divine Destiny villain values before. The person who was there didn't know what was going on. Only later did he realize that it was because Shin had made a chicken fillet set meal for Chu Yun. Now one's villain value has once again exploded in a big way. That could only occur in Chu Yun's body. The corner of White Boat's eye twitched gently. This Tang Tao, did he strike so quickly? I also wonder what kind of partner he chose for Chu Yun. Is it good? It was while White Boat was anticipating this question. Suddenly it felt like my earlobe was tickling. Turning his head to look, Longing had also woken up and was lying on his side, looking at himself with those big watery eyes. Now Longying's eyes were even purer than the first time yesterday when she had completely broken down her mental defenses through the art of words. Just the cleanliness of that, it's like it's been optimized. It's even a little goofy. White Boat certainly knew why this was. Yesterday, he had divided the 1,000 points of experience value drawn from the system carousel into 10 parts. Bestowed on Longing every 10 minutes. This constant, rhythmic increase in strength was naturally felt very clearly by Longing. Though, she hadn't contracted with White Boat yet, so she was still in the state of a level 0 spirit lady. But Longing was all very certain that as long as she signed a contract with White Boat, then there was absolutely no way that her spirit nymph rank would only be a simple level 1. It's all because of White Boat. At this time, the new world in Longying's inner world was considered to be thoroughly consolidated and secure. Just what Bai Zhou didn't expect was that at this moment, Longing blinked her big eyes and looked at herself with a beautiful voice. "Young Master, you're awake." Aha! Bai Zhou just nodded symbolically, but Longying's next sentence was actually, "Young Master, since you've woken up, can you let Longing continue to get stronger?" While saying that, Longing had already propped herself up. White Boat, who heard this, instantly widened his own eyes. "What did you say?" Who knew that Longing didn't care about all of it anymore at all and spoke directly. "Young Master, Longing wants a future." Cough cough cough. Bai Zhou couldn't even help but cough, his face embarrassed. "That? The future is something you can just grab for yourself. And you want to get stronger, that doesn't work back and forth, it's a matter of probability, sometimes the probability is a little bit higher, sometimes that probability is a little bit lower." Who knew that Longying's voice was very firm and said, "Longing knows. It's precisely because it's a matter of probability that Longing absolutely cannot let go of any chance." "Young Master." White Boat was confused. It was something he himself hadn't thought of at all before. His own adjustments to Longing as a person. Why does it feel like a bit of overkill? By the time Bai Zhou came out from inside the room upstairs and arrived at the villa's dining room, it's already afternoon. Mother Sama and Father Sama's family had finished their lunch and were now sitting inside the living room drinking tea. Looking at the figure of White Boat gripping the railing and walking down the stairs. White Boat's parents both revealed a smile of unknown meaning. Bai Zhou's father, Bai Jinan, even put down the teacup in his own hand and said to Bai Zhou, "Boy, looks like I'm going to have to find a way to buy you another house." These words caused Bai Zhou to faintly freeze. "What, am I in your way here?" Bai Jinan shook his head, "That's not true. But I'm just a little worried that if you stay in this house any longer, your mom and I are 80% going to give you a brother. White boat. Xinyun directly flew up and kicked Bai Jinnan hard in the face. You old immodest, what are you babbling about? One of the top 10 masters, Bai Jinnan, was killed by his own wife in a unilateral explosion. All that could be done was to turn his head toward his son, Bai Zhou, for help. But White Boat instantly chose to ignore it. Instead, he turned his head and shouted as he walked towards the kitchen. Is there any more rice? If you have any food, load me up, I'll take it to the hospital to check on Lin Wei. Yeah, in the end, Lin Wei was still her first spirit lady to sign a life and death contract. Last night for wedging that small captain of the city guard with a punch of his own. It's a little hard to suppress the hot blood that's stirring inside. Just in time to catch the system carousel opening up the experience value, plus the signal that Long Ying was a little bit back in the game. So without saying hello to Lin Wei himself, he went back to the middle of the villa alone to bestow Long Ying's future. Lin Wei girl spent another night inside the hospital, it was really too hard. As Lin Wei's royal spiritist himself, then of course he had to care about people as well. Only, when Bai Zhou arrived at the hospital with the lunchbox, he didn't see Lin Wei's figure inside the ward. It was Lin Wei's father who was lying on the hospital bed who didn't know where Lin Wei had gone. The good thing is that it is the hospital's President Wang has long been prepared, and arranged in advance for good people to wait for Bai Zhou. Seeing Bai Zhou's arrival, he also personally brought Bai Zhou to the upstairs on the other side of the hospitalization department. This is their hospital apartment building. And Lin Wei, surprisingly, was now cooking in the middle of the kitchen of one of the apartments. That would really fill the house. Lin Wei also saw Bai Zhou's arrival and tied her apron while frying vegetables and also turned back and said crisply. Brother Bai Zhou, you're here? Haven't eaten yet, right, it'll be ready soon, you wait a bit oh. Bai Zhou looked up at Lin Wei in the middle of the kitchen and then looked down at the lunchbox in his hands. Then casually threw it into Dean Wang's hands and said. Reward you. Dean Wang said, young master, I want to try it too. White boat, huh? Thank you young master for rewarding me with the delicious food. Dean Wang cried out, and with a face of reluctance, he inhaled deeply of the aroma of the meal wafting around the room. Then grayly left holding the boxed lunch that White Boat had brought. Only, he had only just gone out for a short while before he ran back in. This made Bai Zhou were a bit surprised. I brought two people's meals you ate so quickly? This Wang Dean waved his hand with an embarrassed face and said, that to know, is just now there is a person who came from the third hospital, said that there is something to report to you personally, I also do not know who he is, so... The third hospital? Wasn't this the hospital where Chu Yun was staying? Bai Zhou had thought that it was Zhao Gang, who had been given a search because of Tang Tao's miraculous operation. I didn't expect it to be the same Dr. Li. He actually looked for it. It was only when he said the words, young master, I can't get through to you, that Bai Zhou reacted to the fact that his cell phone was out of battery. That's true, I worked too hard last night and forgot to charge my cell phone. And Dr. Li was in such a hurry to also personally run over to find himself, so it was obvious that he had some important news to tell himself off. As expected, Dr. Li said to White Boat. Young master, I don't know why, but this morning when it was fine, that city defense captain suddenly announced that Chu Yun is going to be discharged from the hospital. Oh? Bai Zhou's eyebrows raised slightly. Dr. Li's voice continued. He even had his men spread the word all over the place, to whom exactly, I'm not quite sure. Dr. Li wasn't clear, but it didn't mean that Bai Zhou wasn't clear. That the enrollment personnel of the major colleges and universities that came running from all over the world, that were all rushing towards Chu Yun. The original annual enrollment conference, the time of which had been set long ago, had all been postponed because of Chu Yun's wish. Of course Zhao Gang had to take care of those people's emotions. It seems that the enrollment conference is tomorrow, if there are no surprises. Bai Zhou even turned his head to look at Lin Wei who was cooking in the middle of the kitchen when he said this. I really don't know how Chu Yun, who has lost Lin Wei, can still pretend to be a bully at the enrollment conference? White Boat was kinda looking forward to it now. However, he was now more curious about another thing instead, so he also immediately asked Dr. Li. That Chu Yun's body should have been cured by that healer, right? Dr. Li nodded and said that Chu Yun wouldn't be discharged without this. White Boat rubbed his hands together and asked, so did you see it? What the hell is he packing? What do you mean by installing a whatchamacallit? White Boat's question asked Dr. Li with a strange expression on his face. Still, he said with a stiff voice. I didn't see it exactly, but... I think I caught a glimpse of a pink, tiny, miniature chirp. Chapter 77 Lin Wei's mom? That's an E-class too. But hearing Dr. Lee's words, Bai Zhou really couldn't hold back. Especially that look on Dr. Lee's face when he said that tone of voice. Also chirp. Well. What the hell was that? Bai Zhou didn't even think for a moment what kind of thing would be such an adjective in Dr. Lee's mouth. But Bai Zhou also knew that Tang Tao must have perfectly completed the task he had given him. This old kid didn't seek himself out to report, it's 80% that he's also worried that Chu Yun will hold a grudge against him, right? I was thinking of having that old boy treat Lin Wei's father again. But run away. Lin Wei's father's illness was again different from Chu Yun's miserable appearance. Your own family hospital is fully capable of being able to cure people. So it's not as much of a concern? Brother Bai Zhou, what's so happy? At this time, Lin Wei was already wearing an apron, carrying 2 plates of steaming hot food out of the kitchen. What else could be going on? Of course it's because of your Chu Yun brother ah. Still, there's no point in mentioning that what's his name spoiler at this point. So White Boat directly changed the topic and said, if nothing else, college enrollment will begin tomorrow. Are you ready? High school enrollment. Hearing this term, Lin Wei also knew what it meant and was still a little nervous in his heart. After all, he was only a mere E grade, so surely no school would be able to look at him. However, seeing the White Boat sitting there, Lin Wei said with a spreading smile, with brother Bai Zhou here, I'd been ready for this for a long time. Looking at the smiling Lin Wei, Bai Zhou also couldn't help but reach out and pinch Lin Wei's little face. Seeing this situation, Dr. Lee also got up in a hurry to take his leave. Yes, the other young Master Bai and the young granny are having a good time. What kind of a light bulb is he being in this place? Originally, Lin Wei had asked the dean to borrow a kitchen to cook for his father. Isn't this White Boat coming? So he prepared a little more and ate with Bai Zhou before going to bring food to his father. Bai Zhou, who was devouring his rice bowl, also had to sigh that Lin Wei's little girl's cooking skills were really good. Just the simplest of home-cooked meals made with the simplest of ingredients. That's more delicious than any of the delicacies cooked by the servants at home. The current White Boat even felt like he wanted to accept the offer that Pops had given him. Moving out. Now I'll be able to savor Lin Wei's little girl's handiwork every day. Lin Wei watched Bai Zhou enjoy eating his own cooking so much, and her little face was slightly flushed. But the smile in his eyes was completely hidden. He also gave Bai Zhou a chopstick of food every now and then and spoke softly. Eat slowly. Bai Zhou said with a slur in his mouth, such a delicious dish, what if I slow down and let someone grab it? I didn't think you had it in you, little girl, I've been blessed in this life. Hearing Bai Zhou's words, Lin Wei's little girl's cheeks reddened even more. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, obtaining a Heavenly Destiny villain value of plus 100, the villain carousel still needs 600 to open. Lin Wei lowered his head, silently picking at his bowl of rice. Completely afraid to look up. Yeah. You White Boat hand, you have a mouthful of good fortune, just have a mouthful of good fortune, why do you have to add of this life in front of it ah? Thinking back to what his father had explained to him yesterday in the middle of the hospital room. And White Boat's line, times are different, it's the same for boys and girls. Getting her head down to pick up her food, Lin Wei couldn't help but clamp her little feet. After eating and drinking, White Boat leaned back in his chair with satisfaction, watching Lin Wei's little girl silently clean up by herself. When Bai Zhou made a slight movement, the little girl spoke directly, brother Bai Zhou, sit still, I'll do it myself. Actually, White Boat didn't intend to help. He just wanted to change to a more comfortable position. But, is there any need to explain this misunderstanding? After Lin Wei finished clearing the table, he also packed the meals that he had set aside in advance for his father in the middle of a food box. It was only then that he left the area of the paramedic's apartment with White Boat in one piece and headed to the hospitalization department. Along the way, Bai Zhou noticed that the little girl carrying the food box would peek at herself every now and then. It also caused Bai Zhou to exclaim that it was adorable and reached out to rub Lin Wei's little head and asked, is there something you want to tell me? Lin Wei nodded, still squirming a bit. I wonder if there's anything else you're busy with today, brother White Boat. I want to. I haven't been home in days and want to go home and see my mom. Hearing these words from Lin Wei's mouth, Bai Zhou's gaze flickered slightly. Lin Wei's mother. Classy spirit lady. Amount. Of course. This E-rank spirit lady didn't make White Boat's peerless swordbox stupid. Although Bai Zhou had so far, this was the first time he had mentioned Lin Wei's mother. But the original storyline about Lin Wei's mother, Bai Zhou still remembered it more clearly. One of them is about Lin Wei's mother's sister, Lin Wei's sister-in-law. This can be pressed for now. The other, more critical issue is the reason why Lin Wei's family is poor. It mainly comes from this mother of Lin Wei's. In the original, Shu Yun got Lin Wei's heart, and naturally, he had to get very close to Lin Wei's parents. Naturally, Shu Yun had also helped Lin Wei's mother to solve no small amount of trouble. But in solving this trouble at the same time, Shu Yun naturally also got a certain benefit, or sort of chance. After all, Shu Yun was in existence with a protagonist Sora. The protagonist, Halo, has always practiced the idea of no thief goes unpunished. If there was nothing to gain, then what need did Shu Yun have to bother with this matter? Based on the original plot, Shu Yun is in Lin Wei peace after participating in the college enrollment conference, especially went back to report the good news with his mother before the first appearance of Lin Wei's mother. Counting the time, it also seems like it's today. The only difference is that the college enrollment conference has been delayed. Should I say no, if it wasn't for Lin Wei suddenly mentioning this matter, I would have really forgotten about it. And at this time, Lin Wei, seeing Bai Zhou's expressionless face, didn't speak for half a day. Thought it was a bit out of bounds with his offer, so he also rushed to say, "It's okay, brother White Boat, if there's something I have to do, I can skip going back to see my mom for now. After all, mom knows I need to take care of dad in the hospital, so she won't." Hearing Lin Wei's words, Bai Zhou knew that this little girl had misunderstood. Hastily reaching out and taking Lin Wei's small hand, he said, "Where there's nothing to be busy about. I was just thinking about something else. I'll have someone come and drive us in a few minutes after I've served your dad his dinner." Watching Bai Zhou nod his head, Lin Wei was instantly delighted. "Thank you, brother White Boat." For the matter of going to see Lin Wei's mother, Bai Zhou still had some anticipation in his heart. It was just that he didn't know if meeting Lin Wei's mother for the first time would trigger the special events that Shu Yun had encountered in the original plot. If not, White Boat is not disappointed, but if it is, then I'm sorry, Shu Yun. Now the context of this era, though, is one of city-states and city-states divided against each other. But the hierarchy is still very much evident in it. The Bai clan, where Xiang Baizhou was located, was situated right in the middle of this city-state. The gradual spread toward the location of the city walls, that proves the gradual decline of the economic power and living water quality of the inhabitants. After all, the outside of the city walls could be the so-called alien forest. Isn't it true that the city walls will be filled with foreigners who cross the walls to jeopardize human life? That's where the city guard comes in. And the reason why these people at the bottom were placed on the periphery was, to put it bluntly, the existence of serving as cannon fodder for Bai Zhou and his all-abominable rich people. Lin Wei's family, naturally, was in this village near the edge of the city wall. In the car, White Boat could feel the huge drop. The moment he left the upper city, the houses around him were directly lowered by more than a few times. And the environment has gotten a lot dirtier. The population is also getting denser. Continuing further toward Lin Wei's house, even the ground was not enough for a vehicle to travel properly. Even Bai Zhou had to get out of the car with Lin Wei and walk on foot towards the village where Lin Wei's family was located. This made even White Boat sigh a little. There's not even a road in this place, and the vehicles of the city defense guards can't get through, so if we really encounter any danger, we'll really use this group of people as cannon fodder to stall for time off. And Shu Yun came out of such a place, or else people are the protagonists. However, Bai Zhou didn't remember that in the original story, when Shu Yun started to dominate the world, what had happened to the status of these poor and destitute people at the bottom of. Not for long. "Brother Bai Zhou, this way, the courtyard gate is open, mom should be home." Chapter 78 Auntie, don't worry, I'm here. It was said to be a yard, but it was actually not as big as the living room of Bai Zhou's house. That's still counting the bedrooms, kitchen, and yard. "Mom! I'm home." Lin Wei's footsteps were much lighter, and he dug into the middle of the courtyard with a bounce. And just after entering the door, Bai Zhou also saw a middle-aged woman who was washing clothes in the middle of the courtyard. This was obviously Lin Wei's mother. When she saw Lin Wei return, she also looked up with a glint of surprise in her eyes. Wei, why are you back so late today? Don't you go to school?" White Boat, who raised his head, also saw clearly the appearance of Lin Wei's mother. I have to sigh a sigh of relief, no wonder Lin Wei's bottom is so good. Yeah. Although Lin Wei's mother wasn't too young. Wrinkles had appeared on his face, and even without any care he had starched spots. However, Bai Zhou could still see at a glance that this woman was definitely a great beauty when she was young. No wonder that boy Chu Yun is treating other people's sister-in-law. Bai Zhou didn't know what things came to his mind and coughed to drive away all the strange things in his mind. And at that moment, after Lin Wei's mother looked up in surprise, she seemed to have thought of something, quickly pinning his face back. However, Lin Wei's eyes were quick, and he instantly noticed the abnormality. "Mom, what's wrong with your face?" Hearing Lin Wei's urgent voice, Bai Zhou were given a slight start. Sure enough, on the corner of Lin Wei's mother's eye, there was a faint bruise that hung as if it was a fresh wound. Lin Unicorn instantly, all the joy was gone, and the tears in the middle of his pupils instantly flowed out, heartbroken. "Mom, are those assholes at the door again?" Lin Wei's voice was tinged with a smear of tears. But White Boat laughed. "Good lord, it's not catching up, is it not?" Bai Zhou remembered the plot among the originals. The first time Chu Yun brought Lin Wei home, this was the scene. Even Lin Wei's lines are exactly the same. Doesn't that mean? Ahem. Bai Zhou hastily coughed and adjusted his facial expression. Yes, it is indeed inappropriate to laugh so happily when someone's family is suffering. And naturally, Lin Wei's mother couldn't let her daughter worry. So backhanding Lin Wei's small hand, he said, "Mom's fine, it's an accidental bump." Hey! White Boat's inner laughter was about to be stifled. Because Lin Wei's mother's line is also exactly right. "Mom!" Seeing that Lin Wei's little girl couldn't stop her tears, Lin Wei's mother also hurriedly changed the topic and said, "What's all the crying about? It's been hard taking care of your dad in the hospital these past few days, is there no living expenses? Here, Mom will get it for you, right here." Saying that, Lin Wei's mother hurriedly wiped her hands on her apron, turned around and walked away to burrow back into the middle of the room. But Lin Wei said as he pulled his mother back, "Mom! I didn't come back for money." Then, a flash of light flashed in her Lin Wei's hand. What with all the various kinds of food, fresh vegetables, nutrients, and clothes that sucked, they were placed in the middle of the yard by Lin Wei. There was no shortage of expensive items, and the clothes were all designer labels. Looking at the image, Lin Wei's mother froze. Wei, what are you? These things? And you even have a storage ring?" That's right, in the midst of this universal world, things like storage rings were naturally the regular equipment of the Imperial Spirit Masters and Spirit Maidens. That storage ring was Bai Zhou's, only Bai Zhou now had system space completely unused, so he gave it to Lin Wei. Looking at Lin Wei's mother's trembling pupils, Lin Wei also took his mother's cold hand and said with slightly red cheeks, "This was all given to me by brother Bai Zhou." For the first time, Lin Wei's mother turned her attention to the stranger who had walked into the middle of her yard. White Boat, of course, raised his hand with a polite flourish. "Hello, Auntie." But at this point she was still looking at the pile on the floor, unresponsive, her voice trembling. "Only. Wei. This. What the hell is going on here, this?" But just as Lin Wei's mother's voice trembled before she could finish her sentence. "You who?" A voice that sounded just as conspiratorial came from outside. And White Boat, who heard this voice, even clenched his fist happily and said in his heart, "Paperboy villains, you're finally here." That's right. Behind White Boat, a man wearing an undershirt, big pants, flip-flops, and a fat head just staggered in. Behind them were half a dozen straggling, hooligan-looking men. Seeing this line of people, hatred instantly filled Lin Wei's pupils amongst them. Lin Wei's mother immediately blocked Lin Wei behind herself. But this fat-headed man waddled in as if he were returning to his own home. Looking at the pile of valuable things that had been placed on the floor by Lin Wei, his eyes glistened and he turned his head to Lin Wei's mother in an exaggerated manner. Li Shouyun, aren't you rich? What are you still pretending in front of me? Wang De Gun. Linny leapt out from behind his mother with a single stride, gritting his teeth as he chortled at the fat-headed man. You bastard, did you hit my mom again? Looking at Lin Wei's reaction, Bai Zhou was still a bit surprised. He knew that Lin Wei, this little girl, was weak and inferior in her bones, and most of all, she was timid. I didn't realize that there was so much courage in defending his mother above all else. But in reality, Bai Zhou was not to blame for Lin Wei's courage. Yo, isn't this Wei Wei's sister? This is how long it has not been home. Quickly let brother incense a mouthful. You. Lin Wei instantly turned his eyebrows up in anger. Lin Wei's mother, on the other hand, panicked and pulled her daughter back again in a cold voice. Wang Dagun, don't hit my daughter, you. Mom. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Wei's mother yelled out as if she had been shocked by something. Nothing else. The lewd smile on Wang Dacanon's face hadn't even fully revealed itself yet after he finished that sentence. White Boat stepped straight forward and let fly with a leg kick. That's for sure, Lin Wei is his own spirit mother. This young master hasn't scented Lin Wei yet, how dare you? Touch. The muffled sound directly wedged on Wang Dezhong's plump chest. Ah! Wang Dagun flew out directly backwards with a miserable scream. The thick body even smashed into the group of punks he brought with him like a bowling ball. The group instantly fell to the east. This is all still White Boat suffered a little force, less directly a kick to this Wang Dezhong did it. It was important to realize that the current White Boat was already a rank 5 Imperial Spiritist. Based on physical strength alone, on these few punks, White Boat could really punch them one by one and send them to heaven. On the one hand, it was because Bai Zhou didn't want to kill in front of Lin Wei's little girl. On the other hand, these people White Boat still keep useful. But that didn't stop Wang Dagun from suffering great pain. He felt like his ribs were broken and blood was hanging from the corner of his mouth. You. Deadly gritting his teeth, he covered his chest with a pale face. Where's the little? Ahem. Dare to hit you, cannon master? Tired of living? You, that hurts, old man. Are you ing people dead? Give me on waste this little Those punks that he had smashed to the ground had only just gotten up from the ground when they received such an order. That also couldn't care less about the pain on his body, and he charged towards White Boat with his teeth and claws open. Bai Zhou was just about to open his mouth, but to his surprise, Lin Wei's mother, Li Shouyun, was the one who directly rushed into the kitchen, carrying a kitchen knife and rushed out. Wang Dagun, what do you want? You dare to bully us orphans and widows in my courtyard adults, try it. I will never let you today. Hearing Li Shouyun's sharp hiss, Bai Zhou froze for a moment. Zhang did not expect that Lin Wei's mother actually had such a formidable side. But looking at Li Shouyun's whitened face and trembling hands, she must be filled with fear in her heart, right? But not to mention, really put the 6 or 7 punks scared, standing in place one by one do not dare to go forward. But can scare them, cannot scare Wang Dagun. He has not climbed up from the ground, gritting his teeth and spitting blood hissed. Just one ing dead woman and you guys are ing scared? Watch out for me to waste you guys, give it to me. Hearing this, these 6 or 7 people weighed the pros and cons and charged up again. You guys? Li Shouyun's face turned white, don't you guys come over. But the next moment, it felt like her cold, trembling hands were slightly warm. Bai Zhou had grabbed the kitchen knife in Li Shouyun's hand and said with a smile. Auntie, don't worry about it, leave it to me. Li Shouyun's pupils trembled violently as she listened to Bai Zhou's voice and felt the kitchen knife in her hand being taken away by Bai Zhou. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 500. Chapter 79, absolutely no beeping if you can do it. Hearing the system beep in his head, White Boat all froze for a moment. Is that okay? Bai Zhou also turned his head to subconsciously glance at Lin Wei. Finding Lin Wei looking at her own mother in a heartbreaking way. It should be from Lin Wei, after all, I don't remember anything special about Lin Wei's mother in the original. But time didn't allow White Boat to think any longer, the group had already rushed over somewhat recklessly after their own stop. And White Boat doesn't really have much to do. It just came out faintly. Come on, man. A series of muffled sounds came out of nowhere. Each of these punks who rushed towards Bai Zhou and Lin Wei's mother spat blood from their mouths and flew directly backwards. The one on the ground, Wang Dagun, hasn't gotten up yet. Several figures were seen whooshing and swishing above the sky. He was still frozen. Who is this performing some trapeze act in broad daylight? But the next second, holy, this is actually my little brother? When Wang Dagun turned his head to look ahead again, he realized that in front of Bai Zhou, Lin Wei, and Li Shouyun, 5 black-clothed men who looked like they were not to be messed with had appeared. You? Who are you? You? What is your relationship with Li Shouyun? And what's the relationship with Li Shouyun? Can't you see that Li Shouyun is a bit dumbfounded right now? And one of the men in black had turned his head to White Boat. Young master, do you need us to do anything? White Boat just faintly said one word, fight. Whoosh 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 whoosh. These 5 men in black instantly turned into 5 stumps and rushed out. Of course, it was directly leaving Lee Shoyun's compound, and even the still confused Wang De-gun on the ground was brought out by the way. Immediately after. No, don't fight. Holy. I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Not in the face. Ah. That rising and falling screams instantly resounded outside the compound. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, and has gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, and 400 more are needed for the villain carousel to open. Although Lee Shoyun and the girls couldn't see anything. But the screams outside, and the sound of punches to the flesh, made Lee Shoyun's cheeks turn a little white as well. Bai Zhou remembered the plot among the originals. Shu Yun is standing in his own seat. But one's own way of dealing with problems was very different from Chu Yun's. That brat Chu Yun, he also seemed to be trying to maintain his image in Lin Wei's mother's mind in general. It didn't reveal any violent tendencies of its own. Instead, he was trying his best to pull the wool over the eyes of Lee Shoyun and that Wang De-gun. Very righteously, he stepped in front of the mother-daughter duo, and spoke in a very bullish manner. What's the point of bullying a woman? Come at me if you can. Then what else was said? The conditions you want, I, Chu Yun, will fulfill them myself. Something like that, and so on. Anyway, it was just big chunks of dialogue that gave White Boat a bit of a headache from reading it. Every now and then, there were a few Lin Wei interspersed, as well as the change in Lin Wei's eyes when she looked at Chu Yun, her mental activities, and so on. The Chu Yun portrayal of the forcefulness of the full, so that Lin Wei's mother is more very satisfied with Chu Yun that's son-in-law. White Boat was naturally perfectly capable of following this set of Chu Yun's errands and replicating such an operation. After all, that was a valid conclusion that had been practiced by Chu Yun. But it's not necessary. One doesn't really want to get into that much trouble. You're a villain, you can do it, you definitely don't bleep much. It wasn't, along with the screams outside, Bai Zhou had turned his head to Lee Shoyun. Auntie, don't worry, it's fine, and it will be fine from now on. Just this one sentence. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, and has gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, and 300 more are needed for the villain carousel to open. Isn't this Destiny villain value this? Bai Zhou certainly knew that part of this blocked chi, that must have come from Lin Wei. This was not. Lin Wei had already stepped forward and took his mother's somewhat shaking and cold little hand and said, Mom, don't be afraid, brother Bai Zhou said we'll be fine, so we'll be fine. Those bastards out there have been bullying us for years, it's time to teach them a good lesson. When she said this, Lin Wei even clenched her silver teeth lightly and waved her small fists. It was as if it meant that if Brother White Boat's people didn't make a move, he himself would have to personally make a move to teach them a good lesson. Wei, you. Lee Shoyun looked at Lin Wei at this moment, his pupils contracting and his eyes flickering. The daughter who stood before her suddenly gave herself a distinctly unfamiliar feeling. It was as if his daughter had been taken over by someone. But this change actually caused a few moments of happiness to appear in Lee Shoyun's heart. Yes, my daughter, in the past, had low self-esteem, was timid, cowardly, and even stammered because of her own family. Beating? Violence? That kind of stuff would never happen to your own daughter. But now your own daughter. Standing there with her back straightened and standing tall. There was no longer any sign of timidity or cowardice on his face, but instead he was full of confidence. This change is certainly good, yeah. Whose parent doesn't want their child to be able to hold their head up high? Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, and has gained Heaven's Fate villain value plus 100, and 200 more are needed for the villain carousel to open. Lee Shoyun also slowly turned her head to look at Bai Zhou. Although the eyes that looked at Bai Zhou were obviously still a bit timid, the light in them definitely appeared a touch of gratitude. She also knew that this change in her daughter must be this strange man that her daughter had brought back. However, it was obvious that her insight was definitely not as good as Lin Wei's father, and the current her had yet to connect Bai Zhou with the Bai family, one of the 4 great families. Now it is also said. Vivi. You haven't introduced Mom yet. Lin Wei said as he slapped his head a bit in embarrassment. Mom, brother Bai Zhou, he's a classmate from our school, and now he's also my imperial spiritist, and we also signed a life and death contract. Lin Wei seemed to be almost saying that Bai Zhou was the identity of the Bai family's youngest master. But on second thought, it's a little too obvious to say outright that maybe the purpose is a little too obvious, so he changes his tune. A few squirmy smiles appeared on her face as she said the last. What? Lee Shoyun, who heard the words life and death contract, was obviously just as shocked and disbelieving as old Lin was before. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, and has gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 100. However, Lee Shoyun's next reaction was completely different from old Lin's. Lee Shoyun surprisingly calmed down in an instant, her face revealed a smile of relief, pulling Lin Wei's small hand and said, "That's good. That's good, our family Wei Wei has finally found her own imperial spiritist as well." Hearing her mother's words, Lin Wei's small face turned red and she even turned her head to steal a glance at Bai Zhou. Lee Shoyun then explained. "Quickly, Wei Wei, quickly put everything away and clean up the inside of the house. We can't have people standing outside when we have guests." Yikes. Lin Wei also reacted, right. Brother Bai Zhou, wait. After saying that, Lin Wei drilled into the room behind Lee Shoyun with a whoosh. Lee Shoyun still looked at Lin Wei's back and shook her head, this child. Then it turned its head and tenderly said to White Boat. "Can I call you Boat?" White Boat froze, but still nodded and said, "Of course." Lee Shoyun immediately said, "Xiaozhou, can you do Auntie a favor? Help Auntie to do some coke back, Auntie alone is a bit." "Of course, where do you think it is, I?" But before Bai Zhou could finish his sentence, Lee Shoyun interrupted and said, "Don't, I'll take you there, you come with Auntie." With that, Lee Shoyun took the lead and left the compound. White Boat didn't think much about it and turned to follow. Outside the yard, the screams were gone, and so were the people. Bai Zhou wasn't surprised, but Lee Shoyun she actually wasn't surprised either. Bai Zhou followed Lee Shoyun in 7 turns to the middle of an alley, just as Bai Zhou was about to open his mouth to ask where the coke was. Plop! With a sound, Lee Shoyun unexpectedly knelt directly and straight in front of Bai Zhou. To the White Boater startled and said, "Auntie, what are you doing?" But I never thought that Lee Shoyun with tears raised his head to look at his eyes, that pupil among. There is actually hate. Chapter 80 Auntie, what's your little secret? It was because of the obvious hatred amongst Lee Shoyun's pupils. It made White Boat freeze. It was even starting to get tense, mentally chanting. I can't be the one who did something wrong to Lee Shoyun when I was young, right? Could it be that Lin Wei is my daughter? You can really fart. When people were young, Lee Shoyun, you were still trying to figure out how to make holes. Amount. Of course, talking about the original White Boat, not the crossover White Boat. It was also the moment when Bai Zhou froze in his tracks that Lee Shoyun's voice with a wiping of her crying voice had already come out. I don't care who you are, and I don't know why you're approaching Vivi. But what happened back then had nothing to do with Wei Wei. Wei Wei wasn't even born at that time. Will you please not hurt my daughter? Also, I don't have what you want anymore. What you want is long gone, it's gone. Listening to Lee Shoyun's words, Bai Zhou's pupils contracted heavily. Couldn't help but exclaim in my mind, holy crap, it's like I'm hearing something extraordinary. Yes. Lee Shoyun is treating herself like someone. Who's the you guys? And that thing Lee Shoyun said, what is it? For this kind of thing, White Boat was completely unclear. It was true that the original was not explained at all, perhaps there was some ambiguity, but White Boat couldn't remember. But White Boat wasn't surprised. Because that previous Zhao Gang, the Anti-Four Families organization, was never mentioned in the original. After all, the original was only explaining the plot from Chu Yun's point of view. There must be something else special outside of Chu Yun's perspective. Take for example these things that Lee Shoyun set out on her knees at this moment. The original Chu Yun ended after helping Lee Shoyun solve today's trouble, so it was natural to be a guest inside someone's home. But there's absolutely nothing like this now. White Boat can understand, after all, Chu Yun grew up with Lin Wei apiece, people as a mother and Chu Yun also know each other. Naturally, he wouldn't suspect anything, but he, himself, was a complete stranger to Lee Shoyun. So, Bai Zhou was now curious to know what this secret that Lee Shoyun held was. The best way to threaten Lee Shoyun is to go along with his words. Ma'am, you don't want your daughter to get hurt, do you? Something like that. But, White Boat and Lin Wei were in a life and death contract. The two sides are sensing each other. He had sensed that Lin Wei was approaching this way. If one were to actually say that at this time, it would inevitably be seen by Lin Wei. Then his previous adjustments to Lin Wei could be a lost cause. Thus, Bai Zhou directly reached out and pulled Li Xiuyun up from the ground. After all, Bai Zhou was a level 5 Imperial Spirit Master, and it was still easy to pull up a Li Xiuyun. It was followed by an immediate statement as well. Auntie what on earth are you talking about? What reason could I have to approach Lin Wei? You can't be thinking that because Lin Wei is an E-ranked spirit lady, no Imperial Spiritist will be able to look at her, right? Auntie, I can tell you responsibly that Lin Wei's existence has a special meaning to me. Leaving aside the fact that Lin Wei might have hidden attributes, even if she's just a mere E-ranked spirit lady, I'd still choose to sign a contract with her. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, the villain carousel has been opened. Will the host start the lottery? Whiteboat didn't feel surprised by the generation of the system beep. Because he counted the time. Lin Wei, who was walking over, but he just happened to hear this. Just as Whiteboat expected. Lin Wei just poked his head out. With a whoosh, he dug back in. Her back was pressed against the wall behind her, her cheeks slightly flushed, her hands covering her small face, and she was still mentally chanting. Brother Whiteboat. What are you talking about? Pretending to memorize lines, of course. As for Lin Wei's mother, it seemed that she had also seen behind Bai Zhou, and her own daughter's little head that had flashed out had shrunk back again. So the first choice was to shut up. It was as if there was something that he didn't want Lin Wei to know. That's good. That's good. Although Li Xiuyun said so on her lips, she didn't have much trust in her eyes when she looked at Bai Zhou. However, Whiteboat didn't care. After all, don't trust me. If you don't tell me, I'm really eyeing that thing you're talking about. Li Xiuyun had already turned her head toward the depths. Xiaozhou, why don't you come and help Auntie carry this frame of carbon back piece by piece? Okay. Bai Zhou knew that this Li Xiuyun had her own message in her heart. But again, he was in no hurry. Time will tell. On the way back with Li Xiuyun, Lin Wei was already running home ahead of him. Bai Zhou also said to the system in his head. Open the big wheel. Although Li Xiuyun is beside himself, but this big carousel Li Xiuyun cannot see anything. So it doesn't affect Whiteboat's play at all. Ding! The huge turntable spun rapidly, and as the speed decreased, a faint purple glow lit up. Bai Zhou also skimmed his mouth and mentally chanted. But it's been a few times since I've drawn anything good. At the same time that this spat of Whiteboats fell, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the purple quality reward, the Mirror of Omniscience. Whiteboat. System, that's not right, is it? Can you still draw duplicates with the system reward? Yeah, well, isn't that a wasted opportunity? This was a big carousel that he had worked so hard to accumulate so much villainous value to open through various, verbal, and physical endeavors. I'm warning you, don't give me the whole final interpretation is in the hands of the system thing. It seemed like the system had heard Whiteboat's warning. The beep sounded again. Ding! Mirror of Omniscience fusion, detected host's Mirror of Omniscience level increase. Listening to the system beep in his head, Bai Zhou realized that the Mirror of Omniscience was summoned uncontrollably in the middle of the void above his head. And, at that moment, the Mirror of Omniscience was emitting a faint glow. After the light fell, Bai Zhou realized that the size of the Mirror of Omniscience seemed to have expanded quite a bit. And Whiteboat was pretty sure that he hadn't asked the Mirror of Omniscience to irradiate a certain target. But this Mirror of Omniscience was surprisingly appearing, circle after circle, as if it were a radar-like line. Even the silhouettes of the buildings spreading roughly 500 meters around with himself at the center were presented with a kind of God's perspective. This good guy. The corner of Bai Zhou's mouth twitched as he looked at the image displayed above the Mirror of Omniscience. This is evolving into sonar, is it? But what's the point of this thing? Bai Zhou was still worried that his Mirror of Omniscience's previous function had been topped, and immediately shone the Mirror of Omniscience on Li Xiuyun's body. Luckily, the familiar text still appeared. It seems like that kind of full system radar map seems to be a new feature brought about by that so-called mirror fusion of the system, after leveling up? But what the hell is this thing? Before Whiteboat could open his mouth to ask the system again. Suddenly, a bright golden light flickered among the virtual images of the Mirror of Omniscience. This bright light flickered for only a split second, but Whiteboat knew that he was definitely not mistaken. So this seems to be Lin Wei's house? Buzz. The bright light was surprisingly flickering once again. This caused Bai Zhou's gaze to shrink slightly, so this point of light represents something Lin Wei? Or is it something else? It seemed like White Boat's attention had been focused on this point of light. In the next second, the virtual impact on the mirror of omniscience was actually magnified. The overall structure of Lin Wei's house appeared clearly above the mirror. And White Boat also saw a small humanoid silhouette that was nervously pacing back and forth in the middle of the courtyard. Apparently this one is Lin Wei. And that golden point of light now actually appeared in the middle of Li Xiaoyun's bedroom. Looking at the glittering place, White Boat's pupils flickered gently. Turning his head to look at Li Xiaoyun beside him, the corner of his mouth also raised a faint arc. 80%, that thing that Li Xiaoyun said in her mouth is not lost at all. Chapter 81. Seeing that, it's my young masters. Bai Zhou had already rejoined Li Xiaoyun in the middle of this shabby little courtyard of the Lin family. Lin Wei's appearance at this time looked very constricted and he didn't even dare to raise his eyes to look at Bai Zhou. However, the faint joy in his eyes could not be hidden at all. Not to mention Bai Zhou, even Li Xiaoyun was able to see clearly. Looking at this daughter of hers like this, Li Xiaoyun all but sighed helplessly in her heart. It was as if she felt that she, a silly girl, had been cheated by someone and had to count the money for them. Of course she was aware that Lin Wei must have heard White Boat's words just now. But right now, Li Xiaoyun basically had no trust in Bai Zhou. Naturally, he took all of Bai Zhou's words as falsehoods intentionally used to cajole himself and his daughter. But, wouldn't you say, she was right? Bai Zhou said that kind of thing solely to achieve his own goals, and he knew that Lin Wei really ate it up. Bai Zhou knew every major character in the original and knew what kind of personality each of these major characters had. Therefore, the way he treated Lin Wei, Long Ying, and even that Shen, the way he adjusted was specifically tailored for them. This was something that White Boat still possessed absolute confidence in. And Li Xiaoyun definitely didn't want Lin Wei to know certain secrets right now. So also, he deliberately pretended to be enthusiastic and opened his mouth to Bai Zhou. Xiao Zhou, thank you for helping Auntie, quick, get in the house, get in the house. Saying that, he also enthusiastically took Bai Zhou, and Lin uniquely walked into the middle of the room with him. This room was small, basically, it was about the same size as the bathroom in White Boat's house. Where White Boat had put the bathtub, a double bed was set up. Apparently, that's the bed where the Lin family usually sleeps. A table next to the bed and 3 chairs next to the table. Come on, sit down. White Boat sat down naturally on the chair. However, his attention was nowhere else, always focused on the mirror of omniscience in the middle of the void above his head. And just as White Boat entered this room, the image on the realm of the void zoomed in once again, spreading out the plane of the entire room's virtual shadow. The exact location of the object that was emitting a golden glow also appeared clearly in front of Bai Zhou's eyes. Against the guidance of the mirror of omniscience, White Boat realized. At this moment, Li Xiaoyun, who was warmly entertaining herself, was standing on top of the golden light. Even moved the chair that wasn't on this side and sat on it. The corner of Bai Zhou's mouth slightly raised in an arc. This Li Xiaoyun obviously didn't know that he had something like the mirror of omniscience to see clearly. Her current action was also a subconscious attempt to protect the so-called thing. Bai Zhou was now even more curious about what the hell this thing that didn't appear in the original plot was. However, at this moment, White Boat still didn't move and put away the mirror of omniscience. After all, he had already found that so-called thing under the floor tiles under Li Xiaoyun's seat. Knowing the exact location, then this thing already belonged to young Master White Boat. White Boat and the others had originally come here after lunch. So Li Xiaoyun didn't need to work hard to prepare anything. Lin Wei just pulled Li Xiaoyun into a lot of physical talk. White Boat then chimed in with a smile. It wasn't until the sun was a bit low in the sky that Lin Wei reluctantly said goodbye to Li Xiaoyun because he had to go to the hospital to take care of his own father. In fact, Lin Wei had mentioned more than once that she wanted Li Xiaoyun to go uptown with her. On the one hand, you don't need to worry about those assholes coming over and harassing you on a daily basis anymore. On the other hand, you can still meet every day and take care of your father along with yourself. But Li Xiaoyun still chose to refuse. Lin Wei didn't know what the reason was, but Bai Zhou knew. Li Xiaoyun, the woman, but she has to guard her treasure. However, after Bai Zhou and Lin Wei said goodbye to Li Xiaoyun, they didn't just leave and take the bus home. Instead, after leaving this village, White Boat snapped his fingers to the side. A black-clothed man instantly appeared at Bai Zhou's side, while Bai Zhou also directly opened his mouth and asked, "How did it go?" In the midst of Lin Wei's little girl's puzzled gaze, the man in black immediately nodded and said, "Young master, as per your request, we left that group of people alive. As expected of young master, they didn't go to the hospital first, but went to their lair to find their boss to report the situation. The corners of Baijiu's mouth lifted slightly after hearing this and he nodded his head. Very well, lead the way. Yes. The man in black immediately turned his head, however, he suddenly turned his head once again as if he had remembered something and said to Baijiu. By the way, young master, just now news came from the hospital side that Tang Tao is looking for you, young master. Oh? Hearing this, Baijiu slightly froze and subconsciously said, he changed a little chirp for Chu Yun and actually didn't run away? Jojo? The black-clothed man's expression instantly became strange. Lin Wei, on the other hand, asked very innocently, Brother Baijiu, what is little Jojo? Baijiu looked at Lin Wei, and suddenly the image of a little chirp appeared in his mind, and he wanted to laugh a little, but still said. In the future you'll. Forget it, you won't know about it later, it's fine, it's not important. Oh, okay. Lin Wei's greatest strength was obedience. White Boat's side had turned his head to the man in black. If he wants me, you let him come here, now you take me to business. Yes, young master. The man in black turned around after saying that and quickly headed directly in one direction. And Baijiu also directly took Lin Wei's small hand and followed. The current Lin Wei was used to the matter of holding hands with Baijiu, but she still blinked her own big eyes in confusion and asked. Brother Baijiu, where are we going? Hearing this question, a faint smile hung on Baijiu's face as he was waiting for Lin Wei to open his mouth and ask. Naturally, he said directly. Going to fix a little problem for Auntie Li, of course. My mom? Lin only froze. White Boat nodded and said. As you can see, Auntie Li is unwilling to follow you uptown piece by piece, but then, Auntie Li has no one to protect her. What if Wang De Gun's group makes a comeback after we leave, won't Auntie suffer again? So, how could I, as your sentinel, let this happen to your mom? Every time he said this, Baijiu couldn't help but feel a bit of scalp numbness, not used to it, really not used to it. But... Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, and has gained Heaven's Fate villain value plus 100, and 9,900 is still needed for the villain carousel to open. Look! Just this system beep represented how effective White Boat's adjusted approach was. A faint touch flickered among Lin Wei's pupils. But with some urgency. Brother Baijiu, but my mom told me that their group is very uncomplicated, will we be able to do it? After hearing this, the smile on Baijiu's face even looked a bit contemptuous as he directly said. They're not simple? Then your brother White Boat is simple? Listening to Baijiu's words, Lin Wei froze slightly. That does sound like a bit of a stinker. But... Lin Wei also had to admit that the other person, Baijiu, was right. He, Baijiu, is the youngest master of the Bai family, one of the 4 great families, can this be simple? Meanwhile, not far from here was a, somewhat dilapidated-looking warehouse. The outside looked like it had been deserted for who knows how long, and the inside looked surprisingly like a different world. It was brightly lit, with huge crystal lamps hanging from the high ceilings. In the middle of a huge hall, there were a dozen or so pillars with various intricate carvings on them. The tables, chairs and benches in it give it an even more quaint feel. The depths even separated several rooms, all with closed doors. But whether it's a furniture display or not, it seems out of place following a civilian area and the few people who had been brutally beaten up by White Boat's men today were among them. Of course, they weren't the only ones inside the hall, there were countless other punks standing around. The only thing that was right in the center, on a comfortable sofa, sat a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s. This man looked different from the surrounding punks at a glance, sitting there with an invisible aura emanating from him. There was also a scantily clad woman in his arms. One of the man's hands was still among the woman's skirts. In front of so many people, I don't know what I'm doing, but anyway, this woman is flamboyant. However, none of the group below dared to fix their eyes brightly on the woman. At this time, that body wrapped in thick gauze in front of Wang De Cannon is still a little nervous to say. Boss, are you sure you don't want to do it yourself? I have a feeling that the kid we met today is a bit uncomplicated. Chapter 82, weren't you quite a bully just now? Ha! Hearing Wang De Gun's tense and nervous voice, the man sitting on the couch said with a sudden, contemptuous laugh. What is that identity of Li Xiaoyun? And what kind of trash is that daughter of hers? What kind of a kid can be involved with them, but just a waste of a hugger, and you need me to go? Joke. This statement was made. A snort of laughter erupted from inside the entire hall. Yeah. What's worthy of making the boss fight? Brother Wang, have you gotten bolder with age? The smelly expressions on the faces of each of these punks inside the hall were even more pronounced than their boss's pretentious voices. I've heard that Li Shoyun's daughter, that Lin Wei, just completed her transformation awakening 2 days ago, and only awakened in E-rank quality. Our brothers and sisters still have a lot of D-rank talent, isn't E-rank pure crap? What kind of hook-8 thing could a Gorgon who can make a contract with an E-rank spirit lady be? One of them even turned his head to look at one of the punks beside him and said, "You're also a D-ranked spiritualist, aren't you? Given the chance, would you contract an E-rank spirit lady?" Next to him, this person directly shook his head and said, "Am I crazy? I'm D-ranked, so I should at least find a D-ranked spirit lady. It's not much use, but it's way better than E-rated crap." But the other man next to him said with a faintly lewd look on his face, "Lin Wei, that girl, I've seen aside, although it is said to be a bit dried up because of the yin and yang malady, but that face is really clear. If this can get Lin Wei back, let us brothers." "Shut up." The kid hadn't even finished his sentence when a man next to him let out a loud cry. "The boss is still here, what's the matter with you, kid?" Right. The lewd punk said with a sardonic smile on his face. "Of course we have to honor the boss, hey, we'll just watch from the sidelines." Ha 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 ha. The man sitting on the couch let out a kind of open-hearted laugh as he listened to the group below. As soon as he pushed the woman beside him away, his palms also wiped on the woman's skirt before he said, "Hearing you guys say that, big brother, I'm actually a bit interested. Wang Degun, do you hear me? Don't think you're cowering just because you've taken a beating. I'll give you everyone to take out. If you still can't solve this situation and have to let me do it myself, big brother, I'm going to start doubting your ability to do your job." As the words fell, a cold aura instantly swept from this big brother's body towards Wang Degun. Wang Degun's plump body suddenly trembled heavily and his face turned white. At this instant he actually felt a life and death crisis. With fine sweat hanging on his forehead, he immediately nodded his head, "Yes. Yes, big brother, I promise. Guarantee to complete the mission." Aha! Hearing Wang Degun's words, this big brother also nodded his head in satisfaction, and the icy aura on his body slowly receded. Reaching out, the woman he'd pushed away automatically stuck to him again. The voice that spoke was also much softer. "Go on, if your group really can't even solve those few losers, I will take action myself." That bland tone just sounds so forced. The group of punks inside the hall instantly stood still, and one by one, they were about to beat their chests to give this big brother the assurance of completing the mission. A male voice that sounded even more flirtatious than his voice did, but it rang out at this time. "There's no need to go to all this trouble, you might as well just go ahead and strike." The moment this voice came out, this big brother instantly had a cold light in his eyes. "Who?" After a cold snort, all the punks inside the hall were the first to turn their heads in the direction of the main entrance. But the doors were still closed there, and there was no one there anywhere. But among this group of punks, only Wang Degun did not turn his head. At this moment, Wang Degun's pupils instantly dilated, raising his own meaty finger to point at his big brother. Big brother, you. Wang Cannon's voice trembled as he spoke, and he couldn't stop the shock among his pupils, and even carried a point of fear. This big brother frowned. "What are you going to say, kid? What the are you stuttering about? You. Wang Degun's voice was still trembling. And that bashful voice from earlier sounded from behind big brother at that moment. He probably meant to say, behind you. Ding. Detected plus 444 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 9850 more needed for villain carousel to open. That's right, secondary supporting cast. In the original, the role of this big brother is really quite a lot. But now is not a good time to popularize this thing. The first moment the voice came, this big brother let out a low roar. Snap. The ground slapped the woman beside him right on the bag of grain. That woman instantly turned into a bit of white light, and in a flash it turned into a sharp dagger that landed in the big brother's hand. And this big brother didn't even turn around either, directly stabbing his back. There was a sound, and it was clear that the blow had fallen short for him. But he wasn't surprised. The first time he did a forward roll, he rolled off the couch and distanced himself from his own back, turning his head and taking a stance with his dagger in hand. As for the other punks inside the hall, they were all baffled at this point. They had absolutely no idea why a stranger had blended in from outside. All appeared in their big brother's back. This is if they were to change, that 80% would have been wiped out of the neck. Big brother was also able to see the visitor clearly at this time. A young man who looked to be under 20 years old stood next to a woman who looked a little thin. The molds are all human and harmless. But by what authority did they appear behind them silently? Kid, who are you? Of course this big brother is trying to figure them out. But Wang Dagun had already opened his mouth trembling. Big brother, he is. It's Pa. This big brother Abibi directly to Wang Dagun slapped out, shut up you. His own little brother was so scared out of his wits that he couldn't even speak clearly, and he felt ashamed. However, Wang Dagun's reaction had also proved everything. This big brother also slowly stood up straight, his body faintly said. You kid, you're the concubine that Li Shouyun's daughter found, right? His tone of voice had relaxed quite a bit, obviously not putting Bai Zhou and the others in his eyes at all. White Boat scratched his chin slightly before saying. You're talking tough and I'm a little pissed off right now. This big brother actually said with a bit of an exasperated laugh. How dare you think I'm hard to talk to? Kid, Li Shouyun's daughter just awakened 2 days ago, you too, right? Signing an E-rank spirit lady, an imperial spiritist with only a measly level 1 dares to speak up in front of me? How dare you? Bai Zhou spread his hands and bristled. The person who said that to me last time is dead now. I told you to go down and accompany him now. What Bai Zhou didn't expect was that this sentence was actually said by this big brother. It's like he's stealing his own lines. But it doesn't matter anymore. This big brother held a dagger in his hand, his body was even vaporized on the spot, and the whole person killed towards White Boat like a ghost. However, Bai Zhou just gently hooked Lin Wei's small hand. The gentian bright silver spear Herculeanly completed its transformation. Just now, Bai Zhou had already seen the strength of this big brother and his spirit mother clearly through the mirror of omniscience. Level 5. Yes, it's really the same as the squad leader who died. And while his spirit nymph was a dagger, similar to an assassin's weapon, the kind suitable for sneak attacks in the dark, the same was true of the skill he was now casting. But in the face of absolute power, all the fancy stuff is futile. Like right now, for example, isn't his body vaporized, making it impossible to capture? White Boat only slowly lifted the gentian bright silver gun and used the hilt to clang. The sound slammed on the ground. A wave of air mixed with a huge amount of power instantly erupted out. With a woo sound, that big brother's originally vaporized body instantly reappeared. And it also flew out directly backwards in the middle of such an airwave. Touch! The man slammed into a pillar before he managed to stop himself. Ding! Detected secondary supporting character receiving plus 50 physical damage, plus 666 psychic damage, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 9,750 to open. Put! The big brother who fell to the ground immediately covered his chest and spewed out a mouthful of blood, and for the first time, a kind of fear appeared among his gaze. No. No way, you. How could you? You. But White Boat scratched the back of his head with a naive face and said, I'm sorry, mostly I didn't realize. Weren't you quite powerful just now? Now how come you can't even carry a single shock damage from my E-rank spirit lady? You. PFF. Another mouthful of blood came from the elder brother. Ding! Detected secondary supporting character receiving plus 10 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 9,650 to open. Chapter 83. Are you tired, Mr. Grandpa? Would you like to sit down for a while? This big brother had a face of pain, but at this moment, he still didn't forget to hiss at the 20 to 30 punks inside this hall. You guys just stand around and watch? Give it to me. Listen to this big brother hiss. Unexpectedly, these 20 to 30 punks actually looked at me. I looked at you, one by one, their faces were stiff, no one dared to approach. Just now they were laughing at Wang Dagun. And they're giving their big brother a pat on the back for getting the job done. Now that they've seen the main man, why don't they have the will to do anything? Even pushing and shoving each other. You go first. Bull, why don't you go first? I'll be right behind you, I'll back you up. Although they all kept pushing and shoving each other, the distance between their group and white boat was getting farther and farther off. This big brother's face is black. Ding! Detected secondary supporting character taking psychic damage plus 999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 9600 to open. Gritting his bloodied teeth. Bunch of losers. Bunch of ing losers. When I get rid of this kid, the first thing I'll do is get rid of you guys. Accompanied by this big brother's gnashing of teeth and hissing. Once again, a strange fluctuation appeared on his body. Swish, swish, swish twice. The big brother, who was still only one, suddenly appeared with two doppelgangers. The three men rose from the ground at the same time. The image caused a crowd of punks to gasp. This is the first time they've seen this peculiar image. The group's retreating steps came to a halt. His own big brother became three to fight one, that before that kid must be finished off. Big brother just said he's going to kill us after he kills that kid? Holy. No, this is the time to behave. Big brother. I'll help you. The first person who reacted the fastest didn't know who it was. Wah-wah. With open teeth and claws, it rushed towards White Boat. The group of punks behind them also reacted, and one by one, they also sighed with a secret sigh that the opportunity to perform had been snatched up. But still, they swarmed towards the White Boat. But this big brother didn't care at all about what kind of attack power that group of punks could break out. Miso miso miso. Three air-breaking sounds sounded at the same time, shooting towards the White Boat. Compared to the surprised look of the group of punks, Baijiu could act much more normal. It was because he had long since seen the skills of this big brother spirit lady through the mirror of omniscience. The previous one, voiding, was also, and now this shadow divergence-like skill likewise belonged to his spirit mother. However, this doesn't mean that his spirit lady is of high quality and has many natural skills. After all, the skill thing is something that can also be learned through later stages. It was only that in order to maintain the purity of their power, some spiritual masters or spirit maidens would not choose to learn a skill that was not absolutely suitable or of excellent quality. But this kid was indeed lucky. This skill that his own spirit lady had learned was still just enough to match her own weapon attributes. But it's still the same thing. In the face of absolute power, all frills are futile. Facing the three big brother figures, Baijiu's gaze always remained on the one on the far left. This was also something that Baijiu had only just discovered, that the mirror of omniscience had a wonderful use after completing its evolution. It's that God's perspective modeling vignette. Doesn't zooming in allow you to see silhouettes inside the area? Only the silhouette of the leftmost big brother was reflected on this mirror of omniscience, and the remaining two didn't have any shadows revealed at all. Doesn't that prove that only this big brother on the far left is real? The corner of Baijiu's mouth lifted slightly. Rage Za. The second of the dragon's guts bright silver spear's natural skill was instantly activated. The control effect brought about by the skill caused the leftmost big brother to instantly stop in his tracks as he rushed towards himself. And just because of the main body's stagnation, the other two phantoms also stopped themselves in an instant. An unprecedented fear rose in Big Brother's heart. Next. Clang. But the two figures instantly spat out blood and flew backwards. Except for this big brother. The dagger in his hand was also instantly shattered, and the spirit lady was directly knocked back into her human form. Big brother flipped 720 degrees in the sky before he landed heavily on his back. And his spirit Nyang was even worse than him. After being knocked back to her original form, she directly fainted with blood pouring from her 7 orifices. Ding. Detected secondary supporting character receiving plus 100 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 9,500 to open. Ding. Detected secondary supporting character receiving plus 50 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gaining plus 100 divine destiny villain value, 9,400 more needed for the villain carousel to open. The sharp system beep fell quickly. The other two phantoms of that big brother disappeared the moment his spirit mother was knocked back into her original form. Those punks who rushed towards the white boat hadn't gotten much closer to it yet. The hissing sound from his mouth instantly came to an abrupt end. It was the fastest reacting punk who rushed to the front of the line that did the most damage. He didn't even know where he copied his stool from, and took advantage of this time to raise it high, ready to smash it over toward White Boat. But now at this instant, this group of people's footsteps were once again braked in place. The punk at the front held up the stool in his hand, all stiffened in mid-air. And at this time, White Boat only gently rotated the gentian bright silver gun in his hand and turned his head to look at this punk who had rushed to the forefront and said teasingly, "Yo! Working out?" The punk suddenly trembled violently. Cluck cluck cluck. It wasn't the sound of him showing his chicken feet, it was the sound of his upper and lower teeth constantly creating a clash out of fear. Immediately after that he squeezed out an ugly smile as he slowly lowered the stool in his hand. "This. Grandpa. I see that you are tired after standing for half a day, so I'll bring you a chair so that you can sit down and take a rest. You take your time." As he said this, he placed the stool in his hands. Then without a word, he turned in place and scattered. If you don't say it's still his quick reaction, it's only then that the remaining group of punks started to think about it. They can't beat it, they have to run. Hula! With a sound, the entire inside of the hall was instantly in disarray. Ugh! White Boat sighed quietly. He just raised his finger and snapped it. A few black-clothed men instantly appeared on the path that this group of punks had to take to escape. In the next second, miserable screams immediately rose and fell in the middle of this splendid hall. And White Boat didn't care about that anymore. With a slight loosening of his hand, the gentian bright silver gun slowly transformed into a small beauty. Lin Wei landed beside Bai Zhou. She saw the group of punks who were being beaten and bloodied, and her face skimmed a bit oddly. But then White Boat spoke in a smooth manner. "They have to be given a lesson, or else they'll still dare to bully Auntie Li when I'm gone." "I understand." At this time, Lin Wei had already gone through White Boat's adjustments to become greatly changed from before. Just for example, if the previous Lin Wei encountered this kind of image, then he would definitely hide and not be able to bear to look at it. But now she could greatly pull on Bai Zhou's big hand, blinking her big eyes crisply. "Thank you, brother White Boat, Mom will be very happy when she finds out." "That's good." White Boat was very happy with the results of his adjustments. Then he patted Lin Wei's small hand and said, "Just wait for me here, brother Bai Zhou still has a small matter to deal with." Although she didn't know what Bai Zhou was going to do, Lin Wei nodded her head obediently and loosened her hands. Instead, Bai Zhou walked straight towards the big brother who had been knocked to the ground unconscious by himself. After walking closer, Bai Zhou directly grabbed this big brother's hair and rawly pulled him up from the ground. "Ah!" He screamed, but sounded a little weaker. Ding! Detected secondary supporting character taking +2 physical damage, +999 psychic damage, gaining +100 divine destiny villain value, 9,300 more needed for the villain carousel to open. But White Boat didn't care about that and said to this big brother indifferently, "Now we can sit down and have a nice chat." Chapter 84. It's quite a piece of work, hey? White Boat grabbed his big brother's hair like this, amidst his big brother's weak cries of pain. Dragging this big brother into the middle of the second room on the left-hand side at the back of this hall. There were at least 5 rooms at the back of this hall, so why did White Boat choose this room? Because among the Mirror of Omniscience, there was a golden flash that was similar to the one that was in Li Xiuyun's house before, but a little bit darker comparatively, that appeared right in the middle of this room. Bai Zhou knew that this was the chance, or treasure, that Xiuyun had obtained in the original story when he came here to thieve. So without hesitation, Bai Zhou directly threw this big brother in, while he himself also walked in before closing the door of the room from the inside. As for Lin Wei, who was still outside, there was absolutely no need for him to worry about his own well-being, because his own White family's men had all come. They were definitely capable of protecting the current White family's youngest grandmother. After entering the room, Bai Zhou also spoke directly to the half-dead big brother. "Your name is Zhang Yong, right?" Ding! Detected +444 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained +50 divine destiny villain value, 9,250 more needed for the villain carousel to open. "You?" Zhang Yong's voice was slightly difficult. "Who are you? How do you know about me?" "It's not knowing, it's White Boat remembering." This Zhang Yong can be called a secondary supporting character, and it does exist in the original with a lot of drama. It was when the original Xiuyun came here, although the way he handled it was not the same as himself, I guess, he did use thunderous means to deal with everyone. This Zhang Yong, as a level 5 Imperial Spiritist, actually could not defeat Xiuyun, who was still only a mere level 3 at the time, as well as Lin Wei. However, the battle between Chu Yun and Zhang Yong was much tougher than himself, and Chu Yun was also playing his cards right. After all, for him this was considered a cross-level battle. But as the protagonist, how could Chu Yun lose? Later on, this Zhang Yong didn't know if he could see how powerful Chu Yun was or what, so he begged for forgiveness, hoping that Chu Yun could take him in as a junior brother. Chu Yun had really done just that, and this Zhang Yong really did have some talent in there. Integrating all of the punk forces in the civilian area, which to a certain extent had all provided Chu Yun with quite a bit of preliminary reserve power yet. But this was all Chu Yun's business and had nothing to do with Bai Zhou, who also directly asked the same answer that Chu Yun had also asked in the original. Why are you targeting Li Xiaoyun? Zhang Yong's eyes also flickered slightly as he listened to Bai Zhou's question, and he gritted his teeth, but still said, "Someone else asked me to do it, for reasons I don't know exactly." That answer is exactly the same as in the original. White Boat spoke again, "Who told you to do it?" Zhang Yong shook his head, "I don't know, I've never met my upline, he just posts missions for me, that's all." Again, the answer is the same as stated in the original. But for Bai Zhou, this wasn't the answer he wanted. If it were before, it might really be possible to muddle through here in White Boat. But today, Bai Zhou knew that Li Xiaoyun's hands possessed a treasure. It's something outside of the original plot depiction. It is not certain that this Zhang Yong he really has something that was not written in the original. Therefore, the corner of Bai Zhou's mouth lifted slightly. "Looks like you don't want to cooperate, that's not going to help, so don't blame me." While saying that, Bai Zhou walked towards Zhang Yong, who was thrown on the ground by himself. Ding! Detected plus 555 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 9,200 more needed for villain carousel to open. You? What are you doing? Zhang Yong braced himself on the ground and backed up quickly. Don't you come near. I really don't know anything. I really. Ka-ching. With a crunching sound, one of Zhang Yong's fingers directly bent 90 degrees in reverse. Ding. Detected secondary supporting character receiving plus 5 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gaining plus 100 divine destiny villain value, 9,100 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Zhang Yong's miserable screams instantly exploded. Ah! My hand, ah! As the saying goes, 10 fingers, this stuff really hurts. The pain caused Zhang Yong to roll all over the ground, but Bai Zhou stepped directly on Zhang Yong's back and controlled his body in place. Lowering his head, he asked again, "Now can you tell me the answer I want?" Bean-sized beads of sweat continued to roll off Zhang Yong's head, and his voice was even more disoriented. "I really don't know, Moncler, I really don't know, please don't. Anymore. Ka-ching. Ah. Ding. Detected secondary supporting character receiving plus 5 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 9,000. Aha! Zhang Yong screamed miserably and struggled, but being stepped on by Bai Zhou did not help at all, and he had even started to howl. "I really don't know, I'm telling the truth, ah." White Boat remained in the same position as before, lowering his head and speaking faintly to Zhang Yong. "You're telling the truth? Why am I so unconvinced? How about this, we play a game together, and if you win, I'll believe what you say, how about that?" At this time, what room for resistance did Zhang Yong have? Then of course he nodded his head frantically. "I'll play." "Tell me, what do you want to play?" "I will definitely play, don't worry." Bai Zhou said with a slight smile, "Look, you still have 8 fingers now, I will break them one by one. If all the fingers are broken by me and you don't make any sound, then it's considered that you win, how about it?" Ding. Detected plus 999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, still need 8950 for villain carousel to open. Ding. Mind damage detected to secondary supporting character plus. At this moment, Zhang Yong's face was pale, and a thick despair had appeared among his pupils. But for the sake of his own life, this Zhang Yong actually did bite his back teeth and nodded his head heavily. Ka-ching. Well. Ding. Detected secondary supporting character taking plus 5 bodily damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gained. Ka-ching. Ding. Ka-ching. Ka-ching. Ding. Detected secondary supporting character receiving plus 5 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 8,100 to open. After this system beep fell. A thick surprise appeared amongst Zhang Yong's pupils. He was so happy looking at his 10 fingers that had been completely twisted. Even he felt that he was really good, he actually did not say a word. Okay. Even Bai Zhou was a bit surprised, it's really a tough bone. It's not like people can become a secondary supporting role as a helper to the original Chu Yun. It does have strands of attributes in it. The Zhang Yong's trembling voice rang out, I won, you. Zhang Yong was really excited at this time. He didn't even think at first that he would actually be able to endure this pain of 10 fingers. He was beginning to think that he must be completely finished, but he didn't expect that now, the darkness of the willow will be a village. He even wanted to make a note of the fact that he was so heroic today, so that later on, when he went back, he would pretend with those companions of his, saying how hard his bones really were. But Zhang Yong hadn't even finished his words as he bared his teeth through the severe pain. Knock, 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 there was a knock at the door. White Boat turned his head, speak. The voice of the White family's youngest brother came from outside. Young master, Tang Tao has arrived. Tang Tao? When he heard this name, Bai Zhou's eyes instantly lit up. Yeah, before coming out of Li Xiaoyun's house earlier, didn't my little brother say that Tang Tao was looking for himself? Bai Zhou said that if Tang Tao had something to do, let him come over to find himself, after all, he didn't really have much time to go home right now. And this Tang Tao is really obedient, actually really looking for it, looking for this time is still so. Perfect. Bai Zhou's face had put on a faint smile as he looked down at Zhang Yong, who was lying on the ground with his 10 fingers twisted. For some reason, Zhang Yong suddenly felt some chills down his spine when he saw Bai Zhou's smile. Ding! Detected secondary supporting character taking mind damage plus 99,999, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opens with 8,000 more to go. The next moment he heard White Boat's voice with a bit of anticipation and a smile on his face. Zhang Yong, you're blessed. Chapter 35. Zhang Yong, whose face was pale and who still had a glow of excitement in his tears, instantly froze. What do you mean I'm blessed? I'm blessed, how can you have such a smile on your face? And just in time, a knock came at the door and White Boat turned his head directly. Enter. With that, Tang Tao and his spirit mother carefully walked in from the outside and then didn't forget to close the door to the room for Bai Zhou. And as soon as Tang Tao entered the door, he opened his mouth to Bai Zhou. Young Master Bai, I have satisfactorily completed the task you gave me. Very well. Bai Zhou had already learned what had happened in advance from Dr. Li's mouth, so he didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, he directly sidestepped and made way for Zhang Yong, who was still lying on the ground, and said with a smile. You're just in time, let me introduce you to our new friend, Mr. Zhang Yong. Tang Tao saw Zhang Yong, although he did not know why this Zhang Yong was on the ground. But young Master Bai said that Zhang Yong is a friend. How could he, Tang Tao, dare to neglect young Master Bai's friend? So he immediately went forward and extended his right hand. Hello Mr. Zhang, I'm Tang. Before the words were finished, Tang Tao's palm, which he had extended out to shake hands with Zhang Yong, trembled heavily. Ding! Detected plus 666 psychic damage to the secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 Divine Destiny villain value, 7950 more needed for the villain carousel to open. It wasn't known whether this beep was obtained from Tang Tao or from Zhang Yong's body. Tang Tao anyway is the corner of the eye twitching, well, people this palm of the 5 children's fingers are like this, they still shake hands with others? This is really. Change the grip of one hand. My name is Tang Tao, you. Okay? Ding. Detected plus 777 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained Divine Destiny villain value plus 50, villain carousel still needs 7,900 to open. Both of these ing hands are all like this. Tang Tao turned his head towards Bai Zhou with a strange expression on his face, thinking that this person was really young Master Bai's friend? And White Boat had spoken at that moment. As you can see, our friend's finger has become like this. You are a healer, is there any way to heal him? As soon as Tang Tao heard this, he said with a beat of his chest. Of course. Young Master, this is much simpler than Chu Yun's chicken fillet, this is just a broken bone. After saying this, Tang Tao didn't even need White Boat to request it. Reaching out directly, his spirit mother also understood and turned into a bit of white light. It was only after being held in Tang Tao's hands that Bai Zhou realized that this Tang Tao's spirit lady was actually really a staff-like thing. There is also a bright green jewel at the top. Because the level difference between Tang Tao and himself was simply too great, his mirror of omniscience was unable to probe Tang Tao's information. Now it was also considered the first time Bai Zhou had seen Tang Tao's spirit weapon. If you don't say that people can become healers, the spirit lady they contracted is just that. I just don't know what else the spirit ladies does until level 50. Tang Tao was already grasping the staff in his hands and slowly landed on Zhang Yong's hands. Zhang Yong's hands were immediately enveloped in a green glow. And Zhang Yong also felt a warmth and was surprised to find that the sharp pain on his hands had disappeared. And as the light dissipated, his own 10 fingers really did return as before. Oh my god! Zhang Yong all but looked at his intact hands in amazement. He was only level 5 after all, and had never seen a level 50 plus big brother before. Not to mention having been treated for injuries by an extremely rare being like a healer. Now that it's cut and dried, how amazing is this feeling really? And Zhang Yong immediately turned from a paralyzed state to kneeling, saying to Tang Tao with an excited face, "Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord Healer." But Tang Tao shook his head with a light smile and said, "Mr. Zhang Yong, don't thank me, this is all at young Master Bai's request." Young Master Bai. Zhang Yong silently recited these 3 words and turned his head to see Bai Zhou walking towards him with a smile on his face. He thought that because of his hard-headedness, he had been appreciated by others, so they had specially found a healer to treat his injuries. Zhang Yong was also excited and was just about to open his mouth to Bai Zhou to thank him when he heard Bai Zhou, who had walked close to him, say softly, "Well, the game continues." Zhang Yong? What a game! Tang Tao. Ding. Detected secondary supporting character taking psychic damage plus 9,999, gain divine destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 7,800 to open. Ding. Detected secondary supporting character receiving plus 5 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gaining plus 100 divine destiny villain value, villain carousel still needs 7,700 to open. Tang Tao covered his fingers that were once again broken by Bai Zhou in reverse, hissing and rolling all over the ground. He himself had just thought that people recognized his hardness, appreciated him, and treated him unexpectedly. That's what people mean when they say they're blessed, huh? The game continues? 10 fingers were broken and I survived, so let's heal them and then start breaking them again? What kind of game is this, a game to simply torture me, right? Ding. Detected plus 999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 7,650 more needed for villain carousel to open. And Tang Tao's gaze twitched strangely at that moment. He also thought that he was called by young Master Bai just to heal Zhang Yong's injuries. He had indeed done so himself, but who could have known that the injury was actually caused by young Master Bai himself? Didn't you say he was a friend? What kind of friend is that? And listen to what young Master Bai just said. Is this a game between the two of them? Good lord, what a game to break your fingers for. Ding. Detected plus 555 psychic damage to the secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 7,600 more needed for the villain carousel to open. While Bai Zhou was looking at Zhang Yong who was rolling around on the ground, the bottom of his eyes had revealed that smile that one could tell was very kind and said, "Alright, Zhang Yong, you lost. Don't forget your previous promise to me to give me the answer I want. Otherwise, I'll just have to keep this game going. I say it." Zhang Yong was completely broken at this point. Even if one's bones are hard, one can't afford to break them after you've cured them. At this point, Zhang Yong was already a little lifeless. Sweating profusely, his entire body sat paralyzed as if he was deflated, leaning against the wall behind him, and said slowly, "It's Jiangcheng. It's the 4 great families of Jiangcheng who sent me to harass Li Shouyun." White Boat, who heard this, raised his eyebrows slightly. What 4 families in Jiangcheng again? Bai Zhou still remembered the last time he heard this term was on the day he met Long Ying, from the mouth of one of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng, the Wang family's youngest master. However, Bai Zhou also knew that the so-called 4 great families of Jiangcheng were still brothers among brothers and not worth mentioning in front of the 4 great families represented by the Bai family. However, regarding Lin Wei's mother, Li Shouyun, Bai Zhou really didn't know. And with Zhang Yong's explanation, Bai Zhou also heard a piece of news that made him all very surprised. The Li clan, where Li Shouyun is from, possesses a secret treasure. Because of the existence of this kind of secret treasure, all of the male members of the Lee family for many years have become S-ranked Imperial Spiritists. On the contrary, all of their Lee family's female family members can only become great Imperial Spirit Masters. That secret treasure is like sacrificing the future of all of the Lee family's female family members and accomplishing the future of the Lee family. Nice guy. The white boats who heard this news all had their gazes slightly contracted. How many years have all of them been S-ranked gurus? One must know that Bai Zhou, as the eldest young master of the Bai family, one of the 4 true great families, that had just completed the transmutation awakening when they were all just a measly A rank. And this all male children are all S-class Imperial Spirit Masters. That proves that the Lee family will only grow stronger in the future. As for those female family members who seem to have been sacrificed, of course the Lee family didn't care. After all, they would all be married off when they reached adulthood, and it didn't affect the Lee family in the slightest. But as the saying goes, a piker is a piker. Zhang Yong's eyes flickered with a touch of moroseness. The Li family's flamboyance aroused the dissatisfaction of the current 4 major families in Jiangcheng, so the Li family was tragically exterminated. But the Li family's treasures have disappeared, and now all that's left of the Li family are E-rated women who can't make any waves. And Li Xiaoyun, who ran here alone from Jiangcheng 20 years ago, is the most suspicious, so. You wait a moment. Zhang Yang was still putting the story over here when Bai Zhou interrupted with a raise of his hand. 20 years ago. You were a little kid, weren't you? How could you understand such things? Zhang Yong's expression instantly stiffened. Ding. Detected plus 666 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 75-50 more needed for villain carousel to open. Zhang Yong, I guessed. White boat, what the hell are you? Chapter 86. Who says she's old? She's fantastic. White boat rolled up his sleeves. Zhang Yong was instantly startled and hastily waved his hand in alarm. No, no, no. You listen to me, you listen to me. The only thing about Li Xiaoyun is my guess, but the Li family does have such a secret treasure, and this is accurate news coming from Jiangcheng. Don't hit me. Don't break my fingers, please. Ooh. Ding. Detected plus 999 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 7,500 more needed for villain carousel opening. This Zhang Yong are kneeling on the ground, constantly crying and kowtowing to Bai Zhou. However, Bai Zhou did not really have any intention of making a move against Zhang Yong. He did learn what he wanted to know. That's really not depicted outside of the original plot. That's true, for the original Chu Yun doesn't even need to care about such things. Because he himself was already an SSS-ranked Imperial Spiritist, this kind of treasure that could stabilize the talent of an Imperial Spiritist was of no f-king use to Chu Yun. But for yourself, this stuff is really useful. White Boat's chance by Plunderin. Ji Chu Yun, and the reward of the villainous carousel. It took a lot of effort to raise his sentinel talent, which was only a measly A grade, to the S+ it was now. Although it had produced a qualitative leap, the gap from Chu Yun's SSS was still too obvious. This treasure that sullen Zhang Yong had said had stabilized the Li family's Imperial Spiritist talent at S rank, which wasn't even as high as his own current talent level. But what if it's still useful to you? The golden point of light that was under the floor inside Li Xiaoyun's house earlier had already appeared in his mind. That thing, it was definitely that secret treasure of the Li family that Zhang Yong had mentioned. The corners of Bai Zhou's mouth smiled slightly, not knowing what he was thinking about, a glint of obvious brightness hanging in the bottom of his eyes. And it was also because Bai Zhou thought of the matter of the golden light point that Bai Zhou also immediately said to Tang Tao. Almost forgot about business. Where is the stuff? Hearing Bai Zhou's words, Zhang Yong froze. Stuff? What kind of stuff? The Li family's secret treasure? I haven't gotten it yet. If I had gotten it, why would I still send people to harass Li Xiaoyun? Zhang Yong's smile was somewhat helpless. But White Boat shook his head lightly and said, That's not what I'm talking about, it's the baby you've been hiding. Ding. Detected plus 999 psychic damage to the secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 7450 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Zhang Yong's expression instantly became unnatural and said, You? What are you talking about? I'm just a 5th level Imperial Spirit Master, so weak, where else can I? Ka-ching. Aha. Ding. Detected secondary supporting character taking plus 5 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, gaining plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 7,400 more needed for the villain carousel to open. There. I have. Zhang Yong could no longer stand White Boat, who could not move without laying a hard hand on himself, and did not hesitate any longer. It's in the safe behind the desk, code 9527. Wasn't it finished earlier? Bai Zhou stood up from in front of Zhang Yong and said as he walked towards the back of the table while waving at Tang Tao. Tang Tao, come over here and give his fingers a little treatment in. Ding. Detected plus 999 psychic damage to the secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 7350 more needed for the villain carousel to open. No. There's no need to bother Healer-sama. Zhang Yong spoke in panic. I'm done going to the hospital myself. Just go to the hospital yourself and get treated. Yes, Zhang Yong, but he didn't dare to accept Tang Tao's treatment anymore. If you give yourself a second to cure it, won't you become someone else's toy again? Zhang Yong naturally did not accept his blessing, and Bai Zhou no longer cared. He had already found the safe that Zhang Yong had mentioned and took out the most important purpose of his trip from it. This is the original Chuyun thieves do not go empty, come here to take away a treasure. Tang Tao also looked puzzled as he looked at the object in Bai Zhou's hand. This is actually a mask? Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, and has gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 500. And 6850 is still needed for the villain carousel to open. The system's beep sounded at the same time as Bai Zhou raised this mask. A faint smile appeared on Bai Zhou's face before he said, "That's not an ordinary mask." While saying that, White Boat slowly put this mask on his face. In the next second, a weird, light-on-the-go fluctuation came from White Boat's body. And Tang Tao instantly widened his own eyes and couldn't help but let out a low cry. Geez. How did this happen? Outside of the room, Lin Wei, who was honestly sitting there waiting for White Boat, looked back at the closed door of that room from time to time. There was still a glimmer of worry hanging in the back of her eyes. Just now, a kind of mournful scream could constantly be heard from inside the room. Then Lord Healer Tang Tao went in. Brother Bai Zhou isn't in any danger, is he? Splat. The sound of what sounded like some kind of glass breaking came from inside the room again. Lin Wei stood up nervously, and in the next second, her pupils even shrunk heavily. Why can't I feel Brother Bai Zhou's aura anymore? That's right, when Bai Zhou was talking to Li Shouyun before, it was because he could detect the proximity of Lin Wei, who was in a life and death contract with himself, and that's why he made Bai Zhou pretend to say those words. White Boat could feel Lin Wei, and Lin Wei could naturally feel White Boat. But now, Lin Wei's voice proves this connection and bond, as if he suddenly lost his smile? She couldn't help but take a couple steps toward that room, but soon stopped where she was with gritted teeth. No, Brother Bai Zhou told me to wait for him here. I have to be good before I do that. And since Lord Tang Tao is also here, Brother Bai Zhou will definitely not be in trouble. Yeah. Your brother Bai Zhou won't be in trouble, but your mother Li Shouyun can seem to be in trouble. It was completely dark by now. Especially since this is still a civilian area and electricity is a problem. That's why it looks dark between the low houses. But right here in the middle of the darkness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few crisp cracks rang out without warning. The 7 black-clothed men, even masked, as if they had merged with the night, silently appeared in the middle of Li Shouyun's compound. The inside of the yard was also dark and you couldn't see anything. But these 7 people all seemed to be familiar with the layout of this compound, and directly found the room where the bedroom was located. The first man silently pried the lock cylinder, and the door to the room was gently eased open. The 7 men quietly made their way into the middle of this room. But just enter the door. Snap! The dim lights in the room came on instantly. Only to see Li Shouyun, dressed in rough pajamas, holding a somewhat rusty kitchen knife tightly in her hand. Blushing, he screamed nervously. Who are you people? Get out, get the hell out! And through the dim light, Li Shouyun was able to see the visitor clearly. 7 men, all wearing masks that were actually all rectangular. They are east, west, south, north, center and white. If we have a couple of 1919 every now and then, we'll be unrivaled in the country? Of course, this is not the time to consider such questions about the 13th youngest. Whiteboard had spoken at this point. Boss Red Center, we've been discovered, what do we do now? It seems that this Red Center should be their leader. And this Red Center spoke up at this time. What can we do? Just do it. But. This red center boss's voice sounded as if he had phlegm stuck inside his throat, grunting. But the lewdness is completely hidden. You guys? What are you guys going to do? I'm warning you, watch out for the kitchen knife in my hand to take your lives. Yoo-hoo! Red said as he let out a laugh. The little has a pretty strong temperament, but I like it. Ha ha ha. While saying this red center was actually rubbing his hands together as he walked towards Lee Shoyun, not forgetting to speak to the minions behind him. I'll take care of this pussy, you guys find something and don't bother me with my business. Ha ha ha. The laugh really sounded extremely obscene. Lee Shoyun's body all began to tremble violently. But these few juniors behind Hong Jong, one by one glanced at each other, and that fat Kai couldn't help but comment strangely. No, boss, how old is this Lee Shoyun and you're still interested? That's old. Who knew that? Hong Jong turned his head to Fat Kai and said, you know. It's not that she's old, it's that I didn't meet her sooner and let her go on her own for so long. Lee Shoyun? East, west, south, north, hair, white. 6 thumbs up at the same time. Good job juggling, boss. Red center. Chapter 87. Is his every step calculated? This black-robed man wearing a red center hood kept emitting the kind of laughter inside his mouth that made one's scalp go numb just by the sound of it. Then he also rubbed his hands together with a fly and walked towards Lee Shoyun. Lee Shoyun's face was pale and she was trembling. The kitchen knife with a bit of rust in his hand just seemed to start falling off. She'd never experienced anything like it. The previous group only suspected that she still held that treasure belonging to the Lee family in her hand. Just send a bunch of sleazy punks to harass her. But it was never said to sneak into a room where you live alone in the middle of the night. And so many people have come, and now I'm just such a weak woman. What should I do? What to do about it? Don't you come over here. Watching the red center approach, Lee Shoyun let out a scream. With both hands holding the kitchen knife, he slashed haphazardly at red center. This Hongjong didn't know if he was too salivating over Lee Shoyun's mature body or what. The first time was actually without dodging. Snap. The sound. Lee Shoyun slashed at the top of red center's headgear. Of course, because of Lee Shoyun's nervousness, the slash didn't cut solidly. Instead, the red center headgear ripped down the middle and fell apart, revealing the true face of the boss in red. Lee Shoyun suddenly trembled violently when she saw that face. The face became even whiter. With a crash, he couldn't even hold on to the knife in his hand, and it fell to the ground. Not to mention Lee Shoyun, it was the southeast, northwest, and northwest hair whites behind him who couldn't help but slightly draw back a breath of cold air. Holy, red center boss you. It was as if none of the few remaining people had ever seen red center's true face either. Only to see that the red center now had a very bloated looking head on top of that otherwise iconic figure. It's like the bonobo in Zombies. The features appeared so deformed that it was as if that big toad had come to life. Especially since the face is still variously pitted as if it were the surface of the moon. Ugly was one word, but that one word had apparently been completely unable to describe the red center boss's true appearance. And that Lee Shoyun was also dumbfounded by the frighteningly ugly appearance of the boss in red. However, at this moment, this red center boss was instantly furious. It's as if what one wants to cover up the most is being brought to light at this time. You looking for death? That gnashing of teeth looked as if he was about to eat Lee Shoyun alive in the next second. But he didn't forget to let out a deep, cold snort. All of you go out and wait for me, I'm going to clean this up myself. 80% of them don't want other people to see their real faces. That thing in the back, the north and south hair white heard the arrangement of the boss and the red, especially when they heard the tone of that furious timbre in the tone. One by one, they came to a standstill, and without speaking, turned and ran out of the room. Now only Hong Jong and Lee Shoyun were left inside this room. And without saying a word, red center had taken it in stride. You. Stay back. Get out of here. Lee Suyun's shrill screams did nothing to stop Hong Jong's movements. Stabbing. What to say? The inside of the dimly lit room seemed to brighten right up. Underneath the broken ragged clothes, the boss in red seemed to know the origin of the snowflake cream. Couldn't help but let out a wicked laugh. Ha, I really didn't expect that you, Lee Shoyun, are still so well maintained at such an age. I'm blessed today, ha 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 ha. His laughter became more and more obscene, and he even opened his arms to pounce towards Lee Shoyun. And Lee Shoyun, who was protecting her body with her hands in death, saw that big toad face lunging towards her. Even more, I don't know where the strength came from. Off. Push with both hands. Reasonably speaking, Lee Shoyun didn't have an imperial spiritist, didn't have a rank, and was simply an ordinary person. But the force of that push. This red center boss looks like he's been hit by a bus himself. There was even a gasp. Holy! His body was rapidly retreating, and in order to stabilize himself, the footsteps that landed on the ground were also very heavy. Knock, knock, knock. Just that backward landing leg movement. How come the more you look at it, the more it looks like deliberate power? Boom! Finally, the moment the last step fell. The floor beneath Red Center's feet instantly cracked, and Red Center's foot was plunged directly under the collapsed stone slab. And Boss Red Center's toad eyes brightened at that moment. So it's here? And Lee Shoyun even widened her own eyes at this moment, not even using her hands to protect her broken clothes. Straight away, he lunged towards Red Center in a frenzy. Off! There's nothing here, off! Pa! Boss Red Center bridged Lee Shoyun's neck with a round of palm slashes. Lee Shoyun's eyes rolled over and she just lay limply on the ground. It was also at this moment that the Red Center boss, who just now had a lewd face and wanted to bully Lee Shoyun. Looking towards Lee Shoyun, who was disheveled and had lost all ability to resist at this time, there was no other light in those pupils. Just that gaze, full of justice. It doesn't even match this toad face he has now at all. It was as if the obscenely large toad just now was an illusion he had deliberately created. Even to the unconscious Lee Shoyun is directly chose to ignore, squatting down from the bottom of this floor tiles pulled out a palm-sized, wrapped in a circle of do not know what material fabric box. Without even looking, he turned and walked away. Not forgetting to close the door to this room before leaving. With the departure of the Red Center, all was quiet again in the darkness. It seemed as if all those terrified voices that came from Lee Shoyun inside her own house before had never left the house. The only thing left in the middle of the room was the broken floor, Lee Shoyun, who had fainted on the ground in disheveled clothes, and a dim light that seemed like it would go out at any moment. I don't know how much time has passed. The door to the room was opened again, and Lin Wei's somewhat joyfully crisp voice came out. Mom, don't you ever worry about again. But the next second, her voice instantly became tense and alarmed. Mom! What's wrong with you, Mom? A robust step rushed in through the door, and White Boat, right behind Lin Wei. After entering himself, he did not forget to close the door behind him. It was really because the image that Lee Soo-yoon was showing right now was just a bit too fragrant. It's better not to let anyone else out there see it. And Lin Wei had taken his own mother in his arms, tears pouring down his face. Mom! What's wrong with you? Don't you scare me! What's going on? What's going on here? Lin Wei cried a lot. This was the first time since Bai Zhou crossed over that he had seen Lin Wei able to cry so miserably. Even when he had threatened Lin Wei before, he hadn't cried like this. It was obvious how much Lin Wei loved his mother. Maybe it was because of Lin Wei's shaking, or maybe it was because Lin Wei's tears fell on Lee Shoyun's face. Lee Shoyun's eyelashes gently fluttered as she opened her own eyes. The first time she saw Lin Wei, Lee Shoyun became eager. Wei, quick! It's taken, they've taken it! Robbed of what hasn't been said yet. Bai Zhou had already taken off his jacket and squatted beside Lee Shoyun, draping the jacket over Lee Shoyun's body and said, Auntie, don't be in a hurry, take your time, what's going on? Lee Shoyun saw Baek Boat's handsome face. To be honest, Lee Shoyun had never thought that Bai Zhou could look this handsome before. 80% because the last man she saw before she passed out was that ugly toad face. And Lee Shoyun was also very eager at this time, turning her head and surprisingly, she directly grabbed Bai Zhou's arms, with anxious tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, and said excitedly, Boat, White Boat, I know your identity must be extraordinary. You help Auntie, someone has taken Auntie's things, someone has taken Auntie's treasure. Listening to Lee Shoyun's words, Bai Zhou also skimmed his lips and said secretly in his heart, Don't you still think that I'm here to rob you? Now you want to get up and let me help you? However, Bai Zhou coughed and said, that, Auntie, if you have something to say slowly, you should put your clothes on first, ahem. Listening to Bai Zhou's words, Lee Shoyun suddenly realized that his grain bag was actually so inviting. Yikes! Even she let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly wrapped White Boat's jacket tighter around her own body. In an instant, she was enveloped in the scent of a young man, and for some reason, it gave her cheeks a little redness. But she still didn't forget to turn her head and cry to Bai Zhou. Please help Auntie, will you help Auntie? Chapter 88, Trying to Figure Out How to Fool the Mother-in-Law. Auntie, don't worry. By Joe backhanded Lee Shoyun's somewhat cold little hand. Nodding very justly and seriously, he said. Your business is Lin Wei's business, Lin Wei's business is my business, I will definitely find a way to help you catch those people. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 6,750. Lin Wei was sobbing slightly next to her and looked at Bai Zhou with a grateful face. Thank you, brother White Boat. Just now, Li Shoyun had wrapped herself in Bai Zhou's clothes and told Bai Zhou about the matter roughly. And naturally Lin Wei was curious, when had his own family even hidden a treasure? But Li Shoyun told Lin Wei that he would slowly explain to her afterward, and Lin Wei didn't dwell on it. Li Shoyun had also finished her claim. If it wasn't for the fact that that thing was just too important to their family, Li Shoyun wouldn't have been able to let Bai Zhou know the secret about his Li family at this time. However, actually, White Boat already knew this secret a long time ago. But Li Shoyun certainly had no way of knowing. And after White Boat accepted Li Shoyun's request in a very righteous manner, he also turned his head to Lin Wei. You stay with your aunt for a while, and I'll go see how things are going. After Bai Zhou left, Lin Wei also turned his head and took Bai Zhou's hand, saying very seriously. Brother Bai Zhou, be careful and stay safe. The picture inside this room now had Bai Zhou's left hand being pulled by Li Shoyun and his right hand being pulled by Lin Wei. Both mother and daughter were looking at Bai Zhou with trembling gazes. This situation made White Boat a little reluctant to leave at this time. But the White Boat at this time was absolutely righteous. That look was really the same as the red center that looked exactly the same as when he knocked out Li Shoyun earlier. White Boat nodded heavily at Lin Yi. Reluctantly, he let go of the mother-daughter duo and turned his head away. Coming into the middle of the courtyard, the door to the room closed behind him for a moment. The expression on Bai Zhou's face changed instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The east and west, the north and south were glowing white, and surprisingly, they appeared directly in front of the White Boat. But before they had a chance to speak, White Boat jumped straight up. Pia. Everyone was slapped on the head with a crunchy melon by White Boat before they exaggeratedly whispered. Why the haven't you guys taken off your hoods yet? What if you wear them later? It was only after hearing this that these 6 people suddenly reacted. Immediately removed his hood. These 6 people were clearly the 5 bodyguards of Bai Zhou who had appeared inside the school earlier, as well as the senior royal soul master who had directly killed the expert that Wang Hai had brought earlier. White Boat also looked back, thanks to that vacation window is not in this direction, otherwise it will really reveal. After saying that, he made a gesture and led these 6 people to quickly leave Li Shoyun's compound. Turning around in the midst of the darkness, he walked out a long way before joining up with Tang Tao and his group. And at this moment Tang Tao was squatting on the ground carefully observing a piece of lime green stone. The luster looked somewhat like jade, but not as translucent as jade. And right next to this piece of jade was the fabric that the toadhead had brought out earlier, as well as the small box that was wrapped in the fabric. It was only when he reached this point that Fat Choi behind him couldn't help but open his mouth. Red center. Yuck. Young master, you just. That look of yours just now was too scary, wasn't it? How did you do that? Whiteboard also chimed in, yes, young master, just now we thought we were following the wrong person and almost took a shot at you. Hearing their curious voices, White Boat said with a light laugh. You guys talking about this? While saying that, he pulled out the mask that he had gotten inside Zhang Yong's safe earlier from among his system space. In front of them all, once again, they wore it on their faces. In the next second, a weird and twisted light came from White Boat's body. That originally handsome face suddenly turned into a toad's head. Holy! Seeing this image, the 6 people from the southeast, northwest, and Harry White let out a gasp at the same time. What's going on here? And Tang Tao and his spirit mother, who were squatting there studying the stone, turned their heads to look at White Boat, and continued to start their work as usual. The image, they had obviously seen each other once inside that room before. Bai Zhou took off his mask, his handsome features reappeared, and the aura that belonged to the Bai family's youngest master rose up on his body once again. These 6 people's eyes were wildly jumping as they watched, and that most powerful senior imperial spiritist couldn't help but open his mouth. This mask can not only change the young master's appearance, it can even change the young master's temperament? My god, this is simply a divine weapon. Ha ha. Hearing this person's voice, White Boat all gave a happy laugh. This was the protagonist Chuyun's chance. How could it not be considered a divine weapon? Mimicry mask. This was the information coming from the system in Baizhou's mind, exactly the same as in the original. Wearing effect changes the wearer's appearance, temperament, and to a certain extent, can block the connection with several body spirit ladies or imperial spirit masters. It was because of this reason that Lin Wei would suddenly lose his sense of the white boat inside that warehouse of Zhang Yong's and theirs earlier. And Lin Wei heard something about the sound of glass breaking. That was entirely because Baizhou had broken the back window inside the room to join up with his own manpower that had been prepared long ago. Beck Boat was thus transformed into the Red Center boss and returned to Li Shouyun's home in flames. He had said before that although he didn't know what kind of treasure it was, as long as he saw it, it was something that belonged to him. Especially after learning about the effects of that treasure, White Boat was a bit impatient. Of course, the operation of this practice in White Boat is just a bit dirty. On the one hand, he was moralizing and telling people that he was sincere to Lin Wei. After changing his face on one side, he attacked Lin Wei's mother at night behind her back. This kind of maneuvering is just disgraceful. But White Boat is a villain. He cares about this? If it wasn't for the Heaven's Destiny villain value that Lin Wei could provide, White Boat would have simply led a thunderous robbery when he determined where the treasure was. And now, it was only because of the mimetic mask that Baizhou was able to continue to maintain this moralistic image of himself in front of Lin Wei and Li Shouyun. He also remembered that in the original story, Shouyun, who had obtained the mimetic mask, had done quite a few special things. And through the mimicry mask, it had even helped Shouyun survive quite a few life and death crises. But now, this Chuyun 80% doesn't have much of a chance. At this time, White Boat had already put away the mimic mask. This kind of thing, White Boat felt that it was better for him not to let Lin Wei know for the time being. It would be a bit of a loss in case this little girl moved her brain and associated it with something. Then White Boat didn't forget to explain. You guys go get 7 bodies and come back here, and move fast. The men looked at each other in dismay. Young master, what do you need this obscure thing for? Of course it's to fool the mother-in-law. Baizhou was convinced of these brainless henchmen. It also dawned on the group instantly. In a hurry, they turned around, but before they could leave, they both stopped in their tracks again. One by one, they kept exchanging glances, not knowing what kind of thing they were exchanging, and turned their heads to look at White Boat nervously again. Baizhou looked at the group and said helplessly, "What's wrong again?" Eventually it was that fat Choi who cautiously opened his mouth and asked, "Young master, do you really like older ones?" White Boat. What do I like? Why I? White Boat. Roll na. After dismissing them, Baizhou walked over to Tang Tao's side and asked, "How's the research going?" When Baizhou took this thing back inside the warehouse earlier, he gave it to Tang Tao at the first opportunity. After all, Tang Tao was currently one of the most powerful and knowledgeable people around himself. Listening to Baizhou's words, Tang Tao also gave this piece of stone to Baizhou and said, "Young master, according to my examination, I found that there is indeed a strange energy fluctuation. Except this energy fluctuation doesn't trigger out directly. As to whether this energy fluctuation will transform the future of the spirit weapon into the future of the imperial spiritist, this still needs to be tested before it can be done. But if you want to test it, need young master you to sir a dragon and phoenix child out. Ding. Detected plus 666 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 6,700 more needed for villain carousel to open. Just this system beep, you Tang Tao also know how outrageous your request is, right?" Baizhou directly rolled his eyes and chose to ignore it, instead grabbing a certain keyword amongst Tang Tao's explanatory remarks and asking rhetorically, "What do you mean that that energy can't be triggered directly? Do you have a way to get that energy out?" White Boat only inquired tentatively. Unexpectedly, this Tang Tao was actually directly nodding his head and said without any hesitation, "There is a way." Chapter 89. The talent level is just a chirp away. Baizhou did not even think that this Tang Tao agreed to be so dry. Really? He couldn't even resist asking a question. Tang Tao, on the other hand, once again nodded his head directly and turned his head to look at his spirit mother and said, "Young master, you have also seen my spirit lady, who has the appearance of a staff, and at the top of the staff, a jewel is set. The stone can actually be removed, after I just examined it, and this strange stone can be used as a setting. When the time comes, I will be able to get through to my spirit mother." Without waiting for Tang Tao to finish his explanation, Bai Zhou said with a wave of his hand. Okay, I get it, so let's get started. Tang Tao didn't know why Bai Zhou was in such a hurry, and said with a bit of caution. Young master, although I can drive it. One must find a target of action to do so who are you asking me to hit? Of course it's hitting me. Bai Zhou's answer was the same as Tang Tao's earlier, without any hesitation. Ding! Detected plus 444 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 6650 more needed for villain carousel to open. Tang Tao's corner of the eye gently twitching, how this? Oh young master, what are you talking about, how dare I make a move against you? Young master, although I'm not a member of our Bai family, please don't test my loyalty to you, young master, with such things. White boat. Listening to Tang Tao's voice, Bai Zhou's expression instantly became strange. What's wrong with you? Ding. Detected plus 555 psychic damage to the secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 6,600 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Bai Zhou gave Tang Tao a rhetorical question that he couldn't even straighten out. And White Boat had already opened his mouth again without any goodwill. Cut the crap, don't delay me, move faster. Ding. Detected plus 666 psychic damage to the secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 6550 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Tang Tao looked at the stone in his hand, then at his spirit lady, then at the white boat. No, young master, really fight? Bai Zhou didn't answer, just faintly glanced at Tang Tao with a single look. Tang Tao instantly drew a breath of cool air and immediately opened his mouth. Fight, young master, if you say fight let's fight. With that, he reached out and the spirit lady morphed into a staff. Tang Tao moves quickly and skillfully. Quickly and carefully, he removed the original piece from the staff. The stone that Bai Zhou had brought out from inside Li Shouyun's house was slowly placed on top. In an instant, the jewel actually gave off a slight silver-white glow. Tang Tao, on the other hand, carefully said to Bai Zhou. Young master, I don't know what kind of energy this thing can emit, are you sure you want to? Bai Zhou was really a bit impatient, can you cut the crap, grating like a pussy? Ding! Detected plus 777 psychic damage to secondary supporting character, gained divine destiny villain value plus 50, 6,500 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Alright. The corners of Tang Tao's mouth twitched momentarily. But he still raised his staff at the first opportunity and aimed it at White Boat. In the next second, the power of the Imperial Spiritist poured into the top of the staff. The jewel at the top suddenly glowed brightly. Immediately after that, he even directly sprinkled out a curtain of light, instantly enveloping the White Boat in it. The sudden feeling of oppression caused even White Boat to slightly stifle a grunt and take a step back. Seeing this image, Tang Tao almost wanted to stop, but Bai Zhou's reaction was even more rapid. Don't listen, go on. Although Tang Tao didn't know what White Boat was doing this for, he still didn't dare to disobey White Boat's request at all. It even continued to increase the energy output of its own hands. As for White Boat, at this moment, he had already entered the middle of a subtle state. The first moment the curtain of light enveloped itself. White Boat naturally felt a powerful impact, and soon after, White Boat felt a strange sensation coming from the pores of his entire body. It was as if this thing that formed the white curtain of light had some kind of life, madly drilling down White Boat's pores towards his body. At first White Boat felt a distinct pain. But the pain was only there for a moment before it was replaced by a strange, comforting sensation. The current White Boat felt as if he was wrapped inside some kind of warm cocoon. There was a constant squeezing sensation coming from the surroundings, and this squeezing sensation was as if this large cocoon was contracting rhythmically. With each contraction, a mysterious power entered White Boat's body. And Tang Tao, who was maneuvering his staff, also noticed a strange problem. It was before when he used his staff to either attack or heal that he could feel the constant drain of energy within himself and his spirit lady. But now, he realized that he hadn't incurred any exertion other than the power he had injected at the beginning. And all those strange things that were now acting on White Boat's body, surprisingly all of them originated from this piece of stone. So much so that right now, even though he had let go of the staff in his hand, the staff was still suspended in mid-air driven by this piece of stone, constantly exerting something on the White Boat. This. What the hell is this? Although, Tang Tao had heard Zhang Yang explain the secret inside that warehouse before. However, Tang Tao didn't know that the stone that Bai Zhou had brought back was the secret treasure of the Li family that Zhang Yang had mentioned. He had even less idea who Lee Shoyun was. So now it's completely in a cloudy feeling. And over time, Tang Tao realized that the curtain of light spilling out from this child's stone was becoming more and more transparent, and the energy was gradually thinning. It appeared that the clearly distinguishable energy stored in the middle of the stone was about to be depleted. He subconsciously grabbed his staff and increased the energy output within himself. But it didn't help at all, one's energy was actually rejected by that rock. This is actually still a disposable item? Whether or not it was a so-called disposable item, White Boat didn't know. But now he could clearly feel the weakening of the energy around him. Slowly, the block completely lost all its light. With a bark, it didn't even need to be removed by Tang Tao himself, it fell to the ground on its own. All the curtains of light also dissipated at this moment, and only then did Tang Tao see that the white boat from earlier was actually already suspended in midair. After White Boat landed on the ground, he also slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at his palms and clenched his fists with some glee. He could clearly feel the energy within his body solidifying a few more points, although he hadn't gained any experience value to bring about any leveling up. But White Boat instantly raised his head to look at the mirror of omniscience in the middle of the void, and the identity information belonging to himself immediately appeared. Occupation, Spiritualist. Rank, 5. Talent level, SS+. Sentinel talent. Bai Zhou's gaze was fixed on his talent level. What a guy! White Boat looked at this data that really excited overflowing awe. It's amazing that he himself is another big talent level up through this thing. Although this talent level wouldn't be directly reflected in one's current strength, this thing represented the future of the Imperial Spiritist. This Li family's secret treasure, it is actually true that it can enhance the talent of Imperial Spirit Masters. However, the Li family didn't seem to know exactly how the stone was supposed to be used. But no matter what, the stone has nothing to do with the Li family. It was now completely a part of White Boat's body. SS+. Shuyun, now that this young master my talent is just one little chirp away from yours, you must be very happy, right? Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, and has gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 500, and 6,000 more are needed for the villain carousel to open. This system beep caused Bai Zhou to give a slight start and said in his heart, blocking Chuyun's chi? I don't remember that Chuyun in the original story has even seen this Li family secret treasure? So where does this villain value come from? Bai Zhou couldn't figure this out, but Lin Wei could explain it to Bai Zhou if he could. Just now, when White Boat was absorbing the energy of the Li clan's secret treasure, Li Shoyun also saw that she couldn't hide things from Lin Wei anymore, and told Lin Wei about the Li family's secret treasure. Lin Wei, who had heard the news, was still astonished. Mom, does that mean that's what those assholes who have been harassing us are after? Li Shoyun nodded with a touch of helpless pain on her face. In his heart, he also came to say, that White Boat brother of yours is 80% for this as well. But she didn't say this out loud, after all, she was still begging for help now? And then this Li Shoyun also said, originally, the secret treasure wanted to leave it to you in the future, as well as that child Shuyun, when the time comes, you guys can. But unexpectedly, before Li Shoyun could finish her words, Lin Wei's expression instantly chilled and he said in a cold tone. Mom, people like that who don't matter, just leave it alone. Chapter 90 being killed by me and shielding me from disaster, it's hard for you. It's also because of Lin Wei's phrase irrelevant people. White Boat's system instantly provided White Boat with a large amount of Heavenly Destiny villain value. And his own daughter's voice, suddenly so cold, said the words. It made even Li Shoyun slightly stunned and opened her mouth with a surprised face. You and Shuyun grew up together, isn't your relationship good? And I also think Shuyun that child is good, how do you? Speaking of this matter, there was no nostalgia, no memories among Lin Wei's pupils. Some of it was even a kind of anger, she said to her mother. Brother Bai Zhou has allowed me to see Chuyun's true face clearly and unmasked Chuyun's hypocrisy. Li Shoyun? You can't be letting this White Boat brother of yours brainwash you, can you? What the hell happened? Under Li Shoyun's curious questioning, Lin Wei told his mother what he had seen and heard from Chuyun. For example, Chuyun failed to pursue the schoolgirl and instead wanted to make a contract with himself. Moreover, Chuyun did not want to sign a life and death contract with himself because he was only a mere E rank and had made himself a bet. Even going to the hospital in the first place wasn't about visiting his own father, it was about using his own father to get himself back. Something like that, and so on. These were all facts that Lin Wei had seen with his own eyes and heard with his own ears. Of course, because of her inner rage, she added to it. But the effect was indeed obvious, and Lee Shoyun was instantly furious. What? Chuyun, this little, take my precious daughter as what? Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 5,900. It's so true that you know what you're doing. Daughter, alright, this kind of man, we don't want it. When mom sees this Chuyun, she will definitely scold him for you. And Lee Shoyun also heard another piece of news at this time from Lin Wei's explanation just now. Wei, you just said that this white boat brother of yours easily transferred your father to a hospital? And it's a very special private hospital? He has that much power? Hearing this question, a smile finally appeared on Lin Wei's face as he nodded and said, Mom, brother Bai Zhou, his last name is Bai. What happened to the surname Bai? Li Shoyun didn't react at first and even asked such a rhetorical question, but the next second, her pupils instantly dilated. This white you speak of. Could it be that white? Lin Wei nodded with a smile. But Li Shoyun subconsciously exclaimed, what virtue and ability do you have to become young Master Bai's heir? Watching her daughter's expression change, Li Shoyun also realized what she had said and hurriedly opened her mouth. No, Mom doesn't mean that, Mom is saying that. In our family's situation, we can actually have a connection with the Bai family, one of the 4 great families of others. Mom is not looking down on you, you will always be Mom's baby. Lin Wei knew what his mother meant and just smiled and waved his hand to show that it was fine and that he knew it. While at this moment, Li Shoyun's gaze flickered gently, and she secretly said in her heart, if the other party is the white family's youngest master, it's true that he shouldn't covet our Li family's treasure. After all, the talent of that Mires class imperial spiritist. The pattern of the white family's young master can't be that small. Achoo! White Boat, who had just finished absorbing the energy of the Li family's secret treasure, sneezed for no reason. Sneezing and looking at the mirror of omniscience, White Boat couldn't figure out the origin of the system's 2 beats just now. And Tang Tao couldn't figure out what White Boat was doing. In Tang Tao's eyes, White Boat raised his eyes to the sky, his face showing a very strange smile. It made Tang Tao couldn't help but follow Bai Zhou's gaze. There's nothing, is the young master hysterical? Ding! Detected plus 888 psychic damage to the secondary supporting character, gained plus 50 divine destiny villain value, 5850 more needed for the villain carousel to open. It was also because of this system beep that caused Bai Zhou's thoughts to be pulled out of the system. That is, at the same time. At the same time as the body bag fell, the men who had just left came out from the darkness. The one in the lead, the black-clothed man with level 25 strength, said to White Boat, Young Master, according to your request, there are 7 corpses in total, what do we need to do next? White Boat nodded with great satisfaction and said, take off your clothes. Ha! Bai Zhou's words caused the few people present to be startled. They have even clutched their shoulders and taken 2 steps back. Looking at the reaction of these people under him, Bai Zhou had a helpless face. Rolling his eyes blankly, he said, take off all your black clothes from earlier and put them on these corpses, and the hoods, put them on their heads as well, and take them back with me later to fool the mother-in-law. While saying that, he also reached out and pulled out the clothes he wore just now from inside the system space. Hearing Bai Zhou's words, these juniors were also relieved. And then quickly began his maneuver. Pulled back the 7 shrouds in front of him. And when he saw these 7 corpses, Bai Zhou was still slightly stunned. He actually saw the body of the squad leader he had gotten killed yesterday inside. White Boat turned his head to the level 25 black man who scratched the back of his head and said, these bodies were all ready to be centralized, and I saw that this was the freshest, so I stopped by. White Boat let out a soft laugh and shook his head. Then, surprisingly, he pulled out the one in his system space, the mimic mask he had just obtained. Just put it right on the head of this little captain's corpse. In the next second, the little captain's head suddenly turned into the toad's head that he had used before. White Boat also compared them and nodded with some satisfaction. Only then did he pull out his red center boss's hood and put it over the top of this toad's head. The other side. The 2 mother and daughter who were spitting on Shu Yun and admiring Bai Zhou inside the room. A knock was heard on the door. Lin Wei, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised and stood up straight away and said, it's brother Bai Zhou returning. The current her, of course she could sense White Boat's presence. He also turned his head to his mother, Li Shoyun, with delight. Mom, I told you that brother Baijiu is great, right? He came back so soon. But to her surprise, her own mother reacted even faster than she did, and stood straight up and ran out with small steps. There was still a look of anxiety under his eyes. But Lee Shoyun, who had just pushed the door out, turned white and froze in place. Looking at the middle of the small courtyard, the 7 corpses neatly arranged, especially when his eyes rested on the corpse with the red center hood. She subconsciously wrapped the jacket that White Boat had draped over herself tightly. Brother Beck Boat. Lin Wei, who was right behind him, ran out and instantly let out a gasp when he saw the 7 corpses. Covering his mouth in horror, he quickly backed away and cowered in the middle of the corner, even as he couldn't help but retch. White Boat was not the first to speak out in relief at Lin Wei's situation. Because he knew this was the first time Lin Wei had seen a corpse, but it definitely wouldn't be the last. The future Lin Wei would see many more fresh corpses, and there was no telling how many people's chests would be pierced by even a few of the body's phantasmagorical gentian bright silver guns. So, getting Lin Wei acclimated early will be good for everything in the future. Baijiu's side was already holding a small cloth bag and walked over to Lee Shoyun's face, smiling and opening his mouth. Auntie, the thing you lost, it's this, isn't it? Seeing the object in Baijiu's hand, Lee Shoyun's eyes instantly glowed. As if afraid that Baijiu would take it back again, he quickly snatched it into his hands. And then turned his back and opened it carefully. Inside the cloth bag was a box, and in the box was a gemstone. Lee Shoyun suddenly took a long breath and shouted freely in her heart. Lee family secret treasure, this is my Lee family secret treasure, found it back, really found it back. In fact, at this time, the Lee family's secret treasure was already losing all its energy, and its surface was no longer as shiny as before. But it's not like Lee Shoyun, a level 0 spirit lady, could discover anything. Whoosh! With a sound, this Lee Shoyun suddenly turned his head, and his gaze looked dead on at the corpse of Hongzhong that was placed there. A flash of viciousness suddenly appeared in the bottom of his eyes, and he ran to the side of the corpse in 3 steps, and took off the hood of the red center with one hand. Fortunately, White Boat had prepared for this, or else he would be wearing out now. Looking at the disgusting toad's head, Lee Shoyun bit her lips tightly, and then, coming to the middle of the corpse, she raised her foot and fiercely poof! Ground stomped down. Hiss Baijiu instantly shuddered, cold air pouring out. Looking at Lee Shoyun's ferocious appearance, and then looking at where her feet landed, Baijiu couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water. With a look of pity, he looked at the young captain and thought, thanks. Chapter 91 Brother Baijiu's eyes are so magical. After the stomp, Lee Shoyun took several deep breaths before she ruthlessly pressed back the flash of vapor that surfaced under her eyes. Then leave without looking back. White Boat could see with the naked eye a deep collapse where that Lee Shoyun's feet had left. Thankfully, the squad leader had already gotten himself killed. Otherwise, he would really have to go and find Chuyun to be a pair of hard-to-reach people. And Lee Shoyun, who had finished venting, walked straight to Baijiu's face. Surprisingly, he was holding this treasure of the Lee family with both hands and raised it in front of Baijiu. Baijiu looked at this image all slightly stunned. Auntie, what are you? Lee Shoyun looked at Baijiu's eyes and said slowly. Auntie misunderstood you before, Auntie apologizes. At this time, Lin Wei was already gradually adapting to the 7 corpses. Although the little face was still a little white, the breathing had normalized quite a bit. Hearing his mother's words, Linny walked over to Baijiu's side with a puzzled face and asked. Mom, what misunderstanding? What are you talking about? Lin Wei's large eyes hung in doubt as he looked at Baijiu and then at his own mother. Only, Lee Shoyun's face just had a helpless smile on it, and instead of trying to answer Lin Wei's question, she continued to say to Baijiu. Now I'm certain of your determination to sign a life and death contract with our family Wei Wei. And I'll be able to put Vivi in your hands with confidence. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 5,750. After Lin Wei, who was beside her, heard this, her small face once again turned slightly red. But this time it was very different from the previous reaction that was so intense in the middle of the hospital. She just gave Baijiu a shy look and lowered her little head. And Lee Shoyun hadn't finished her words. Originally, this was something that was intended to be given to Wei Wei's future Oiran, provided. Is that Wei Wei can have her own Oiran, but now, the wish has come true. So please do take it. This baby has its own wonderful uses, as you will see later. Baijiu certainly knew that this thing must have a wonderful use. However, White Boat simply waved his hand and said. Auntie, this can't be allowed, I'm not with Lin Wei for this so-called treasure. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 5,650. Auntie knows, auntie means. Auntie, you still don't mean anything else. Bai Zhou directly interrupted Li Shoyun's voice and quickly said. I don't know what kind of treasure this thing is and what it's good for, but this thing, I really can't have it. Because it's useless. It's been sucked dry by me. Of course, this latter sentence by Zhou certainly couldn't have said it. And since he had chosen to bring the thing back just now, he had already expected to have this scene. Doesn't mean that White Boat's previous maneuver of playing the boss in red was superfluous. He was counting on this time to pretend to hook up with Lin Wei. So, he also turned his head to look fondly at Lin Wei beside him and said. Because no baby is as good as Lin Wei in my eyes. When he said this, White Boat's pupils were hung with water flow like fluctuations among them, and his tone sounded so serious. Actually, White Boat's toes that were hidden among his shoes were already digging in dead center. Nice guy. Awkward. It's really awkward. Although Bai Zhou had played awkwardly in front of Lin Wei so many times, he could never get used to it. But it can't be helped. Lin Wei really eats this. It wasn't. Listening to Bai Zhou's words, Lin Wei's body trembled slightly and slowly raised his head, looking into Bai Zhou's eyes. That gaze was even a bit smitten. White Boat. Brother. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 5,550. Really, if it wasn't for the value of this Heavenly Destiny villain, White Boat would never play such a meaty operation. But for Lin Wei, it was a real killer. It wasn't. Lin Wei looked at Bai Zhou and subconsciously slowly extended his hands and pulled Bai Zhou's arm. Just like that, in the middle of White Boat's gaze, he slowly closed his eyes. That which had never been done before, as if by instinct, controlled Lin Wei to stand on her tiptoes. Directly, he brought himself to White Boat's mouth. Ahem! How could Li Shoyun let such a thing happen in front of her? Couldn't help but cough. Frightened, Lin Wei instantly opened his own eyes, only to realize that his mother is still around. What is he doing? Oh my god! Lin Wei let out a panicked gasp, turned her head and dove into the middle of the room behind her. The body was pressed against the wall above, gasping for air and staring into her own wide eyes. Lin Wei, you. What are you doing? You've only been officially acquainted with brother Bai Zhou for only a few days. How can you take the initiative to Bai Zhou in front of mom? But Bai Zhou brother's pupils, so magical, one look and I'm trapped. How? Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, and has gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, and 5450 is still needed for the villain carousel to open. White Boat, who was standing in the middle of the courtyard, lightly laughed and touched his nose. For Lin Wei's shyness. Bai Zhou didn't care, as long as his Destiny villain value didn't fall for himself. As for Li Shoyun's side, seeing Bai Zhou's firm attitude, he did not want to accept his Li family's treasure. That heart is even more infinitely moved. After all, it's been 20 years, and everyone who's come near, approached, and even harassed themselves has done so because of this baby. But only the White Boat in front of him, for his own Li family's treasure is simply indifferent. Is this the legendary true love? No. This thing is called a real. You've given them all the food and then pretended to give it back as is. In the end, they have to beg you to take it, and then you morosely refuse? You must not be a good person with this thing. But, what would White Boat care about that? In the next few moments, White Boat had his men dispose of the 7 corpses that had been used up. And of course not forgetting to retrieve that mimetic mask. Then he took advantage of the night and took Lin Wei away from this civilian area. But this time, for the first time, Li Shoyun agreed to leave with her own daughter. Because this treasure was no longer considered a secret at the moment, and since it had already been taken out, there was no need for him or her to guard the inside of the shabby house in the civilian area. Of course, the more important reason was definitely because this baby would be safer if it could follow White Boat around. The group was still on foot and took advantage of the night to leave the area before reboarding the White family's car and heading towards the upper city at a fiery pace. And the lights along the way are getting brighter. Even after entering the uptown area, the color of the lighted night was a stark contrast to the dark and quiet slums. Lin Wei also had fun acting as a tour guide. I don't know, people Li Shoyun and see this uptown scenery, not any what Lulu into the Grand View Garden, that kind of curiosity. More than that, it's a memory. Bai Zhou first had someone drive to the Bai family's private hospital. After all, it had been a long time since people Li Xiuyun and her own husband, Lao Lin, had met, and Lin Wei naturally stayed behind. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed a happy family time together. And just like a widowed old man, Bai Zhou returned to the Bai family villa alone. Other than the servants waiting for the young master's return, everyone else in the villa had long since gone to sleep. Bai Zhou pushed open the door to his bedroom and didn't even see Long Ying's figure. It was thought that the girl couldn't carry it anymore, so she was probably alone inside the room she had arranged for herself to silently regain her blood. It seems that I'm really going to spend a lonely night tonight. But it doesn't matter. It just so happened that White Boat was still really a bit tired after doing a lot of things today. After taking a painful hot bath in the separate bathroom and the bedroom, he rolled over and went to bed, and it didn't take long for White Boat to enter the dreamland. But it was not long after White Boat fell asleep. The door to White Boat's bedroom was actually carefully opened from the outside by a crack. Wow! A dog leash with a bit of reflection just landed in the middle of White Boat's bedroom. Chapter 92 Shinshin, what are you doing at the potion bar? White Boat is really tired today. Not to mention running that far, but also going back and forth to accomplish all sorts of odd maneuvers of his own. Now he's sleeping like a dead pig. It's like they've all started dreaming already. He dreamed of the bed beneath him, and it began to grow soft. It seemed to turn into one of those soft clouds in the middle of the sky. With a slight roll of his own, he became up and down. And you won't give yourself a fall from this cloud. That's a really, really cozy feeling. But for some reason, as time passed, White Boat seemed to see a small black dot in the distant sky, flying towards him. Upon getting closer, this was actually a female demon with long, flowing hair and wings. Landed beside himself, looking down at him condescendingly. Gradually, this female demon looked at her pupils, which were actually turning pink. Moreover, White Boat could clearly see that on the belly of this female demon, a distinct seal of the 100 Hao. Holy! White Boat couldn't help but murmur even in his sleep. No, I've already accounted for it on Long Ying's body, how can I still dream this kind of dream? But you have to say, when you do dream this kind of dream, do you give up waking up? That's how it is with White Boats. At this point, he hadn't even tried to make any moves, he just lay there quietly, looking at the demon standing over him. In the next second, the demon seemed to snap his fingers. Hula hula. Bai Zhou was surprised to find that his arms were actually tied up with 2 chains, right on top of that soft cloud. Make yourself unable to break free at all. Seeing this scene, Bai Zhou's face was still a bit strange. No. I don't remember having this weird hobby. Then how could I come up with such dreams? And this demon didn't seem to give White Boat a chance to react at all. Surprisingly, she was using her own tail to tie up her long, haphazardly flying hair. Then White Boat couldn't see the demon from this viewpoint. All that could be seen was a freshly tied up ponytail bobbing around. Hiss. Bai Zhou instantly drew back a breath of cold air. Only one thought remained in his mind. Is this thing really a dream? This dream feels a little too damn real, doesn't it? One thought to this. Swish. White Boat's eyes instantly opened. The bright sky disappeared and so did the soft clouds. In its place was its own darkened room. But the ponytail didn't disappear. White Boat instantly bowed his head. The moment he lowered his head, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch twice when he immediately opened his mouth loudly. Shinshin, what are you doing in the potion bar? Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has received mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50, and still needs 5400 for the villain carousel to open. That's right, isn't the owner of this ponytail the S-rank schoolgirl who had fallen madly in love with White Boat? White Boat hadn't paid any attention to her for 2 days. She didn't sleep at night, how dare she run inside White Boat's room to raid White Boat? It's a death wish. Baird. A sound. Shinshin was obviously startled by Bai Zhou and instantly sat up straight in her own body. Nee. Ding. Detected that protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 333 psychic damage, gained plus 50 Heavenly Fate villain value, and still needs 5350 for the villain carousel to open. It seemed that it was because of the fear of White Boat within his heart. Shinshin looked flustered for a moment. As if subconsciously turning his head to run away. But then, as if something suddenly occurred to her, she said boldly. Young master. You're now locked up with me. So? Young master, stop resisting. Now, you are mine and only mine. But Shin hadn't finished her words yet. White Boat just flicked his mouth. You seem like a cutie. Thump, thump, thump twice. The chain that Shin used to lock Bai Zhou's hands was so easily broken by Bai Zhou. Splat. With a crunching sound, a loud slap was slapped on Shin's face. Ding. Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has received +1 physical damage, plus 555 psychic damage, gained a Heavenly Fate villain value of +50, and still needs 5300 for the villain carousel to open. Bai Zhou didn't have any pity for Shin. It was a very hard slap. Straight away, Shin jerked off her own bed and fell to the floor. Before Shin could even get up from the ground. Ah! The sharp pain coming from her scalp made Shin unable to stop herself from screaming out. Bai Zhou just pulled Shin's hair and lifted her up from the ground. Ding! Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has received +2 physical damage, plus 666 psychic damage, gained +50 Heavenly Fate villain value, and still needs 5250 for the villain carousel to open. Shin's hands panicked and grabbed the roots of her hair, trying to ease the pain, looking at Bai Zhou with tears in her eyes in shock and losing her voice. Young master, please. Young master Bai, I'm true to you. I know that in the beginning I did. Signed a partner contract with Chu Yun that but then I was also doing it for you. Young master. You don't know how much I hate Long Ying's voice every time I hear it. Obviously I went home with you young master before him, why can she? Shut up. Pa. Bai Zhou delivered another loud slap, interrupting Shin's pleading voice. Ding. Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has received +3 physical damage, plus 333 psychic damage, gained a Heavenly Fate villain value of +50, and needs 5200 more for the villain carousel to open. White Boat suddenly froze. This isn't right. This I smoked her Dobby Doodle with more force than once. How can she be any less damaged? It was also when White Boat froze. Stomp. Shin just knelt on the ground and crawled to Bai Zhou's feet. Against the swollen cheeks that were slapped on both sides, he tilted his head and looked at White Boat. Young master, I mean what I say, I. Clang. Bai Zhou kicked Shin's body again. This time it wasn't that Shin had said something to make Bai Zhou do it, Bai Zhou just wanted to simply test it. Ding. Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has received +5 physical damage, +20 psychic damage, gained +30 Heavenly Fate villain value, and still needs 5120 for the villain carousel to open. Holy! This system beat made Bai Zhou even more confused, even as the increase in the Divine Destiny villain value dropped. It even allowed White Boat to continue the chase. Pa! Another slap hit Shin's body. Ding! Detected protagonist White Moonlight taking +3 bodily damage, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value +20, villain carousel still needs 5100 to be opened. Holy! White Boat was shocked. Now that's not even mind damage ya. This Shin. Bai Zhou were looking at Shin, who had been knocked to the ground by himself, with a look of amazement. At this time, Shin did not make any sounds of screaming. Instead, his eyes were closed tightly, his lips were clenched, and his body was trembling. This image made even Bai Zhou take a slight step back. It can't be. So Shin really has this attribute? I don't remember that being written in the original. Bai Zhou frantically searched his own mind for all the plots about Chu Yun, the White Moonlight Shin. In the original, after Shin was hit in the face by Chu Yun again, she had been following the original Bai Zhou's side, acting as Bai Zhou's spirit mother. But more of her scenes came with the original White Boat appearing as a tool person who was repeatedly flogged by Chu Yun together. But really, I've never written anything like this before. This ing. White Boat stranded here with a strange face. Shin on the ground seemed to be half beaten. He opened his eyes and got up from the ground, crawling on his knees again to White Boat's feet. Young master Bai, hit me all you want. As long as you don't get mad at me, as long as you know I'm true to you, it's all worth it. Woof woof. Good guy. White Boat is really straight up good guys. Bai Zhou only just raised his hand, Shin closed his eyes, that is obviously waiting for himself this one big then the pocket falls down at ah. This. Bai Zhou suddenly did not want to do anything to this woman. Because she can't do any substantial damage to her mind, the growth rate of his own destiny villain value is going to be greatly reduced. Well, it's going to have to be a different way. At that thought, Bai Zhou took a slight deep breath and looked down at Shin, who was kneeling there, and said indifferently, "Considering you're so sincere, then do what you need to do." "Really?" Hearing Bai Zhou's words, Shin's face immediately erupted with intense surprise. "Thank you, young master, thank you, young master." This Shin was about to turn around in excitement, but Bai Zhou raised his hand again. Splat! The sound of ugly against Shin's head, but also did not forget to immediately add a sentence. "Did this young master tell you to turn around? You deserve it too." Ding! Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has received +5 physical damage, +999 psychic damage, and gained a Heavenly Fate villain value of +100, with 5,000 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Listening to the system beep that returned to normal, White Boat nodded with great satisfaction. "Well, that's very resourceful of me. Chapter 93 Is Chu Yun hiding somewhere to peek?" Ding! Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has received +3 physical damage, +999 psychic damage, and gained a Heavenly Fate villain value of +100, with 4,900 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Ding! Detected protagonist White Moonlight receiving 4,800 is still needed to open the villainous carousel. Ding! Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has received +1 physical damage, +555 psychic damage, gained a Heavenly Fate villain value of +50, and still needs 4,750 for the villain carousel to open. White Boat, huh? Shin, wretch. Cough cough cough. Ding! Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has received +10 physical damage, +9,999 mental damage, gained the Heavenly Fate villain value +150, and 4,600 is still needed for the villain carousel to open. Back Boat, Ding! Shin was on Bai Zhou's side, trying to apply for the bonus that should be given to him. On the other side, it seemed to be among the apartment buildings of the city defense guards. Chu Yun, who was sitting on the sofa in the narrow room, frowned slightly. The look was slightly dazed. And the one sitting across from him, the captain of the city defense guards, Zhao Gang, seemed to have sensed something and asked, "What's wrong? What do you feel is wrong?" Chu Yun's eyes tangled in doubt for a moment, but he still waved his hand and said, "Nothing, it's just that I suddenly feel empty inside, and I don't know what's going on." Zhao Gang first froze when he heard this, then shook his head somewhat helplessly and said, "I know, it should be that you're not satisfied with these spirit nymphs I picked out for you, right? Yes, after all, your talent level is SSS rank, and the highest I can find at the moment is only a rank for spirit nymphs, but it can't be helped, S-rank spirit nymphs are already rare, and there are none above that. If there were any, they would have had their own sentinel long ago. But the college enrollment conference is going to start tomorrow, so you have to have a spirit lady to show off your SSS rank talent." Hearing Zhao Gang's words, Chu Yun could not help but frown. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered +444 psychic damage, gained +100 value of Heavenly Destiny villain, and 4,500 is still needed for the villain carousel to open. White Boat, who had grabbed his ponytail, instantly opened his own eyes. He also looked around with a puzzled look on his face, thinking, this kid can't be hiding somewhere to peek, right? But when you think about it, it shouldn't be possible. After all, with all these defenses around one's white family villa, how could one possibly allow this boy Chu Yun to sneak in quietly? Bai Zhou did not know that at this moment, Chu Yun's heart was really dripping blood. Especially after hearing Zhao Gang's words. Chu Yun's fists were hardened and he gritted his teeth. I blame that White Boat. Ding! Detected the protagonist receiving +555 psychic damage, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value +100, villain carousel still needs 4,350 to open. As to why that number has jumped. That's because White Boat is also working on his side. That bastard White Boat. Originally Shin was also an S-rank spirit lady, but when he thought of Shin, he couldn't help but think of his chicken tenders and his current little Jojo. What an abomination. Ding! Detected the protagonist has received mind damage +666, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value +100, villain carousel still needs 4,200 to open. This jump, thus proving that the White Boat is indeed still full of durability. But despite that, Chu Yun had to admit that Zhao Gang was right. Because he was out of the hospital, those college admissions officers couldn't wait to see his SSS ranked talent. He himself would definitely not fall off the list because of his SSS-ranked talent, and even if he didn't have a spirit mother, all the major colleges and universities would be competing for him. But, if there was no way for them to visualize the power of belonging to an SSS-ranked talent more intuitively, so how could they possibly offer a more lucrative deal to compete for themselves? In order for the other party to raise their chips, which would allow them to gain more lucrative benefits in the future, they would have to sign at least a suitable partner contract to do so. But now, Shu-yun had no choice but to harden his heart and said in his mind, "Elder, just now Zhao Gang showed me 3 A-ranked spirit nymphs, you say, which of these 3 A-ranked spirit nymphs would be a bit more appropriate for me to choose to sign the contract?" Alas! A sigh came from that old voice in his head. There seemed to be a good deal of mockery in the midst of this sigh. Just Shu-yun, this little man, when he uses himself, he calls himself a senior? He'd forgotten about it before when he'd caused him to suffer like that because of his own mistakes, and made himself take the blame, and cursed at himself, hadn't he? And Shu-yun, after all, was the protagonist. Surely he heard another layer of meaning amongst the sighs of this pale voice. So he also said quickly, "For what happened before, senior, I want to apologize to you. My attitude towards you was really bad. But I really wasn't in control of myself, after all, I was." Ding! Detected the protagonist receiving plus 555 psychic damage, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 4050 to open. Elder, I'm sorry, I promise, it won't happen again. After all, it was only the first time for Chu-yun, and the pale voice knew that it was currently boarding Chu-yun's body. If one wanted to truly resurrect, one must also rely on Chu-yun to do so. So, the pale voice said with another quiet sigh. "I know, it's human nature, I understand." "You understand? Have you ever been made into a chicken fillet?" Shu-yun's fists hardened once again, but he didn't dare to say this, or even think about it, or else it would be heard by someone else's old man again. The old man's voice continued. "Those 3 A-ranked spirit nymphs he just found are indeed the very best of the best among the A-ranked qualities, but let's not talk about that S-ranked girl from before. They are more than a match for that E-ranked girl from before. That E-ranked girl is the resource that truly belongs to you. I can see the aura coming out of her, her hidden talent. I'm afraid it's even more than S-rank." What? Having learned of this, Shu-yun, who had received the bad news, could not help but have his body tremble. Hidden talent? Even more than S-class? Wouldn't that be a perfect match for who you are? But now that Lin Wei has signed a life and death pact with White Boat, for us sake. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 888, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 3900. What kind of ecstasy did that White Boat put on Lin Wei? Lin Wei grew up with me and followed my ass every day when I was little. It's clear that you said you'd marry me when you grow up. Now by what? By what right is that White Boat? Just then there was a sharp knock on the door of the room they were in. Shu-yun turned his head and Zhao Gang frowned. "Who is it? Didn't I say that it's fine not to bother us?" But the one knocking on the door seemed to be completely oblivious to Zhao Gang's emotions. It came through the door with a thud. And Shu-yun and Zhao Gang also got a good look at the visitor. It was a crying, pearly, beautifully built woman. Straight away, he jumped directly in front of Zhao Gang, kneeling down on the spot with tears in his voice. "Captain, Chief Captain. Please, please help me. My Imperial Spiritist. Dead, he's really dead, but I can't find his body yet, Chief Captain." Zhao Gang looked at this spirit lady kneeling at his feet in a slight daze. You're that squad leader's spirit lady?" "It's me." This spirit lady's voice sounded very painful. And Zhao Gang even frowned in direct anger. Snap. The heavy slam of the table stood straight up. "How dare you? Who dares to kill the small captain of my city defense team? I will not spare him." The spirit Nyang looked at Zhao Gang so angry also said excitedly, "Chief Captain, it's White Boat, it's that White Boat." Hearing this, the corner of Zhao Gang's mouth twitched slightly as he retracted his palm and sat down again while saying again. "Old age, sickness and death, it's human nature, you're sorry for your loss." What? This spirit lady was dumbfounded. "No, man, the speed of your attitude change. Is it by the frame?" It was even Shu-yun, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, who could not help but twitch the corners of his eyes. Ding! Detected the protagonist has received plus 666 psychic damage, gained plus 100 value of heavenly destiny villain carousel still needs 3,800 to open. This Zhao Gang seemed to have seen Chu Yun's strange eyes and immediately opened his mouth to Chu Yun. Chu Yun, don't get me wrong, it doesn't mean that I'll wimp out once I hear that name. Instead, it will deepen the hatred in my heart even more. But right now, it's not the time when we can, or have the ability to, strike at any of the four great families. This time, everything is on you. After righteously finishing this sentence, and incidentally having pu'd Chu Yun, this Zhao just now turned his head to look at Ling Yang, who was kneeling on the ground and crying, and said, "Tell me, that imperial spirit master of yours, how did he go and mess with that other person, young master Bai Zhou?" Ding! Detected the protagonist receiving mind damage plus 666, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 3,550 to open. White Boat's endurance was indeed fine, after all, it was so advanced. Chapter 94. No food during the day? Stealing food at night? This spirit Niang had been completely disappointed with Zhao Gang's previous frame smoking change of attitude. But there's no way around it. Is there anyone else she can turn to right now besides Zhao Gang? It was all she could do to say it in a hard voice. He and I were escorting that mortal back to the team earlier when we ran into White Boat's block. He didn't listen to advice and had to fight with White Boat, but he was no match for White Boat, and he was so angry that he couldn't stand it. But this spirit lady hadn't finished her words yet. Chu Yun, who was sitting on the other side of the table, then quickly interrupted and asked, "How many levels are you in that imperial spiritist of yours?" This spirit Nyang didn't know who Chu Yun was, but by the fact that he could sit and talk with Zhao Gang also proved that Chu Yun's identity wasn't simple. So this spirit lady huffed and said, "Level 5. But Ling Niang's words had only just finished, when this Chu Yun immediately snorted and said, "No way. You and your imperial spiritist are both level 5, and you're still no match for that White Boat guy? White Boat has only just completed his transmutation awakening, and even if he has signed a contract, he's only at a measly level 1, how is it possible with such a significant level gap?" "Who knows," this spirit lady looked at Chu Yun and said. "That's what we thought at first. But that White Boat said that he's already level 3. What?" Chu Yun and the pale voice in his mind simultaneously let out a gasp. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 3,400 to open. Looks like Chu Yun's white moonlight is still struggling. Without waiting for Chu Yun to respond, the spirit lady continued. "Moreover, even if White Boat is only level 3, my sentinel and I are no match for him. My oracles think it must be his spirit mother. Because my skill is to suppress spirit nymphs whose quality is less than or equal to mine. At that time, instead of suppressing White Boat's spirit mother, I was suppressed by White Boat's spirit mother. So, who is his spirit mother?" Chu Yun's voice was very urgent. This spirit Niang clenched her teeth and said, "I don't know, I only know. His spirit nymphets are a bit skinny looking, but they still look very clean." Ding! Detected the protagonist receiving mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 3,250 to open. Lin Wei. Yes, a little thin looking, clean looking, a real beauty. Who else could that be if not Lin Wei? Cackle. Chu Yun's fists were starting to creak. And Chu Yun gritted his teeth even more. Asshole. This asshole. Lin Wei was supposed to be mine. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 3,100. Zhao Gang's side looked at Chu Yun very sympathetically before turning his head to look at Ling Yang, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "You continue to say, I remember that there was not a death at that time. This later how?" After hearing these words, Ling Yang instantly, those tears came out once again, saying with tears in her voice. He nonetheless said that it was because of the suppression of the spirit mother's rank that caused him to fail. He said that that White Boat is definitely not his opponent if he is not using the spirit nymph, so he went alone to assassinate White Boat. Confused, Zhao Gang slammed his hammer on the table. Ling Yang cried even harder. "One night. I've been waiting for news of him, but instead of waiting for news of him, I've waited for the backlash that comes with the death of an imperial spiritist. Chief Captain, please, at least help me find his body. Chief Captain." Alas! In the face of this spirit lady's miserable crying, all Zhao Gang could respond to was a sigh. Yes, right now, that so-called alliance of theirs was still too weak to achieve the ability to confront the four great families head-on. But right at this moment, sitting across the table from Chu Yun, who was originally still alone and was sulking, his eyes lit up and he even opened his mouth uncontrollably. Great! Hearing this, Zhao Gang all but frowned. That spirit lady even turned her head directly. You're happy that my imperial spiritist is dead, aren't you? Ding! Detected the protagonist has received plus 555 psychic damage, gained plus 100 value of heavenly destiny villain, and 2900 is still needed for the villain carousel to open. Shuyan quickly waved his hand. No, I don't mean that, I mean. What he meant was that the old grandfather in his head had just suddenly told him. Kid, this spirit lady in front of you seems to be a bit unusual. She's right, she's an A-rank spirit lady, who was nothing special before, and even took some damage from the backlash of the death of the imperial spiritist. However, with the addition of that backlash damage, the extreme sadness within her seems to have awakened something special in her, I feel. If this spirit lady were to contract with you, I'm afraid that after repairing the backlash damage through your SSS rank talent, it would bring about an unexpected boost. Chu Yun, truly worthy of being the protagonist. With the aura of the protagonist, was it even possible to find such a spirit woman in this situation? Therefore, Shuyan coldly burst out such a sentence. But of course he couldn't let this spirit lady know what the old grandfather had told him. So he said quickly as his brain whirled around. No! I'm sad for you, and more than that, I'm angry. My happiness is not because of what you said, but because I have finally found an ally. That's right, I'm White Boat's lifelong enemy. Did you discuss this with White Boat when you said it? But Chu Yun had already gotten into his rhythm, looking deeply at this injured spirit lady and said. We now share a common enemy, both White Boat. He killed your sentinel, and he took my spirit mother. How about, you and I make a contract and we go to seek revenge on White Boat together, how about that? Chu Yun was very handsome, after all, he was the protagonist, especially the eyes with the protagonist's aura, it was full of magic. This sad spirit Nyang looked at Chu Yun's pupils were a bit infatuated, her voice trembled, You can't play White Boat. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 2700 to open. Your Oiran is letting your mouth poison you, isn't it? Chu Yun almost broke. But fortunately, there was Zhao Gang present, who immediately said. What Chu Yun said is completely correct. Do you know what Chu Yun's royal spiritist talent level is? SSS. What? Chu Yun finally saw a bit of the expression he wanted in his heart on this spirit lady's body. The whole person's waist was also straightened up and said with a wipe of confident smile on his face. I know that your quality is only a rank, and I know that you're now suffering from the backlash of the death of the imperial spiritist, but I don't care about any of that. All I care about is your heart, that vengeful heart of yours. Should I say no, if Bai Zhou heard these two sentences, he would want to give Chu Yun credit. And Chu Yun even directly extended his right hand to Ling Yang and said. Make a pact with me? Let's seek revenge on that White Boat fellow together. Looking into Chu Yun's eyes, Ling Yang's eyes trembled gently as she slowly extended her right hand towards Chu Yun. Ding! Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has received plus 5 physical damage, plus 999 psychic damage, and gained a heavenly fate villain value of plus 100, with 2600 more needed for the villain carousel to open. Gobble gobble gobble. White Boat nodded with great satisfaction. Reaching out and patting Shinshin's face, he said. Very well, get lost. Ding! Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has suffered plus 999 psychic damage, gained a divine fate villain value of plus 50, and still needs 2550 for the villain carousel to open. Shinshin clenched her teeth, she was very much thinking of going up again to try to ask Bai Zhou for what she deserved. But Bai Zhou just gave her a faint look, don't give an inch. Ding! Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained heavenly fate villain value plus 50, and still needs 2500 for the villain carousel to open. Shinshin at least is also a school flower. To Chu Yun fascinated by the school flower, how can you? LOL. Yes, young master. Shinshin's voice was tinged with a touch of crying, but no matter what, he had finally gotten some of what he wanted today. Pitifully picking up his leash, he left White Boat's room with 3 steps. After gently closing the door to Bai Zhou's room, he also carefully wiped his mouth and quickly tiptoed towards his room. This scene was just seen by Lin Wei, who was at the door of the living room, changing his shoes. Lin Wei still wanted to reach out to greet him, but when he saw Shinqin's strange movements, he stopped and dismissed the idea, and instead asked the maid who was waiting for him to change his shoes next to him in a puzzled manner. "Don't you guys usually feed Shinqin?" The maid expressed surprise. "No, she eats with us all the time." "That's odd." Lin Wei's eyes hung in great confusion. "So what kind of goodies is she stealing in the middle of the night?" Chapter 95. How can you fight in a wheelchair in this kind of thing? However, after Shinqin returned to the house, Lin Wei suddenly became nervous. Even stood still and shook his head, murmuring in a small voice. "Why are you even thinking about other people, Lin Wei? You'd better care about yourself now." The little girl instantly blushed slightly and slowly lowered her own head. Both of her onion white fingers were stirred together, standing in place as if she was a bit at a loss for words. This made the little maid next to her who had just waited for Lin Wei to change her shoes look puzzled. It seemed to have sensed the gaze coming from beside him. Lin Wei actually ran upstairs in a bit of a panic. However, after going upstairs, Lin Wei didn't head towards his room. Instead, he carefully moved his own feet and approached the door to White Boat's bedroom. Especially when he came to the door of Bai Zhou's bedroom, Lin Wei's face seemed to have only one color left, red. Standing still, he seemed to be trying to reach out and knock on the door, but the hand wouldn't come out. One man stood still looking very squirmy. What caused Lin Wei to be in this situation was not because of anything else, but because of her own parents. Earlier, when White Boat was obtaining the Heavenly Fate villain value from Shinqin's body, Lin Wei was actually a little too shy to help herself in the middle of the hospital room. It certainly wasn't because she had installed some kind of monitor inside White Boat's bedroom. Rather, it was because his own father, who was in his hospital bed, had learned of these events that had occurred earlier in the civilian area. It reinforced the belief that he would give his daughter to White Boat. Even his mother, Li Shouyun, was pulling Lin Wei's hand and said, "Child, you've grown up too, there are some happiness of your own that you need to grab with your own hands." Lin Wei naturally couldn't understand what his mother was saying at all. But the parental teaching certainly hasn't stopped. Li Shouyun, in particular, took Lin Wei's hand and said, "Although, the young master Bai that we're seeing now is a bit different from the rumored one, but after all, he is the young master of the Bai family. Even if he's nice, he's doomed to be a dude by that circle of his own. So can you be sure you're the only woman in his life?" This statement was made. Lin Wei's face then began to produce this change. She was still a little flustered the first time she waved her hand and said, "Mom, what are you talking about? What I will become brother by Zhou's woman. This girl Lin Wei was still a bit too simple. But simplicity doesn't mean stupidity. After a brief moment of nervousness, Lin Wei instantly realized what his mother meant when she said that. She also froze, and the first thing that appeared in her mind was the one she had just met 2 days ago, the Longying who looked unknown how much prettier than the school flower Shinqin. Now that Longying was also living in the Bai family, and she was definitely going to sign a contract with brother Bai Zhou. For a while, Lin Wei didn't even know what kind of state of mind he was in right now. Anyway, he felt extremely flustered. And Li Shouyun also said after seeing her daughter understand. "So, Wei, let's be an understanding daughter. You say you've eaten, you've sung, you've seen the movie, you've bought you clothes, you've walked to the hotel door, and you say it's too late, you wanna go home. We can't be that ignorant, can we?" The tension and panic that was still on Lin Wei's face immediately became strange after his mother's words. "Mom, do you want to hear what you're talking about?" Li Shouyun waved her hand. "That's not what it means." And Li Shouyun's words changed, and her expression became a bit more serious. "Didn't you tell Mom that the enrollment meeting is tomorrow? Do you think that, with you being an E-ranked spirit mother, you have a chance of getting promoted?" Lin Wei shook her head, for which she was still very confident. "There is absolutely no chance." "Right." Li Shouyun nodded once. "So, your chances of advancement lie with White Boat. White Boat is the one who can change your fate and bring you a future. You say for such a person. Do you want to watch the gap between you grow wider and wider, and in the end completely drift apart? Even if it's a life and death contract that only keeps you inside your home as a canary? I don't want it." Lin Wei shook her head even more, her voice firm. "I want to fight with brother White Boat." It was because of this sentence in Lin Wei's mouth that he was going to fight with White Boat. So, this evening, Lin Wei returned to the middle of the White family's villa. "Anyway, my father's side is taken care of by my mother, and he doesn't need himself at all. She felt that it would be better for her to come back and take care of young Master Baijiu. But she had obviously made up her mind on the way, but now that she had reached the door, she couldn't knock on the door of this room. What to do? What am I going to do? I've never had a. If I take too much initiative, will Brother Baijiu think I? If I don't take the initiative, will Brother Whiteboat think I? How can a person get so entangled? Is it really because you're shy to the core? Eventually, it seemed as if a light bulb had gone off over Lin Wei's head. I'm bound to be shy when I see Brother Baijiu, so wouldn't it be better if I don't see him? I'm so resourceful. Lin Wei also gave a nod to his own intelligence. Then surprisingly, he directly closed his eyes and did not choose to knock on the door, so he slowly fumbled with the door handle of Baijiu's bedroom and lightly and quietly pushed open the door of Baijiu's bedroom. At this time, Baijiu had just taken a shower in the separate bathroom in the middle of his bedroom and was using a bath towel to wipe off the water stains on his body. Suddenly a flash of doubt appeared in his eyes, and his astonished gaze turned back to the outside of the bathroom. And then he quickly wrapped the towel around his waist and walked to the bathroom door to look out. Then, he saw that the door to his bedroom room, which he had only just closed, was once again being opened. His expression was all stiff. No. Someone else is going to attack me at night? Yes. What's this? Just after Shinshin, here comes another one? Even the production team's donkey can't do that, right? It wouldn't have mattered if you'd come earlier and joined in together. You're waiting for them to finish before you come in. What's with the wheeling and dealing? Who can stand that? Could it be Long Ying? The corner of Baijiu's mouth twitched, not just in the morning. Good lord, is this Long Ying's self-healing ability so strong? You're really going out on a limb for your future, aren't you? But in the next second, the light in his eyes flickered slightly. Through the sensing between the Imperial Spiritist and the Spirit Lady, Baijiu instantly discovered a very crucial issue. Holy! It can't be Lin Wei, can it? With this thought, Baijiu carefully walked out from the middle of the bathroom. The room was dark, but for a level 5 sentinelist like Baijiu, the sight was certainly clear. Sure enough! He saw Kobayashi Wei's thin back, as if his eyes were closed, groping his way toward his bed. Hiss! Whiteboat wordlessly let out a cold breath. In his heart, he said, no way. I don't remember Lin Wei having this kind of guts. Lin Wei actually came all the way to night attack me? She can't have just seen Shinshin and that's why. Not right, just now when Shinshin was there, I did not sense Lin Wei's presence, so? What did her parents say to her just now in the hospital? Baijiu's expression stiffened a little. And at this time, Lin Wei also closed his eyes and touched the side of Baijiu's bed. Being knocked so much by the soft edge of the bed, the entire body of the person stumbled, and the upper half of his body just plopped down on the white boat's bed. And the light cast in from that crack in the room door just happened to spill over Lin Wei's body at a perfect angle. This action, this curve. Hiss. Whiteboat instantly raised his head, then continuously shook his head in his mind. No, Whiteboat, you have to calm down. You've only just. The enrollment test is tomorrow, so you should at least stay in shape. Besides, this girl is not Long Ying, not Shinshin, but Lin Wei. And where is this kind of thing seamless, without having to do anything else? So no, absolutely not. Is really unexpected, Lin Wei so thin body. And Whiteboat was clearly in the middle of a state of sage time right now. It actually all managed to make Whiteboat tense up instantly? Could it be that this was a talent that belonged exclusively to Lin Wei? And at that moment, Lin Wei was tripped up like that, so of course he was instantly tense. The heart was infinitely nervous. It's over, it's going to wake up Brother Baijiu. It's over, what should I do if Brother Baijiu makes me open my eyes, this. Lin Wei, you're still nervous here. You don't realize that your Brother Baijiu is more nervous than you are standing behind you. Chapter 96, Little Jojo Genius is a bit of a zinger. Still, the added effect of sage time is remarkable. After Whiteboat took a deep breath, walked out from the middle of the bathroom and walked towards Lin Wei. But Lin Wei was at least a level 5 spirit lady now. The click was still clearly audible. Whoosh! The sound. Lin Wei instantly tensed and straightened herself, turning in place and looking over warily, even coming to a stop. Who? There is indeed a sense between the guru and the spirit lady. But they could sense that the other party was inside this room, but not the exact location. After all, this exact orientation. You saw it yourself with your eyes open. Now, for example, the alert Lin Wei had opened his eyes. And what came into view was none other than White Boat wrapped in a bath towel. Although there was no bright light at all in the room, the eyesight of a level 5 spirit lady and a level 5 imperial spirit master that were generally the same, naturally they could see clearly. Especially when the moment he turned his head he settled on White Boat's tendon flesh that was full of power and beauty. Yikes! Lin Wei instantly shrieked in shock, then quickly closed his eyes. But if she had been unable to see anything before, now she was a bit chagrined as to why her eyes could see so clearly after she had leveled up. Why? Lin Wei didn't know if he was too nervous or what, but he started babbling, pretending that he hadn't seen anything just now. Who is where? With that nervous look, you're useless in any disguise. Looking at Lin Wei's cute appearance at this moment, Bai Zhou really had his fingers crossed. Quickly taking 2 steps toward Lin Wei, he lowered his head and said, "This is my room, who am I you asking? Little girl, I'd like to ask you what you're trying to do to me by sneaking into my room in the middle of the night, huh? I. With her eyes closed, Lin Wei looked very nervous. The whole person standing in place started to tremble gently. You let her tell the real purpose of her coming here? Are you kidding? She doesn't even dare to look at White Boat. But Bai Zhou just liked to see Lin Wei this nervous look, always let Bai Zhou can rise up a kind of, she must be very good at bullying feeling. This little girl must have cried a lot if she gave her a punch, right? To be honest, it took a great deal of effort for Bai Zhou to suppress this thought of his. And looking at Lin Wei in this manner, Bai Zhou was even more playful. Deliberately, he opened his mouth. You raided this young master's room in the middle of the night. Could it be that you want to assassinate this young master? No. I didn't. How could Lin Wei stutter at such a thing? I'm here for you to stab me. How can I stab you? This can't be misunderstood. While White Boat's face still had a bad smile on it, he pretended to think and then came to a realization. Since you're not here to assassinate me. Oh, I see, then you must have come. But White Boat hadn't even finished the sentence. Lin Wei instantly opened his panicked eyes and couldn't even help but move his hands up against Bai Zhou's chest and lost his voice and opened his mouth. Brother Bai Zhou, don't say it. This gave White Boat a whole lot of pause. What am I going to say? What's on this girl's mind? Are you afraid I'll tell you? She can't really be. However, at this moment, White Boat's inner thoughts froze. Because of Lin Wei's movements, the distance between the two of them was close. And in the midst of the darkness, Lin Wei was breathing at a fast rate because of his extreme nervousness, and hot air kept falling onto his skin along Lin Wei's fingertips that were resting against his body. And Lin Wei, the sole of this foot, raised his head and looked at Bai Zhou's eyes. She had long felt as if Brother Bai Zhou's eyes were full of magic, especially in the middle of this dark room. Lin Wei realized that Bai Zhou's eyes were so bright and clear. For a split second, she thought of the earlier scene inside her own yard, when she was interrupted by her mother. And now. You. Bai Zhou noticed that Lin Wei's eyes were a bit off and was just about to open his mouth to say something. But he didn't expect this Lin Wei to actually jump ahead of him. Don't talk. Kiss me. White Boat was stunned. Even with Lin Wei's hands against his own, wrapped around his neck. The time when all your own thirst is quenched. White Boat didn't even think about it. Is this really that bully Lin Wei? How did she have the nerve to say such a thing? Is that right? That's not right, is it? What the hell did this Lin Wei's parents say to Lin Wei? Especially that Li Xiaoyun. Lin Wei had never been like this before he met Li Xiaoyun. Li Xiaoyun, you've gone too far, you. Well done. Ding. Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 99,999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening needs 2,400 more. This system beep caused White Boat to wake up quite a bit. 3 huge question marks appeared on his brain. I thought it was about Lin Wei, about blocking the protagonist Chu Yun's chakra Q. But how can this still be related to Shin Qin? Just now, Lin Wei pushed the door in, didn't he leave a gap, and didn't Bai Zhou see it all just now? It hadn't been closed before, after all, Bai Zhou really didn't intend to have some current happenings with this Lin Wei. But to my surprise, the outside of this gap just happened to have the same pair of eyes once again. The previous Shin Qin went back to the house while wiping her mouth when she came out from inside Bai Zhou's room with a grumpy face. Lin Wei had seen Shin Qin, and Shin Qin naturally saw Lin Wei, but she certainly didn't think much of it. Only, she didn't hear the sound of an open door coming from Lin Wei's room after she returned to her room. Her room was next to Lin Wei's, so she could still hear her clearly. With a touch of doubt, Shinqin went out. Then the crack in the door of the white boat room was seen. She remembers it clearly. The door to that room was closed by herself. Then there's only one possibility. Lin Wei. After Shinqin touched over once more, she saw the scene through the doorway. Harder. Shinqin's fists hardened. At this moment, her expression was even a bit hideous, hissing madly in her mind. You guys are making fun of my mom, aren't you? That's right. In the middle of Shinqin's perspective. Bai Zhou must have been in contact with Lin Wei for a long time and knew that Lin Wei was going to go home this evening. No wonder he wouldn't let himself turn around just now. Passwords you are waiting for now? Ding. Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 99,999, gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 100, and still needs 2300 for the villain carousel to open. Ding. Detected that the protagonist White Moonlight has suffered mind damage plus 99,999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 2200. Ding. Detected. 2100 more. But regarding this matter, Shinqin had really misunderstood Bai Zhou. In response, White Boat could only say, "Can't help it." Unbeknownst to the world at the same time, there was another uncontrollable scene going on. Or Chu Yun. And that second-hand spirit lady. Wasn't this used spirit lady successfully PUA'd by Chu Yun? Then Zhao Gang directly decided that it was better to sign the contract before it was too late. People's city guards have their own deed room, so it's a breeze. However, the spirit lady was in a coma, but none of them were in too much of a hurry because the spirit lady had the damage from the backlash of the Imperial Spiritist's death on her body, which was being repaired by Chu Yun's SSS rank talent at this time. Zhao Gang also left the dormitory room for the couple. Then as time went on, things went a little bit wrong. This spirit lady suddenly began to tear her clothes haphazardly in her unconscious state, and then frantically scratched her body. A large number of blood daozi have appeared. It could have scared Chu Yun. Busy looking for help from the old grandpa in his head. The old grandpa in his head stated that this was all normal. After all, there was a tremendous amount of pain involved in repairing backlash damage. However, he still told Chu Yun to control this unconscious spirit Nyang, or else by the time the internal injuries were healed, there would be more external injuries. Chu Yun of course did as he was told and deadlocked the second-hand spirit lady in his arms. Sure enough, as time went on, the spirit lady quieted down and eventually returned to her old self. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw Chu Yun who was holding herself in a deadly embrace. She knew what had happened and that all of her backlash damage had recovered. Plus Chu Yun is the protagonist. Handsome as even so, under the protagonist aura must have a significant impact. So this spirit lady just closed her eyes. Chu Yun is also a young man, how can he stand it at this time, right? Especially since the second-hand spirit lady had definitely experienced more than him, and instantly took over. Only, the spirit Niang suddenly felt as if she had been stabbed by something in the palm of her hand. Curious, he looked down. Next. Ah! An ear-piercing scream caused the spirit lady to bounce straight up and flee. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered psychic damage plus 999,999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 300, villain carousel opening still needs 1900. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered psychic damage plus 999,999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 300, villain carousel opening still needs 1600. Chapter 97 Longing, Young Master, Not Together? Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered psychic damage plus 99,999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 300, villain carousel still needs 1300 to open. This sudden blast of system beeps caused Bai Zhou to instantly open his eyes and raise his head. Frowning, he kept looking around in the middle of the dark room. This brat, Chu Yun, is really hiding somewhere to peek? Yeah. He himself had just cleaned up Chu Yun's White Moonlight Shinqin. Chu Yun's side took a lot of mind damage. Now that he was accompanying Chu Yun's Qingmei, how was it that this Chu Yun had suffered another psychic injury? Is that right? If he wasn't peeking, how could this sudden outbreak of system beeps be explained? However, White Boat hadn't figured this out yet. Lin Wei, who had lost White Boat, suddenly opened his eyes somewhat anxiously. A pair of small hands just grasped at it haphazardly. Those eyes had clearly lost focus. It could be seen that at this time, Lin Wei's brain was also entering a state of confusion. However, Bai Zhou saw Lin Wei's slightly moist pupils. It's certainly not because of pupils or regret, but because never experienced this. Seeing that Lin Wei's little hand that was grabbing randomly was about to grab his own bath towel. Snap! With a sound, Bai Zhou caught Lin Wei's small hand, causing Lin Wei's body to slightly lurch. Tilting his head and looking into White Boat's eyes, his tone seemed to be with a touch of doubt still. Brother Bai Zhou? Bai Zhou looked condescendingly at Lin Wei and slowly said with that most sincere gaze into Lin Wei's dull eyes. There's no rush. You're not ready. Let's go to bed early, we have a lot waiting for us tomorrow. Listening to Bai Zhou's extremely gentle words, Lin Wei of course knew what Bai Zhou meant by no rush. For a moment, she was slightly lost, but more surprisingly, she was kind of moved. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, and has gained Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 300, villain carousel opening still needs 1000. Thank you. Lin Wei's voice trembled a little, brother Bai Zhou. And then, with that, Bai Zhou pulled Lin Wei and mounted his own large bed. It was also very sweet to cover Lin Wei with a quilt. Watching Lin Wei close her eyes with slightly reddened cheeks, Bai Zhou then let out a long sigh of relief. Nice one. White Boat was really relaxing. He almost couldn't help himself just now. Of course he was perfectly capable of not putting up with it and doing what he had to do. Only the sustainability thing is still key. This sustainable development he is talking about doesn't mean Lin Wei, but himself. Good lord, ever since he had adjusted longing through a different way. This kind of thing just doesn't stop. Especially since the Qinshin had only just walked out of her house before Lin Wei came back. If this continues, Bai Zhou feels like he is going to break. Of course, the more important point is this. For Lin Wei, this little girl, Bai Zhou had to adjust to the best state. So today, take a break for now. There's a college admissions conference waiting in the wings tomorrow. Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain battle disc opening still needs 900. White Boat, who had just closed his eyes and was preparing to sleep with his arms around the fragrant and soft Kobayashi way, opened his own eyes once again. Where the hell is this Chu Yun hiding to peek? Chu Yun still peeked at what? The current Chu Yun was sitting inside the corner watching that little pink chirp let out a loud cry. That's the legend. People don't share the same sorrows and joys, do they? The next day, it was just dawn. Chu Yun then knocked on the door where Zhao Gang's room was located with a pair of large dark circles under his eyes and even some red eyes. Zhao Gang, on the other hand, was also rubbing his own sleepy eyes and looking at Chu Yun suspiciously. Why are you up so early? The enrollment meeting is still a few hours away. Where is your spirit mother? Ding! Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 800. The corners of Chu Yun's eyes twitched visibly, but Chu Yun definitely didn't want to recall what happened last night, so he said directly. I'd like to make a trip back to the civilian area before the enrollment conference. Zhao Gang even subconsciously asked after hearing this, why? However, Chu Yun looked into Zhao Gang's eyes without saying anything. The corners of Zhao Gang's mouth slightly skimmed. Good, I believe you have your own reasons, wait a moment, I'll arrange a car right away. Yeah, Chu Yun certainly has his own reasons. Last night, though, I'd say I took a pretty serious psychic hit. But it did make him sure of one thing. That would be the backlash damage from the contract, and one's own SSS-ranked talent was something that could really help the spirit lady recover. Because of this, he once again thought of Lin Wei. Because that old grandpa in his head said so. Lin Wei is definitely his own chance. And for this kind of chance, Chu Yun, who was the protagonist, naturally did not have any intention of trying to let it go. So, he thought of Lin Wei's mother, Li Xiaoyun. Chu Yun knew that Lin Wei cared about her own parents. Otherwise he wouldn't have chosen the third hospital where Lao Lin was at that time when he went to the hospital. Didn't meet the old forest though, and had something so horrible happen to him. Now his only connection to Lin Wei was Lin Wei's mother. Because Chu Yun was an orphan, he grew up eating 100 meals. And being a childhood friend of Lin Wei, he stayed at Li Xiaoyun's house for a long time. Li Xiaoyun's relationship was really good, and he remembered that Lee Shoyun had more than once suggested that she wanted her daughter, Lin Wei, to be with him. So, at this time, Shuyun wanted to get Lin Wei back through Lee Shoyun. After all, Bai Zhou would definitely be attending today's enrollment conference, and he would definitely bring along his life and death contracted spirit lady, Lin Wei, if he went to attend. When you see Lin Wei, then it's time for you to play. Unfortunately, Shuyun was another step too late and was destined to pounce. And in the middle of the Bai family's villa, the sleeping Bai Zhou felt that his cheeks were a little itchy. Slowly opening his eyes, he realized that as if he had done something wrong and was worried about being discovered, Lin Wei quickly closed his own eyes and pretended to still be sleeping. But the flash of red on that little face completely betrayed her. The corners of Bai Zhou's mouth lifted slightly, pretending not to notice, but instead directly raised his hand and wiped his cheeks in an exaggerated manner. Where did this drool come from on my face? Lin Wei's body instantly trembled gently, and the red color on her face became even more pronounced. Yet she still hadn't opened her eyes. With a sneer on his face, White Boat once again deliberately opened his mouth. Could it be that the little baby my dad raised just came in? This little puppy dog, and it's so disobedient. This spit just stinks. Lin Wei, who opened his eyes instantly after hearing this, even very panicked, and murmured nervously as he breathed into his palm. No. There's no flavor. But the next second, she saw that at this moment, Bai Zhou was leaning against the pillow, looking at herself with a bad smile on his face. Put. The Lin Wei even started to glow red on the top of his head. A feeble little fist gave the head of White Boat's shoulder. Brother Bai Zhou, you're bad. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully blocked part of the protagonist's chi, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 700. Ha 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 ha. It would be refreshing to have such a cute little girl bully first thing in the morning. And at this time, the door to Bai Zhou's bedroom was surprisingly pushed open from the outside once again. Long Ying's crisp voice followed. Young master, please give me the future. It was only when her voice fell that her entire body trembled slightly. Because she saw that Bai Zhou and Lin Wei were leaning on the bed while Lin Wei was in Bai Zhou's arms pouting. And seeing Long Ying push the door in, Lin Wei was startled, and in the middle of his panic, he directly covered the quilt over his head. And Long Ying didn't know why, but her small face went slightly white. But there wasn't much of a change of mood, whispered the man. Young master, I'm sorry, I'll go out first. After saying this, Long Ying really turned around and left. However, White Boat raised his hand and said, just wait a minute. Hearing Bai Zhou's words, Long Ying's footsteps slightly lurched without turning back and came to a halt. Okay. And then with a smooth hand, he closed the door to Bai Zhou's bedroom and turned his head towards Bai Zhou's bed once again. While approaching, he surprisingly still slowly undressed himself. White Boat. Stop it. What are you doing? Long Ying? Young master, not together? Chapter 98 Signing the Contract. Has the school beauty changed? Bai Zhou felt like he just couldn't carry on a bit longer. This Long Ying seems to be really a bit over-adjusted. In one swift step, Bai Zhou flew off the bed and controlled Long Ying's movements. And then said, I mean, let's get you ready and we'll go finish the deed later. Long Ying was stunned at first. And then, those somewhat dull pupils were suddenly bursting out with a flash of intense surprise. Really? Thank you, young master Bai Zhou. I don't need to get ready, I'm always ready. When do we start? I can see that. As opposed to letting Long Ying capture the future of the operation. It was still more of a surprise to Long Ying to give her the future directly. Anxiously, he was about to pull White Boat outside. But Bai Zhou drew back his hand somewhat helplessly. What's your hurry? You just woke up and you're letting me wash up first. Long Ying, yes, young master, I'll serve you a bath. With that, the girl actually pulled herself towards the bathroom. Is this okay? If Lin Wei was waiting for a bath, he could still carry on, but this Long Ying, he might not be able to do anything else in a while. Don't. White Boat hastily waved his hand and said, you go outside, find someone to ask that Xin where she is, and tell her to prepare for a piece of the deed as well. Long Ying was stunned again, there were others? But then she turned her head to look at the bulging quilt behind White Boat, and it all seemed so natural again. Nodding brittlely. Yes, young master. Finally, it was time to send this Long Ying out. It was only after Long Ying had left that Lin Wei carefully poked his head out from inside the covers and asked, Brother Bai Zhou, have you decided to contract with Xin? Listening to Lin Wei's question, Bai Zhou said with a spread of his hands. It's just a master-servant contract, after all, she made a chicken filet meal earlier, so she should always be rewarded too, right? Of course, she's also an S-rank spirit lady after all, so in the future, when you encounter some unnecessary battles, you can just let her be a tool person, so that you don't have to do any unnecessary exertion. After explaining to Lin Wei, Bai Zhou even said with a deliberately raised eyebrow. What, are you jealous? Lin Wei's little face reddened again. Who's jealous? Even if you sign a life and death contract with her, I couldn't care less. It was just that Lin Wei's voice was getting smaller and smaller as he spoke, and by the end of the day, he had even begun to feel less confident. Bai Zhou laughed. Alright, I won't tease you, get up and clean up, eat breakfast, it's almost time for us to go to the enrollment conference. Aha! The White family, after all, was one of the 4 great families. There are such things as deed rooms, schools have them, city guards have them, and people actually have them inside their homes. The fact that he hadn't directly signed a contract with Long Ying and Shinqin before was, to put it bluntly, nothing more than a tantalizer. When it came to the contract, Long Ying was still behaving normally, and after the contract was completed, the 1,000 points of experience value that White Boat had previously injected into Long Ying was also instantly solidified. Immediately, she became a level 3 spirit lady, and was just a handful of experience points away from level 4. As for this Shinqin, it was really a pleasant surprise and gratitude. Even when completing the master-servant contract with White Boat, this Shinqin was so excited that she knelt in front of Bai Zhou. Thank you, young master Bai No. Thank you, master. Thank you, master, for giving me this opportunity, woof woof. Bai Zhou was still very satisfied with Shinqin's performance. Only, what Bai Zhou did not expect was, after signing the contract between himself and Shinqin, the information that the mirror of omniscience shone on Shinqin in the middle of the void actually changed. Name, Breath and Blood Scimitar. Level, 1. Quality, S+. Talent Skill 1, Drinking Blood, Passive Skill, several bodies or Imperial Soul Masters attacking a hit target while in a wounded state, recovering 50% of the damage dealt. Talent Skill 2, Indomitable, Passive Skill, entering a state of battle craving after being injured, boosting the damage value. The higher the injury received, the higher the damage value boosted. Well. Bai Zhou but remembered that when Shinqin had just awakened, she was just an S-rank spirit lady. And there was only one natural skill, Drinking Blood. Moreover, the information displayed in the mirror of White Boat omniscience hadn't changed at all before signing the contract with himself. However, after this Shinqin became his servant spirit lady, not only was the quality raised by half a level, but there was also an extra natural skill? Nice guy. Shuyun not Shuyun, this is heaven's will, look at yourself what you're really missing out on, eh? Only. Bai Zhou's expression was still rather strange as he looked at these 2 natural skills of Shinqin. It was no wonder that when he was frantically whipping this Shinqin, the mind damage she suffered would become less and less. So, was this Shinqin's special attribute innate, or did she let herself be drawn out? There is also the issue of, how did Shinqin's 2 natural skills look as if they were somewhat contradictory? The worse the injury, the higher the damage. But while inflicting damage, it also restores injuries to itself. And these 2 skills are all passive skills. If you want to maximize the effect of these 2 skills at the same time, then it's just a matter of disliking your enemy's life? No defense at all. Wound for wound? It's not impossible. However, Bai Zhou always felt as if there were other ways to maximize the effects of these 2 skills. Of course, this wasn't what White Boat was thinking about right now. Today's enrollment conference was just the right time to test how effective Shinqin's 2 skills really were. The city-state lord's mansion. In front of the towering inner city walls, there was a huge square. And in the middle of the square, stood a 4-square ring with an area of almost 100 square meters. And around the ring, except for the other 3 directions near the direction of the city wall, there had long been a sea of people. The college enrollment conference that was supposed to take place a few days ago has been postponed. This is great news for every city-state. So all the people who were originally not interested in the enrollment conference couldn't help but pry to find out what it was all about. It was only after they learned that an SSS-grade gifted Imperial Spiritist had appeared in the city. Completely exploded. The news spread like a mountain through the city. Even those in the lower city were trying to find ways to come to the upper city, wanting to see what kind of elegance this SSS-ranked gifted Imperial Spiritist was. And the walls of the inner city of the city lord's mansion. It had long been filled with various bigwigs of the four directions who emanated an appalling aura from their bodies. The one sitting in the center, no need to ask, was the city lord that Baizhou hadn't met yet. And the person right next to the city lord was no other than Baizhou's old man, Bai Jinnan. Although Bai Jinnan's seat was not in the center, a normal person could see at a glance that the height of Bai Jinnan's seat was a step up from the city lord. There's no way around it, it's the legendary four families. Precisely because the Bai family, one of the four great families, was in the middle of this city-state, every year, the city lord would invite Bai Jinnan to the enrollment conference. It's just that normally Bai Jinnan wouldn't show up on such occasions. Wasn't this because his own son, Baizhou, was also coming to the enrollment conference today? And sitting on the other side of the table was the Zhao Gang who had parachuted into the city to become the captain of the city's defense force. It seemed that he was already back from the lower city with Chu Yun. It was unknown what Chu Yun's state of mind was now that he hadn't found Lin Wei's mother. Although Zhao Gang did not turn his head to look at Bai Jinnan, the remaining light from the corner of his eyes always remained on Bai Jinnan's body, and even his posture appeared to be very tense. As for the rest of the seats, it's those in the admissions offices of the major colleges and universities. At this time, a person wearing the uniform of the city defense guard ran all the way to Zhao Gang's side and whispered an unknown word into his ear. That Zhao Gang nodded and turned his head to look at the city lord sitting in the center and opened his mouth. "Lord City Lord, the time has come, shall we start today's enrollment meeting here?" Hearing Zhao Gang's question, the first ones who couldn't sit still were surprisingly those enrollment officers around them, each of them baring their teeth. "Hurry up and get started. We've been waiting for days." "Yeah, has that SSS-ranked Imperial Spiritist come yet? Let's start with him first." "Indeed, the one who can make me personally come to this place is this SSS-ranked Imperial Spiritist." "SSS grade that's a talent that hasn't even been seen in Legends. I really don't know what kind of height he can reach in the future." And as the lord of the city listened to the voices of this group of people talking, he said with a bemused smile on his face and laughed. "Since you all can't wait, let's..." But before this city lord could finish his words, Bai Jinnan's very lazy-sounding voice came out. "What's the hurry? My son White Boat hasn't come yet." Bai Jinnan's voice in this one sentence with a flat tone, and even a bit lazy, just came out. Not to mention those enrollment officers, even the lord of the city shut up instantly. Zhao Gang's eyes twitched violently. Chapter 99. Someone won? No, he won 3? Zhao Gang didn't dare to talk to Bai Jinnan directly. Instead, he continued to speak to the city lord. "Lord of the city." But before he could even say his next words, the city lord directly raised his hand and said, "It's not that urgent, it's still early anyway." Zhao Gang's voice came to an abrupt end. And this lord of the city followed it up. "What do you all say?" Each of those enrollment officers opened their mouths to respond at once. "Yes, it is indeed early. It's too late for a good meal anyway. Yeah, let's get these kids more prepared." Zhao Gang's pupils couldn't help but tremble. "Dude, like you guys weren't the ones who just said you couldn't wait?" Zhao Gang's fists clenched on the spot. The afterglow subconsciously glanced at Bai Jinnan. It's as if the mind is still chanting, "You must be so proud of yourself right now, huh?" Who knew that at this moment, Bai Jinnan was leaning against a chair, one fist propped up against his chin, resting his eyes? Good fellow, the corner of Zhao Gang's eye twitched even more involuntarily. He thought that the other person, Bai Jinnan, was going to give himself a provocative look after he was done pretending. As a result, people Bai Jinnan didn't take you seriously at all. Yeah. This one sentence from Bai Jinnan looks like a loaded statement in your eyes. But this is the daily life of people Bai Jinnan. As long as that anti-Four Great Families alliance force behind you, Zhao Gang, isn't completely powerful and hasn't officially come into the public eye, then the status of the Four Great Families is untouchable. The entire wall of the inner city seemed very quiet at once. Each and every one of this group of people was looking at the huge square in front of them without a single glance. There was definitely a great deal of anxiety amongst their hearts, and they definitely wanted to quickly see the SSS-ranked super-talented Imperial Spirit Master Chu Yun's elegance. But people's sons haven't arrived yet, as Bai Jinnan said. Although it had long been rumored within the circle that Bai Jinnan's son had only awakened a measly grade A talent, and was not at all on the same level as Chu Yun. But he is the son of Bai Jinnan. With the silence of the crowd on the walls. That square, ringside around so many audience friends, but more and more a little anxious. Doesn't it always start on time at this hour? It's been 10 minutes today, how come there's still no movement at all? Could it be that the SSS-ranked Imperial Spiritist hasn't come yet? Is he playing a big game? Harm. What's wrong with playing a big game when people are SSS-ranked talents? Makes sense. It makes sense, but the person who plays the big game is really not Chu Yun. The other guy, Chu Yun, was now standing in the waiting area at the edge of the ring. The murmurings of the audience naturally reached Chu Yun's ears. It made the corner of Chu Yun's eye twitch. He wanted to jump out and yell, "You're the one making a big deal out of it." "I'm not, I've been here for a long time, even 10 minutes early." But Chu Yun felt that the masters all showed up last. It wasn't time to pretend on his own yet, so he could only listen to such sounds and silently grit his teeth. And in the back of my mind I'm thinking, who the hell is the TM who was intentionally late to steal my thunder? Wait a minute. Chu Yun openly raised his eyes toward the others in the waiting area to the side. How come I don't see White Boat? And just then, buzz. That one unusual sounding engine roar came. Everyone on the scene was the first to turn their heads and look. When I saw the license plate that belonged exclusively to the White family. LOL. Chu Yun's back teeth were instantly tightened. Sure enough, it's him. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has received mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 600. This asshole White Boat. Not only did he steal my Lin Wei, but now he's going to steal my thunder, and in the end I'll have to take the fall for him and say I'm playing the big shot? Damn it. Damn it. White Boat, you already have a way to die. Not important. The vehicle that White Boat was traveling in had slowly stopped. That side near the inner city walls without any spectators. The reason why this place didn't have any spectators was, first of all, the fear that being over here would block the view of those on the walls watching the test. In addition, the most important point was that this side was too close to the inner city walls of the city lord's mansion. Without the consent of the city lord, no one was allowed to approach at will, and it was almost considered a forbidden zone. But the vehicle that White Boat was traveling in was parked just like that, bright and early. This image also caused the corner of Zhao Gang's eyes on the city wall to twitch once again. Not even their city guards' vehicles could get close, and the Bai family's vehicles just waltzed in. Zhao Gang also subconsciously turned his head to look at the city lord sitting on the main seat. I didn't realize that this city lord was directly closing his eyes. Good lord, are you pretending you can't see it? And immediately after White Boat's vehicle stopped, someone bumbled over to the direction of the back door and pulled it open. White Boat, just like that, slowly stepped down from the car. Those spectators around them were also the first to react. This is the youngest member of the White family, isn't it? I remember that the White family's youngest master was also awakened this year. No wonder he didn't start for half a day, so he was waiting for the White family's youngest master. How come you don't say he's playing a big game here? If the White family's youngest master doesn't play big, is it still the White family's youngest master? Makes sense. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opening still needs 500. Chu Yun's back teeth were about to bleed. But the scene that made him even angrier, this was just coming. Only White Boat reached out and took a small white hand and led his spirit lady out of the car. This spirit mother was no one else, but of course Lin Wei. Chu Yun was itching with hatred. But that's not all. Immediately afterward, from the other side of the vehicle, Long Ying, who had long flowing hair, blinked a pair of big watery eyes and just walked down from the vehicle. The crowd at the scene was slightly stunned. There hasn't been much of a reaction yet. That S-ranked schoolgirl, Xin, walked down from the car right behind her. The two women also took 3 steps to Bai Zhou's side. Holy! There was a strange cry from the crowd. These 3 beauties can't all be young Master Bai's spirit maidens? Not. What do I see? There are still royal spirit masters inside the waiting area that don't have a spirit lady by their side, and he already has 3 by his side? Should I say no? If this image appeared on other people's bodies, I think it's still worth being shocked. How come this appeared on young Master Bai's body and it looks so normal? Wait a minute. There seems to be more. There's another beautiful woman in the car. No, a beautiful woman? Holy, young Master Bai kills young and old alike? Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel opens with 400 more to go. White Boat is not currently at the point of killing young and old alike. The car did come down to a beautiful woman, the others didn't recognize her, but Chu-yun did. Auntie Lee? Chu-yun was stunned. Auntie Lee even got down from Bai Zhou's car? Today he had wanted to go see Lee Shoyun and hook up with Lin Wei through Lee Shoyun. I ended up going to the house with a big hole in the floor. The first thing he realized was that Auntie Lee might be in danger. So he decided to wait until the enrollment conference was over before he went to look for Auntie Lee's whereabouts. But I didn't expect that now. I actually saw Lee Shoyun here. Moreover, this Auntie Lee had a smile on her face and was talking to White Boat? No. No way, how could this happen? How come even Auntie Lee? The reason why Bai Zhou and the others were late was purely because they went to the hospital first in the middle of the day. After all, Lin Wei was going to take the test today as well. Lee Shoyun had never seen his own daughter's elegance before, so Bai Zhou specially picked Lee Shoyun up. And Lee Shoyun also came to Bai Zhou and Lin Wei's side at this time, looking at her daughter with excitement. Wei, don't be nervous, come on. Excitement was inevitable, as it had also been 20 years since she had been to such an occasion and seen such a spectacle. Lin Wei naturally nodded heavily. And Lee Shoyun also turned her head to look at Bai Zhou, and I don't know why, looking at Bai Zhou's handsome face, Lee Shoyun actually reached out to help Bai Zhou straighten his collar. Boat, go for it. Don't worry, Auntie Lee. White Boat spread a smile. Ding. Detected that the protagonist has suffered mind damage plus 999, gained Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 100, villain carousel still needs 300 to open. Chu-yun was in a rage. Impossible. How could this be? Auntie Lee, even you. Bai Zhou, what kind of ecstasy did you put on Lin Wei and his family? It caused them. Wait. An aura that seemed to move the brain suddenly appeared amongst Chu-yun's angry gaze. Could it be that Lin Wei's entire family was coerced by White Boat?